when the scoundrel realized his true nature and was reborn. Chapter 1. He returns to the insect clan. Liu Yin had always considered himself a decent insect. He never resorted to violence or abuse against Il. However, he found himself inexplicably transported to a place called Blue Star, where a sudden epiphany struck him. I am far from good insect. Liu Yin felt as if his head were splitting, unable to suppress a groan, wishing fervently to detach his brain and discard it. The aftermath of a hangover was anything but pleasant. As he slowly opened his eyes, his first thought was, I shall never touch alcohol again. His second thought was, where on earth am I? Before him, a pristine white ceiling loomed. Glancing down at his attire, a blue and white striped hospital gown, he recognized it as a typical patient's outfit. He distinctly remembered his graduation celebration the previous night, where he and his roommates indulged in drinks at a bar. Had he overindulged and been taken to the hospital by a well-meaning stranger? Was his headache a result of excessive drinking, or perhaps a brawl that ended with a beer bottle to his head? Sir, you are awake? A voice startled Liu Yin, pulling him from his thoughts. Struggling to follow the sound, he saw a group of doctors clad in white coats surrounding his bed, with an elderly professor at the forefront, concern etched on his features. Had his condition deteriorated to warrant such esteemed medical attention? What is the most daunting aspect of a hospital visit? Certainly, it is being surrounded by a cadre of doctors conducting a joint inquiry. Panic surged within Liu Yin as he pondered how a night of drinking could lead to such dire consequences. Oh dear, was there still hope for him? Feigning calmness, he stammered to the elderly doctor, "Doctor, just tell me straight, how many years do I have left?" The old doctor momentarily faltered, his smile faltering as he struggled to maintain composure. Then, with renewed warmth, he addressed Liu Yin respectfully, "Sir, you jest. Following our examination, your health appears to be excellent." It was as if Liu Yin were not merely a patient, but rather his superior. The doctor then tentatively inquired, "Is there a specific area of discomfort?" He reassured him, "Rest assured, we are equipped with the most advanced technology in the Empire, and we can resolve any issue you may have." Liu Yin frowned deeply. The demeanor, the formality, the titles, this felt less like Earth and more akin to his homeland, the insect clan. He quickly asked the doctor, "Where exactly is this place?" The doctor's smile slipped once more, revealing a hint of panic. "Sir, is your health in question? This is the largest hospital in the imperial capital, the Central Hospital." Liu Yin regarded the doctor, whose expression seemed to scream, "Are you out of your mind?" Refusing to relent, Liu Yin pressed on, "So, this is the insect clan?" The doctor's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a degree of seriousness. "Yes, sir, this is indeed the insect clan. You have lived here for over 20 years. Do you not recall?" With a long sigh, Liu Yin felt a wave of despair wash over him, his heart sinking. He could scarcely articulate any response he had indeed returned. Originally an A-class male insect, he had somehow traversed to a realm called Earth, living as a human for 22 years. On the day of his college graduation, he had celebrated with friends at a bar, lost in the revelry, only to black out. And now, inexplicably, he found himself back in the insect clan. His mind buzzed with confusion. Such was the capriciousness of fate. After enduring 9 years of compulsory education, completing high school, and gaining admission to university, he had finally graduated. Yet, just as he was poised to enjoy life free from academic burdens, he had been thrust back into this existence. Had all those nearly 20 years of habits been for naught? Oh, great insect god! Do you comprehend the arduous journey of a human to attain a university degree? The competitive atmosphere, the weight of expectations. He felt as if he were drowning in resentment. Silently, he reclined on the hospital bed, deflated and devoid of spirit. Perhaps his pallor was too grim, for the elderly doctor hesitantly asked, "Sir, would you like to schedule another examination?" Liu Yin abruptly snapped back to reality and promptly declined. I certainly recall this as the insect clan. That no further examinations are necessary. I wish to return home. He had no desire to linger in this dreadful place." The old doctor, however, wished to conduct another examination, for Liu Yin was an invaluable A-class male, and any misfortune befalling him would be unacceptable. Moreover, Liu Yin's demeanor suggested he was far from well. Leaning against the headboard, he emanated a lifeless aura. Despite the diagnosis indicating good health, his behavior belied a sense of impending doom. The doctor felt a profound unease. He was resolute that Lu Yin could not be discharged so easily. Yet, with Lu Yin insisting on leaving, he could only cautiously suggest, "For your own well-being, sir, perhaps it would be prudent to stay a few more days for observation." Lu Yin, that after a prolonged silence, he finally nodded in response to the expectant gazes surrounding him. Very well. He would put aside his grievances regarding the insect clan. The health of a male insect took precedence, and he would not further trouble the elderly doctor. Thus began his week-long hospital stay, with the doctor reiterating the importance of remaining for a full 7 days before returning home. Lu Yin found himself with nowhere to go, nor any desire to be anywhere else, and could only lie idly on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He retrieved his light brain, a small orb-like device with immense capabilities akin to an advanced mobile phone from Earth. For the insect clan, Earth was a mere tale from history, yet he had genuinely lived there for over 2 decades. Although Earth's technology could not compare to that of the insect clan, its entertainment and cultural richness far surpassed that of his own kind. During his time on Earth, he had relished outings with friends, yet now, having abruptly returned, he found himself isolated in a hospital, unsure of how to occupy his time. With a deep sigh, Lu Yin aimlessly scrolled through his light brain, seeking to catch up on significant events that had transpired during his unconsciousness. Upon opening the Imperial Forum, a bold, highlighted headline caught his attention. S-Class Major General Il, leader of the Third Army, captured and reportedly entered the Punishment Center of the Male Protection Association. Is he alive or dead? Is the Third Army's power about to shift? Accompanying the article was an image of Il, handcuffed and being restrained by 2 female insects. The silver-haired general appeared disheveled, yet maintained an air of composure. Lu Yin's pupils dilated, and he bolted upright, his heart racing. For that S-Class Major General named Il was none other than his beloved mate, his legally recognized mate. Suddenly, it dawned on him what he had overlooked during his 2 decades of solitary life on Earth. He had a wife back in the insect clan. What did this mean? His wife had been captured. Why did those insects dare to seize his wife? Lu Yin hastily scrolled through the comments, the most popular one reading, "I heard that his Alpha collapsed at home, and the Major was arrested by the Alpha Protection Association for negligence, now confined in a correctional facility." Following, there were countless comments. "Isn't the Major's Alpha Lord Lu Yin? An A-grade Alpha, reputedly with quite a temper. The Major is in for a rough time. What does it matter if he is a genius? Even he cannot win the affection of his Alpha. Once he is in the correctional facility, he will be lucky to escape with his life. If you ask me, he deserves it. How fortunate to marry an A-grade Alpha, and yet he does not cherish it. Hiss, does this mean Lord Lu Yin will be seeking a new mate? Could I possibly have a chance?" Lu Yin felt a sudden buzzing in his head, his mind going blank, that he forced himself to regain his composure and piece together the events. According to the information circulating on the Star Network, because he had fainted, Il was being held accountable by the Alpha Protection Association and was currently suffering punishment in the correctional facility. Lu Yin had heard of the correctional facility. It was far from a pleasant place, and even the mightiest military females would gain nothing good within its walls. He quickly rose from his bed, disregarding the doctor's advice. Time was of the essence, and his foremost priority was to rescue his wife. Chapter 2. He must rescue his wife. A crisp knock resonated through the air. Lu Yin withdrew his holographic device and returned to his hospital bed, pondering who could be so inconsiderate as to visit him at this critical moment, especially when he was eager to attend the Xiangbao Association to retrieve his beloved empress. Suppressing his irritation, he cleared his throat and said, "Please enter." In the next instant, a female insect entered, bowing politely to Lu Yin as she greeted him. "Good day, Your Excellency." Lu Yin was nearly startled off his bed. The newcomer had flowing silver hair that bore an uncanny resemblance to Ears, and her features echoed Ears with a hint of age-softened grace. He recognized her immediately. This was Ears' mother, Rayan, who, according to Earth's relations, was also Lu Yin's mother-in-law and a general of the Empire. Lu Yin lowered his gaze, feeling hesitant to make eye contact, especially since had recently been confined to the disciplinary chamber due to his own missteps. A pang of guilt tugged at him. Surely, she was not here to reprimand him. With a calm demeanor, Rayan deeply bowed to Lu Yin and inquired, Your Excellency, how is your health? Lu Yin hastily replied. Thank you for your concern. I'm quite well now. Rayan quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Your Excellency, I apologize on behalf of my daughter. I am sincerely sorry that her negligence has led to your hospitalization. She presented him with 2 bottles of the Empire's latest wine as a gesture of apology. While Lu Yin had few passions, drinking was among them. He quickly waved his hand, insisting, It is not Ear's fault. It was my own carelessness. Rayan found her intended words of contrition caught in her throat, her prepared arguments rendered unnecessary. She looked at Lu Yin in surprise, not expecting this A-class male to be so accommodating today. This left her in a bit of a dilemma, unable to discern whether he was being genuinely agreeable or subtly sarcastic. She cautiously phrased her next inquiry. Since you have forgiven him, might you consider releasing him from the disciplinary facility, allowing you to administer his punishment personally? I have failed in my guidance. If you wish, you may deal with Ear as you see fit. Lu Yin nodded with determination, rising from the bed with the vigor of someone unencumbered by illness, and urged Rayan, Come, let's go now. Rayan was taken aback. The situation had unfolded far more smoothly than she anticipated. She gently shook her head. There is no need for you to go in person. A written statement will suffice. I have already prepared it. You merely need to sign. The patience of a male insect is often limited, and Rayan was well prepared for this eventuality. She presented the holographic device before him, and Lu Yin glanced at it, swiftly signing his name. No, I must personally retrieve him. His eagerness to see Ear was palpable, for in many ways, he was the sole connection Lu Yin had to the insect race. Only by meeting him could Lu Yin be assured that he had truly returned to the realm of the insects. Lu Yin was clad in a hospital gown, contemplating an escape, but was halted by Rayan, prompting him to belatedly don a coat. He boarded Ryan's aircraft and smoothly arrived at the entrance of the Bug Protection Association. He sat obediently in the back seat, hands resting on his thighs, a smile gracing his face, his posture impeccably upright, though the slight curling of his fingers betrayed the unease within. As Rayan piloted the craft, a heavy silence enveloped them, stretching through the air until the vehicle came to a steady halt at the association's entrance. Lu Yin wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and exhaled quietly, his heart racing throughout the journey. Rayan, ever considerate, opened a rear hatch to facilitate Lu Yan's descent from the aircraft, saying, My lord, please step down. Lu Yan, paralyzed by apprehension, could hardly move. Upon their arrival, a worker from the association hurried forth, instantly recognizing both Lu Yin and Rayan. Rayan, a renowned imperial general, had achieved numerous victories and earned significant accolades for the Empire, frequently gracing the headlines of the Star Network. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, being one of the rare Class A males, was equally recognizable. The worker quickly donned an appropriate smile, exuding politeness. Greetings, Lord Lu Yin. I'm a worker of the Bug Protection Association. How may I assist you? Lu Yin, too preoccupied with thoughts of his mate, offered a slight nod in acknowledgement before inquiring, Where is Il? I wish to see him. The worker hastily replied, He is currently in the punishment chamber. Do you wish to administer the punishment personally? Please follow me. The worker could not help but feel sympathy for Il. Lu Yin, still in a hospital gown, evidently rushed from the hospital, seemed anxious to impose punishment. It was indeed, as the online chatter suggested. This class of male's temper was likely formidable. Lu Yin sensed Rayan's breath falter for a moment upon hearing that Il was being punished, but it quickly returned to normal. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Yin suggested, General, perhaps you should wait here while I go to fetch Il. He understood that Il's current condition was likely dire, and the thought of Rayan witnessing his mate in punishment was unbearable. Rayan's smile remained unchanged, still poised. My lord, please allow me to accompany you. At that moment, Rayan was unconcerned about anything else. He simply wished to ascertain the well-being of his mate. Reluctantly, Lu Yin steeled himself and led Rayan, following the worker to find Il. They soon arrived at a prison cell. The overwhelming scent of blood assaulted Lu Yin, who had lived a tranquil life on Earth for over 20 years, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. He suppressed the nausea rising in his stomach, striving to maintain an appearance of composure. Inside the cell stood a crucifix-shaped torture rack, where Il was bound, his upper body bare and marred by lash marks. New wounds layered over old, bloodied, with scarcely a patch of unscathed skin. Ryan felt a sense of relief. Despite the whip marks, they were relatively easy to heal, and as long as his wings remained unscathed, all would be well. He calmly bid farewell to Lu Yin, expressing his gratitude for the gentleman's willingness to retrieve Il from his predicament. Acknowledging his own mistakes, he accepted any punishment that may ensue, citing pressing matters within the military as his reason to take his leave. Upon receiving Lu Yan's consent, Ryan turned to depart, fully aware that the drones would soon unleash their wrath upon Il. Although he did not wish for Lu Yan to punish Il, he understood that if Il were to remain in the punitive chamber of the Drone Protection Association, the outcome would be dire. His wings would be severed, reducing him to a mere plaything for many drones. Rather than becoming a soulless husk, it was preferable to grit his teeth and allow the drones their moment of vengeance. For at least that would enable Il to return home. Il had long been aware of the commotion outside, initially believing it to be the routine Punisher approaching. With his eyes closed, he braced himself for the day as chastisement, only to be startled by the voices of his female parent and the male sovereign. Days of deprivation had rendered his lips pale and parched, with traces of crimson still evident. Struggling to lift his head, he was met with the sight of his sovereign. Lu Yan. He endeavored to clear his muddled thoughts. Had his sovereign come to punish him? Male sovereign. Il's hoarse voice roused the dazed Lu Yan, who quickly instructed the nearby worker drone, "Hasten, release him." Obedient to the command, the worker drone untied Il, but without the support of the ropes. His body was devoid of strength, and he could do naught but collapse to the ground, closing his eyes in resignation, akin to a dog awaiting its fate. Yet, he fell into a warm embrace, enveloped by the familiar scent of bamboo. Opening his eyes, he beheld Lu Yan. Swift as a flash, Lu Yan had rushed to his side, catching him before he could hit the ground. Il felt no joy at being held. Rather, he was nearly struck with terror. Shutting his eyes in despair. During Lu Yan's unconsciousness, Illinois had been unable to discern the severity of his condition due to his duties at the military. It was the call from the robotic steward that had alerted him to Lu Yan's hospitalization. Subsequently, the Drone Protection Association had imprisoned him in the punitive chamber, citing negligence in caring for their sovereign, subjecting him to 3 days of relentless whipping. Throughout that time, he fervently wished for Lu Yan to awaken, yet simultaneously dreaded that very moment. He knew well that Lu Yan would not easily forgive him. Should Lu Yan's anger lead to his surrender to the Drone Protection Association, it was probable he would lose his wings, relegated to the status of a public female slave, a mere plaything for many drones. Life would become unbearable. At last, his sovereign had arrived. Il had harbored a glimmer of hope. If the drones were inclined to take him from the punitive chamber and mete out punishment personally, he might escape such a tragic fate. However, now he had unwittingly fallen into Lu Yan's embrace, his blood staining the sovereign's attire, soiling the once pristine coat. His transgressions compounded. Lu Yan sensed the aura of despair surrounding the female sovereign in his arms and assessed Il's current state. He likely could not walk unaided. Thus, Lu Yan's hand encircled Er's neck, while the other trailed down his thigh to his knees bend. With a firm grip, he lifted him effortlessly. For the first time, Lu Yan felt a wave of gratitude. Even in his moments as a male insect, he had not neglected his physical training. Otherwise, he would be unable to lift his beloved wife today. Found himself securely nestled in Lu Yan's embrace, his eyes widening in surprise. The unfolding events seemed to exceed his expectations. Instead of facing the wrath of the male lord, he was enveloped in a fragrant embrace reminiscent of bamboo. "My lord," he uttered, his voice now dry and strained, "I shan't trouble you. I can walk on my own." Lu Yan chuckled lightly, bemused that, even at this juncture, was attempting to maintain his composure. "Walk. At this moment, you can barely crawl out." He felt the female insect tremble slightly in his arms. And to his astonishment, truly intended to rise. A sinking feeling enveloped Indeed, the male lord sought to witness his humiliation before the gathered crowd. Climbing out from this predicament would surely land him on the trending searches of the Star Network, leading to his disgrace and ridicule from all insects. Yet, he had no choice but to obey the male lord's command, responding dutifully yes. Nonsense. Lu Yin firmly restrained the air, asserting, "Stay still. If you attempt to move again, I shall toss you out." Chapter 3. Be good. Let's not suppress the ring. Amidst the astonished gazes of the insects working at the Male Protection Association, Lu Yin carried air out of the confines of the institution with poise. He thoughtfully removed his coat, draping it over air's bare torso to shield him from view. He carefully positioned air's face into his own embrace, ensuring that no one could catch a glimpse of his features. The proud Major General in such a vulnerable state was surely not something air wished to expose. With his head nestled in Lu Yan's chest, air noticed that his lord was left wearing only a hospital gown. His voice muffled, he cautiously suggested, "My lord, perhaps you should put on some clothing. I am not cold." Lu Yin disregarded his plea, focusing solely on adjusting his own attire. The strong scent of blood lingered on air, yet Lu Yin paid little heed to the unpleasant odor, consumed by worry. Despite knowing that female insects possessed formidable recuperative abilities, and recalling that this was not the first time air had been injured in his presence, concern gnawed at him. He was particularly anxious about the fragile state of his beloved wife, fearing for her very life. As he traversed the lengthy corridor, Lu Yan's hands trembled slightly. He exited the punishment room, arriving at the entrance of the Male Protection Association, only to realize belatedly that he had no means of transportation. He had arrived with Ryan, who had since departed. Thus, he paused under the astonished gazes of all the insects around him. Indeed, hushed whispers filled the air. Has this esteemed male insect finally reached his limit? Will the Major General face punishment? The prospect of public humiliation for the Major General seemed unbearable. What shame! The ignorant female insect deserved a thorough reprimand. Even the delicate Il in Lu Yan's embrace couldn't help but shiver. He silently prayed, albeit with little hope, that the formidable master would endure until they returned home before administering punishment. Otherwise, if he were beaten to the point of incapacity, how could he possibly return? Or perhaps the master had no intention of allowing his return, intending instead to dispose of him once he was rendered useless. He had committed a grave error. Being reduced to a mere instrument of the master's venting was already a twisted form of grace. How could such an instrument ever be deemed worthy of returning home? Lu Yin, under the weight of scrutinizing gazes, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat softly and inquired of Il, "Do you possess a flying device?" Il shook his head, apologetically responding, "I'm afraid my flying device has been confiscated by the Master Protection Association." In truth, it was not only his flying device that had been seized, even his light brain had been taken away. With a sigh, Lu Yin approached a worker bug. "Excuse me, could we possibly have our flying device returned to us?" The worker bug, a female, nearly bowed in astonishment at Lu Yan's polite request. Never had she encountered a male bug who spoke so courteously. The worker bug questioned her own senses. What on earth had she witnessed today? She had seen a male bug tenderly embrace his female companion, disregarding the cold to drape his own garment over her. That male bug, after expressing disdain for the Major, still exhibited such gentleness towards him. If the Major were to be despised, perhaps she could seize the opportunity to become a favored female attendant, ensuring a worry-free future. Lost in such thoughts, she was pleasantly surprised and displayed a radiant smile, becoming even more attentive. Of course, esteemed Lord Lu Yin. The worker bug swiftly arranged for other bugs to retrieve Il's belongings, while she remained close to Lu Yin, eagerly inquiring if he required anything else. Lu Yin stiffly declined the worker bug's attentions, thinking to himself that he had no further needs. He would never again subject Il to this wretched place. Absolutely not. He was determined to leave promptly. Il's flying device was a lustrous silver, as beautiful as his own hair, and it appeared to hold considerable value. Lu Yin eagerly embraced Il and boarded the flying device, leaving the worker bug behind. The worker bug couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Despite the Major's grave mistake, the male bug seemed oblivious to her overtures of goodwill. In a daze, she took her light brain and commented beneath the post titled, S-Class Major IL captured and sent to the Master Protection Association's punishment facility. Uninvited, I personally witnessed Lord Lu Yin carry the Major away, cradled like a princess. The Major is saved. Her comment rapidly garnered attention, soaring to the top, met with replies of skepticism, such as impossible. And don't be ridiculous. The worker bug scoffed at these responses, dismissing them as the words of those who had never witnessed the extraordinary. Lu Yin gently placed Il in the rear seat. Careful not to aggravate his wounds, adjusted the temperature controls to a comfortable setting, and then took the driver's seat to activate the autopilot. By the time he returned to the back seat, Illinois was already on his knees. The coat, draped over him, was meticulously folded by Il and placed on the seat. His torso lay bare, marred by numerous scars, with wounds that had barely begun to scab, now reopening due to his restless movements. Upon seeing Lu Yin return from the driver's seat to the back, Illinois pressed his forehead to the ground, acknowledging his transgressions and pleading for the Master's punishment. His demeanor was so formal and precise that it seemed almost insect-like. With his forehead touching the cold floor, anxiety gripped his heart. The Master's leniency in not having him beaten into submission during the flight was a significant grace. Now, within the confines of the aircraft, it was just the two of them, and the Master, evidently impatient, opted for autopilot instead of allowing him to take the controls, signaling his intent to administer punishment. However, with no suitable tools at hand, Illinois feared that the Master's dissatisfaction would only deepen, inciting further wrath. He tightly shut his eyes, bracing for the impending pain, and despairingly wondered if he might succumb to the punishment and faint, further irritating the Master. Yet, all he heard was a long, drawn-out sigh. Then the Master's hands grasped his arms, pulling him up with force. No need to kneel, rise and sit. His knees had grown numb from kneeling, and as he stumbled, he fell into Lu Yin's embrace. Instantly, a chill washed over him. He felt utterly useless, unable to manage such a trivial matter. The scent of bamboo lingered at his nostrils, and in this vulnerable moment, the aroma of the Master's pheromones deepened his dependence. He instinctively leaned closer into the Master's embrace. Lu Yin noticed a blush creeping onto Il's face and couldn't he help but chuckle softly. Was he so easily flustered by a mere embrace? He had never realized how amusing Il could be. Lu Yin had never favored Il kneeling. His 2 decades of life had instilled in him a belief in equality, making it intolerable for him to have anyone, especially his wife, kneeling before him. He recognized that this behavior, commonplace among their kind, was fundamentally flawed. Although Il felt perplexed, he complied and settled himself, having already displeased the Master and unwilling to defy him further. Lu Yin ceased his teasing and stood to fetch a glass of water for Il. The aircraft's performance corresponded to its price, equipped with all necessities, including a water dispenser. Lu Yin brought the water to Il's lips, noticing the hoarseness in his voice, encouraging him to drink to soothe his throat. Il moved his lips, but said nothing, uncertain of what to express. The Master's behavior today was too peculiar, leaving him to navigate cautiously, obediently following the Master's wishes. He would rather face the lash than endure this unsettling limbo. Il respectfully accepted the water from Lu Yin, the warmth washing over his throat like much-needed rain to parched fields, alleviating his raspiness. He sipped slowly, swallowing the last drop, and gently cradling the cup, murmured, "I thank you, my lord." Lu Yin was captivated by the sight of Air drinking water, each sip adorably charming, softening his heart. How could he have failed to cherish such a wonderful partner in the past? He truly felt like a fool. After Air finished drinking, Lu Yin casually placed the empty cup on the table and let his hand glide over Air's neck. He noticed a black collar adorning her neck. He recognized it as a suppression ring, designed to significantly restrain the abilities of female insects. Female insects possess capabilities far surpassing those of their male counterparts, whether in terms of combat prowess or regenerative power, to prevent them from injuring their male masters under duress. And to satisfy the peculiar preferences of certain males, these rings were often employed. Lu Yin had previously used one on Yi, and the memory filled him with self-loathing, wishing he could travel back in time to slap his past self. As Yi felt Lu Yan's touch, the suppression ring had the capacity to deliver an electric shock. With just a gentle press from him, she would convulse, collapse, and potentially lose consciousness. Given her current physical condition, it was not a possibility, but a certainty that she would succumb to unconsciousness, leaving him to wonder if the male would become even angrier as a result. The moment Lu Yan's fingers brushed against the suppression ring, Yi's body tensed, but she forced herself to relax, overcoming her fear in an attempt to appear compliant. Males typically favored obedient females. Perhaps submission would spare her some suffering. She braced herself for the impending pain from the shock. However, instead of the anticipated jolt, she heard a snap. The suppression ring was effortlessly removed. The device that had constrained her for so long was simply gone. Fresh air flooded into her lungs, unimpeded. While wearing the suppression ring, her neck had been tightly constricted, making breathing a struggle. Suddenly able to breathe normally, she gasped for air, coughing slightly, only to be met with another cup of water from Lu Yin. He gently patted her back, helping her to regain her composure. A flush spread across Yi's face. She felt as though the male's gesture resembled that of a caretaker soothing a young insect. No, even during her infancy, she had never experienced such tender treatment. Once the suppression ring was removed, Yi's wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. Lu Yin couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of female insects. Her scars quickly formed scabs, vanishing without a trace, revealing skin as pale and cold as jade, adorned with a few fading red marks. Lu Yin swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on Yi's fair body, which appeared delicate yet harbored immense strength. It was utterly unfair. Before him stood a female insect who was legally and rightfully his wife, yet her upper body was entirely bare, her sapphire blue eyes gazing at him with an innocent beauty. He felt overwhelmed, a wave of emotion rising within him. Clearing his throat instinctively, Lu Yin averted his eyes and asked Yi, "Do you have any clothes on your aircraft? The weather has been rather chilly lately. I wouldn't want you to catch a cold." Yi's heart was filled with greater perplexity. He piloted the most advanced aircraft of the Empire, and moreover, the Sovereign had just adjusted the temperature within to a comfortable level, rendering it far from cold. Yet, since the Sovereign had expressed such a sentiment, he felt compelled to comply. IEL wandered to a section of the aircraft and retrieved a white short-sleeved shirt to don. Only then did Lu Yin dare to open his eyes and behold him. IEL's strength had largely returned, and he stood there, seemingly transformed back into the cool and strikingly handsome young general he had once been. Lu Yin also rose to his feet, approached IEL, and patted him on the shoulder, softly saying, "Very well." Lu Yin was in good spirits, his words today imbued with warmth. IEL, emboldened by this, inquired, "Sovereign, what do you mean by very well?" "You are very well," Lu Yin promptly responded. IEL had metamorphosed from the pitiful, dilapidated creature he had held moments ago into the upright and resolute general he was now, which was indeed commendable. He had always embodied such youthful vigor, clad in fresh attire and fiery energy. IEL gazed calmly at Lu Yin, his sapphire blue eyes reflecting the latter's image, and an ineffable atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Lu Yin, uncharacteristically a loss, found himself captivated by IEL's eyes, yearning to draw closer. Fortunately, this moment of uncertainty did not linger, as the aircraft soon came to a halt at the entrance of the central hospital in the imperial capital. Chapter 4. He regretted his past treatment of IEL from the moment IEL laid eyes on Lu Yin in the prison. He had been in a state of continuous shock. The day's overwhelming fright had left his mind in disarray, and it was not until he saw the four prominent characters of the central hospital that he realized his sovereign was, in fact, still a patient. To his bewilderment, he had unwittingly entered the hospital in such a state. "Sovereign," he spoke, his voice laced with deep concern. "Are you all right?" Lu Yin shook his head and took hold of IEL's hand, reassuring him, "Do not worry, I am fine." IEL remained unconvinced. He was well aware that male insects were inherently fragile beings, requiring constant vigilance. It was inconceivable that the sovereign could faint without cause and be truly unscathed. "Sovereign," He pressed. What did the doctor say? Lu Yin continued to shake his head. I have already been examined. The doctor stated that my health is excellent. However, he recalled the promise he had made to the elderly doctor, who had shown him great concern that he would remain in the hospital for a full 7 days. Thus, he continued to explain to IEL, it is merely the doctor's suggestion that I stay for a week for observation. IEL, naturally, expressed no dissenting opinion. They opened the hatch and disembarked from the aircraft, extending a hand to assist Lu Yin. Lu Yin pursed his lips, internally lamenting that it should have been he who offered support to IEL. He accepted IEL's hand and descended from the flight chamber, with IEL following closely behind. Your Excellency, a familiar voice called out. Lu Yin looked up to see the old doctor rushing toward him, his thinning hair blowing in the wind. He managed to halt, wiping the sweat from his brow and exclaiming, by the grace of the insect god, Your Excellency, you have finally returned. Upon hearing of Lu Yan's mysterious disappearance from the hospital bed, he was gripped by a fear so profound that his heart nearly leapt from his chest. Should Lu Yan have truly vanished inexplicably from his care, it would likely spell the end of his own existence. Later, upon learning that Lu Yan had returned, he hurried out to greet him, yet dared not inquire about his whereabouts. The mere fact of his return was enough. Thankfully, he was back. When Lu Yan encountered the physician, his thoughts wandered to the figure of IEL behind him. Though IEL appeared unscathed, a lingering worry gnawed at him. Had IEL suffered any undisclosed injuries during his time in the punitive chamber? After all, Illinois had always been stoic, reluctant to voice any discomfort. Lu Yan addressed the doctor, requesting a comprehensive examination. The physician immediately tensed. Your Excellency, do you feel unwell? His mind raced with the implications of Lu Yan's potential ailment. Lu Yan shook his head and gestured toward IEL, clarifying, not for me, but for him. At these words, both the doctor and IEL were taken aback. My lord, IEL exclaimed, grasping Lu Yan's sleeve, I am fine. No need for an examination. It would be a waste. While a full body check was not exorbitantly priced, it was a luxury for a female worm, as no male worm would willingly squander such funds on a female's well-being. Not a waste, Lu Yan declared resolutely. Your health is paramount. He urged IEL toward the physician, signaling for haste. The doctor, ever courteous, replied, Major, please accompany me. Lu Yan then returned to the hospital room, reclining once more on the bed. As he drifted toward slumber, a notification chimed on his light brain. It was IEL's medical report, which, for female worms, necessitated an unreserved disclosure to their male sovereign. Upon opening the report, Lu Yan was struck by the glaring red of IEL's results, indicating his health had deteriorated to an alarming degree. Particularly concerning was the deep crimson of his mental sea, a harbinger of extreme peril. Signifying IEL's mental state was gravely compromised. Lu Yan frowned. The mental sea of female worms was exceptionally fragile, especially for those of higher military rank, which made them more susceptible to collapse. Only the mental strength of a male worm could soothe the mental sea of a female, explaining why many would endure inhumane treatment post-marriage, all in pursuit of union with a male. The soothing measures often involved actions of a deeply intimate nature, unspoken between spouses. Lu Yan's relationship with IEL was not particularly close, making it unsurprising that IEL's mental sea had long been deprived of the effective solace provided by Lu Yan's mental prowess. Sighing, Lu Yan resolved to engage more with IEL for the sake of his well-being. Just then, IEL's voice resonated from outside. May I enter, my lord? Lu Yan replied affirmatively, and IEL stepped inside, clad in a hospital gown akin to Lu Yan's. He approached, kneeling at a respectful distance from the bed, his gaze cast down, holding a whip he had procured from an unknown source. Please punish me, my lord. Lu Yan silently scoffed, contemplating that another thrashing might leave IEL's survival in jeopardy. He seized the whip and swung it through the air with a sharp crack, causing IEL's body to tremble imperceptibly. Had it not been for Lu Yan's vigilant observation, he would have remained oblivious. Though clearly filled with trepidation, Illinois still respectfully sought punishment, a true fool in his own right. Yet, resolute in his intention to teach IEL a lesson, he positioned the whip beneath IEL's chin, compelling him to raise his gaze. Even then, Il dared not meet Lu Yan's eyes, his own fixated on the floor. Amused, Lu Yan casually tossed the whip aside and raised an eyebrow at Il, inquiring, "Since you've come to seek punishment, do enlighten me. What have you done wrong?" Il remained d'inglestif, responding that he had grievously erred by failing to notice when the sovereign had fainted. "This is not your fault," Lu Yan replied, crouching before him. "It is entirely normal to miss such things while working in the military." Il, however, misinterpreted Lu Yan's words, believing that the sovereign intended to strip him of his duties, causing his body to tremble violently. "Sovereign," he implored, grasping Lu Yan's garment and crawling a few steps forward, finally daring to meet Lu Yan's gaze. His sapphire eyes brimmed with tears, resembling glistening gems. "Please do not." Taken aback by Il's plea, Lu Yan was momentarily stunned. He gently embraced Il, waiting for his emotional turmoil to subside before asking, "What is it you wish for me to refrain from?" "Do not prevent me from working," Illinois responded. Lu Yan, at a loss for words, found himself both exasperated and amused. "Why have I ever denied you the opportunity to work? Go if you wish. I shall not hinder you. My point is that you're not at fault." Il's resolute voice resonated in Il's ears, leaving him momentarily dazed, grappling with a confusing mix of emotions. Throughout his life, he had been taught that as a female, he was inherently flawed, never having encountered a single being who firmly assured him, "You are not in the wrong." To his astonishment, the first to utter such words was none other than his sovereign. Lu Yan helped Il to his feet, and they sat together on the hospital bed. He crossed his legs and gently brushed aside the tousled strands of hair atop Il's head, tucking them behind his ear. Moreover, he articulated slowly, "Never again refer to yourself as a slave. History has taught humanity that the feudal era has long since passed, that there exists no master and servant among individuals. Partnerships should embody mutual equality. He and Il were equals, companions in every sense, and he wished to hear Il speak of himself with dignity." Il was momentarily rendered speechless, for the first time disregarding distinctions of gender to gaze directly into Lu Yan's eyes, searching for any hint of deceit upon his face. Yet he found none, only the sincerity reflected in Lu Yan's gaze. His sovereign genuinely believed that he need not continue to refer to himself as a slave. To be honest, Il found it hard to believe. It felt like yet another game Lu Yan wished to play with him. As the youngest major general in the military of the Insect Empire, Illinois had never tasted defeat, ascending from a mere rank-and-file soldier to the leader of the Third Army. With an illustrious lineage, his mother was a general in the military and among the elite of the empire. He often carried a measure of pride. Ordinary insects rarely caught his attention. Thus, on their wedding day, when Lu Yan requested that he refer to himself as a slave, he remained silent, resolutely refusing to utter that word. Then Lu Yan slowly lifted his chin, methodically slapping his own face, one strike after another. In the new house, the crisp sound of slaps echoed, accompanied by the muffled groans that involuntarily escaped his lips. His face was forcefully struck to the left by Lu Yan, and before he could turn back, it was abruptly hit to the right. This continued in a relentless cycle. The sovereign's strength was immense, and within a few blows, his face was already swollen and bruised. Lu Yan ceased his assault, pinching his cheek with nonchalance, remarking that indeed he was a beauty, and the swelling only enhanced his allure. Despite his swollen visage, he stubbornly refused to speak, barely catching his breath before the next round of punishment commenced. Lu Yan, growing angrier, struck harder, the sound of slaps incessantly ringing in his ears. Gradually, a roaring noise filled his mind, and his consciousness began to blur. Yet he grit his teeth, refusing to concede. It seemed that only through this suffering could he vindicate his pride. Lu Yan, infuriated by his disrespectful demeanor, deemed him unmanageable. With an ironic sneer, he threatened, "The moment you yield, I shall cease. Otherwise, your face may not remain intact." The metallic taste of blood began to emerge in his mouth, his cheeks numbed, and eventually, he could scarcely feel the pain. It was only when his cheeks were bruised, swollen to the height of 3 fingers, and physiological tears streamed down his face, irritating the wounded skin and causing another wave of excruciating pain. that he managed to murmur a submissive word. At that moment, Lu Yin withdrew his hand, looking down from his elevated position at the limp figure sprawled on the ground. Unable to move, he brutally stamped on the injured cheek, declaring, "You shall forever be my servant. For this lifetime, do not entertain thoughts of rebellion." This declaration etched itself deeply into his mind, haunting him in the midnight hours, often stirring him awake. Lu Yin, too, seemingly recalled this unpleasant memory, for the first time experiencing a sentiment known as regret. He truly should not have treated Il that way. He felt remorse. Chapter 5. Apologizing to my female, Lord, I am sorry. Lu Yin earnestly apologized, fully aware of the immense pain he had inflicted upon Il. A pang of sorrow struck his heart as he realized that apart from this apology, he could conceive of no other means of atonement. The die was cast. No words could amend what had transpired. Before Il, all attempts at reparations seemed futile. My lord, how could you ever be at fault? Is it the servant who has failed to please you? Il smiled, though his eyes betrayed a hint of vigilance and trepidation. There had never been a precedent for a sovereign to apologize to his female lord, leaving him perplexed as to Lu Yin's intentions. Was he planning to afford himself a chance for misstep, only to seek an excuse to punish him? Yet, did the sovereign require a pretext to punish him? With a mere utterance, he would find himself on his knees, dutifully accepting his penance. Lu Yin sighed deeply. He understood well that profound rifts are not forged in a day. This wisdom resonated in his heart. He thought to himself, no need to rush, take it slow. For the path of life is long, and he and Il have much time ahead. Thus, he chose to shift the conversation, saying, your female parent is quite worried about you. Recalling Ryan's anxious expression, he suggested, why not give him a video call? Il nodded, yes. After speaking, Lu Yin turned and departed from the hospital room, leaving the entire space to Il. One could easily surmise, even with the slightest effort, the depth of Il's wariness towards him. He was undoubtedly reluctant for Lu Yin to overhear his conversation with his female parent. Sighing softly, Lu Yin shed silent tears, knowing that he must endure the bitterness of his own mistakes. At this rate, when would he ever have the chance to embrace his sweet and soft wife for a peaceful slumber? Il watched as Lu Yin's silhouette gradually faded away and decided to call his female parent, Ryan, to assure him of his safety, not wanting to cause him any undue worry. The call rang for an extended period before being answered. Yet Ryan was far from the gentle and composed figure he had been earlier when seeking Lu Yin. He was slightly out of breath, beads of sweat glistening in his hair, and his complexion appeared somewhat pale. Il furrowed his brow. His male parent had struck his female parent again. Such scenes were not unfamiliar to Il. Throughout his childhood, he had lost count of the times he had witnessed his female parent endure beatings while protecting him, often coming perilously close to fainting. He understood that, despite being a general, his female parent was still subjugated by his male parent's incompetence. Il had often contemplated that he would prefer to perish on the battlefield or succumb to the collapse of his psyche from the absence of a male as comfort, rather than live a life akin to that of his female parent. However, he had never anticipated that his compatibility with Lu Yin would soar to an astonishing 90. A higher compatibility signified a greater likelihood of producing quality offspring. Given the scarcity of male insects, especially the higher-ranking ones, the insect race placed immense importance on procreation. Thus, he was forcibly matched with Lu Yin, with no escape. Yet, the elevated compatibility did not endear Lu Yin to him. Instead, it rendered him increasingly dependent on Lu Yin's mental energy, prompting an instinctive desire to draw closer to him. However, being inherently stoic, he struggled to win over his male counterpart's affection, often suppressing his physiological desires. He sighed deeply, truly perplexed by how this compatibility was determined. Are you well? Ryan inquired first from the video call. They tacitly avoided the topic of Ryan's mistreatment. I am well. Female parent. Illinois replied obediently with a nod. Are you currently in the hospital? Il retained his seated position on the bed, clad in a hospital gown, with the characteristic walls of a hospital room serving as the backdrop. Ryan felt a pang of fear, wondering if Lu Yin had indeed harmed his son to the point of hospitalization. After a moment's thought, Illinois replied, The doctor mentioned that my male parent needs to stay in the hospital for a few more days, and he arranged for a full examination for me as well. The thoughts of male insects are notoriously elusive, and Ryan did not dwell on it further, observing Aiel's normal complexion and the absence of any visible injuries, concluding that things were likely not too dire. And what of your male parent? Ryan gathered from Aiel's words that Lu Yin was presumably still at the hospital. He stepped out. Ryan felt a sharp pain in his head, pressing his forehead in frustration. Then why aren't you hastening to attend to him? Why are you just sitting there? It baffled him how his son could be so oblivious to the ways of winning over a male insect. How had he ended up with such a muddle-headed child, causing him daily concern? As realization dawned upon Aiel, he promptly agreed and hastily ended the video call, rushing outside to seek out Lu Yin. This time, Lu Yin was remarkably easy to locate, quietly seated in the pavilion of the hospital garden, eyes closed in repose. The hour was now approaching dusk, the sun dipping below the horizon, casting an orange-red glow that illuminated Lu Yin's face. His hair fell softly around him, rendering him even more endearing in the eyes of Aiel. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Illinois knelt beside Lu Yin, positioning his knees at a proper angle. Your Majesty. Lu Yin opened his eyes, placing his hands gently on Aiel's arms, and softly inquired, Why are you kneeling again? The ground is cold. Please rise. He pulled Aiel beside him to sit, leaning against Aiel's embrace, encircling Aiel's waist. Returning to the insect realm, everything felt familiar, yet strangely foreign. Only the presence of this female insect beside him grounded Lu Yin in reality. The scent of jasmine wafted from Aiel, and Lu Yin buried his head in the crook of Aiel's neck, inhaling deeply. Ah, the fragrance of a jasmine-scented queen is truly delightful. Aiel, however, was not in such a pleasant state. Confined in the punitive facility, he had gone several days without sustenance, and his abdomen ached intolerably, his stomach protesting against its master. Yet his formidable endurance masked any unusual signs from Lu Yin. Aiel pressed firmly on his abdomen, attempting to alleviate the discomfort through sheer force. Lu Yin's attention remained solely on Aiel, and he soon noticed Aiel's subtle gesture, chuckling lightly. Are you hungry? Il est fast flushed, stammering, and no. Lu Yin was unconvinced by this feeble lie, immediately grasping Aiel's hand and declaring, I shall take you to eat. Following Lu Yin's lead, Illinois rose, and the two insects swiftly made their way to the dining hall. Upon entering, they were met with the sounds of angry exclamations and the clattering of dishes. Is there a brawl in the kitchen? Unaware, Lu Yin kept his head down when suddenly a glass cup hurtled toward him. Il instinctively intervened, the glass striking his hand instead, sparing Lu Yin from a potentially grievous injury. Lu Yin quickly seized Aiel's hand, noticing the redness that had blossomed upon it. Shards of porcelain embedded in the skin. Aiel nonchalantly extracted the fragments, a few drops of blood emerging before vanishing, leaving his hand pristine once more. Lu Yin watched in alarm. Irritation welled within him as he directed his gaze toward the source of the glass, a corpulent male insect, whose eyes had narrowed to slits in his fury, unleashing his wrath. At the feet of the rotund male knelt three female insects, heads bowed, one of whom bled from her scalp, the result of a suppression ring preventing immediate recovery, blood dripping steadily. The overweight male insect continued to mutter irritably, gesturing at the scattered shards. What is this? This is truly inedible. Nearby, a female insect dressed as a chef bowed apologetically. I sincerely apologize, my lord. It was a lapse in our duties. Please accept our apologies. Upon noticing that he had struck an insect, the male bug glanced over and, upon realizing that it was the female bug who was injured, turned his head away and continued to berate. Lu Yin, incensed by this attitude, took several steps forward and seized the collar of the male bug, demanding, You have harmed my female companion. Apologize at once. The stout male bug assessed Lu Yin, noting that he was considerably taller, which instilled a modicum of fear within him. However, due to his pride as a male bug, he could not bring himself to apologize to a lowly female. Thus, he maintained an arrogant demeanor, retorting, What did you say? A lowly female insect dares to expect an apology from me? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yin delivered a kick, sending him crashing into the corner, where he rolled on the ground, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. All the insects ceased their activities, covertly glancing in this direction, leaving only the cries of the stout male bug echoing in the cafeteria. While it was not uncommon for male bugs to strike females, witnessing a male bug assault another male was rare. They dared not openly gawk, but could only steal furtive glances. The commotion drew the attention of the principal, and Lu Yin soon realized that the doctor who had insisted on his hospitalization was, in fact, the director of the central hospital. Gasping for breath, with a few strands of hair seemingly lost, the director approached with an air of respect, inquiring, "Esteemed gentlemen, may I ask what has transpired? Everything is a result of our oversight. I implore you to temper your tempers." Lu Yin spoke first. "He injured my female companion, and I demand he apologize." The director, perplexed, scrutinized Il, failing to observe any visible injury. Disregarding their concerns, Lu Yin reached down, hoisting the stout male bug from the ground, insisting, "No more words, apologize." The stout male bug, being a B-class male, had been coddled from a young age and regarded females with disdain. To apologize to a female was more unbearable than death itself. Lu Yin delivered another kick, causing the stout bug to roll on the ground once more, this time too pained to utter a sound. The three female bugs kneeling on the ground wished to intervene, but were deterred by a mere glance from Il, whose imposing presence as a major still held sway. You bully insects too much. I shall lodge a complaint with the Male Protection Association." The male bug stammered, attempting to regain some semblance of defiance. Lu Yin looked down upon him, reiterating with unwavering authority, "Apologize." Fearful, the male bug understood that should he continue to resist, Lu Yin might indeed beat him to death here. Trembling, he stood up, averted his gaze, and reluctantly approached Il, muttering an insincere apology. At last, Lu Yin relented, turning to grasp Il's hand, his face alight with a radiant smile, a stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. "Cool, let us dine," he said, leading Il around the disarrayed scene as they made their way to the dining hall. His female companion was still hungry, and he had no time to waste on trivialities with the stout male bug. Unlike males who would flock to the hospital at the slightest ailment, females rarely sought medical attention unless a vital part, such as their wings, was injured. Thus, the hospital's meals were predominantly prepared for the males, abundant and varied. Lu Yin initially intended for Il to rest while he fetched some food, but Il persistently insisted on accompanying him, expressing his reluctance to stay behind. Thus, Lu Yin had no choice but to bring him along. He turned to Il and inquired what he desired to eat. Il shook his head, indicating that anything would suffice. Lu Yin strained to recall what delicacies the insect race might offer, but after a prolonged effort, he could not summon any appetizing memories. He settled on 2 portions of what appeared to be palatable star beast meat sets and returned to sit opposite Il. However, after just one bite, Lu Yin found himself unable to continue. He nearly choked, and if not for Il's presence, he would have expelled the food from his mouth. The cuisine of the insect race was notoriously subpar, leading him to question whether the advancements in technology had come at the expense of culinary skill. Had he never visited Earth, it might have been easier to endure, but having savored so many exquisite dishes there, enduring this was an act of cruelty. It truly is easier to descend from luxury to simplicity than vice versa. Noticing his discomfort, Il inquired if something was amiss with the Lord. Seeing Il relish his meal, Lu Yin quickly pushed his plate toward him, insisting, "I am not unwell. I'm simply not hungry. Please, enjoy your meal." Il accepted the plate, perplexed, and asked if the food was unpalatable, offering to fetch something else. He had intended to refer to himself in a subservient manner, but, recalling Lu Yin's earlier words, opted to use I instead. He subtly shifted his position, ready to kneel and apologize should Lu Yin's expression falter. Lu Yin, however, remained unresponsive, feeling a bit lethargic and unwilling to engage further. "No need to fetch anything. I assure you, I am not hungry." The insect cuisine held little appeal, and he knew he would find no solace in alternatives. "I must leave this hospital," Lu Yin thought fervently. "If I remain here any longer, I shall surely starve." To avoid becoming the first male insect in history to perish from hunger, he resolved to disregard the director's expectations. Chapter 6, You Like Me? The master of this household, Lu Yin, feeling guilty, averted his gaze from the director's expectant eyes, and amid the latter's restrained fury, he hurriedly completed the discharge procedures with ILR. Upon entering his home, a round-headed robot greeted him, proclaiming, "Welcome back, master." This multifunctional steward was a common sight in nearly every household among the insect race. Lu Yin affectionately patted its head and took Aielloy's hand, registering his fingerprint. From this day forth, you two are the master of this household, endowed with privileges equal to mine. The little robot, responding to the command, glided over to Aielr, greeting him, "Hello, master. Welcome home." Aielr's eyes widened in astonishment. He had previously only been granted access to the basement and kitchen, with all other areas off limits. The complete access to all privileges was unprecedented, even for the most favored of queens. Observing Ailer's astonished demeanor, Lu Yin could not help but smile to himself, thinking, "Today is yet another day to delight my beloved." Back in his home among the insect race, Lu Yin found himself dissatisfied with every aspect of his surroundings, especially in the room. The heavy curtains completely shrouded the windows, casting a dim and shadowy gloom that could easily warp one's spirits after prolonged exposure. Everything needed to be replaced, including the female overseer and the robotic assistant. Resolute in his decision to remodel the space, he immediately began to envision improvements in his mind. Particularly in the bedroom, he yearned for a large, plush bed, a haven for playful moments with Aiel. Midway through his planning, a rumbling sound interrupted him. Lu Yin awkwardly covered his abdomen. He was genuinely hungry. The delicate physique of a male insect could hardly withstand hunger, and after lying in the hospital for so long, coupled with the tumultuous events at the Male Guardian Association, it was a wonder he had managed to endure thus far. Aiel's face paled, and with a resounding thud, he dropped to his knees. Trembling, he repeatedly bowed his head, pleading for forgiveness. "I have erred. I shall prepare your meal at once. I implore your mercy." Aiel felt he had been utterly remiss today, though the male sovereign showed him compassion and chose not to dwell on his mistakes. He could not take his favor for granted and continue to err. Such behavior would warrant punishment in any household of male insects. Lu Yin felt a wave of frustration, and by the time he gathered his senses, Illinois had already struck his forehead several times, leaving it red and swollen. His formidable self-healing abilities unable to keep pace with his recovery. Quick to act, Lu Yin crouched down and placed his hand beneath Aiel's head. Then, with a cry of surprise, Aiel's head struck his hand with force, causing tears to stream from his eyes. "Damn, that hurts." His hand acted faster than his mind, as he momentarily forgot that he was currently unable to bear any weight or exert himself. Naturally, Lu Yin only dared to curse inwardly, maintaining an outward facade of calm while gritting his teeth, determined not to let Aiel perceive any hint of distress. Otherwise, given Aiel's temperament, he could only imagine the frightful consequences. Lu Yin yawned, concealing the reality of his pain. In truth, Illinois had already forgotten his fear, consumed by worry for his sovereign's injury, believing it to be his fault. He hurriedly blew on Lu Yan's hand and retrieved his holographic device. Intent on calling the central hospital once more, Lu Yin grabbed his wrist, swiftly quashing this perilous notion. Forcefully seizing the holographic device from him, he smiled nonchalantly, assuring him, "It's nothing, really, not painful at all." Lu Yin resolved never to return to that wretched place, not in this lifetime. Aiel, like a startled bird, remained on the ground, uncertain of what to do. Lu Yin attempted to intimidate him. "Do you understand why I am injured?" Realization began to dawn on Aiel, and he felt a wave of fear wash over him, uncertain of the punishment that awaited him. Would he truly lose his wings and be relegated to a common female servant? Given the gravity of his missteps today, it seemed a fitting consequence. He cautiously raised his eyes to meet Lu Yan's stern gaze. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, he was certain his sovereign would not resort to such measures. With Lu Yin awaiting his response, Illinois dared not delay, offering a tentative reply, his voice barely a whisper. "Is it because I accidentally harmed you?" Lu Yin observed Aiel stealing glances at him, and a wave of amusement washed over him. He had initially perceived his female counterpart as a serene beauty, aloof and stern, rigid even in intimate moments, seemingly at a loss for how to endear herself to him. To his surprise, there were moments when she appeared quite endearing. Merely standing there, without any effort, was enough to entice Liu Yan. He quietly commended himself for managing to soothe her nerves. With a gentle touch, he grazed the tip of Aiel's nose, playfully asserting that it was she who should not kneel. Kneeling will only cause me pain. Will you dare to kneel again in the future? Il, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the connection between his kneeling and the potential suffering of the male sovereign. Moreover, wasn't it customary for a female to kneel before her male counterpart? Yet, the male sovereign's words were never mistaken, so he could only dumbly nod, acknowledging that he would no longer kneel. Satisfied, Liu Yan nodded and squatted down to embrace Aiel, teasingly suggesting that if she wished to kneel, she ought to do so on the bed. With that, he patted her shoulder and proceeded toward the kitchen, leaving Aiel blushing and dazed in his wake. Liu Yan had little faith in Aiel's culinary skills. One might argue that no creature in the entire insect race could prepare a meal worthy of consumption. It was far better for him to take matters into his own hands. At least he wouldn't poison himself with his own cooking. However, unbeknownst to him, Illinois, crimson-faced and contemplative, harbored thoughts of her own. Upon entering the kitchen, Liu Yan rummaged through the supplies. Fortunately, despite his previous unreliability, the essentials were intact. He scooped several spoonfuls of flour, intending to make noodles. The insect race had limited culinary resources. Most females relied on nutrient solutions for their physiological needs, while males consumed star beast meat, with few willing to explore the art of gastronomy like humans. Thus, the available ingredients were scarce. Eventually, Liu Yan managed to uncover a piece of star beast meat and a few mushrooms. It would suffice for a meal, and he resolved to order more ingredients and furniture from the Star Network to transform the place afterward. He also retrieved a bottle of wine from home to eliminate the gamey taste of the star beast meat. With deft hands, he kneaded the dough, swiftly slicing it into long, delicate noodles that lay upon the countertop. Just as he heated the oil, Illinois could no longer contain herself. She had been anxiously watching the male sovereign's every move, her heart racing as he wielded the knife. When she realized he was preparing to use oil and fire, she could bear it no longer. Just as she attempted to intervene, Liu Yan pushed her out of the kitchen. With a click, he locked the kitchen door, ensuring no one could disturb him while he crafted his culinary masterpiece. 20 minutes later, Illinois finally awaited the sovereign's emergence. She exhaled in relief, inspecting him closely to ensure he had not been harmed. Standing by his side, she served him his meal. However, Liu Yan abruptly pulled Aiel toward him, seating her in the chair opposite him. Aiel, as if propelled by springs beneath her, instantly stood up upon touching the chair, leaving Liu Yan unable to restrain her. Damn it, it's truly infuriating. Starting tomorrow, he shall engage in physical exercise. Otherwise, he would be unable to subdue Aiel even in bed. He gestured towards his thigh and then indicated the chair beside him, presenting a choice. Either sit here while I feed you, or sit there and eat on your own. The choice is yours. Aiel's face flushed crimson once more, his earlobes even more so, as being cradled in the arms of the dominant one and fed was utterly mortifying. Reluctantly, he took a seat in the chair, grasped the chopsticks, and scooped up a mouthful of noodles. Simultaneously, he resolved that regardless of how unpalatable the food prepared by the dominant one might be, he would swallow it all to prevent causing disappointment. As the first bite entered his mouth, he was so taken aback by the deliciousness that he doubted his sense of taste had not been lost. The meat of the star beast, having been marinated to eliminate its gamey flavor and stewed with mushrooms, was so fresh it nearly made his eyebrows rise in delight. The noodles were delightfully chewy, mingling with the broth, making him wish to swallow his own tongue. Liu Yan felt a surge of pride within, wanting to give his beloved a little surprise, especially after Aiel had previously dismissed his culinary skills. Aiel finished the noodles in just a few bites, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he lowered his head. Liu Yan chuckled softly, realizing his cooking was indeed quite commendable. He was determined to make his beloved a bit plumper. He then casually washed some fruits and cut them into small pieces, taking one and offering it to Aiel. Aiel stood up, opened his mouth to receive it, inadvertently taking Lu Yan's fingertip as well. As his tongue curled around it, Lu Yan felt a warm sensation at his fingertip. Ah, his beloved truly was a temptation. He was at the brink of losing control. Chapter 7. Allow the servant to attend to you in the deep of night. Lu Yan emerged from his bath, his upper body bare, and his lower half casually wrapped in a towel. As he dried his hair, he contemplated that he might still be a nightmare for Il. After all, their past experiences in bed were not particularly pleasant for Il. Hence, he granted Il ample time to adjust, not rushing into anything. Previously, Il had resided in the damp, cold basement he had carelessly pointed out. This time, Lu Yan darkly instructed the mechanical insects to permanently seal the basement, never to be used again. He also directed them to prepare the secondary bedroom for Il to reside in. Satisfied, he surveyed the bright, spacious room, nodding in approval. His wife deserved to dwell in such a place. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret, knowing it would be quite some time before his wife could shed her psychological burden. The days of holding her close in slumber felt infinitely distant. Lost in thought, he pulled back the covers, only to find a creature nestled within, its body radiating a soft pink hue, utterly enchanting. Il knelt on the bed, draped in a sheer veil, his eyes glistening with moisture, exuding an irresistible softness. Lu Yan stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing in a haze of shock. "What are you doing?" After a prolonged silence, he finally found his voice. Il gazed at him, boldly nuzzling his cheek against Lu Yan's arm, softening his tone. "My lord, I am here to serve you. Please indulge in my offerings. I remember you instructed me to kneel upon the bed." Lu Yan felt a shiver run down his spine, never imagining that his casual jest would be taken seriously by Il. He was acutely aware that for someone as sensitive as Il, the act of lowering oneself to seek his favor was an audacious step. Il had cast aside all sense of propriety and dignity to plead with him. Should he refuse, it would be a devastating blow for Il. He first pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of Il's lips, akin to the sweetness of jelly. It was Il's first experience of such intimate affection from the dominant male, causing him to shyly turn away. A soft laughter emanated from Lu Yan, seemingly mocking Il's naivety. As he playfully flirted and then withdrew, Lu Yan then drew the curtains, enclosing them within the confines of a private space. Il's heart raced uncontrollably, and he struggled to calm himself, fearing to incite the dominant male's ire. Memories of painful past experiences flooded his mind, and he realized that Lu Yan lacked a suitable means to assert control. Thus, he reached beneath the pillow to retrieve a hidden dagger he had stashed away. Lu Yan, captivated by the beauty of his partner, was oblivious to Il's sudden production of a knife, sharp enough to inflict severe harm. Il thrust the dagger into Lu Yan's hand, as if to say, "Please." Pain surged in Lu Yan's heart as he recalled how he had once wielded such weapons against Il. He watched as Il lay on the ground, unable to rise, tugging at his hair and delivering a few kicks, punishing him to kneel on the cold floor for an entire night. He realized the error of his ways, understanding that his education in the insect world had been fundamentally flawed. He discarded the whip carelessly and whispered into Il's ear that such implements would no longer find a place in their home. In the face of Il's incredulous gaze, Lu Yan leaned in for a kiss that was far more profound than the previous one. One kiss followed another, infused with the fragrance of bamboo emanating from his pheromones. Il felt lightheaded, overwhelmed by the intensifying atmosphere, soon unable to ponder why the dominant male had refrained from punishing him that day. Before long, he could no longer think, gripping Lu Yan's arm tightly as he succumbed to the intoxicating allure of his whispers. All pleas for mercy were stifled within him, and ultimately, he fainted. The mingling scents of jasmine and bamboo wafted throughout the room. Lu Yan tenderly kissed the unconscious female, gradually entering his mental realm. Due to their profound compatibility, Il's mental defenses were almost non-existent against Lu Yan. Initially, all he encountered was darkness, followed by a tempest that offered no respite. Was it true that Il endured such torment daily? For the first time, Lu Yan grasped the dire condition of Il's mental realm, his heart swelling with compassion. He delved into Il's psyche, meticulously untangling the chaos, just managing to stave off the impending collapse. He embraced the unconscious Il, allowing him to rest against his chest, realizing that such moments would need to be repeated often in the future. The excessive strain on his mental faculties left Lu Yin feeling utterly fatigued. He stifled a yawn and succumbed to slumber. A peaceful night ensued. The following morning, he was roused by a small robotic insect. With its rotund head, the creature informed Lu Yin that there were guests at home. He yawned once more, stretched languidly, and turned to see that Il had yet to awaken. The slight furrow in her brow indicated that her slumber was anything but tranquil. He pressed the robotic creature's head, threateningly admonishing it not to disturb Il, lest he dismantle it. The robot squirmed reluctantly, responding with a pitiful acquiescence. Reluctantly, Lu Yin rose from bed to answer the door, pondering who could be so inconsiderate as to interrupt his and his wife's rest at such an early hour. When he opened the door with a stoic expression, he was met by a young female insect he did not recognize, her countenance reflecting despair. Did they know each other? What was with that expression? Clad in military attire, she addressed him formally, "Good day, Your Excellency. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Zhuan, an officer under the Major General. The military has urgent news that must be conveyed to him at once." Zhuan, a longtime subordinate of Il, had fought alongside her in numerous battles, having been saved by her on several occasions. Their bond was extraordinary. Ever since he learned of Il's confinement in the punishment chamber of the Xiongbao Society, he had been consumed by anxiety, unable to eat or sleep. Due to his close relationship with Il, he was acutely aware of the hardships she faced since their marriage, frequently subjected to punishment in the basement without any mental reprieve. He also understood the volatile nature of her mate, Lu Yin, one of the few Class A males, who was notoriously difficult to engage with. After hearing that Il had been released, he could no longer contain himself and rushed over, desperate to ascertain her well-being. To his dismay, it was Lu Yin who opened the door. His heart sank. If Il were well, it was inconceivable that Lu Yin would be the one to answer. The only plausible explanation was that Il was gravely injured, incapacitated even to perform such a minor task. Thinking the worst, he feared that Il might have already met with misfortune. Zhuan forced out a smile that was more wretched than joyful, mustering the courage to greet Lu Yin. "Huh?" Lu Yin exclaimed, bewildered. Was this subordinate of Il's mentally unhinged? Such odd behavior, oscillating between laughter and tears. Nevertheless, as a dutiful mate, he felt compelled to honor the presence of his guest and usher her inside with proper hospitality. Thus, Zhuan, trembling with trepidation, settled onto the sofa of her superior's home, watching as Lu Yin himself poured her a glass of water with remarkable patience, explaining that Il was unwell and still in bed, asking her to wait a moment while he fetched her. Zhuan's heart plummeted. Indeed, he had been right. This Lu Yin was undoubtedly a nefarious character. His poor superior had been subjected to torment to the point of unconsciousness. Tears welled in his heart, yet he maintained a facade of politeness, nodding and replying, "Thank you, Your Excellency." At that moment, as Lu Yin rose, another knock resonated at the door. Zhuan hesitated to trouble Lu Yin and swiftly opened the door, revealing the imposing figures of the work insect from the Male Protection Association. They strode in with an air of authority, colliding with Zhuan as they approached Lu Yin, presenting their credentials. "Your Excellency, your consort has been accused of intentional harm by the male insects. We are obliged to arrest him in accordance with the law." Zhuan's heart sank entirely. Lu Yin had once again summoned the Male Protection Association's insects. Would his pitiful superior be sent to the correctional facility once more? Without a second thought, he instinctively knelt, pleading for Ear's reprieve, imploring Lu Yin not to permit Ear's return to that dreadful place, even offering to take his place. Just as his knees were about to touch the ground, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Several insects turned their gaze towards the sound. Ear stood at the top of the stairs, clad in pajamas, his eyes still heavy with sleep, clearly appearing as though he had just risen. His hair was slightly disheveled, and he looked dazed and confused, unable to comprehend why there were suddenly so many insects in his home. Lu Yin remarked, "Your consort is simply adorable." Zhuan gasped. "He is still alive?" The work insects exclaimed, Why is he only just getting up? Chapter 8. I beg you. Allow me to return to the military. When awakened that morning, he realized the male sovereign was already gone. A fleeting moment of panic washed over him. He was uncertain where the other person had gone, though the warmth of their presence still lingered beside him. This reassured him somewhat, as it suggested the departure had been recent. He got out of bed, feeling a dull ache in his waist, only to collapse back on a mattress. Mortified, he buried his face in the pillow, recalling his foggy, fainting episode from the night before. It was said that male insects lacked stamina. How could he have been so utterly drained by the male sovereign? In the end, it was the sovereign who had cradled him and coaxed him into tidying up, who had deceived him. Such embarrassment. He wished fervently to avoid any insects. After a moment of sulking in bed, he heard the sound of the front door opening, signaling the arrival of guests. The male sovereign's guests had arrived, and here he was, the consort, still tucked in bed. Hastily, he dressed and descended to greet them, only to find his old subordinate and dear friend, Zunua, along with the work insects from the Male Protection Association, with Lu Yin as well. The three insects sat together, their collective gaze fixed upon him, creating an unmistakable aura of awkwardness. Was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how these three had come to be together. However, a sense of foreboding tightened in his chest. He understood Zunua far too well. His mature and composed friend would never have come directly to his home without significant cause, especially considering Lu Yan's presence. It dawned on him that something was amiss at the military. Hurried down the stairs, but with the work insects from the Male Protection Association present. He could not immediately inquire about the situation from Zunua. He approached Lu Yin earnestly, kneeling at his feet. It is my fault for not rising earlier to serve you. Please, punish me. Before Lu Yin could respond, the work insect from the Male Protection Association reacted with startling intensity. Indeed, it is quite outrageous that you summoned the esteemed Lord Xiong to the door. The worker bug, filled with indignation, accused you of premeditated harm and requested your presence for a brief inquiry. As he prepared to restrain you with handcuffs, he reassured Lu Yin, rest assured, my lord, we shall compensate you with several more obedient female bugs. In an instant, Er's face drained of color. Firstly, he was perplexed as to when he had ever plotted against a male bug. Secondly, he understood that entering under such an accusation would surely lead to dire consequences. Could it be that the male sovereign was dissatisfied with his performance last night, fabricating such a charge? A wave of despair washed over him, and his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was only Lu Yan's supportive hand that prevented him from falling completely. With tears brimming in his eyes, he gazed up at Lu Yin, clutching the hem of his garment with a gentle grip, and stammered, my lord, I beseech you, do not send me away. I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit, be it the whip or the dagger, whatever pleases you. He hastily added, I still have my wings. They can be quite entertaining if you wish to play. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, knowing that the arrival of the male protection group heralded nothing but trouble. With a resigned sigh, he helped Er to the sofa, kissing his hair softly, and whispered words of comfort. It's all right. Do not be afraid. Leave this to me. He was not oblivious. He recognized that Er's subordinate, Zunua, was still present. Seeing him kneel in front of his own subordinates surely wounded Er's pride. Leaning closer to Er's ear, he stroked his head gently and continued in soothing tones. It was not I who summoned them. Rest assured. You shall not be taken away. Remain here. You need not go anywhere. The wings of the female bugs are their sharpest weapons, allowing them to soar through the skies and fend off adversaries. Yet, they are also their most vulnerable trait. While limbs can regenerate, wings cannot. Once lost, they are rendered mere remnants of their former selves. Furthermore, the wings are laden with nerves, making them exponentially more sensitive to pain than other body parts. If Er had not ventured from Earth, he would still be that impulsive and unreasonable creature. Did he understand the suffering he would endure by entrusting his wings to another? Lu Yin rose, leaving the male protection group with a single command. Leave. Go as far away as possible. He wished never to encounter this group of bugs again in his lifetime. They were of little utility other than to complicate matters, scaring Er, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, into such a state. The worker bug, sensing Lu Yan's ire, felt an overwhelming urge to depart immediately. Yet, recalling the B-class male bug who had accused the heir, he steeled himself to remain. Esteemed Lord Lu Yan, the accuser of your female lord is also a male bug. Thus, we must adhere to protocol. I implore your understanding. Were they never to cease? Lu Yan's displeasure was palpable, reflected in his demeanor as he coldly inquired, "Which fool dares to trouble my female lord?" The diligent worker promptly bowed respectfully, stating that he was a member of the Coster family and accusing your lady of injuring him in the restaurant of the Imperial Hospital. Lu Yan strived to recall and realized that the Coster family was indeed one of the 4 prominent families of the empire. Although their influence was not as formidable as the Lu family, it was still considerable. The only one who had clashed with Il at the Imperial Hospital was likely that overweight male insect from that day. Identifying the culprit, Lu Yan fixed his gaze firmly on the worker, enunciating each word. "Listen well, that male insect was harmed by me, and it has nothing to do with my lady. If you wish to press charges, let him do so against me. I shall comply to the fullest extent. Now be gone at once." Seeing Lu Yan protectively shielding, the worker recognized that he would not achieve his goal today and could only retreat in defeat. He inwardly cursed Il, deeming him a despicable insect who had entangled himself in matters of indiscretion. Deeply envious of Il, he wondered why Il, being of the same kind, received such profound favor from a male insect. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to heed the male insect's words and, before departing, bowed deeply to Lu Yan. "My apologies, Lord Lu Yan, for our intrusion. Please forgive us." He cast a fleeting glance at Il. "Should you have any grievances with the female insect, do not hesitate to reach out to us." Lu Yan replied without hesitation, "I am exceedingly satisfied with my lady. Should you return, I shall file a complaint." Once the worker departed, only the 3 of them remained. Il sighed in relief as the crisis dissipated. Reflecting on the male's obvious protection, warmth spread through his heart. Indeed, the male seemed to harbor some affection for him. Overjoyed, he couldn't help but break into a radiant smile, gazing intently at Lu Yan. Wishing to kiss him on the spot, Il nuzzled his cheek against Lu Yan's palm, murmuring, "My lord, thank you for believing in me." Lu Yan's throat tightened. Was this not a blatant provocation? Memories from the previous night flashed through his mind, igniting a desire to claim Il right then and there. However, given that Zhuan was still present, he restrained himself somewhat. Gently caressing Il's cheek, Lu Yan said, "Be good. We will discuss matters later. For now, focus on your work." He nodded courteously at Zhuan before ascending the stairs. Lu Yan pondered that since they were to discuss military secrets, it was better for him not to eavesdrop. Zhuan thought to himself, "Am I being a bit of an obstacle?" Ignoring this absurd notion, he convinced himself that Lu Yan refrained from punishing Il due to his presence, fearing that once he left, Il's situation would become precarious. Zhuan gazed at Lu Yan's retreating figure, growing increasingly sorrowful, and only after Lu Yan had vanished completely did he collapse onto Il, weeping profusely. Il frowned tightly, evading him to prevent his tears and snot from staining his attire. With a serious expression, he scolded, "What are you doing? Is there not a shred of decorum left?" Zhuan sobbed, "I thought I would never see you again." Il, with a frown, took a step back, yet a smile he was unaware of crept onto his lips, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, my lord is quite well." As he witnessed his former superior falling into the throes of love, Zhuan immediately stifled his tears, feeling as if he had just consumed a mouthful of dog food. Had he known, he would have refrained from concerning himself with such trivialities. Il inquired if he had come, because something significant had transpired at the military headquarters. It was only then that Zhuan assumed a serious demeanor. He had come to ascertain Il's safety, and secondly, there were indeed matters at the military that required Il's intervention. Il was acutely aware that the situation was grave, and his expression darkened with worry. He pondered whether the emperor would permit him to return to work. Chapter 9. How should he entice the emperor? Once Zhuan departed, Il remained in place, lost in thought. He rested his forehead on his hand, contemplating how he might persuade the emperor to allow him to return to the military. Time was of the essence, It would be best to resolve this matter today. Recalling the emperor's demeanor from the previous night, he wondered if perhaps the emperor still held some interest in his physical form. However, how could he entice the emperor? He was adept at piloting spacecraft through the cosmos and could effortlessly repel enemies. Yet he had not mastered the art of winning the emperor's favor. Liu Yan was oblivious to Aiel's inner turmoil as he busily tended to his home. He had ordered a plethora of furniture online and purchased numerous vegetable and flower seeds. As an esteemed A-class male insect, the dwelling allocated to him by the insect race came complete with a garden. Previously, he had indulged in a life of excess, living each day in a haze, never contemplating the upkeep of a garden. Now, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he felt a deep yearning for this pastoral lifestyle, which had been unattainable due to exorbitant real estate prices. As a poor soul, he could scarcely afford it. At last, he could showcase his skills and enhance his living environment. Looking at the array of vegetable seeds, he nodded in satisfaction. With these, he would have ingredients and could create a variety of delectable dishes, freeing himself from the miserable fare of the insect race. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became, his hands moving faster in excitement. Thus, Illinois observed the emperor, smiling and diligently digging in the garden. He found himself increasingly perplexed by the emperor's thoughts, yet it was a relief that the emperor appeared to be in good spirits. Liu Yan pointed to a large expanse of land, dreaming aloud with Aiel, suggesting they build a swing there, so they could sway back and forth after dinner while watching the sunset. For a fleeting moment, Illinois felt a sense of disorientation. Could he truly live such a serene life? Did the emperor before him merit his heartfelt devotion? No. He shook his head internally, forcing himself to remain grounded. Regardless of the emperor's recent kindness, the shadows of past indifference and merciless torment still loomed in his heart. History had shown him that all female insects who fell in love with their male counterparts often met a tragic end. The best outcome was a lonely old age, while the worst could lead to inciting the wrath of the male insects, resulting in confinement in a punishment chamber or even becoming a public female slave. The affection of a male insect often arrived swiftly, only to depart just as quickly. Though he could not comprehend the emperor's fixation on tilling the earth, he understood that he had needs to fulfill and thus must present himself with a semblance of obedience. Thus, he sensibly accepted the hoe from Liu Yan's hands, obediently stating, "Your Majesty, allow me to assist." Liu Yan wiped the sweat from his brow. After a night's rest, the scent of jasmine emanating from Yer had intensified, mingled with his own pheromones, greatly satisfying his possessive desires. He embraced Yer, inhaling deeply the fragrant aroma that enveloped him, akin to a delightful jasmine-flavored confection, sweet and tender, evoking a desire to savor it further. He then urged Yer to rest aside, questioning how such labor should befall his beloved. Yet, to Liu Yan's surprise, Yer unusually did not heed his request. To Yer's eyes, Liu Yan's pace in tilling the land resembled that of a sluggish snail, a task that could extend over 3 months without completion. Hesitantly, he suggested, "Your Majesty, you seem rather slow. Perhaps I should give it a try?" Immediately regretting his audacity, he chastised himself for overstepping, forgetting his place after a day of indulgence in the emperor's affection. He quickly knelt, the damp earth chilling against his knees, causing him to shudder. He scolded himself for being unable to endure such minor hardship. Bowing his head, he murmured, "Is my fault. Please punish me." Liu Yan was initially startled, then found himself bemused at the sight of the submissive queen kneeling before him. He lifted Yer up and handed him the hoe. "Very well. You take over." Consequently, he watched in astonishment as Yer swiftly turned over the entire garden. Once again, Liu Yan realized the vast disparity in their physical capabilities, trembling at the thought of how fortunate he was not to have been a complete rogue in the past. Otherwise, if Yer had ever reached his limit, he might have long ceased to exist in this world. As the sun began to set, a fine sheen of sweat adorned Yer's skin. He unfastened the top button of his shirt, exposing his collar. Droplets of sweat cascaded from his hair, tracing down his neck, ultimately disappearing beneath the collar. Liu Yan's gaze followed the trail of sweat, soon catching a glimpse of the tantalizingly exposed skin. Last night, as muffled pleas from Yer echoed in his ears, igniting a fervent restlessness within him, yearning for closeness with his queen. He envisioned holding Yi tightly, indulging in their intimacy. However, Yi, usually so perceptive, seemed oblivious to Lu Yan's discomfort, instead stepping closer. The scent of jasmine intensified. Yi, maintaining an appropriate distance, lowered his gaze and, with a hint of vulnerability, said, "Your Majesty, I apologize. My arms are rather sore. Would you be so kind as to massage them?" Boldly expressing his request, he cast furtive glances at Lu Yan, gauging his reaction. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan could not attend to anything else. He quickly grasped Yi's arm. The firm muscles felt resilient, yet, last night, had softened as if turned to water. The thin fabric barely separated their skin, and Lu Yan felt the heat radiating beneath his touch. He swallowed hard, increasingly captivated by the moment. A smile graced the corners of Yi's lips. Since last night, he has been acutely aware that the dominant male harbors a profound interest in his physique. According to his female parent, the most amiable moments with the dominant male often occur in bed. Thus, if he successfully appeases the dominant male, might he not be able to return to his duties at the military? With this thought in mind, he intensified his seductive efforts, casually allowing his lips to brush against Lu Yan's cheek. In truth, even without his active seduction, Lu Yan's resistance to him was nearly non-existent. Lu Yan grasped Yi's head and leaned in for a deep kiss. Their lips entwined, and Yi's gaze grew increasingly dazed. When Lu Yan finally released him, Yi instinctively clutched the hem of Lu Yan's garment, softly uttering, "Dominant male." This gesture ignited a longing within Lu Yan, who yearned to take immediate action. Yi, mustering his energy, seized the moment while the dominant male still showed interest. "Dominant male, there is an issue at the military. Could you permit me to continue my work?" He leaned in to kiss Lu Yan's Adam's apple, striving to appear submissive, pleading for his consent. However, Lu Yan felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, his mind suddenly clear. He had thought Yi was finally willing to set aside their grievances, only to realize it was merely his own wishful thinking. Yi intended to use his body to negotiate terms. What did Yi perceive him to be? And what did he consider himself? Anger and resentment surged within him, and his expression turned icy. Yi, sensing a chill in his heart, feared that perhaps his request had been excessive. Indeed, merely escaping from the female quarters was a stroke of fortune. How could he dare to hope for more? He raised his hand and struck himself across the face, only to have the dominant male grasp his wrist with fierce intensity. Lu Yan's gaze fixed on the imprint on Yi's face, as if his heart were being tightly clenched. Yi leaned closer, presenting his face within reach of Lu Yan's hand. Lu Yan's expression darkened further, heavy as if it could drown. Yet, Yi's eyes reflected confusion. Wasn't it natural to be punished for speaking out of turn? Why did the dominant male appear even more enraged? He neither allowed Yi to self-punish nor took action himself. The dominant male's thoughts were truly inscrutable. Lu Yan understood that he had acted too hastily. Yi had endured significant trauma that could not be mended in a day. He gently caressed Yi's silky hair and planted a soft kiss on his reddened cheek. "Be good, I won't strike you. If you wish to go, then go. I shall no longer impede you." Yet, he could not suppress the pang of bitterness within him. Did his kindness appear to Yi as nothing more than a weasel wishing the chicken well? He restrained his emotions, adopting a cooler demeanor towards Yi. "I will sign the consent for you to work, but it is late. You should rest." With that, he returned to the master bedroom, shutting the door with a definitive thud, seething in solitude. Chapter 10. I made a mistake. Could you come to my rescue? Yi stood before the master bedroom door for what felt like an eternity, awaiting the dawn. A pervasive sense of bitterness spread within his heart. The dominant male was indeed angered. Had he never received the dominant male's affection, he would have been able to endure the pain and withstand the male's wrath with relative ease. However, just a few days prior, the sovereign had treated him with such kindness that it led him to believe that perhaps a fragment of affection could be bestowed upon him. This kindness had kindled a flicker of hope for the days to come, yet he managed to ruin everything. He chuckled bitterly at himself. Indeed, a disobedient creature like him was unworthy of the sovereign's favor. Throughout the entire night, Illinois stood motionless before Lu Yan's door. He witnessed the coldness etched on the sovereign's face, which filled him with sorrow and a sense of injustice. He longed to be enveloped in the sovereign's warm embrace, to be soothed by gentle whispers, and even fantasized about being pinned beneath the sovereign, breathless from kisses. Yet, he lacked the courage to knock, fearing that the reception awaiting him was not the sovereign's warm embrace, but rather the sting of a cold whip. Unbeknownst to him, just a door away, Liu Yin was also sleepless, tossing and turning in bed, waiting for Il to relent. Even a single kind word would have been enough for him to forgive Il instantly. As the sun began to rise, its light filtering softly through the window, Liu Yin, having spent the entire night awake, clutched a pillow in frustration, mentally scolding Il 1,000 times over for being utterly devoid of romance. Why couldn't he simply express his desire to work? Did he resemble those malicious creatures who confine their partners at home, forbidding them from working? Moreover, such matters should be a source of mutual pleasure, not a mere bargaining tool for Il. Though he could patiently await Il's openness, he could not accept that Il's affection was merely a result of obligation or a desire for something in return. However, it was not long before he began to understand. Il was different. He had returned from Earth, where he had learned that mutual respect is paramount in a relationship, and Liu Yin could assure himself that he would never resort to punishment as he had in the past. Yet, Il remained unaware that his upbringing had ingrained in him the belief that only the sovereign's command holds weight, and expecting him to truly grasp the concept of love would take considerable time. After all, Illinois had just endured the tribulations of being confined to a correctional facility, and convincing him of his worthiness was no simple task. Realizing this, Liu Yin began to regret his sudden coldness towards Il, knowing that the foolish creature might concoct all sorts of wild thoughts. With this in mind, he hurriedly opened the door in search of Il, but despite searching the villa thoroughly, he could not find the familiar figure. He must have gone to work at the military. Liu Yin felt a pang of melancholy. On Il's first day back at work, he found himself missing him. At dawn, Illinois arrived at the military headquarters. Initially, he had intended to wait for the sovereign to awaken and offer his apologies, hoping to atone for the mistakes of the previous day. However, Zwen Nuo had sent numerous urgent messages, urging his prompt arrival, as the situation was escalating beyond control. Thus, he hastily gathered his things, casting a regretful glance at the closed bedroom door. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, he was quickly pulled into the office by Zwen Nuo, who appeared relieved. "Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, Liu Ran would have turned our military upside down." Il was not at all surprised. He had anticipated that some restless creatures would seize the opportunity to wreak havoc during his absence from the military. He allowed a cold sneer, his countenance austere and brimming with authority, instructing Liu Ran to come to my office. Il, the commander of the Third Army of the Empire, had recently found himself at the center of a sensational scandal, with news of his incarceration in a disciplinary facility trending across the Star Network. The entire insect populace buzzed with speculation about the possibility of his wings being severed, relegating him to the status of a public female slave. Subsequently, rumors circulated that he had been retrieved by a male insect, which reignited tales of his demise at the hands of this very male. Even when some attempted to dispel the rumors, asserting that he had indeed been carried home by a male insect, few were inclined to believe it. The notion of a male carrying a female was simply too ludicrous. Within the Third Army, tensions brewed beneath the surface. Although Il held the title of commander, commanding the obedience of all, there were many who resented him. They believed that despite his youth and the fortunate victories he had achieved, adorned with a few commendations, his swift rise to prominence was merely a consequence of his connection to his esteemed father, the General, Ryan. Particularly, Liu Ran, who was the cousin of Liu Yin, a favored scion of the prominent Liu family, felt no less worthy than Il. The Liu family, renowned for its stature, intended to elevate him to a significant position within the military, thereby consolidating their influence, which bolstered his confidence immensely. Conversely, Liu Ran was convinced that since Il had married into the Liu family, his primary allegiance should lie with them, urging him to abdicate in favor of more deserving candidates. To Liu Ran's dismay, whenever he broached this subject, Illinois remained impervious to his words, repeatedly cautioning him to recognize his place. Frustration simmered within Lu Ran, who resolved to make Il pay for his insolence. Thus, upon hearing of Il's misfortune, he swiftly rallied like-minded military females, intent on pressuring Il to step down. He even audaciously proposed that all governmental matters should be channeled through him before reaching Il's aid, Zwickau. The Third Army had descended into chaos, a veritable quagmire ripe for exploitation. Yet, as preparations were still underway and Zwickau staunchly obstructed their efforts, a full-blown coup had yet to materialize. To everyone's astonishment, Il returned swiftly and unscathed, his complexion radiant and his vitality seemingly enhanced. Lu Ran could not help but curse Lu Yen, feeling that he had been woefully ineffectual. Despite Il's significant blunder, Lu Yen had not seen fit to incapacitate him. With a stern expression, Il's S-rank female insect aura enveloped the room. Bearing down upon Lu Ran as he inquired in a deep voice, "Lu Ran, do you comprehend your errors?" Lu Ran, classified as an A rank, though only a step below, found himself woefully outmatched by Il's formidable prowess. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and he was perilously close to collapsing to the ground. The terrifying strength of an S-rank female insect incited within him a profound envy. Why was it Il who possessed the S-rank? Why did such fortune befall him? However, thoughts of Lu Yan's brutality somewhat assuaged his discontent. What did it matter how formidable Il was if he ultimately remained subservient to a male insect? Lu Ran exhibited no fear, deliberately suppressing the urge to kneel as he lounged casually on the sofa in Il's office, defiantly meeting Il's gaze. He showed utter disregard for Il's threats, challenging the esteemed Major General. "Do you truly possess the audacity to punish me? Behind me stands the Lu family, the very cornerstone of your sovereign. Do you suppose your lord would side with the family or with you?" Il recognized the truth in Lu Ran's words. To penalize him would equate to offending the Lu family. Consequently, Lu Yen would not let Il off lightly. Upon returning home, Il would face Lu Yan's wrath and the prospect of even harsher retribution. He might find himself confined in the disciplinary chamber, subjected to lashes until near death, and ordered never to step outside again. Alternatively, he could be punished by being made to kneel naked in the garden, a spectacle for the neighboring onlookers. There was also the chilling possibility of being reduced to a mere servant, gradually dismantling the pride that once defined him. Evidently, Illinois was not oblivious to these ramifications. However, failing to discipline Lu Ran would only embolden their insolence, allowing them to disrupt the military order with impunity. Such a scenario would prove far more difficult to rectify. After a brief moment of hesitation, Illinois made a resolute choice between his personal safety and the integrity of the Third Army. He determined to seize this opportunity to rectify the conduct within the ranks, stating sternly, "Lu Ran has openly violated regulations, inciting unrest. He shall be demoted by 3 ranks, and those who conspired with him shall also face demotion." The calm facade on Lu Ran's face shattered instantaneously. He abruptly rose from the sofa, pointing an accusatory finger at Il, seething with rage. You truly dare? Are you not afraid of the Lu family?" Il, unwilling to engage in further discussion, turned away, dismissively commanding, "Have you understood? If so, depart at once. Should you transgress again, your place in the Third Army will no longer exist." Fine, you will regret this." "I will ensure you do not have it easy," Lu Ran spat, emphasizing his words with a fierce tone before storming out in a fit of anger. Once he confirmed Lu Ran's departure, Illinois released a heavy sigh, collapsing onto the sofa. Internally, he was consumed by anxiety, having already displeased his sovereign the previous night. Now he was poised to add further distress. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. He had indeed failed to embody the role of a dutiful consort. Memories of the warmth shared with Lu Yen lingered in his mind, a poignant reminder that left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Surely this time, my sovereign will impose a severe punishment," he mused. As predicted, mere minutes later, a message arrived from the head of the Lu family. It consisted of a straightforward command: "Come to the Lu family estate now." Left with a sense of dread, Zwickau observed Il's expression, which was a portrait of despair. and leaned in to glance at his holographic display, his heart sinking. "Major General, do you intend to go?" he inquired. Il closed his eyes, softly responding, "Do I truly have a choice?" Following his marriage, all that Il was, including his very essence, became the possession of Lu Yen, the head of the Lu family, whose directives Il could not defy. With a serious gaze, he turned to Zhuan, declaring, "Before I depart, I shall leave an order recommending you as the next leader of the Third Army. Zhuan, this responsibility will soon be entrusted to you." Zhuan's head shook faster than a rattle drum as he rushed forward to embrace Il's thigh, pleading, "Oh no, please. Major General, how could I possibly survive without you?" He urged Il, "Why not send a message to Lord Lu Yen, asking him to come to the main residence to rescue you?" Il struggled to respond. "The sovereign was just angered by me. He has refused to see me all night. This time, he certainly would be unwilling to help." Zhuan's eyes brightened. "Are you saying that you have irritated Lord Lu Yen, and he has only chosen to ignore you for a single night?" Il nodded, expressing his distress. "The sovereign will surely never wish to associate with me again." Zhuan exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" "When a female attracts the sovereign's ire, they are typically punished and forced to kneel. What could Il possibly be dissatisfied with?" Zhuan recalled how Lord Lu Yen seemed to want to be inseparable from Il yesterday, a sentiment that appeared to be overlooked. Suddenly, he realized that both of them were hopelessly infatuated. Enough of this foolishness, he thought, exasperated by the fact that he was inadvertently consuming dog food while worrying unnecessarily about Il. For the females, everything revolved around the sovereign. As long as they could secure Lord Lu Yan's forgiveness and favoritism, what was the significance of the Lu family head? Thus, he maintained a stoic expression, suggesting, "Stop wallowing in despair here. Let your esteemed sovereign come to your aid." Il bit his lip, but ultimately opened his holographic device to locate Lu Yan's profile. The familiar cycle of sending and deleting ensued until he finally typed, "Sovereign, I have committed an error and must face punishment at the main residence. Could you possibly come to my rescue?" After sending the message, he stowed away his device and piloted his craft towards the Lu family's residence. Zhuan, on the other hand, relaxed on the sofa, wagering a star coin that the next day, Illinois would undoubtedly appear before him unscathed. Chapter 11. Another day of rushing to rescue the wife, Il stood in the grand hall of the Lu family estate. The opulence was overwhelming, adorned with an array of gems embedded in the seats, each one a treasure reflecting the family's wealth. At the head of the hall sat the patriarch of the Lu family, who was also Lu Yan's father. In his advanced years, he was perpetually lost in a haze of indulgence, prioritizing the company of various females each day, meting out both affection and reprimand. This lifestyle had left him with an unmistakable air of decay and an unpleasant odor. Throughout his life, he had taken numerous female attendants and concubines, producing a multitude of offspring. Yet, perhaps due to genetic issues, Lu Yen was the sole male heir, while the other females were of mediocre rank, with only Lu Ran qualifying as an A-class female. As the Lu family faced the prospect of dwindling lineage, the patriarch concentrated all resources and efforts on Lu Ran, leveraging the family's influence to facilitate his entrance into the Third Army, securing him a respectable position to preserve the family standing. However, Lu Ran's path was shadowed by Il, the esteemed commander of the Third Army. Il's prowess was evident, and his status remained unassailable. As long as Il did not voluntarily abdicate, Lu Ran would forever be unable to advance further. Initially, the head of the Lu family was deeply troubled, contemplating how to undermine Il, as he held a certain apprehension towards the general, Ryan, and dared not to engage in overt schemes. His covert attempts to hinder Il were effortlessly thwarted. Unexpectedly, Il ended up marrying Lu Yen, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Yen forbade Il from working, his plans could unfold seamlessly, ensuring the continuation of the Lu family's glory. However, he had not anticipated that Lu Yen would dote on Il so excessively, even allowing a misbehaving female to be reinstated in her position. Moreover, Illinois grew increasingly audacious, demoting Lu Ran despite his esteemed status, which was a direct affront to the Lu family. The head of the Lu family scrutinized Il, narrowing his eyes, noting her moderate beauty that had utterly captivated Lu Yan. His murky gaze shifted as he contemplated that since Lu Yan was reluctant to discipline her, he would take matters into his own hands. With a sudden clap on the table, he bellowed at Il to kneel. Il, with his head bowed, remained unyielding, deaf to his command. He pressed his lips together, recalling the words of the sovereign, who had expressed disapproval of him kneeling. Enraged, the head of the Liu family found this defiance unprecedented. He had never encountered such an insubordinate female who so blatantly disregarded him. He casually instructed several nearby females, pointing at Il, to remind her of the family's rules. Two females approached Il, delivering a swift kick to his knee. The pain forced Il to kneel on the cold, unyielding floor, the chill seeping into his bones. Subsequently, they affixed a suppression ring on him to ensure he would not lash out violently during his punishment, also curtailing his healing abilities to enable him to fully experience the pain. Their actions were rough, showing no regard for Il's dignity. Kneeling there, Il allowed them to act upon him like a soulless puppet. He certainly possessed the strength to resist. If he wished, none of the insects present could rival him. Yet, he refrained, clenching his fists tightly, continuously reminding himself that this was his fate, a female who had been married off, utterly lacking autonomy. Any display of defiance might reach the sovereign's ears, inciting further ire. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of grievance. Knowing full well that the words of the males were often unreliable, yet he stubbornly clung to the sovereign's promise of no further punishment. Lu ran. Witnessing Il kneeling before him, felt a surge of satisfaction and quickly approached, unable to contain himself as he raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Il's face. The force of the blow caused Il to turn his head sharply. Lu Ran reveled in his triumph, laughing heartily as he crouched down to grip Il's neck, relishing the sight of the crimson imprints left on his face. His expression morphed into a twisted mask of glee. Il, do you realize how deeply I loathe you? As long as you exist, I shall forever remain in your shadow. Tell me, Major, were you not just commanding me without mercy? How is it that you now find yourself on the ground, reduced to this pitiful state? Let us proceed this way. If you are willing to plead for mercy, bow before me a few times and voluntarily yield your position. I shall discuss your release with the Patriarch. Ilk knew he could not evade this fate. He closed his eyes and remained silent. Lu Ran's fury reached its zenith. Why? Why was it that, even at this moment, he could still maintain such pride? Disregarding him entirely? Very well. Lu Ran delivered another resounding slap, determined to shatter every ounce of your arrogance today, to make you feel the sensation of being trampled beneath my feet. Two female insects swiftly restrained Ilk's shoulders, pinning him in place. The patriarch of the Lu family commanded, "Come, strike him." Lu Ran wielded a wide wooden plank, delivering a vicious blow to Ilk's back. The sound of whistling wind echoed in his ears, followed by an excruciating pain erupting in his back. Ilk bit down hard on his lip, stifling any cries of agony. Lu Ran taunted, "Let us see how long you can endure." He raised the plank once more, ready to bring it down, when a furious shout rang out behind him, "Stop!" All the insects turned toward the source of the voice, and there was Lu Yan, rushing in, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The patriarch remarked, "You have arrived. Your consort is utterly insufferable. Allow me to teach him a lesson. Remember, do not show such leniency toward female insects." Lu Yan paid no heed to his father, his gaze solely fixated on Ilk. The words of others fell on deaf ears. At that moment, Ilk's hair was disheveled, his lip bleeding from his own bite, his cheeks slightly swollen, and his eyes rimmed with redness, tears cascading down his face, a pitiful sight indeed. He was bewildered by his own emotions. He could endure the pain of the beating, but upon seeing Lu Yan, he found himself unable to hold back. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and he softly called out, "Sire." His voice carried an attachment he himself had not realized. Lu Yan was nearly driven to madness. Ever since losing track of Ilk, he had been idly tending to his garden at home. Suddenly, a notification chimed on his holographic device. He had received a message from Ilk. He hastily discarded his hoe. Piloting his flying vehicle at breakneck speed towards the patriarch's residence, only to find he was too late. Seeing Ilk in tears nearly shattered his heart. He rushed forward, enveloping Ilk in his arms, inadvertently brushing against his wound, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Lu Yin gently kissed Ilk's bleeding lip, his voice trembling as he asked, "Does it hurt?" Ultimately, emotion triumphed over reason, and Ilk nodded. "It hurts, sire, it hurts so much." Lu Yin caressed the top of his head, removing the suppressor ring. His demeanor eerily calm as he said, "Wait here, I shall avenge you." Once he had soothed Ilk, a shift occurred in Lu Yan's gaze, a look that seemed to convey a desire to annihilate the patriarch. He inquired in a low voice, "Who dared to lay a hand on him?" The patriarch paused, furrowing his brow. "How dare you speak to your father like that?" Lu Yan's gaze turned even colder. "What are you?" He slowly approached the patriarch, seizing his collar and forcefully throwing him to the ground. Simultaneously, the mental prowess of an A-class male insect surged forth, and all present felt a metallic taste of blood rising in their throats. At that moment, the head of the Lu family truly began to feel fear, realizing that Lu Yin had become utterly unrecognizable to him. He could not fathom why Lu Yin, who was merely a lowly female insect, would be so consumed by vengeance. What need was there to be so meticulous and grudging? Yet, he had no time for such doubts. Lu Yin stood before him, pulling a dagger from his sleeve and mercilessly plunging it into his heart. The head of the Lu family's lips parted slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief, unable to close them even in death. However, Lu Yin did not relent. He was overwhelmed with an intense, burning sensation, his mind clouded, driven solely by an impulse to obliterate everything in sight. Grasping the dagger, he charged towards Lu Ran. It was Yi who first sensed that something was amiss with Lu Yan. He was acutely attuned to Lu Yan's pheromones, which now filled the room with a bamboo fragrance so potent that it weakened his legs. Initially, he had thought it a grand blessing that Lu Yan would rescue him from this place, never anticipating that Lu Yan would swiftly and decisively end the head of the Lu family's life. This was far beyond his expectations. Moreover, witnessing Lu Yan's current state, it appeared as though he was undergoing a secondary differentiation. Typically, male insects experience a singular differentiation upon reaching adulthood that determines their rank, which remains unchanged throughout their lives. Those capable of a secondary differentiation are exceedingly rare. Summoning his strength despite his trembling legs, Yi rose and embraced Lu Yin from behind, whispering softly, "My lord, it is I, Yi. Let's return home." The jasmine scent emanating from Yi wrapped around Lu Yin's senses, momentarily restoring a semblance of rationality. Yet, this clarity was limited to allowing him to heed Yi's words, stumbling along under his guidance towards the exit. As they boarded the spacecraft, Lu Yin instinctively leaned against Yi, murmuring, "Darling, you feel so cool." Chapter 12. He entered secondary differentiation. The bamboo-scented pheromones enveloped Yi completely, their refreshing aroma surging into his mind, leaving him feeling as though he were being steeped in the essence of bamboo. Such a concentrated pheromone was a scenario he had never dared to imagine, and now that it was a reality, he found it almost overwhelming. He exerted every ounce of willpower to resist the allure of Lu Yin's pheromones, suppressing the urge to lean against him. He carefully placed Lu Yin in a comfortable position in the rear seat of the spacecraft before taking the pilot seat, driving home at the fastest speed possible. The differentiation of male insects requires guidance from female insects. The higher the female's rank, the greater the likelihood of elevating the male's status. Lu Yin was already in A level. Should he ascend another tier, he would become an S. Yi lowered his gaze, his expression inscrutable, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. An S-class male insect had not graced the Empire in centuries. If Lu Yin were indeed to rise to S-class, his status would soar accordingly, commanding respect even from the insect emperor, who would have no choice but to regard him with reverence. It could be said that as long as Lu Yin desired it, and as long as the Empire possessed it, there was nothing beyond his reach. Not only had he slain the head of the Lu family today, but even if he were to annihilate the entire Lu clan, other insects would commend the deed. Yi resolved silently to ensure that he would never be a hindrance to his lord. However, upon achieving S rank, Lu Yin became inundated with female insects vying for his attention. Much like fish crossing a river, the insect race has never been lacking in females that can captivate male insects, particularly the delicate subfemales, who are younger and more beautiful. In such circumstances, a clumsy female like himself would be fortunate to secure even a position as a female attendant, let alone that of female lord. Furthermore, the current insect emperor is nearing abdication, lacking any biological sons, while several eligible princes remain unmarried within the royal family. If Lu Yin were to marry any one of them as a female lord, he would undoubtedly ascend as the next insect emperor. This prospect is an immense temptation for any insect, leaving Lu Yin with no reason to remain indifferent. In contrast, Yi Er felt a bittersweet pang in his heart, yearning for the male lord to remember the bond forged through his recent service, hoping to retain a place in his heart and not be entirely forgotten. Yet soon, his mind was swept away from such thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yin had stealthily risen from the back seat and silently approached him from behind, resting his head against Yi Er's neck and inhaling deeply. The warmth of his breath resonated distinctly within the quiet space. Yi instinctively recoiled, feeling a ticklish sensation from Lu Yin's warm breath. At that moment, Lu Yin was devoid of reason, driven solely by the instinct to be close to Yi Er. He felt as though he were ablaze, both parched and overheated, with Yi Er's coolness providing a soothing balm. Lu Yin's hands encircled Yi Er's waist, planting tender kisses on his earlobe, a fervent desire echoing in his mind to consume Yi Er whole. In truth, he acted upon that impulse. Lu Yin's hands roamed indiscriminately, causing Yi Er's attire to become disheveled. The once neat shirt now had several buttons missing, exposing his fair chest to the air. Lu Yin whispered into Yi Er's ear, "Darling, I feel so uncomfortable. I miss you so much." After uttering these words, he playfully nibbled along Yi Er's skin. This unexpected act momentarily flustered Yi Er, causing his hands to tremble and nearly collide the flying device with a tree. Swallowing hard, Yi Er hurriedly refocused on piloting the vehicle, resolutely grasping Lu Yin's probing hand and gently reassuring him, "My lord, please be patient. We shall arrive home shortly." Yi Er understood that Lu Yin was enduring considerable discomfort. Yet the male lord faced a secondary differentiation that could span from several days to weeks. It was imperative to select a tranquil and comfortable location, ensuring no disturbances from other insects. The flying device was decidedly an unsuitable choice for such an occasion. With this in mind, he pressed the accelerator fully, disregarding any potential for speeding, intent solely on hastening their journey. Meanwhile, Lu Yin continued to push boundaries, disregarding Yi Er's counsel entirely. He shifted to the co-pilot seat, drawing closer to Yi Er, wrapping his arms around him and nuzzling against his forearm. Lu Yin, in an uncharacteristic display of affection, clung to Yi Er, exclaiming, "Darling, you truly are like a delightful jasmine-flavored treat, utterly delectable. May I have a taste?" Yi Er trembled all over, his face flushed. He found himself utterly defenseless against such flirtatious words, bewildered as to where his male lord had acquired such charming expressions. Unaware of the reasons behind his sudden, fainting spell, he awoke with an inexplicable mastery of newfound skills. He felt that, despite the unforeseen calamity of being captured by the Xiangbao Association and subjected to 3 days of harsh punishment, he had fortuitously turned his misfortune into a blessing. Ever since the ruler brought him back home, the once cold and brutal demeanor had transformed into one of remarkable tenderness. While other females sought to seduce the ruler through cunning means, he remained oblivious to such subtleties, rigidly insisting on punishment and procuring tools for discipline, allowing the ruler to derive pleasure through self-harm in exchange for a fleeting sense of emotional solace, alleviating mental anguish. Typically, these methods proved effective. However, Lu Yin abruptly ceased to indulge in them, discarding the implements meant to inflict pain upon him, instead effortlessly stirring deep emotions within him with mere words. Consequently, he found himself surrendering to the ruler, leaving the rest to his actions. Now, Lu Yin's behavior grew increasingly audacious, leaving him bewildered. Just as Lu Yan prepared to undress him completely, the aircraft finally landed in the garden of their residence. He commanded the round mechanical insect to seal off the entire villa and activated the Do Not Disturb mode, ensuring that no one would disturb them during Lu Yan's secondary evolution. Swiftly, he filed an urgent report to the military, requesting a half-month leave. Subsequently, he sent a message to Zhuan Nuo, emphasizing the gravity of the ruler's evolution and the necessity of keeping the information to a minimum. He lacked the time to elaborate on the circumstances, merely stating that Lu Ran had been warned and would no longer cause trouble. During his leave, all matters concerning the Third Army were entrusted to Zhuan Nuo, with strict instructions not to contact him unless the sky were to fall. Regardless of Zhuan Nuo's response, he powered down his light brain. With utmost urgency, he resolved all pressing matters, allowing himself to focus solely on the condition of the ruler. He assisted Lu Yan from the entrance to the master bedroom. And just as he exhaled in relief, Lu Yan grasped his wrist and stumbled onto the bed. The pale skin was fully exposed to the air, and unlike their previous tender encounters, Lu Yan surged forward with reckless abandon. Unable to suppress a cry of pain, he bit down on his lip. Lu Yan tilted his head, observing him in a daze, unable to distinguish between dream and reality. He felt as if he were savoring a soft cake infused with jasmine, leaving traces of himself upon it. The sweet fragrance of the cake was indulgent, allowing him to do as he pleased. Any significant movements only elicited muffled whimpers from him. As he bit down harder on his lip, Lu Yan deemed this unacceptable, concerned that he would harm the delicate cake. He reached out to rescue Aiel's lower lip, gently urging, "My dear, if it hurts, just speak up. Do not inflict pain upon yourself." Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Illinois turned his head away, refusing to respond. Their playful antics continued unabated for a fortnight, from the bed to the kitchen and finally to the floor-to-ceiling windows, exploring countless new scenarios. During this time, Aiel relied on nutritional fluids to address his sustenance needs. Occasionally, when Lu Yan regained lucidity, witnessing the state to which he had reduced the female, guilt would prompt him to rise and procure ingredients online, personally preparing meals that brought sweetness to Aiel's heart. At long last, Lu Yan's secondary differentiation has been completed. The villa's door, which had been locked for an extended period, has swung open once more. Chapter 13. The Emergence of the S-Class Male Insect. Lu Yan opened his eyes. To be candid, he felt utterly bewildered, as if he had experienced a blackout after excessive drinking. It seemed that the memories in his mind had been wiped clean. What had transpired over the past few days? He recalled witnessing Aiel being bullied, his fury reaching its zenith, and in that instant, the only thought that consumed him was the desire to make the tormentors pay dearly. Subsequently, he had personally slain the head of the Lu family, who was none other than his biological father. Lu Yan nodded, the family patriarch, indulging in pleasures and adhering to the principle of sowing without nurturing, had not fostered a deep emotional bond with him. As for Lu Yan's mother, she was merely a concubine of the patriarch, who had met her demise at his hands due to negligence in her duties when Lu Yan was still very young. Were it not for Lu Yan being a male insect, cherished by the family, and receiving occasional words of concern from the patriarch, his survival until now would have remained uncertain. Thus, the act of killing seemed inconsequential, devoid of sorrow. Following that, he could only recall being consumed by rage, as reason gradually dissipated and was replaced by a thirst for slaughter. He had harbored a violent urge to reduce the Lu family to ruins. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Lu Yan shook his head, regaining a modicum of clarity. He surmised that he must have been provoked, which forced his secondary differentiation to manifest. Wait, how had he navigated through the secondary differentiation? It involved those interactions with Aiel. But where had Aiel gone? Lu Yan scanned the room, and finally he spotted Aiel soundly asleep on the sofa in the master bedroom. His complexion was rosy, his breathing steady, and he was clad in Lu Yan's oversized shirt. Lu Yan, being slightly taller than Aiel, found that the shirt barely covered Aiel's upper thighs. Male insects possess remarkably acute hearing. Typically, even the slightest movements from Lu Yan would rouse Aiel, yet this time, the sound of Lu Yan getting up did not awaken him. Lu Yan gently touched Aiel's forehead, which felt somewhat warm. He must be running a fever. Over the past fortnight, Illinois had indulged Lu Yan's antics without uttering a word of refusal, leading to exhaustion and subsequent physical stress. Oh dear! Lu Yan felt a twinge of guilt as he averted his gaze, covering Il with a blanket to keep him warm, while contemplating how to prepare a nourishing meal to help Il recover. Ding dong! A notification from Il's light brain sounded, and Lu Yan, wary of waking Il, took the device into the guest room. When the screen illuminated, it revealed a message from Zhuan, marked with a red, indicating 99 notifications. Lu Yan frowned. He remembered Zhuan as Il's subordinate, a creature who cared for Il but was rather peculiar and not particularly bright. Why had he sent so many messages? Their correspondence seemed excessively frequent. Lu Yan pursed his lips, dismissing the slight discomfort in his heart, and opened the messages. Major, have you taken a leave of absence? That brat Lu Ran has indeed become obedient. Everything is stable in the military department. Major, you truly are impressive. Major General, why have you not responded to my messages? Is it the head of the Lu family who is troubling you? Or is it Lord Lu Yan who is making things difficult for you? Oh dear, you aren't being punished to kneel in the basement, are you? Lord Lu Yan hasn't rendered you speechless, has he? Or perhaps your light brain has been confiscated and you're under house arrest, no longer allowed to attend the military headquarters? I'm so worried. Major General, are you still alive? The third military needs you. I cannot bear to be without you. Lu Yan, puzzled and speechless, felt no desire to engage in conversation. However, for the sake of Il, he kindly responded to the obviously anxious Zhuan. Greetings. I am Lu Yan, the esteemed sovereign of Il. I apologize for the unexpected circumstances that led to my secondary differentiation, necessitating Il's guidance. He is currently resting, and unless it is of utmost importance, I shall ensure he replies to you upon awakening. In the third military, Zhuan sat in Il's office, envisioning Il's dire predicament. For a full fortnight, Illinois had not replied to his messages. Sniffling, he recalled the affection Lu Yan had shown Il that day and believed Lu Yan would surely rescue him. Yet, the following day, news of the head of the Lu family's demise had spread. Confused and anxious, he soon received Il's leave request. A daring thought crossed his mind. Il, unable to withstand the head of the Lu family's reproach, might have caused his demise. Then, in a fit of rage, Lu Yan discovered this and imprisoned Il, subjecting him to torment, with the worst outcome being that Il returned to the punitive institution of the Xiongbao Society. Alas, poor Major General. Why must his fate be so cruel? As Zhuan languished in sorrow, a unique alert tone from the light brain he had set for Il jolted him to attention. To his astonishment, the Major General had indeed replied, which at least indicated his safety. However, upon reading the message, he leaped from his chair in shock. The response was not from the Major General, but from his sovereign. Confused, Zhuan pondered how Lord Lu Yan, now an A-level alpha insect, could still undergo secondary differentiation. He scolded himself. Was this truly a matter of concern? He should be worried about Il's well-being instead of silently fretting while Il ventured into the world of the alpha with Lu Yan. Furious, Zhuan vowed to the esteemed bug god above that he would no longer fret over IL's affairs, resigning to the fate of Il and Lu Yan's bond. He was merely a bystander, worrying needlessly. With that thought, he dared not neglect Lord Lu Yan, responding with utmost respect. There is nothing of great importance. You and the Major General may continue your endeavors. He added a smiling emoji for good measure. My lord, what are you doing? Just as Lu Yan received Zhuan's reply, he heard Il's gentle voice from behind. He quickly dismissed thoughts of Zhuan and approached Il with haste, softly inquiring, "Are you still feeling unwell?" Il shook his head, replying, "Much better now." He then asked, "Have you noticed any changes in your mental capacity?" Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback, for he indeed felt a tremendous force coursing through his body, his mental acuity having significantly heightened. Previously, he had been solely preoccupied with Il's well-being, leaving little room for contemplation in this regard. He grasped Il's hand, believing he must have advanced in rank. Il managed to muster a hesitant smile, congratulating him. "Congratulations, my lord." This outcome had long been anticipated by Il. he should have felt elated. Yet his emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. The fact that his lord had deliberately distanced himself to converse with another insect raised unsettling questions. Did it imply that his lord was considering a new mate? Despite still wearing his lord's garments, enveloped in the comforting scent of bamboo pheromones, he felt a profound sense of injustice. The voice of his lord affectionately calling him darling echoed incessantly in his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Summoning his courage, he inquired, "My lord, with whom were you conversing just now?" Naturally, Lu Yin had no intention of concealing the truth from Il. He replied candidly, "It was Nua." He mentioned. However, before Lu Yin could finish, Il's tears began to fall, and he interrupted with a choked voice, "Zunua, we are quite familiar. He's a good insect and is not yet mated. If you're interested, I could assist you in approaching him." Lu Yin's subsequent thoughts were abruptly stifled. What? What was Il babbling about? Who had any affections for Zunua? Certainly not him. Chapter 14. You have killed the male insect. Please accompany us at that moment. Il's expression was undeniably distressing. Though he wore a smile, tears cascaded down his cheeks, his sapphire eyes blinking with profound sorrow. He dug his nails into his palm, the pain barely registering. This should not be, he thought. As a queen, he ought to be magnanimous. If his lord had taken a liking to a favored female companion, he should proactively suggest bringing her home. Moreover, since she was a longtime friend, he should wish them eternal happiness. Yet he was baffled. Why did he feel this overwhelming sadness? He longed to shrink into his lord's embrace, pleading for him not to take a mate. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind in a fleeting second, while Lu Yin remained utterly confounded. How had the conversation shifted to him and Zunua, were it not for Il's feelings? He would have preferred to disregard the seemingly dim-witted female insect who persistently intruded upon his solitude with Il. Yet, seeing the queen weep, he understood it was undoubtedly his fault. He needed to console him first. Thus, he gently wiped away Il's tears with his fingertips, planting a soft kiss on the corner of his eye, and tenderly asked, "What troubles you?" His lord's gentleness only deepened Il's sorrow, as the thought of sharing him with another insect became increasingly unbearable. The more he pondered, the more heartbroken he became, sobbing uncontrollably. He momentarily cast aside all responsibilities befitting a queen, lamenting, "You were speaking with Zunua behind my back. Please, do not take a liking to him. I promise I will be very obedient." Lu Yin was bewildered, shocked, and found himself in a state of bemusement. He handed Il his light brain, saying, "Take a look for yourself. This is your light brain. It was your oblivious subordinate, Zunua, who frantically sent you messages, concerned that I might awaken you. I took your light brain to respond to him." After saying this, Lu Yin touched the tip of his nose, suddenly realizing that he might have disrespected Il's privacy. "It was not my intention to pry into the messages he sent you. It was just that his incessant notifications were truly bothersome." Il received the light brain and saw a barrage of messages from Zunua, all inquiring whether he was still alive, just as the sovereign had mentioned. Instantly, his tears ceased, and he lowered his gaze, his face flushing crimson. "Oh dear, what a misunderstanding. This is truly embarrassing." Zunua, after all, had been informed not to disturb him unless necessary, yet he continued to message incessantly. Meanwhile, Zunua, stationed far away in the Third Army and overwhelmed with political duty for the past fortnight, suddenly sneezed, cursing under his breath. He lamented that while Il was at home enjoying affection with the sovereign, he was left to handle all the burdens alone. If he were to learn of Il's misunderstanding, he would undoubtedly question Il. "Are you two being polite?" Lu Yin, however, found this amusing. Il was usually as aloof as the moon in the sky, dignified like a pine in the forest. It was only when he was pressed in bed that he would softly plead for mercy, unable to contain his tears. Such a bashful demeanor was indeed rare. Like a roguish gallant teasing a fair maiden, Lu Yin lifted Il's chin, scrutinizing his flustered expression. With a playful tone, he remarked, "Are you feeling jealous?" Under Lu Yin's piercing gaze, Illinois felt as though he might ignite from the heat. After a few moments of enduring, he could no longer restrain himself and pleaded, "Sovereign, I misunderstood your intentions. I apologize. Lu Yin raised his hand, and, thinking he was about to strike, Il gently closed his eyes. However, Lu Yin merely flicked Il's forehead, leaving a faint red mark. He then embraced Il tightly, assuring him, "What are you thinking? I will never love another bug, now or in the future. I swear to the bug god that in this lifetime, there will be only you." Il's eyes widened. In his understanding, no sovereign bug would ever make such a promise. Lu Yin held him even closer. "I know you may not believe my words right now. There's no rush. Life is long, and we shall take our time." The two bugs remained in each other's embrace for a while, and Lu Yin led Il by the hand to the garden. After a long absence, a small machine bug glided before them, proudly pointing to a patch of freshly sprouted vegetables in the yard, exclaiming, "I watered these." During their days of seclusion, only the diligent little machine bug had tended to the garden. Lu Yin affectionately patted the machine bug's head and praised, "Well done." The machine bug twirled joyfully, buoyed by Lu Yin's praise, and resumed its work. Lu Yin pushed open the villa's grand door, feeling stifled after days indoors. It was time to take Il out for some fresh air. However, as the door swung open, they were met with several flying vehicles parked outside and a throng of bugs wearing the emblem of the Bug Protection Association, all with grave expressions, anxiously pacing in circles. It was reminiscent of the earlier small machine bug's demeanor. Lu Yin abruptly halted, exclaiming, "Ah?" He merely spent half a month in the company of his female counterpart. What transgression could this be? At the forefront stands a male insect. Upon finally seeing Lu Yin emerge, allowed a long sigh and extended his left hand towards him. "Greetings, Sir Lu Yin. I am the president of the Male Insect Protection Association, a B-class male insect. We have received allegations linking you to the death of the Lu family patriarch, and furthermore, the male insect from the Kos family has been relentlessly pursuing you, accusing you of assault. We kindly request your cooperation in visiting the association to assist us in our investigation of these two cases." The unexpected demise of the Lu family head has sent shockwaves through society and the Star Network. Male insects are invaluable. The death of any male insect is a significant loss to the empire and draws the attention of the Male Insect Protection Association. Lu Yin's involvement in the patriarch's death is glaringly evident, and an inquiry would yield undeniable results. This matter has even stirred the association's president, accompanied by his working insects, hurried to Lu Yin's villa almost immediately. However, upon arrival, they found the doors firmly shut and the premises thoroughly sealed, leaving them hesitant to force their way in. Although the president is also a male insect, his rank is inferior to Lu Yin's, and his background does not match Lu Yin's illustrious lineage. He cannot afford to offend him. Hence, he endured the discomfort of waiting at the entrance daily, praying for Lu Yin to open the door, which has now turned into a half-month vigil. Lu Yin, exhibiting utmost courtesy, shook hands with the president. Before he could utter a word, a rotund male insect burst forth from the swarm, his arm encased in a cast. "You're the one who injured me, leaving me bedridden in the hospital for several days. Let's see how you escaped this time." Lu Yin merely scoffed, dismissing him without a second thought. He had no desire to engage in trivial disputes with such a fool. The president, however, maintained a grave demeanor. "Sir, I trust you understand the gravity of taking a male insect's life. Even as a male insect yourself, you must face the corresponding consequences." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Il, lowering his voice. "However, if this incident was instigated by your female counterpart, it would simplify matters considerably. You would merely be deemed negligent in your oversight, and we could provide you with a new female counterpart for your selection." In an instant, Lu Yin grasped the president's insinuation. He intended for Lu Yin to shift the blame onto Il, allowing himself to evade culpability. Such a notion is as despicable as a cad absconding from debts while leaving them to his wife. Clearly, Illinois also comprehended the implication. He stepped forward, ready to shoulder all responsibility, but was swiftly pulled behind Lu Yin, who shielded him protectively. Il nearly stumbled into Lu Yin's embrace, a moment of tender warmth passing between them. Regrettably, Lu Yin recognized that this was not the opportune moment for flirtation. Lu Yin, exuding arrogance, paid no heed to the rotund male insect, declaring, "I struck him. The patriarch of the Liu family I killed. If there are matters to address, direct them towards me and spare my female counterpart from your ire." A wave of warmth surged within Il as he gently traced Liu Yan's palm with his fingertips, whispering, "My lord, I am willing." Liu Yan felt a stir of desire at his touch and firmly grasped Il's hand, lowering his voice to threaten, "Silence, do not move, or I shall deal with you later." Then, raising his gaze to the president, he spoke nonchalantly, "The Liu family patriarch's provocations nearly pushed me into a secondary differentiation. Had it not been for my female counterpart's presence, I might have lost my life. I have yet to pursue him for accountability. Fortune arises from misfortune. After entering the second differentiation, I seem to have ascended to the prestigious S rank. Perhaps we should first verify this." A single utterance stirred a tempest of excitement. If Liu Yan is indeed an S-class male insect, then all previous matters could be effortlessly erased. The president, with solemnity, requested that Liu Yan accompany them to the Male Preservation Association for a re-evaluation of his rank. Liu Yan nodded, non-committal. Half an hour later, the president, trembling with anticipation, held the test results in his hands. With fervent gestures, he exclaimed, "My goodness, you truly are an S-class. To think that in my lifetime, I would witness an S-class male insect. What extraordinary fortune." Upon hearing this, other worker insects gathered around, their gazes fixated on Liu Yan, akin to famished wolves who had finally caught sight of their prey. While the president was indeed a male insect, they were undeniably female insects, eager to serve Liu Yan in any capacity, be it as a charming companion or even a devoted servant. They could already envision the monumental waves this news would create across the Star Network. Yer, observing the scene, discreetly moved closer to Liu Yan, intertwining her arm with his. The onlooking insects, recognizing Yer as the commander of the Third Army, tempered their covetous glances towards Liu Yan. Noticing Yer's subtle gesture, Liu Yan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet inwardly reveled in the thought. His queen had finally begun to feel envious and possessive. With an impassive expression, he inquired of the president, "May I ask if there are any insects who wish to accuse me? Can I take my queen and depart now?" In the insect realm, rank is paramount. No matter how formidable the head of the Liu family may be, he remained merely a B-class. The distinction between a deceased B-class male insect and a living S-class male insect was abundantly clear to him. Of course, the president replied courteously, "Congratulations on becoming the only S-class male insect currently. I will promptly report this to the royal family, and your benefits will soon be bestowed upon you. As for the head of the Liu family, who nearly caused you harm, he is most deserving of his fate. You are now the newly appointed head of the Liu family, inheriting all its power." Liu Yan nodded, yet he was entirely unprepared for the myriad complications that the splendor of being an S-class would bring him in the future. Chapter 15. He desired an insect egg the following day. Liu Yan received an invitation from the royal family. The crimson cover, adorned with opulent gold embossing, exuded a sense of grandeur befitting royalty. Upon opening it, he found a single line of text, resplendent in its formality. "Dear Lord Liu Yan, congratulations on your ascension to S-class. 3 days hence, we sincerely invite you to attend a banquet as the newly appointed head of the Liu family." Yer, timely at his side, elucidated, "The imperial power is intricately woven, with the royal family maintaining close ties with several prominent clans, each holding one another in check to ensure political stability. Thus, whenever there is a transition of leadership within the noble families, it is customary to convene a banquet for mutual introduction, a common means of communication. You are now the empire's sole S-class male insect. The royal family likely intends to court your favor." The remainder of her thought remained unspoken. His conjecture before Liu Yan's second differentiation was finally validated. The most effective means to win Liu Yan's favor was through an alliance, allowing Liu Yan to select a prince of his liking for marriage, thus forming an inseparable interest community with the royal family. Furthermore, as a prince, it was utterly inconceivable for him to stoop to the position of a mere consort. The only option left was to abdicate in favor of another. He chose to remain silent, wishing to keep this matter from the sovereign for as long as possible. Every moment, he could prolong his exclusive time with the sovereign was precious. Il gently caressed his abdomen, aware that within 3 days he must conceive a larva. For even if the sovereign were to cast him aside in the future, there would still flow a life within this world that bore the shared bloodline of him and the sovereign, a cherished memory to hold on to. With this thought, he submitted a request for a 3-day leave to the military department. As for Xuanua's vehement cursing upon receiving Il's continued leave application, that was a story for another time. Lu Yin, oblivious to Il's inner thoughts, was currently exasperated. Previously, during his time on Earth, he had indeed relished such lively gatherings, meeting friends for drinks at a bar, engaging in light-hearted banter until inebriation claimed them, a delightful affair. However, the insectoid soirees were a far cry from the human experience. Even before his transcendence, he had indulged in such debauchery a few times. The hedonistic chaos had nearly driven him mad. It was even more outrageous to witness public exchanges of consorts, drunken males indiscriminately pulling female insects for release, an utterly revolting sight. He was of a temperate disposition, having detested such environments even before his journey to Earth, and now his aversion had only intensified. Most importantly, Lu Yin was acutely aware that Il was renowned among the insectoids for his beauty, famously an unattainable flower, easily igniting certain perverse desires for conquest. He could only imagine how many males lurked in the shadows, observing him. Deep down, he was entirely reluctant to attend. Yet, considering the royal family's stature, he felt compelled to honor them with his presence, although he would certainly never offer Il up for any exchange games. The mere thought of Il potentially suffering indignities or hearing foul language twisted his heart painfully. Turning to Il, he proposed, "How about I go alone?" Il was taken aback, biting his lip. The possessiveness within him made it unbearable to be apart from the sovereign even for a moment, and if he did not go, he would remain oblivious to which female the sovereign might be interested in. This uncontrollable sense of passivity made him anxious. Thus, he rose on his toes and gently kissed Lu Yan's Adam's apple. "But, sovereign, I wish to go too. Please take me with you. One to you?" The last 3 words carried an irresistible allure, rendering Lu Yan unable to refuse. Il's sudden fervor left Lu Yan in a state of bewilderment. Such initiative was rare from him. Enchanted, Lu Yan found himself acquiescing to Il's wishes. He nodded eagerly. "All right, let us go together." Il's scheme had succeeded, and his heart was now set on conceiving a larva as swiftly as possible. Consequently, over the next 3 days, Lu Yin found himself with a sweet little companion, fragrant like jasmine, who clung to him with delightful persistence, intoxicating his senses and leaving him utterly captivated. After the event, Lu Yin cradled Ier and took it to the bathroom for cleansing. Having just dried Ier's hair and tucked him under the covers, he intended to embrace his fragrant, soft wife for a peaceful slumber. However, Ier stretched out a leg from beneath the covers and entwined it around Lu Yan's waist. Despite his evident fatigue, his eyes barely open, he pressed closer to Lu Yan, calling out in a hoarse voice, "Alpha," tinged with a hint of playful affection. Lu Yan admitted to himself that he was utterly powerless to resist. 3 days later, Lu Yan appeared at the palace gates as scheduled. With his arm wrapped around Ier's waist, they made their way into the venue. The once boisterous gathering fell silent upon his entrance, soon transforming into hushed whispers. Every creature was curious about the S-Class Alpha, casting what they believed to be discreet glances at Lu Yan. He felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny, suppressing his irritation while maintaining a forward gaze, though his peripheral vision darted around, searching for any potential rivals eyeing Ier. Should he identify a suspect, he would not hesitate to nip any thread in the bud. Unbeknownst to him, Ier was secretly engaged in a similar activity. Each time he spotted a single female, he would mentally compare them, noting that one lacked a higher rank, while another fell short in beauty. Satisfied, he nodded to himself, content that, as it stood, no female could rival him. The royal affair was extravagantly luxurious, with every corner of the venue adorned in opulence. Even the drinking vessels were exquisite glass, embellished with various colorful gemstones, dazzling in the light. Holding his wine glass, Lu Yin wore a polite, albeit insincere smile, deftly rebuffing every female who approached him while simultaneously shielding Air from unfriendly glances. He scanned the surroundings and quickly led Air to a secluded corner to sit down, rubbing his overly strained face. Oh, how exhausting, how bothersome. How he longed to return home and embrace his beloved. Luyan, it's been a while. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a voice called out to him. Looking up, he saw a male with bright red hair. Who was he? Did they know each other? The red-haired individual showed no awareness of the boundaries, sitting down beside Lu Yin and awkwardly wedging himself between Lu Yin and Air. Lu Yin? Yeah? The red-haired male unabashedly praised Air. So this is your female, huh? I've never seen you bring her out before. She is truly lovely. Then, turning to Lu Yin, he exclaimed, it's been ages. You've even been promoted to S-Class, congratulations. Both Lu Yin and Air's internal alarms blared simultaneously, recognizing the red-haired male's evident interest in Air. Air anxiously clutched his clothing, feeling uneasy and lowering his gaze. Surely, the alpha would not offer him to another creature for their amusement. Fidgeting nervously with his fingers, Air caught Lu Yin's attention, who wished to comfort his distressed female. Unfortunately, the annoying red-haired male stood between them. Lu Yin tightened his grip on the wine glass, vowing that if the red-haired male dared to utter a disrespectful word regarding Air, he would promptly drench him with the contents of his glass, turning him into a soaked mess. To his surprise, the red-haired male merely complimented Air once more before shifting his focus, instead clinging to Lu Yin's arm and sobbing dramatically. Lu Yin froze, bewildered by this boundaryless creature before him. Il yearned to eliminate the insect. Could it be that this male insect was not infatuated with him, but rather with the Lord? It would be far better if he were enamored with himself instead. Red Hair remained oblivious to the undercurrents swirling between Lu Yin and Il, unwittingly squirming like a maggot, hesitating, yet refusing to divulge his intentions. Just as Lu Yan's patience reached its zenith, he finally unearthed the memory of this insect. His name was Shima, one of the few friends he had before arriving on Earth, and an anomaly among male insects. Simple, kind-hearted, and good-tempered. In short, rather dim-witted. Lu Yin felt a sense of relief. Given Shima's intellect, he could hardly conceive of possessing Il. Rather, he must be grappling with some unspeakable trouble and seeking Lu Yan's assistance. He introduced, "This is my dear friend Shima." Il retracted his eager hand that had been poised to discard Shima, nodding in response. Lu Yin, exasperated, urged, "If you have something to say, speak quickly. Spare us the idle chatter." Shima cast a shy glance at Il, quickly lowering his head. "I heard there's a military female named Zwenua in the Third Army, a close friend of Major General Il. The moment I laid eyes on him, I was smitten. Lu Yin, you have no idea. He is truly, truly adorable. Could you possibly assist me in making an introduction?" He raised his left hand, declaring, "I swear I shall treat him well. I will take no one but him as my spouse." With tears welling in his eyes, Shima implored Lu Yin, "You wouldn't want your dear friend to be left heartbroken and despondent, would you?" Lu Yin's expression darkened. First, he could not fathom how Zwenua could be equated with adorableness. Secondly, it was evident that Shima's lack of intelligence and dim-wittedness were indeed a fitting pair. Il shared Lu Yin's sentiments and readily agreed. "Very well, Sir Shima, I shall certainly inquire about Zwenua's feelings." Just as Il concluded his statement, a melodious voice resonated through the gathering, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Ladies and gentlemen, a female insect appeared at the center of the hall, exuding elegance and grace, holding a small microphone. "I am the fourth prince of the empire, and I bring greetings from His Majesty the Insect Emperor. May you all enjoy a delightful evening." Il's heart skipped a beat, and he sat up straight. The main event of the evening had arrived. Chapter 16. All I desire is my female monarch. Everything unfolded as Il had anticipated. The so-called banquet was merely a facade for the royal family, whose true aim was to establish a connection with Lu Yin. He gazed at the composed and dignified fourth prince, understanding that this was the royal choice to be presented to Lu Yin as a female monarch. Thus, when the fourth prince approached Lu Yin, Inviting him to converse privately elsewhere, Illinois calmly encouraged Lu Yin to go. In truth, Illinois had long been aware of the fourth princess name. Many insects had previously paired them together, referring to them as the epitome of beauty. They claimed he was aloof and reserved, while the fourth prince was dignified and composed, representing entirely distinct styles. IL's thoughts spiraled in 1,000 directions, wondering if the Lord would favor someone like the fourth prince. And he found himself tearfully envisioning the lonely days ahead when the Lord would no longer shower him with affection. Lu Yin let out a long sigh, fully aware that interactions with the royal family were inevitable. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Thus, he dutifully accompanied the fourth prince to his secluded chamber. Inside, the insect emperor had been awaiting Lu Yin's arrival for quite some time, adorned in a resplendent robe and a golden crown that signified his supreme status. He could not conceal the stark whiteness of his hair and the deep wrinkles etched upon his face. This ruler of the insect race, who had reigned for centuries, was nearing the end of his days. The insect emperor regarded his impending death with a sense of acceptance and gently recounted to Lu Yin, "In my youth, I witnessed the passing of an S-class male insect. Little did I expect that as I approached my own demise, another S-class male would emerge." He spoke, lost in the reminiscence of his bygone vitality. Lu Yin listened quietly, allowing the elderly monarch to indulge in his memories without interruption. The insect emperor gestured toward the fourth prince, stating, "This is my finest female. Like your beloved Eeyore, she is an S-class female insect, excelling in all her studies at school. I wish to betroth her to you." Just as Lu Yin opened his mouth to respond, the insect emperor raised a hand to silence him. "Do not be hasty in your refusal. I know you cherish your beloved Eeyore deeply, and thus, I wish for them to stand as equals, both your consorts, without compelling you to diminish Eeyore's status. I am old, and it is time for me to abdicate. Thus, the throne of the next insect emperor shall be yours." Lu Yin politely declined. "I am truly sorry, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. Eeyore is the love of my life, and I shall have only her as my mate. If I were to take the fourth prince as well, it would cause her great sorrow." The insect emperor looked at Lu Yin with astonishment, believing his offer to be exceedingly generous, one that no insect would refuse. Yet, Lu Yin remained unmoved. Lu Yin then turned his gaze to the fourth prince. "As you stated, he is indeed exceptional. So why should the next insect emperor not be him?" His tone was calm, as casual as if he were inquiring about breakfast. However, the moment his words concluded, the insect emperor furrowed his brow deeply, a tempest of emotions stirring within him. Lu Yin's lips curled slightly. He paid no heed to the insect emperor, but remained focused on the fourth prince's reaction, thus not missing the fleeting glimmer of ambition in the young princess' eyes. "Ah, this matter has potential," Lu Yin continued. "I harbor no interest in power. I simply wish to live a tranquil life with my beloved. The fourth prince carries your bloodline and is of imperial descent. It is only fitting for him to inherit your position." He resolutely expressed his stance. "Should the next insect emperor be the fourth prince, both Eeyore and I would wholeheartedly support him." The insect emperor pondered deeply. Throughout the history of the insect empire, there had never been a precedent for a female insect to ascend as the monarch. Were it not for the absence of a biological male heir, he would have been disinclined to pass the crown to one with no blood ties. Nevertheless, Lu Yin's reasoning was not without merit. The fourth prince was his most favored child, fully capable of governing the entire empire. Moreover, if Lu Yin, an S-class male insect, and Eeyore's backing from the Third Army were to be secured, it was not entirely implausible. The insect emperor proclaimed that they have always revered the male insects. "Once I announce the news of the fourth prince's ascension to the throne, it will undoubtedly stir a tempest, even leading to a reshuffling of power among the prominent families. No one can guarantee the severity of the consequences that may ensue." Lu Yin nodded, affirming that if that day were to come, he and Il would be the first to consent. After uttering these words, he raised his hand to glance at his watch. He had been away from Il for nearly 20 minutes. "I must seek out my queen," he said, excusing himself, having swiftly resolved his troubles. Lu Yin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, Illinois was nearing the brink of exasperation. Initially, he had been anxious, as if a sword hung perilously above him, ready to descend at any moment. Yet, the incessant chatter of Shima, who had not ceased talking since Liu Yan's departure, was unbearable. Major, where left Nua's interests and hobbies? What kind of insect does he prefer? Do you think I could win his favor? Since childhood, Aiel had been taught to exercise patience with male insects and to refrain from expressing anger towards them. However, this time, he found himself thoroughly annoyed by Shima. Thus, he decisively retrieved his light brain and shared left Nua's contact information with Shima, stating, "If you have any questions, you may address them directly to him." "Wow," Shima exclaimed. "Major, you truly embody the spirit of Liu Yan's queen, always eager to assist others for their delight. Once I wed left Nua, I shall ensure you both are seated at the main table." With the contact information in hand, Shima finally fell silent. Just as Aiel thought he could catch his breath, he noticed his younger male sibling, approaching with a mischievous grin. Aiel's heart raced. His father was the favored male servant of Aiel's own father and frequently incited him to punish the likes of Ryan. Thus, Illinois held no cordiality towards his. Unfazed by Aiel's hostility, smugly declared, "Father instructed me to inform you to speak with Lord Liu Yan about welcoming me as a male servant." An alpha female possessing a melodious voice and delicate form, qualities adored by many male insects, was confident he could win Lord Liu Yan's favor and overshadow Aiel, just as his own father overshadowed Aiel's. Aiel firmly rejected him, stating that is impossible. To Aiel's surprise, his smile widened. "Brother, do not be so hasty in your refusal. I have a video to show you." He activated his light brain, revealing a video of Aiel's father, Ryan, lying on the ground, unconscious and in peril. Then closed the device, stating, "Father said that to ensure General Ryan's survival, I must become Lord Liu Yan's male servant. Dear brother, the choice is yours." Aiel was instantly consumed by rage, his concern for Ryan overshadowing his judgment, and he felt compelled to confront Unafraid, glared back at him. "If you lay a finger on me, General Ryan will bear another scar. Brother, do you dare strike me?" Aiel's heart tightened as an unprecedented fury surged within him. This was his father. How dare they? It admired the anxious expression on Aiel's face. He had never triumphed over Aiel throughout his life, but this time, he finally gained the upper hand. At this moment, Shima's role became crucial. Witnessing his friend's beloved being bullied, he felt compelled to intervene. He was counting on Aiel to say a few good words about him in front of Liu Nua. He took pride in his loyalty. Shima, like a cannon ready to fire, confronted it with fervor. "Who are you, so eager to marry? Step aside. Your presence is an eyesore." It could provoke Aiel, but he dared not challenge Shima, so he could only manage a forced smile before hastily retreating. Aiel stared at his departing figure, rendered speechless. He was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, desperately wanting to know the safety of his beloved. It was at this moment that Liu Yan and the fourth prince returned. Liu Yan immediately sensed the awkward atmosphere. Before he could inquire further, the fourth prince patted Aiel on the shoulder and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Major, may we speak privately for a moment?" Chapter 17. Your sovereign admires you faced with the fourth prince's invitation. Aiel could only temporarily suppress his rising anxiety as he followed him to a corridor in the palace's rear courtyard. The moonlight cascaded down in silence. The fourth prince spoke first. "Earlier, His Majesty the Insect Emperor proposed to betroth me to Lord Liu Yan as his consort." Aiel's heart tightened, and he could no longer maintain his smile. He gently closed his eyes, confirming his suspicions. Did the sovereign agree? He wondered. Most likely he would. Marrying the fourth prince would mean becoming the next insect emperor, soon to ascend the throne and govern the entire insect race. He could hardly fathom any reason for the sovereign to refuse. Why had something he had anticipated now materialized, leaving his heart feeling as though it were being torn apart? The psychological fortifications he had built over the past few days crumbled in an instant, revealing his absurdity. Admitting it, he silently acknowledged that he had long been immersed in Liu Yan's tenderness, having entrusted his heart and birthed the most taboo sentiment for a consort, possessiveness over his sovereign. He yearned to flee from this place, unwilling to hear the impending answer. Yet, avoidance was futile. His formidable self-control compelled him to maintain his composure. A bitter taste spread in his mouth, and when he reopened his eyes, he had regained his usual aloofness. He responded, each word deliberate, "Congratulations, fourth prince. I shall relinquish my position in due time." The fourth prince chuckled lightly, gazing ahead, lost in thought. He then said to Il, however, Lord Lu Yin declined. He expressed that his only wish in life is to live peacefully with you. Il suddenly froze, immense joy blurring the lines between fantasy and reality. Moments latte. The fourth prince dropped another bombshell. He also conveyed to me that rather than relinquishing the throne to outsiders, it would be better to entrust it to me. The fourth prince spoke cheerfully. I believe he has a point. Why shouldn't it be me? He looked at the dazed Il and extended a hand toward him. Since childhood, I have been compared to you. As a prince, I must be superior. To be candid, I have often regarded you as a formidable rival, a weighty stone pressing upon my heart, rendering it difficult for me to breathe. Though our interactions have been few, I firmly believe you are a worthy opponent. I must confess, upon learning that your esteemed lord ascended to S rank, I experienced a fleeting pang of jealousy. How could you be so fortunate? When my father informed me that I was to replace you and marry His Excellency Lu Yin, I felt a moment of triumph in finally surpassing you. However, His Excellency is correct. I possess another option. Therefore, dear Major Il, when that day arrives, I hope to receive your assistance and that of the Third Army. At that point, you shall serve as my esteemed minister, allowing our kind to ascend to the pinnacle of power, much to the chagrin of those arrogant males. Il inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the astonishment within him. A sweet sensation erupted in his heart. How he longed to throw himself into the embrace of his lord. Inhaling the reassuring scent of bamboo, Il raised his hand to reciprocate, solemnly pledging to the fourth prince, "Indeed, your highness, I eagerly anticipated." With the agreement sealed, the fourth prince kindly imparted a few words of caution to Il. There are others besides my father who covet His Excellency Lu Yin. They may employ various means to position themselves close to him, including you. Should you encounter any troubles you cannot resolve alone, do not hesitate to seek his aid. Those embroiled in matters are often blinded, while onlookers maintain clarity. I believe your lord cherishes you more than you realize. Meanwhile, Shima, filled with righteous indignation, recounted the entire situation to Lu Yin. He pounded the table in frustration, decrying that the female named Izya was utterly overbearing and tyrannical. It was evident that she was no good creature, likely having bullied Major Il at home. With suspicion, he cast a glance at Lu Yin, saying, I hope you do not waver in your affections. If you truly take Izya as your female attendant, Major Il will be profoundly saddened. Shima counted on his fingers. If the Major is heartbroken, then Zhunoa will certainly be upset as well. If you dare to cause my future female companion distress, I shall not hesitate to disregard our friendship and will resolutely not forgive you. Lu Yin, rendered speechless, casually grabbed a handful of nuts from the table and stuffed them into Shima's mouth to silence him. Firstly, you needn't worry. I will ensure my female companion remains unharmed. Secondly, does Zhunoa even know you, that you presume he would become your female companion? Have you no shame? With his mouth full of nuts, Shima stubbornly retorted, albeit unclearly what of it. With my charm, I could win him over in no time. Just as Lu Yin and Shima exchanged banter, the fourth prince and Il returned. The fourth prince exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Yin before bidding farewell, stating, I must assist my father in attending to other guests. Please excuse me. Upon seeing Il, Lu Yin lost interest in continuing to engage with Shima. Given that Ryan was now in dire straits, his fate uncertain, Il's inner turmoil was palpable. It was evident that, given Il's reserved nature, he would likely bottle up his emotions and weep in solitude. He grasped the hem of Il's garment, intending to offer his support in rescuing his female parent. However, before he could utter a word, Illinois enveloped him in a warm embrace. Lu Yin, QAQ. Did the Empress lose her mind today? Il buried her face in Lu Yan's embrace, gently nuzzling against him. My Emperor's father is in trouble. Can you help save him? I do not wish to agree to EC. I do not want you to take in other females. Luyan's heart soared. He had finally witnessed this once silent gourd awaken to her feelings. Remembering the look in the fourth prince's eyes before his departure, he quickly realized it was the fourth prince's influence at play. Silently thanking the ally, he acknowledged their support. When the empress took the initiative to express goodwill, Luyan, of course, did not refuse. He directly took Aiel's hand and led her out, departing early. Come, let us confront that scoundrel, your male parent. Time was of the essence. Aiel piloted the aircraft, and before long, they arrived at her home. Isi sat obediently beside her male parent, watching the bloodied figure of Ryan lying on the ground. Isi's father, Idwin, an A-class male, was usually pampered and indulged. Today, however, he faced repeated defiance from Ryan. He cracked his whip and spat at Ryan. All I asked was for you to tell Aiel to welcome Isi inside. Isi is merely a sub-female, not a usurper of Aiel's position. Why must you be so obstinate? With his last breath, Ryan, once a valiant general on the battlefield, revealed the grit he had always possessed. Bravely resisting the male ruler he had obeyed his entire life. Ryan had heard much of Luyan's recent deeds. He understood that, at the very least, Luyan was willing to cherish Aiel now. He had witnessed Isi's father's prowess in enticing males, having suffered greatly in that regard himself. Isi, taking after her father, skillfully endeared herself to males while simultaneously harboring jealousy towards Aiel's rank, constantly seeking to undermine her. Ryan thought to himself, allowing Isi to enter would only lead Aiel to repeat her own tragic fate, ensnared in a cycle of neglect and punishment. Thus, he gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing to intervene, even at the cost of his own life. Consequently, he spat out blood and, with his final strength, told Idwin, "Dream on." Idwin's chest heaved with rage as he raised his hand and struck Ryan again. He had considered other methods, but Luyan was impervious to reason. He disregarded any suggestion of taking in a female attendant. Left with no alternatives, he turned his attention to Ryan. According to Idwin's scheme, since Ryan was Aiel's father, Aiel would surely heed his words. If Luyan was willing to cherish Aiel, and Aiel urged him to marry Isi, then he would comply. Idwin cursed under his breath, lamenting that Aiel, like Ryan, was an ungrateful wretch. After becoming the commander of the Third Army, she had failed to consider her family's welfare, seeking benefits for herself instead. Otherwise, why would he be forced to pin his hopes on Isi, navigating through her to gain favor with Luyan? What began as a seemingly smooth endeavor had stalled at the very first step, fueling Idwin's resentment towards Ryan. Observing Ryan being punished once more, Isi gently interjected, "Father, please do not be angry. I have shown my brother the video of General Ryan's punishment. I told him that Ryan's fate lies in his hands. He will understand our intent. Soon, I shall become the most favored female attendant of His Excellency Luyan. I vow to always consider your needs in all matters henceforth." Upon hearing this, Edwin flicked his whip with a hint of satisfaction, praising, "You are indeed clever. That male progenitor awaits your good news." Ryan wished to rise and tell Aiel that he should disregard his fate and live his own life, urging him not to invite trouble by trying to save him. Yet, he found himself too weak to stand or even muster a whisper. In his moment of desperation, a figure dashed through the door and knelt beside him. Il, tearful, exclaimed, "Father, how are you?" Chapter 18. I bet he will love me for a lifetime. Cough, cough. Ryan struggled to open his eyes, intent on telling Aiel to leave promptly, but could only emit a faint cough. "Brother, you have come." Isi greeted eagerly, reaching out to grasp Aiel's hand as if nothing had transpired between them. It instinctively sidestepped, leaving Isi empty-handed. Undeterred, Isi feigned innocence, wishing that his brother had not witnessed the bloody scene, yet lamenting the untimeliness of his arrival. "Now, brother, will you not make a decision? Will it be your father's life or your exclusive claim over your male lord?" Aiel was preoccupied with assessing Ryan's injuries, paying no heed to Isi's words. A flicker of annoyance crossed Isi's eyes, but quickly vanished as he returned to Edwin's side. "Father, see how brother disregards you. He did not even greet you upon his return." Edwin, both angry and humiliated, coldly warned Aiel, "You are a married insect, and while I am indeed powerless over you, remember, your father will always be my female sovereign. I can punish him at any time." Whom do you intend to punish? Lu Yin arrived at the doorway just as Edwin spoke. Having just disembarked from the flying vehicle, Illinois dashed outside, disappearing in a flash. Lu Yin, nearly lost amidst the winding paths, arrived a bit late. Issy's eyes brightened. This was his first direct encounter with Lu Yin. Tall and graceful, he stood in stark contrast to most male insects of his kind, who were often rotund. Due to years of training, Lu Yin possessed a lithe and powerful physique. Issy immediately resolved that this would be his future male lord, and he must wrest Lu Yin away from Il. He approached Lu Yin, his voice sweet and syrupy. "Your Excellency, look at how fierce my brother is with me. I am so frightened." Lu Yin was overwhelmed by a strong, unpleasant scent of perfume that made him feel nauseous. He took a step back, replying, "You should indeed be afraid. I will hold you accountable for the grievances you have inflicted upon Il." Lu Yin knelt down, gently instructing Il, "Take your father to the flying vehicle and send him to the hospital. I will handle the rest." Il nodded, assisting Ryan outside. "You dare?" Edwin was astonished that Il had the audacity to openly defy his orders. Yet upon hearing the threat, Illinois did not falter, continuing to stride forward. Lu Yin rolled up his sleeves, stating, "If you have matters to discuss, come speak with me. You must be aware of how the former head of the Lu family, my esteemed father, met his demise. The scandal surrounding Lu Yin's murder of his biological father has stirred quite a commotion, and Edwin, being a cowardly individual, has certainly heard of it. He feels emboldened to reprimand Ryan due to his status, but when confronted by Lu Yin, he immediately retreats. He fears for his life. If Lu Yin could show no mercy to his own father, what chance does he have?" Lu Yin presented Edwin with a divorce application, stating that if he signed it, he would not pursue further grievances. Otherwise, he threatened to eliminate Edwin as well. The terror in Edwin's eyes was palpable, for Lu Yin was indeed capable of such actions. Yet, the allure of the situation tempted him. He boldly proposed to Lu Yin that he had neglected him and, as an apology, he would offer his youngest child, who was gentle and obedient, believing Lu Yin would take a liking to him. In response, Lu Yin delivered a powerful punch, causing Edwin to stumble. Where he had once been arrogant, he was now utterly humiliated. He hastily agreed, signing the document, and in that moment, his ties with Ryan were severed. Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction, taking a photograph of the signed application to send to Il, assuring him to remain at ease. He then turned his gaze towards warning him that his repeated harassment had displeased him greatly, and he would report him to the Patriarchal Council, leaving in a state of despair. The outcome for these two insects was of no interest to Lu Yin. After exiting, he hailed a shared flying vehicle to return home. As for the hospital, he decided to let Il and Ryan converse privately. The shadows of the hospital still lingered, and he had no desire to revisit those halls. In light of the hospital's recent events, Lu Yin procured various medicinal herbs, intending to showcase his culinary skills to help Il regain his health while also seeking to endear himself to his mother-in-law. He could not forget Il's crimson examination report. Recent events had been tumultuous, and Il's emotions had swung wildly. He wished to provide Il with the nourishment he so desperately needed. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Central Hospital, after the doctor's efforts, Ryan had regained a fraction of his strength. Observing Il by his bedside, he inquired with confusion, "Didn't I tell you not to concern yourself with me?" Ryan, frustrated, questioned, "Have you truly agreed to allow us to enter as a female attendant?" "No," Il replied cheerfully, presenting Ryan with a photograph sent by Lu Yin. "Father, look, the Patriarch has compelled Edwin to sign the divorce application. You are free." Ryan fell silent, trembling as disbelief morphed into confusion. The shackles that had bound him for half his life had vanished just like that. Il leaned against Ryan, much like he did in their childhood. "Father, you no longer have to endure suffering." Ryan, perplexed, asked, "What promise did you make to Lord Lu Yin? How could he achieve this for you?" His concern for Il's potential sacrifices was evident. Il shook his head, pouting discontentedly. When Lu Yin was mentioned, his eyes sparkled with adoration and admiration. He could not allow his father to misinterpret Lu Yin's intentions. Thus he felt compelled to defend him, saying, "The Patriarch is quite wonderful. Please refrain from making unfounded assumptions. A feeling of heaviness settled within Lion. There was little left for him to comprehend. The very scenario he dreaded most had indeed transpired. Have you developed feelings? Yes, Illinois responded swiftly, without a trace of hesitation. Since that fateful day in the punishment chamber, Lu Yin had repeatedly rescued him from peril, exhibiting an unparalleled tolerance. He was no mere plant. How could he remain indifferent? More importantly, he could sense that the sovereign harbored affection for him as well, which bolstered his confidence immensely. Desperate to lift himself, Lion implored, "Do you not realize that once His Excellency Lu Yin loses interest in you, I am well aware," Illinois interjected resolutely. "But I dare to wager that the sovereign will love me for a lifetime." Very well, Lion ceased his counsel, offering a heartfelt blessing. He understood his own mate well. Once Aiel's heart was engaged, he would never retreat unless utterly shattered. All he could do was pray to the insect god that Aiel's genuine feelings would not be misplaced. By the way, Aiel recounted to Lai and the events of the soiree, stating, "We aim to support the fourth prince in his ascension. Your assistance is crucial." As a general and a commander of the First Army, Lion wielded control over the most elite forces of the insect race, essentially commanding half of their military might. With his endorsement, their chances of success would be significantly enhanced. Lion was once again taken aback. He had not anticipated the audacity displayed by Lu Yin and Aiel. "Do you fully grasp the implications of your actions? It is unprecedented for a female insect to ascend as the insect emperor." "That will change soon," Illinois replied. "You must recover swiftly. We are all awaiting your return." After ensuring Lion was settled, Illinois did not return home, but piloted his craft towards the military headquarters. Having pledged support to the fourth prince, he needed to prepare by rallying the strength of the Third Army. Upon arriving at the headquarters, he encountered the weary Zhuan, who bore dark circles beneath his eyes. "At last, Major General, you have deigned to return," Zhuan lamented, his tone tinged with grievance. Aiel felt a rare pang of guilt, his gaze wandering. He had offloaded all his responsibilities on his Zhuan during this time, realizing it might have been somewhat unfair. Furthermore, Zhuan pressed, "What is the purpose of that male insect, named Xiamo, whom you assigned to me? Why is he so verbose?" Little did he know the trials Zhuan had endured in recent days. He had initially assumed Aiel had an important insect to introduce, prompting him to hastily accept the friend request. However, Xiamo had spent an entire day engaging him in trivial banter, devoid of any significant matters. Though he indulged the male due to his status, Xiamo's incessant chatter had escalated to the point of inviting him to a movie. Il pondered. In order to silence Xiamo, he had indeed shared his contact information with Zhuan. At that time, his mind was preoccupied with the safety of his father, leaving no room to explain the circumstances. Illinois mused, "I shall grant you a day off. Go watch a film with him." Il spoke earnestly. "You are no longer young. It is time you found a male insect to marry, lest your mental state deteriorate further." Zhuan, was this really the same Major General who viewed male insects as beasts to be feared? Chapter 19. May I touch your wings? Aiel found himself ensnared in a relentless whirlwind of activity. He has taken an extended leave of absence. Although he has the capable assistant, Zhuan, the backlog of administrative duties is still overwhelming. Furthermore, having promised to assist the fourth prince in his ascension, it is imperative to enhance the training of the Third Army and prepare adequately. The insect emperor is on the brink of decay, and it remains uncertain how much time they have left. Upon returning to the military headquarters, he rose early and worked late, eventually opting to reside there. Initially, Zhuan advised him to ease his burdens, cautioning him to secure Lu Yan's heart. What if Lu Yan, during this interval, were to fall for another insect? However, after frequent disturbances from the west, Zhuan experienced the sweetness of love, adorning himself flamboyantly each day, often arriving late or leaving early, thereby leaving even more chaos for Yi to manage. Yi had reprimanded him several times, only to be met with the excuse, "Isn't this your introduction?" Yi mused for the first time about the sensation of lifting a rock only to have it fall back on his own foot. Thus, the Third Army found itself under the command of a more spirited leader than before, with the female soldiers lamenting daily, speculating whether Er's married life was unhappy. Having lost Lu Yan's affection, and thus channeling their exuberant energy onto them. In truth, it was Lu Yan who was discontented in his marriage, feeling solitary and cold. He squatted at home, observing a small mechanical insect watering the vegetable garden. Leaning closer to pat its head, he sighed, "It seems it's just the two of us left." The mechanical insect, oblivious to his melancholy, retorted, "Excuse me, you're blocking my path." Lu Yan moved aside, his expression darkening. He resolved to dismantle the mechanical insect when he found the time. Taking a deep breath, he straightened himself. He could no longer dwell in despair. "If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain." With all his culinary skills, he prepared a heartfelt bento to seek out Er. Upon reaching the entrance of the military headquarters, he was stopped by the guard. "Hello, I am Lu Yan, Er's mail lord. I have matters to discuss." Recently, Lu Yan had garnered much attention, and the guard recognized him immediately. The guard stammered, formally inquiring if Lu Yan had an appointment. "I said, I am here to see my female lord. Is that difficult to comprehend?" The guard replied, "The Major General has stipulated that anyone wishing to see him must have an appointment. His time is extremely valuable." Noting the change in Lu Yan's demeanor, the guard hastily added, "I will contact the Major General now. Would you please wait in his office? I will escort you." Lu Yan, looking as dejected as a frostbitten eggplant, waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I shall wait until the air is free. I can wander about on my own. This place is open for casual visits, is it not?" "Of course. Please feel free," the guard nodded. Once Lu Yan's figure had vanished from sight, he quickly sent a message to Er. "Major General, urgent news. Your mail lord has arrived and is currently touring our premises." Lu Yan strolled leisurely through the military headquarters. Indeed, Er's leadership was commendable. The discipline of the Third Army was impeccable, with female soldiers diligently training all around. They cast furtive glances at Lu Yan, but after a few fleeting looks, returned to their focused training. The military's airfield was adorned with numerous aircraft, and Lu Yan circled around them repeatedly, nurturing a bold idea. During his time on Earth, he had studied mechanical engineering, comprehending the intricacies of these machines. If given the opportunity to study them thoroughly, could he not devise more lethal weaponry? Lost in contemplation regarding the feasibility of creating a new type of weapon, he continued his pacing until he found himself in the central plaza of the military base. Cheers erupted, growing increasingly fervent. Curiously, Lu Yan approached the source of the commotion, discovering that Er was engaged in combat atop a platform with a military female. Er moved with remarkable agility, each strike accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Lu Yan's gaze was instantly captivated by Er. This was his first encounter witnessing Er in battle, entirely devoid of the gentle shyness previously displayed. Instead, Er was decisive and fierce, every move precise. Within moments, the military female was sent flying. How magnificent! How striking! How he longed to kiss! Er casually brushed off the dust from his attire, raising an eyebrow as he surveyed the crowd, akin to a proud rose, challenging, "Is there anyone else?" Silence enveloped the arena. Frowning, Er remarked, "Is this the extent of your training? I can only presume you have grown complacent in my absence. Today, we will have extra practice." A chorus of groans arose from the onlookers. With a mere glare, Er silenced them. Standing at the back, Lu Yan waited until the crowd dispersed before Er finally noticed him. He hastily approached, exclaiming in delight, "My lord, what brings you here?" A hint of embarrassment gripped him. He worried that his lord might perceive him as fierce for having engaged in combat with pests. What to do? Time was of the essence. Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he unabashedly praised, "You are simply extraordinary." Er's ears turned a delicate shade of crimson, while teasing whispers circulated among the crowd. "So this is the majesty of the Major General? Their bond is truly remarkable. An S-class male insect certainly stands apart, exuding an air of power." Er subtly shifted to shield Lu Yan from prying eyes, inwardly thinking that perhaps their assigned tasks were insufficient. After all, this was his lord. His. Why were they staring? Lu Yan followed Er into the office, placing the meal he had brought for Er on the desk. Then, he turned and embraced Ear, taking a deep breath, overwhelmed with joy at finally holding a living female lord again. Life had indeed been challenging. Recalling his ingenious plan to modify insectoid weaponry, Liu Yin rubbed his hands together and quietly inquired of Ear, may I touch your wings? The wings of the female insects were their most resilient feature. Understanding their structure could greatly assist Liu Yin in his designs. However, these wings were also their most sensitive area. If Liu Yin sought to examine another female insect, it would be akin to harassment. Thus, he could only set his sights on his own female lord. Not that he was particularly eager to see them, of course. Ha. Ear's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. His wings had been seen by previous lords, but only during moments of displeasure or when he had erred. The sovereign master wielded a knife, leaving delicate wounds upon his wings, each cut a piercing agony that now made him tremble at the mere recollection. Yet this time, Il raised his gaze slightly. The sovereign's expression was gentle, and he firmly believed that the sovereign would no longer inflict such harm upon him. Slowly, he unfurled his wings, their translucent surface shimmering with faint golden patterns. Liu Yin, captivated, leaned closer to examine each intricate design. He touched here and prodded there, marveling at the creator's wondrous craftsmanship. As Liu Yan's hand made contact, Illinois shuddered, the golden patterns rippling like water. A soft, muffled sound escaped Il's lips. Immersed in the study of Il's wing structure, Liu Yin diligently noted his observations, utterly oblivious to Il's increasingly rapid breaths. The multitude of nerves in the wings made each of Liu Yan's movements elicit an itch that made Il yearn to retract them. He could only endure the discomfort, allowing Liu Yin to indulge in his exploration. Sovereign, please, stop for a moment, Illinois finally pleaded after several minutes. Huh? Liu Yin looked up in confusion, meeting the gaze of a tomato-colored female. Il felt a restless stir within his mind, desperately seeking the soothing balm of the sovereign's pheromones. He leaned in and kissed Liu Yan's Adam's apple. Liu Yan. Il. QEQ. After a brief separation, their passion reignited, and the two quickly found themselves on the sofa. An hour later, Liu Yin rose contentedly, waving goodbye to Il. Il tidied his tousled hair and stepped out to reheat the lunch the sovereign had brought, determined not to waste his thoughtful gesture. To his surprise, he encountered Zhuan, who had just returned from a date with Xianmo. Zhuan regarded Il with curiosity and a playful smile, reminding him, Major, the kiss mark on your neck, ISNT concealed. Chapter 20. Sovereign, I cannot accept this egg. Days flowed by like water. Liu Yin immersed himself in the research of new weaponry, delivering meals to the female, and visiting his mother-in-law at the hospital. Occasionally, he would steal a nap with Il in his office. Il, ever shy, was acutely aware of the bustling military females outside, knowing that someone could knock at any moment. Although the soundproofing was excellent, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone might overhear the commotion within. Liu Yin, noticing this, playfully teased Il, encouraging him to call out Sovereign for all to hear. At such moments, Illinois would always shut his eyes tightly, turn his head away, and press his lips together, pretending to hear nothing, gritting his teeth to stifle any sound. Yet the beads of sweat on his forehead and the rising and falling of his chest betrayed his discomfort. He would softly plead, Please don't tease me anymore. Liu Yin stroked Il's silvery hair, dampened by sweat, feigning deafness. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Il sensed Liu Yan's mockery and, in annoyance, pushed him away, though he lacked the heart to exert any real force. Embodying a mix of rejection and invitation, Liu Yin chuckled, as if lightly scratched by a kitten. He seized Il's hand that had pushed him away. A gentle kiss alighted on Il's elongated fingertips, devoid of desire, leaving only heartfelt sincerity. He gazed into Il's misty eyes and said, Illinois, thank you. Thank you for your willingness to forgive the pain I caused you in my ignorance. Thank you for accepting me once more. Il's sapphire eyes blinked a few times. Sensing the melancholy of the sovereign, tilting his head thoughtfully, he replied, In truth, I have never held anything against you. I once feared I would be confined like all the other female insects in a dark, sunless basement, enduring punishment. Yet you revealed to me that I, too, am deserving of love. Lu Yin observed Il, no longer the shrunken, fearful creature he once was, and suddenly understood, perhaps this was the very purpose of his journey to Earth. Soon after, Illinois pouted, adding, "However, you were rather excessive just now." To soothe the irate female monarch, Lu Yin visited Ryan at the hospital. Il, stationed at the military base, could not spare the time. Yet Lu Yin knew he still cared deeply for Ryan, even if he did not voice it. Coincidentally, Lu Yin felt it necessary to mend his relationship with this potential mother-in-law, for in Ryan's eyes, he was nothing more than a malevolent insect persecuting Il, hardly better than a natural disaster. Thus, Lu Yin made a point to visit the hospital every few days to engage in conversation with him. Surprisingly, Ryan's demeanor towards Lu Yin was exceedingly affectionate, akin to that of a biological mother towards her son. Having lost his female parent at a young age, and having been forced to take the life of his male parent, Lu Yin found himself distanced from those around him due to his status. He was utterly ignorant of how to interact normally with elders, and had no comprehension of what paternal affection should feel like. Ryan, by chance, filled this void in Lu Yan's life. Listening to Lu Yan's incessant complaints about Il, who seemed solely focused on work and had long since cast aside his sovereign, Ryan could not help but smile, experiencing a tumult of emotions. Initially, his impression of Lu Yan had been profoundly negative. There are no secrets that remain hidden. Despite Il's attempts to conceal the truth, countless whispers of Lu Yan's mistreatment of Il reached his ears. Indeed, Illinois was a general of the empire, wielding considerable power. Yet in the insect society where male insects held supremacy, all he could do was urge Il to endure, as every female insect had done. However, as Il's mental state grew increasingly precarious, and Lu Yan failed to provide the necessary support, Ryan could not help but harbor resentment towards him. Ryan had to admit that he held significant prejudice against Lu Yin. Yet on that fateful day, had Lu Yin not stepped forward to protect Il, compelling Idwin to sign the divorce agreement, Illinois would inevitably have met a grim fate under Idwin's whip. When Il confessed to himself that he had truly fallen in love with Lu Yin, Ryan found it utterly ludicrous, wishing he could open his female child's head to see if it were filled with water. Insect society was never lacking in females who fell in love with male insects. Their fates were invariably tragic, and these lessons were painfully evident. He could not believe an exception could occur. Yet gradually, as Ryan witnessed Lu Yan's indulgence towards Il, he began to believe, especially when he heard Lu Yin resolutely reject all other females and declare his unwavering commitment to Er alone. He comprehended Er completely. No female could possibly withstand Lu Yan's sweet words and charm. He mused that Er would not repeat the misfortunes of his previous marriage. He would surely walk hand in hand with Lu Yin for a lifetime, until their hair turned white together. Ryan responded with a smile, noting that Er was indeed being unreasonable, and he would certainly have a word with him later. The two insects engaged in a casual conversation when a doctor rushed in from outside. He appeared flustered, disregarding etiquette, and hurried to Lu Yan's side, informing him that Major Er had suddenly fainted at the military headquarters and had just been taken to the hospital. He should hurry to see him. Lu Yin sprang to his feet, helping Ryan up as they made their way to Er's hospital room. Upon arrival, Lu Yin found that Er had already regained consciousness, with a doctor conducting a thorough examination. Lu Yin grasped Er's hand, his heart racing, forcing himself to remain calm as he softly reassured Er, "My dear, do not fear. Everything will be fine." However, his mind was consumed with worry. Upon returning to the insect clan, he had already noted Er's deteriorating health. He had been administering herbal remedies to help him recover, yet he could not ascertain their effectiveness. Noticing Lu Yan's hands trembling slightly, Er felt a swell of emotion. Unlike Lu Yan, he did not share the same level of anxiety. His elevated rank, robust physique, and formidable healing abilities meant that even if he suffered severe injuries on the battlefield, he could regenerate. As long as his wings were unharmed, he considered any injury to be inconsequential. The doctor soon handed the test results to Lu Yan. The once alarming red indicators had transformed into healthy greens, and Er's mental state had returned to normal, allowing Lu Yin to breathe a sigh of relief. The doctor beamed brightly, exclaiming, "Your Excellency Lu Yin, Major Er, congratulations. You are expecting an egg." The doctor's words echoed in Lu Yin's ears, overwhelming him with immense joy. "What?" Lu Yin sprang up, gripping the doctor firmly, repeatedly confirming the validity of the news. The doctor, taken aback, noted that usually it was the females who rejoiced at the prospect of offspring. Yet Lu Yin's reaction was even more fervent than that of Major Er. The rumors circulating outside appeared to be true. The Major was indeed cherished. The doctor patiently reiterated, "Yes, it is an egg." Lu Yin continued to hold on to him, inquiring about various precautions. The doctor smiled, responding that Major Er had an excellent constitution, with the only requirement being Lu Yin's pheromones. Ahem. Lu Yin's face flushed. How could he forget that the insect clan was so unreserved? Was this something to be discussed in public? After the doctor departed, Lu Yin gently placed his hand on Er's abdomen, careful not to apply too much pressure for fear of harming the egg. It was astonishing that within lay a life connected to both him and Er by blood. Filled with elation, Lu Yin vowed to be a devoted father. Ryan, watching from the side, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Now, he could truly relax, no longer needing to worry about Er's well-being. "My lord," Er began, lifting his gaze with heavy eyelids, his voice laced with profound sorrow, "we cannot keep this egg." Lu Yin's smile froze on his face, unable to retract it in time. He doubted whether his excitement had led to auditory hallucinations. "What? Please, repeat that," he implored. Il enunciated each word with remarkable clarity. "My lord, I must say, we cannot proceed." "Silence, Il. What nonsense are you uttering?" Before Lu Yin could interject, Lian's voice thundered in anger. Furrowing his brow, Lian had always held high expectations of Il since his childhood, raising him with a demeanor that, while somewhat reserved, was steeped in decorum. How could he dare utter such treasonous words? Even Lu Yin, known for his patience, would be provoked should Lu Yin choose to strike Il. Lian would find no grounds for rebuttal. Lian noticed Lu Yin's face was ashen, and he desperately signaled Il to cease his reckless comments. "Do you not understand the value of the egg? How can you dismiss it so carelessly?" Lu Yin pressed his lips together. During his time on Earth, he had encountered many childless couples and understood that such matters required mutual agreement. If Il was unwilling, he could not impose his will upon him. Perhaps Il simply did not desire a larva. Despite the sorrow swelling within him, he endeavored to maintain a calm tone as he inquired, "Then tell me, why? Is it just for now, or do you intend to refuse forever?" "It is of no consequence. I respect your wishes." Il raised his gaze, his eyes brimming with tears, and collapsed into Lu Yin's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "My lord, it is not that I do not wish for a larva. I do. However, the timing is utterly wrong. This morning, I received notice of an impending invasion from foreign tribes. For the safety of the insect empire, I must immediately take to the battlefield. The war is predicted to last no less than 3 months. Yet, the egg requires your pheromones during its development, and I cannot be away from you for too long. Without you, it cannot survive. Il est sucht Luyanes Schulde. My lord, I am truly sorry. As a major general of the Empire and the commander of the Third Army, I must bear my responsibilities." "Ah, I see now," Lu Yin replied, his anger turning to bitter amusement. "I thought it was something of great significance. Why not join me on the battlefield?" Chapter 21. I beseech you, punish me. "No, you cannot go," Il exclaimed vehemently, his voice startling Lu Yin. Lu Yin's heart raced with alarm. Il's behavior today was utterly out of character. First, he rejected the egg, and now he was defying his lord. Did he intend to exhaust Lu Yin's patience entirely? Even the most affable of males could not tolerate such repeated folly from Il. "Il," Lu Yin warned, "apologize to Lord Lu Yin at once." Lu Yin, well aware of the challenges faced by females, often found himself subjected to punishment by Idwin. Thus, he had adopted a strict fatherly role, imposing near-exacting standards on Il, believing it to be the best way to shield Il from the ire of his lord post-marriage. Yet, Seeing Il, who usually obeyed him, sitting on the hospital bed, nervously twisting the fabric of his clothing to the point of nearly tearing it, was a silent act of defiance that infuriated Lien. He felt as though he could scarcely catch his breath in his anger, fearful that Lien might succumb to his wrath. Lu Yin urged, "Father, please return to rest. I will have a word with Il." Upon hearing Lu Yin address him as female father, Ryan hastily replied, "Your Excellency, you are far too kind. I cannot accept such a title." Lu Yin smiled, remarking, "As partners, you are Il's female father, as well as mine." Ryan understood that this was Lu Yin's subtle way of assuring him that he bore no anger, alleviating his concerns regarding Il facing punishment. As he turned to leave, he reflected on the fortunate fate of his naive offspring, who had encountered Lu Yin. Had it been another male insect, he would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences by now. He silently prayed that Il would not err further. After bidding Ryan farewell, Lu Yin approached Il step by step. Il's head drooped lower, tears cascading down his cheeks as he anxiously awaited the sound of Lu Yin's footsteps, feeling increasingly unsettled. He bit his lip in frustration, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth. The joy Lu Yin exhibited upon discovering the presence of insect eggs replayed in his mind, contrasting sharply with the shock and anger that had accompanied Il's declaration of not wanting the eggs. Yet, how could he bear to part with what he had longed for? Certainly, if Lu Yin remained adamant about preventing him from going to battle, he would be unable to do so. However, with external threats looming, he, as the commander, could not abandon the brothers of the Third Army to be led by other female insects, as their time to acclimate was far too brief, leading to a significant increase in casualties. It would be tantamount to sending the Third Army's female soldiers to their demise. As for the notion of accompanying him to provide adequate nourishment and safeguard the eggs, that was sheer folly. In the chaos of battle, he could scarcely attend to Lu Yin. In the event of an accident, Illinois dared not dwell on the thought, compared to Lu Yin's life. The unborn egg within him would have to be set aside. The air fell silent as the two insects faced each other in silence. Il felt the oppressive aura emanating from Lu Yin above him, heightening his anxiety. Ultimately, it was Il who could no longer endure. He slid off the bed and knelt before Lu Yin, pleading, "My lord, I was wrong. I beg you, punish me." "Punish you?" Lu Yin scoffed. "I am empty-handed. What means do I have to punish you?" Il murmured softly, "You could purchase disciplinary tools from the Light Brain now. They would arrive promptly." Lu Yin was momentarily speechless, surprised by Il's thoughtfulness. "Very well." Lu Yin's voice was inscrutable. "Do you wish for me to whip you until you miscarry, thereby relinquishing this egg and losing your ability to bear offspring, while I seek out other female insects to procreate, leaving you to watch helplessly as they thrive? Or would you prefer I use a dagger to systematically sever your wings, transforming a distinguished major into a mere shell of an insect, stripping you of your eligibility to fight?" With each word Lu Yin uttered, Il's heart quaked. In the next moment, he felt compelled to shout, "No, I do not desire that." Yet as the words hovered on his lips, he suddenly met Lu Yin's gaze, filled with fury. Indeed, Illinois thought, he was ultimately unworthy of such an exceptional male partner as Lu Yin. All his words coalesced into a singular affirmation, "Yes." Observing Il trembling on the ground, Lu Yin could not bring himself to press him further. Lu Yin began to feel remorse again. This foolish creature harbored his child within. Why did he utter such cruel words? He crouched down to meet Il's gaze and asked, "Tell me, why do you not wish for me to accompany you?" He, in his stubbornness, insisted it was due to the inherent dangers. "My lord," he repeated earnestly, "on the battlefield, you may be harmed." Understanding the depth of Il's concern, Lu Yin chose to overlook the slight. He sat down on the ground, attempting to reason with Il. Opening his holographic device, he presented his latest research findings before Il. "Behold, these are the designs for my improved aircraft and various weapons. They are projected to double our combat effectiveness." Il perused the documents, his extensive battle experience assuring him that Lu Yin's modest estimate was indeed conservative. He was astonished and bewildered. Was this truly the work of his lord? Why had he acquired such skills? Thus, Lu Yin said, inching closer to Il and gently running his fingers through Il's silky hair to soothe his emotions. I'm not as fragile as you believe. I can do much to secure victory in this war. After all, I am the only S-class male insect. Il, trust me. I wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, not remain forever sheltered behind you. With a tinge of vulnerability, he added, this is our first egg. Could you bear to harm it? He caressed Il's still flat abdomen, imagining the sorrow their child would feel if he knew his mother did not want him. Il conceded defeat. Every word from Lu Yin seemed to possess an enchanting power, drawing him toward the beautiful vision his lord painted. Witnessing the shift in Il's resolve, Lu Yin pressed on, I swear, once I am there, I will not cause you any trouble. I will follow the orders of the Major General, and if danger arises, I will immediately return here. Il found no rationale to refuse. He eventually nodded, very well. Lu Yin's plan succeeded. He stood and pulled Il up, playfully rubbing his knee. Does it hurt? Il shook his head. Am I really that delicate? With a serious demeanor, he said, My lord, please hand me those blueprints. I will take them to the military department for immediate production. I also need you to accompany me to provide guidance and expedite the process. Lu Yin agreed. Certainly. It would be my honor. War waits for no one. Having assured the well-being of the egg within, Illinois returned to the military department that afternoon. He announced two matters. First, that he was carrying an egg, which necessitated Lu Yin's presence on the battlefield. Second, that Lu Yin had improved new weaponry, which required immediate production to be utilized in the ongoing war, thereby appointing Lu Yin as a technical advisor. The room erupted in astonishment. Initially saddened by Il's revelation of carrying an egg, they feared the Major General might not lead them into battle. However, upon hearing that Lu Yin would accompany him, they were stunned. It was indeed remarkable that a male insect could go to such lengths for his female counterpart. Yet, concern soon followed. What would happen if Lord Lu Yin were to be harmed? However, upon gazing at the blueprints designed by Lu Yin, they fell utterly silent. Is this truly the prowess of an S-class male insect? Shouldn't a male insect be a mere idle creature, indulging in a life of leisure and excess? How could it possibly conceive such intricate weaponry? Truly commendable for a Major General to have found such an extraordinary male. Without further ado, Commander Il swiftly organized all affairs, ensuring that everyone fulfilled their respective roles in preparation for the impending war in a month's time. Lu Yin cooperatively took up his post in the Third Army, managing to steal moments to visit Il, collapsing onto the bed for a brief respite, nourishing the eggs within him. He silently celebrated his cleverness, relieved to no longer lead a solitary existence. Chapter 22. Even in death, I wish to depart together with him soon. The day of departure arrived. Lu Yin never anticipated encountering a familiar friend, Shimo, at this place. Shimo clung to Zhuan-Nua's arm, insistently demanding to accompany him aboard the spacecraft. Despite Zhuan-Nua's attempts to pry him off, he could not rid himself of Shimo's tenacity. Irritated, he exclaimed, Can you not be so annoying? It's mortifying. Shimo lamented, We are both male insects. Why is it that Lu Yin gets to go? If you abandon me, I will find a block of tofu to throw myself against. I will cause a scene. You must take me. Lu Yin shook his head. TSK, TSK, TSK. This lad has truly gotten his way. Zhuan-Nua cast a pleading glance at Il, who chose to selectively ignore it. After all, they had arrived together. Why not bring Shimo along, given that the spacecraft was filled with female insects whom the male master did not know? It might be more entertaining to have Shimo along for amusement. Lu Yin interjected, Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Elf Montauk, now regarded as a source of amusement, grinned widely, remaining by Zhuan-Nua's side. The spacecraft soon ascended, and as Lu Yin gazed out, he watched the insect planet gradually shrink in size. In the vast azure cosmos, stars twinkled in a dazzling array, and from within the spacecraft, it felt as though he was enveloped in a fairy tale, utterly romantic. Master, what are you gazing at? Il, having just completed the operational deployment, noticed the master lost in contemplation by the window. Lu Yin pulled Illinois close. Look over there. Might we have the chance to visit that planet in the future? Oh, That one? Il replied nonchalantly. I purchased it previously. It is now under your name, and you may visit it whenever you wish. Luyan was taken aback. He was aware that, according to insect customs, all of Il's possessions would belong to him post-marriage. However, he had not realized the extent of Il's wealth. Was there any difference from suddenly winning $1 million? No, there was indeed a distinction. Luyan mused, for $1 million could not procure such a planet. He cupped Il's face and planted a fervent kiss upon his lips, his gaze aflame. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Remarkable enough to allow him to comfortably enjoy a life of ease. Il was perplexed by the sudden turn of events, but as long as the master was pleased, that sufficed. The two insects exchanged but a few words before another insect entered to report. Major General, we are under surprise attack. Il's demeanor shifted instantly from the gentle nature exhibited before Luyan. His eyes sharpened with resolve, calm and composed as he executed the predetermined plan. Subsequently, he spoke to Luyan, Your Majesty, please retire to the lounge for some rest. I shall return shortly. Luyan nodded obediently, resolute in his decision not to cause trouble for Il. Upon entering the lounge, he spotted Shima crouched in the corner, engaged in the mundane task of assembling mushrooms. Shima greeted him with a lackluster wave, and Luyan inquired, Why are you so taciturn today? Shima, on the verge of tears, lamented. My dear Zuono threatened that should I speak too much, he would cast me off the spaceship to perish on a desolate planet. Woe is me. I cannot bear to lose Zuono. Shouldn't the imminent threat of starvation take precedence? Luyan, though perplexed, chose to respect Shima's plight. The lounge boasted a grand window, allowing a view of the external landscape. Luyan observed Il aboard the combat vessel he had modified, leading the charge as he deftly maneuvered through the enemy fleet. Anxiety gripped Luyan, for it appeared the adversaries were keenly aware that Il was their commander, targeting him specifically. A dozen aircraft relentlessly pursued him. Yet, Il skillfully evaded each attack, narrowly escaping their grasp. He even had the audacity to lean out from his vessel, firing several rounds at the enemy. Each shot found its mark, striking vital points with unerring precision, causing their craft to plummet from the skies. Luyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. The allure of Il was magnified on the battlefield, far surpassing that of the arena. He truly embodied the honor befitting the youngest major general of the empire. Just as Luyan was basking in pride for his remarkable partner, Shima interjected with a dismal thought. Do you think if I vex Zuono, I too would vanish like those aircraft? Luyan smacked his forehead in exasperation. If you utter another word, I shall cast you out. Find somewhere cooler to linger. In a mere span of minutes, Illinois returned from thwarting the ambush, apologetically informing Luyan, Your Majesty, we have reached the outskirts of the enemy position. I may not be able to accompany you further. Luyan nodded in understanding. Henceforth, the only time he would see Il was when the creature within him required sustenance. As Il had predicted, the war stretched on for a full 3 months. One evening, Illinois unexpectedly sought out Luyan, stating, Your Majesty, according to our plans, tomorrow marks the final battle, after which we shall return home. Over the course of 3 months, Il's abdomen had developed a gentle curve. Luyan leaned in closer, sensing the movement of the creature within him. The familiar presence prompted the creature to nudge Il's belly. Luyan's face lit up with joy. It's greeting me. Indeed, he is quite fond of you, Illinois replied. Immersed in delight, Luyan failed to notice the depth of Il's gaze. Lying busy de Luyan, il requested softly, Your Majesty, would you hold me tonight? Luyan readily agreed, elated that his beloved shared his affections. Meanwhile, Zuono presented Shima with a gleaming medal. Shima, bewildered, replied, You need not bestow this upon me. I'm not in want of money. Zuono took a deep breath. His teeth clenched in anger as he thrust himself into Shima's embrace. This is the first time I've achieved victory, rewarded by the Insect Emperor. I do not wish to deceive you. This war has proven to be far more arduous than we anticipated. Tomorrow's battle is fraught with uncertainty regarding life and death. If, and I stress if, I do not return, let it be that you accompany me in spirit. I want you to remember me always. Otherwise, even in death, I shall not release you from my grasp. Shimo fell into a prolonged silence. Forget it, Zwenua scoffed at himself, realizing he should not have put stock in the words of an arrogant insect. Consider my words as mere nonsense. I shall take my leave. However, Shiamo grasped Zwenua's hand with unusual seriousness. If you return alive, we shall marry, and I shall cherish your medal for the rest of my days. The following day, Lu Yin, as was customary, bid farewell to Yi Er as he set off for battle. Yet, once Yi Er departed, an unsettling sensation gnawed at Lu Yan's heart, a premonition of ill fate. Nonsense, he scolded himself. He had witnessed Yi Er's prowess before. Defeating enemies was a matter of mere moments. As dusk fell, Zwenua returned. His eyes were bloodshot as he knelt before Lu Yan, startling him into instinctively helping him up. What has happened? Where is Yi Er? Did he not return with you? Zwenua's voice trembled, tears streaming down his face. We encountered grave trouble. The Major General, in a bid to save us, diverted the enemy alone, prepared to perish alongside them. Lu Yan's mind reverberated with shock. He could no longer process Zwenua's words. All he knew was that he needed to find Yi Er to reclaim his beloved mate. Lord Lu Yan, Zwenua interrupted as he stood in front of him. The Major General has commanded you not to seek him, suggesting you find someone better, more obedient, and considerate. He will bless your union. Step aside, Lu Yan retorted sharply. Who desires the blessings of that foolish insect? Just last night, Yi Er's demeanor was peculiar, as if he had foreseen today's calamity while bidding farewell. That cannot be, Zwenua insisted, resolutely blocking Lu Yan's path. I promised the Major General to keep you safe. He said you are the only S-rank male insect, and should you go, it would be a significant loss to the Empire. Such loss is absurd. Lu Yan found the notion laughable. Yi Er is my mate, carrying my eggs. The entirety of the Empire pales in comparison to him in my heart. In death, I shall be with him. Otherwise, far from home, how lonely would Yi Er and the unborn larvae be? Though Zwenua was not as formidable as Yi Er, the disparity in combat prowess between male and female insects was evident, and Zwenua stood resolutely in front of Lu Yan, leaving him at an impasse. Let him go. If it were you in peril today, I would make the same choice. Lu Yan exited the spacecraft and haphazardly piloted a flying vehicle. Lord Lu Yan, we will accompany you, Zwenua declared, along with Yi Er's subordinates trailing behind him. That is unnecessary, Lu Yan replied firmly. Yi Er left alone to safeguard your lives. If you accompany me, his sacrifice would be in vain. Without further ado, he initiated the flying vehicle, pressing the throttle to the limit. Yi Er, do not fear, Lu Yan silently vowed. I shall soon join you and our larvae. You must wait for me. Chapter 23. The mighty sovereign Lu Yan was in a state of frantic urgency, compelled to follow the direction articulated by Zwenua in his search for Yi Er. The cosmos stretched infinitely, an expanse that seemed to have no boundaries. In his turmoil, he found himself at a loss regarding which course to pursue. Suddenly, he felt his vision expand, gradually revealing positions far beyond, clear and unimpeded. It dawned on him that this was his mental force emanating outward, radiating from him like a circle. Enlightenment struck him. Was this the purpose of the mighty insect's mental prowess? Before long, he discerned Yi Er's location. Yi Er piloted his craft, luring the remnants of the enemy forces further away. This was in fact Yi Er's final strategy. Should the enemy's strength exceed their expectations, he would sacrifice himself, detonating the craft to ensure mutual destruction with the foe. The adversaries, aware that Yi Er was the supreme leader, presumed he would fear death, and thus expected him to carry the majority of his forces aboard, prompting them to pursue him relentlessly, playing right into Yi Er's trap. As Yi Er noted the dwindling fuel of his craft, he realized he had distanced himself sufficiently, ensuring the safety of his comrades. Reluctantly, he caressed his abdomen, feeling the lingering warmth of the sovereign's embrace. Fate had dealt him a cruel hand. He could not bear this egg, nor share a lifetime with the mighty sovereign. Such a splendid ruler deserved a queen far stronger than he, who might be the fortunate female insect to capture his heart. Perhaps the fourth prince would be a worthy choice. Yi Er steeled himself against the sharp pangs in his heart, preparing to face his demise with composure. Just as he was about to press the detonation button, an unexpected craft surged into view through the rearview mirror. one that was not meant to be there. His hand faltered as he recognized Lu Yin at the helm, a tremor coursing through him. His pupils dilated in shock. The sovereign? What was he doing here? He had explicitly instructed Zhuanua to keep a vigilant watch over him. Lu Yan's appearance disrupted all of Er's plans. He could perish, yet he could not allow the sovereign to share his fate. In that fleeting moment of distraction, enemy crafts swiftly encircled him. He disregarded his own safety, unwilling to reveal Lu Yan's identity as a mighty insect, and urgently shouted through the loudspeaker for the sovereign to flee. Lu Yan, undeterred, continued to charge forth, his piloting lacking any semblance of order. Felt overwhelmed, a mix of anxiety and frustration engulfing him. He was utterly uncertain of what to do. In the next instant, the enemy ships surrounding him erupted in a series of explosions, casting resplendent sparks into the void. Before long, there was naught but remnants left behind, vanished without a trace. What? The enemy just disappeared? Is he seeing things? Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, Lu Yan's craft was drawing ever closer, within mere arm's reach. In the vast expanse of the universe, only two spacecraft stood in silence. Cautiously maneuvered his vessel backward, feeling a pang of guilt. He dare not speak or meet Lu Yan's gaze. After a prolonged moment, Lu Yan extended his hand towards him, his tone frosty, uttering but two words, "Come up." Without hesitation, Illinois obediently offered his hand. With a swift tug, Lu Yan pulled him aboard his craft, maintaining an indifferent demeanor as he turned to navigate back home. Seated in the co-pilot's seat, Illinois was enveloped in confusion. It appeared that the explosion of the enemy spacecraft was likely orchestrated by the sovereign. He was intrigued as to how a mere sovereign could possess such formidable combat prowess. However, acutely aware of his grave error, he refrained from asking questions. Lu Yan remained taciturn, and Il's forehead glistened with perspiration, the return journey feeling interminably long. He fidgeted restlessly until they finally reached the home planet, where Zhuanua greeted him jubilantly, exclaiming, "You're alive. Lord Lu Yan is truly miraculous." Il managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace, remaining silent. Zhuanua, puzzled, queried, "Aren't you happy to be alive? You have no idea how nearly frantic Lord Lu Yan was upon hearing of your intention to self-destruct. I tried to stop him, but Shima pulled me away." Zhuanua recounted the details of Lu Yan's reaction that day, but noticing Il's lack of interest, he cautiously asked, "You don't blame me for not stopping Lord Lu Yan, do you?" Il's heart plummeted. Did he still have a chance? The sovereign's gaze remained fixed upon him, making him feel exposed. Could he blame Zhuanua? Il thought, what a laugh would I dare? His own survival was already in question. The tales of Lu Yan and Il's exploits had spread throughout the insect realm. They had achieved great feats, leading the insect emperor to personally bestow upon Il the rank of general. Lu Yan, too, garnered immense public favor. Being the first male insect to achieve glory on the battlefield, his status now unassailable. Unspoken between them was the understanding that the insect emperor was paving the way for the fourth prince. Only their combined influence could facilitate the prince's ascension to the throne. During the conferral ceremony, the insect emperor inquired if Lu Yan wished to personally place the medal upon Il. To the emperor, their bond seemed celestial, and it was assumed Lu Yan would not want to miss such a pivotal moment in Il's life. Despite his anger, Lu Yan affixed the medal to Il's chest, genuinely pleased for him. "General, congratulations. This is the honor you deserve." Il's eyes glistened with unshed tears, having never dared to dream of such a day. However, he soon realized his elation was premature, for throughout the entire ceremony, Lu Yan did not utter another word to him. Il gazed at Lu Yan longingly, akin to a forsaken cat, yet Lu Yan remained aloof and unperturbed. The other insects, perceptive to the underlying tension, began to speculate whether they might take the opportunity to infiltrate Lu Yan's quarters. Whispers reached Il's ears, leaving him bewildered. What is happening? Wasn't it said that Il was favored? Why does it seem that Lord Lu Yan is indifferent towards him? Must it be stated? He has fallen from grace. As the male insects say, merely listen to their words, but why do you truly believe them? Should I then consider presenting my female to Lord Lu Yan? He is also of S rank. Even serving as a female attendant would be splendid. TSK, 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 Lord Lu Yin is so gentle, treating female insects kindly. Let alone being a female attendant, I would be grateful to the insect god if my own could become a female servant. The more Il listened, the more vexed he became. A group of scoundrels, dreaming foolishly. The male lord can only belong to him. This bunch must be spouting nonsense. He would never fall from grace. After enduring until the end of the hiring ceremony, Lu Yin did not wait for Il and returned home alone. Il pouted, letting out a long sigh, pondering what to do. QEQ. Zwenua approached him, asking if he had quarreled with Lord Lu Yin. Il silently acquiesced. Ha. Zwenua burst into laughter. Illinois, you have your day too. Il was so drained he could hardly muster the energy to respond, turning away to ignore him. Despite the laughter, Zwenua genuinely wished to assist Il. He pointed at Il's belly, exasperated. You are still carrying a precious little one. Use it to vie for affection. By the way, I'll recommend another shop to you. They have so many wonderful things. Il contemplatively glanced at his lower abdomen, then at the shop, blushing as he hesitantly nodded. When he returned home, Lu Yin had locked himself tightly in his study, not emerging. In truth, Lu Yin was delving into his mental powers. At that moment, he feared Il might perish, pushed to his limits, and discovered that his mental strength not only sensed a vast range beyond sight, but also possessed formidable offensive capabilities. He was solely focused on obliterating the ships that surrounded Il, leading to their immediate demise. If this remarkable mental power could be harnessed effectively, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. However, the male insects had been too lethargic for too long, failing to recognize this wondrous potential. Lu Yin intended to document these sensations, compelling the male insects to rise and join the battlefield, rather than indulging in the pleasure of chastising female insects. Il paced outside the door until nightfall before finally knocking. Lu Yin, aware it was him, opened the door with a stern expression. Yet in the next moment, his demeanor softened. For Il stood there clad in translucent gauze, revealing a slightly rounded belly, asking him pitifully, "My lord, please do not ignore me, all right?" The little one said it misses you too. Chapter 24. I dreamt you no longer wanted me. Lu Yin froze in place, his limbs unresponsive. The once aloof and ethereal flower had been brought down from its pedestal, beseeching him for affection. Lu Yin swallowed hard. How had Il suddenly become so perceptive? Il remembered Denoa's advice and boldly nuzzled his cheek against the male lord's arm. Il had also brought a bottle of wine, which Lu Yin recalled was sent by Ryan during his hospital stay. He adored drinking, and with the recent series of events, he and T indulged in quite some time. Il poured the wine into a glass. The pale yellow liquid was clear and transparent, with its aromatic scent wafting toward him. Il, with his mouth cleverly grasping the wine cup, presented it to Lu Yin, urging him to indulge in a drink for merriment. Lu Yin consumed it in one swift gulp. Truly, as expected from Lion, the alcohol was of high potency. With a single cup, Lu Yin felt a slight dizziness envelop him. His mind dulled. He found Il increasingly captivating, unable to resist the temptation, and promptly pulled him into the bedroom, administering a stern lesson. Only when Il vowed never to act recklessly behind his back did Lu Yin relent. Il, in a hazy stupor, succumbed to a prolonged slumber, during which he dreamt vividly of the day he was confined to the punishment room. For 5 long days, he had not a drop to drink. On the brink of death, he finally beheld the imposing figure of Lu Yin. However, this time, Lu Yin chose not to liberate him, but instead scolded him, pinching his nose in disdain. "So filthy! How dare you appear before me? Get out and wash yourself clean." Thus, Illinois was treated like refuse, subjected to repeated cleansing by the diligent workers of the confinement unit. The water stung against his battered body, causing him to tremble in pain, gasping for breath. Stripped of all dignity, when he was dragged back before Lu Yin, the latter merely cast a disinterested glance and commanded him to reveal his wings. Obediently, Il displayed his beautiful wings, which, sensing their master's mood, drooped limply to the ground. Lu Yin scoffed, declaring them useless and instructing their removal. Yet, Il remained suspended in the air, observing the scene from a third-person perspective. How could Lu Yin, who once adored his wings, showering them with countless tender kisses, be so cruel? The tingling sensations from those moments lingered in his memory. How could his master bear to destroy his wings? But he could not voice his protests. He could only watch helplessly as another version of himself was deprived of his wings, succumbing to pain and losing consciousness, only to be revived by cold water. Lu Yin, dissatisfied with the sluggishness of the workers, took matters into his own hands, brutally severing Il's wings with a dagger. Il could scarcely believe it. This was not the Lu Yin he knew. The scene shifted, revealing Lu Yin taking him home, imprisoning him in a dark, damp basement. Shackled and subjected to his master's wrath daily, never to escape the confines of that subterranean prison until his last breath. Il witnessed himself slowly closing his eyes, life slipping away, while Lu Yin merely frowned in annoyance, dismissing him with a wave, turning instead to revel with a group of unfamiliar female insects. Il tremble d'incontrollabile, unable to distinguish between dream and reality, as if this were the inevitable trajectory of his existence. He called out desperately for his master, yearning for Lu Yin to see him. Il, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, pulling him from the depths of his nightmare. He opened his eyes to find Lu Yin's face etched with concern. Startled by the earlier brutality displayed in his dream, Illinois instinctively recoiled. Lu Yin, pausing his attempt to comfort Il, noticed the panic and fear reflected in Il's eyes, and began to reflect on whether he had been too cold for too long. His intention was merely to teach Il a memorable lesson for not valuing his own life. Striving to soften his tone, Lu Yin inquired, "Illinois, are you all right? Did you have a nightmare?" Suddenly, Illinois lunged at him, and in an unexpected turn of events, Lu Yin found himself pinned beneath Il. Lu Yin, bewildered, thought, "Are we changing positions now?" He carefully shielded Il's belly. What was wrong? Il, in tears, recounted the dream he had just experienced. "My lord, I dreamed that you no longer wanted me." Lu Yin fell silent. Had he not ventured to Earth? The events within that dream might have been perceived as a grim reality. Was it Zhuang Zhou dreaming of a butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming of Zhuang Zhou? Il spoke with such sincerity that it compelled him to ponder whether he truly shared a past life with Il. This time, it seemed the insect god could no longer bear to watch and granted him another opportunity to care for Il, allowing him to first learn the essence of being a good man on Earth after his rebirth. "No," Lu Yin replied softly yet resolutely, "I would never abandon you." Il rested his head against his shoulder, relieved. As time passed, Il's prominence grew, and he gradually solidified his position as a general. The moment arrived when the insect emperor announced the succession of the fourth prince, which, as they had anticipated, stirred a significant uproar. Both Ryan and Il, as generals commanding the First and Third Armies, held sway over a considerable portion of the insect military. With their support, the fourth prince's path became considerably smoother. However, the ascension of a female insect to the throne threatened the interests of the male insects, prompting them to unite in resistance. They questioned why a female insect should become the insect emperor, expressing their dissent and disapproval. Lu Yin stood firm, and with an overwhelming aura of S-rank power, silenced the crowd of male insects. Some murmured in defiance, questioning his allegiance to the female insect. Lu Yin's response was simple yet effective. "Do you know how my own father perished?" This statement rendered the male insects speechless, for even his biological father had not been spared. The shock Lu Yin brought to the male insects was profound. He unveiled his research on mental power, compelling the idle male insects to return home and practice. Subsequently, he recruited the more skilled male insects into the army, personally training them for battle. Initially, the male insects struggled to accept this new way of life, but gradually they adapted. Unbeknownst to them, the unequal social hierarchy was slowly beginning to shift. In the courtyard, Lu Yin constructed a swing, as Il had been increasingly drowsy lately and found the indoors stifling. Thus, Lu Yin allowed him to rest upon the swing. The lush vegetable garden thrived vibrantly, and Lu Yin was pleased with his efforts, contemplating what nourishing meal to prepare for Il that evening. Zhuo and Shimo came to visit, having frequently dined at Liu Yan's place since their first experience of his cooking. Zhuanuo raised a finger adorned with a gemstone ring the size of a pigeon egg. Xiamo and I are preparing for marriage. With two insects achieving their happy ending, Liu Yan and Il naturally rejoiced. Ryan sat in the courtyard, observing the four young insects frolicking and laughing, while also witnessing Liu Yan's attentive care for Il, as if he were cradling something fragile, fearful of it breaking. He marveled at the unexpected joy he found in witnessing such a scene in his lifetime. In the future, the female insects would finally enjoy the fruits of their suffering. Suddenly, Il's cry of pain pierced the air as he clutched his abdomen tightly. Ryan was the first to realize Il was about to give birth. A flurry of insects hurried to the hospital. A few minutes later, the doctor handed Liu Yan an egg. Liu Yan waved his hand and said, "What about Il? I wish to see him first. I am not acquainted with this egg." The doctor responded, The egg exclaimed, "What?" Soon, Illinois emerged, completely back to his usual self. He and Liu Yan embraced the egg together. Liu Yan kissed Il and then pecked the egg tenderly. Their days ahead were still long. Chapter 1, he watched Shenzhou bow with every step. In the 13th year of the Yuan Zhao era, the Duke of Ding, Gu Qiyu, conspired against the throne, secretly harboring the dragon robe and wielding military authority filled with arrogance. Fortunately, the emperor discovered this in time, dispatching the imperial forest army to besiege the duke's residence. With irrefutable evidence, the duke met his demise. The benevolent emperor, noting that the duke's eldest son had passed away, merely sentenced his second son, Gu Mingci, to execution, while the remaining 132 individuals in the residence were released. The spirit of Gu Mingci hovered above, coldly observing the imperial agents sent to ransack the estate, leaving no stone unturned. They seemed intent on not leaving even a blade of grass behind. The household servants scattered in panic, hastily fleeing. Some even seized gold and silver treasures amidst the chaos, displaying no lingering attachment to the duke's residence. A mocking smile crept across his lips. Once people leave, the warmth dissipates, and it is merely thus. His father, the Duke Gu Qiyu, was a blood brother to the current emperor, Gu Yuanchu. During a time of numerous imperial princes, his father, distinguished in martial skills, had rendered significant contributions to the dynasty, leading the late emperor to entrust him with most military power. In the subsequent struggle for succession, his father, accompanied by loyal soldiers, vowed to protect Gu Yuanchu's ascension, thus enabling Gu Yuanchu to occupy the Golden Throne today. It could be said that without his father, there would be no imperial reign for Gu Yuanchu. After ascending the throne, Gu Yuanchu conferred upon his father the title of duke, showering him with riches, effectively elevating him as a second emperor. However, as the cunning rabbit perishes, so do the hounds. As the birds take flight, the fine bows are concealed. The emperor, wary of the duke's formidable influence, feared he might usurp the throne. The bond between brothers had long since soured unbeknownst to them. While publicly bestowing boundless glory upon the duke, the emperor secretly plotted, placing spies within the duke's residence to hide the dragon robe, orchestrating a grand performance aimed at eradicating any possibility of the duke's usurpation. Yet the duke, accustomed to the military life and preoccupied with thoughts of warfare, remained unsuspecting of his own brother. On the day of his demise, he still sought an audience with the emperor, crying out in injustice, convinced he had been wronged by treachery. Little did he know, the treacherous figure he spoke of was, in fact, the emperor himself. No one heeded his pleas for redress. As the guillotine fell, his eyes closed in eternal sleep. That day, the sky was filled with snowflakes, soft as goose feathers. Alongside him, Gu Mingci, the second young master of the duke's residence, was executed. As for the others, it seemed the emperor, seeing the heavy snowfall, felt apprehensive about the number of lives taken, fearing the creation of a great sin. Thus, he feigned benevolence, allowing them to go free, thereby preserving his reputation as a wise ruler. Gu Mingci sat atop the duke's residence, utterly bored. He was uncertain why he had not returned to the underworld, but instead lingered near the duke's estate. Suddenly, with a furious shout, the officers ransacking the house ceased their actions. Gu Mingxi turned towards the direction of the voice and beheld a figure emerging from a dilapidated house. Despite the swirling snow, he was clad in scant attire, his cheeks flushed from the biting cold. Gu Mingxi was taken aback. This person was none other than his legally wed husband, Xinzhou, who had been ceremoniously brought into the Wangfu. Counting on his fingers, Gu Mingxi pondered how long it had been since he last saw Xinzhou, and marveled at how he had grown so emaciated. Moreover, why had Xinzhou not yet departed from the Wangfu? Standing resolutely amidst the wind and snow, Xinzhou spoke with deliberate clarity, asserting that the Prince Ding was unwaveringly loyal to the emperor and that there was undoubtedly injustice in this matter. The soldiers roughly shoved him aside, dismissively stating that he was of no consequence, and that if he had grievances, he should present them before the emperor, rather than obstructing their duties. Suddenly, Xinzhou knelt upon the ground, bowing his head towards the palace, and then rose to take a step forward. Thus he proceeded, kneeling with each step until he reached the palace gates. The ground was blanketed in snow, and Gu Mingxi could scarcely fathom the chill. The coarse gravel tore at Xinzhou's knees, leaving a meandering trail of crimson blood upon the snow. Gu Mingxi winced at the sight. Xinzhou's hands were frozen stiff, his knees numb and swollen. Yet he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to strike the drum of grievance at the palace entrance. After a prolonged wait, a eunuch clad in resplendent attire emerged, looking down upon Xinzhou with disdain. "Who are you? Why do you strike the drum?" Xinzhou's lips, frostbitten and tinged with purple, strove for clarity as he spoke. "I am Xinzhou, the husband of Gu Mingxi, the second son of Prince Ding. I have come to plead for justice on behalf of the prince and seek an audience with his majesty." The eunuch scoffed derisively. "Ah, so you are the forsaken husband, reduced to a slave, unloved by your spouse? The case of Prince Ding has already been resolved. He is dead. What do you hope to achieve by causing a scene? Depart at once." Xinzhou replied steadfastly, "The prince is loyal to the core. My husband, Gu Mingxi, has lived with integrity, and, even in death, he should depart with honor. I implore you to inform his majesty of my request for an audience." The eunuch cast a scornful glance at him and ordered the guards at the palace gate, "It is early. Do not disturb his majesty's rest. Beat him to death." He turned away, and the guards raised a broad plank to strike Xinzhou with brutal force. Gu Mingxi instinctively reached out to intervene, but his hands passed through Xinzhou's form. Helplessly, he could only watch as the plank descended, blood splattering upon Xinzhou's body. Xinzhou bit down hard on his lip, enduring the blows in silence. It was not until blood filled his mouth that he emitted a faint, muffled groan, his breath growing weaker until he succumbed to death. The guards, witnessing his demise, cursed in disgust. What a nuisance. They carelessly wrapped Xinzhou's lifeless body in a tattered mat and discarded it at a graveyard. "Fool," Gu Mingxi mused, thinking of his father, both equally foolish. He had harbored hopes that the cold-hearted emperor might show mercy, when in truth, he was the true culprit. No, Gu Mingxi's heart was a tumult of emotions. Xinzhou was even more foolish than his father. He could have chosen indifference and extricated himself unscathed. Gu Mingxi found himself utterly perplexed as to why Xinzhou felt compelled to meddle in such matters. Xinzhou was once a subordinate of his father, the Duke of Ding, and a general conferred by the emperor, yet he fled the battlefield, causing a devastating defeat for our dynasty. The emperor, infuriated by Xinzhou's cowardice, sought his life. Consequently, the Shun family fell into decline, and people began to distance themselves from them. It was only through the Duke of Ding's intercession, who proposed that his second son, Gu Mingxi, had long harbored feelings for Xinzhou and wished to marry him, that Xinzhou was spared, albeit relegated to a lower rank and reduced to common status. Furthermore, a marriage was arranged between Gu Mingxi and Xinzhou. However, prior to marrying Xinzhou, Gu Mingxi was enamored with another. Ironically, the object of his affection was Xinzhou's own elder sister. Yet, his father, typically compliant to his wishes, inexplicably insisted that he marry Xinzhou. The notion of taking a male spouse was a profound affront to Gu Mingxi's pride. He lamented and resisted vehemently, but his father confined him to his quarters, forbidding him from leaving. Ultimately, he acquiesced, Observing Shenzhou's sister, who was forced to wed a minor official due to their family's decline, Gu Mingxi's resentment towards Shenzhou grew. He blamed Shenzhou for the misfortunes that had befallen them. Thus, upon bringing Shenzhou home, Gu Mingxi did not even acknowledge him, relegating him to the servants' quarters. Although he was nominally his wife, in reality, he was treated as a mere servant, trampled upon by all. The Duke of Ding, seeking to preserve Shenzhou's life, had coerced Gu Mingxi into this union, burdened by guilt and unable to demand kindness from Gu Mingxi towards Shenzhou. He could only turn a blind eye and allow life to proceed in this manner. Fortunately, Shenzhou was understanding and compliant, refraining from causing any disturbance. Aware that he did not hold Gu Mingxi's affection, each day he toiled in the most arduous tasks, enduring beatings without complaint, striving to remain out of Gu Mingxi's sight to avoid irritation. In essence, Gu Mingxi and Shenzhou could hardly be considered a loving couple. Rather, they resembled adversaries. Gu Mingxi despised Shenzhou and naturally assumed that Shenzhou harbored similar feelings towards him. Yet, when the Duke's household faced peril, why did Shenzhou risk his life? Gu Mingxi was perplexed, grappling with an inexplicable frustration that eluded his understanding. He reflected on Shenzhou's life, which had undoubtedly been fraught with hardship. If there were to be a next life, he resolved to treat Shenzhou with greater kindness. Chapter 2. Very well, my dear wife, let us return home now. Lord Gu. Gu Mingxi was abruptly roused by a hand on his shoulder. As he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by several familiar faces. Young gentlemen whom he had often indulged in revelry with during his lifetime. Had they also ventured into the underworld? When had they developed such camaraderie? Someone waved a hand before Gu Mingxi's eyes, bending slightly with a smile. Lord Gu, what are you daydreaming about? It's your turn to play. As Gu Mingxi's vision sharpened, his mind began to clear. The scene before him appeared vaguely familiar. Indeed, it was before the demise of the Dingwang mansion that he frequently emerged to engage in card games and revelry, embodying the quintessential debauchee. Yet, had he not perished? He touched his neck, feeling the smooth and unblemished skin, devoid of even the slightest scar. Nevertheless, the excruciating pain of having his head severed seemed to linger. Gu Mingxi seized an individual at random, fixing his gaze intently upon him. Tell me, what year is it now? The person's smile faltered. Sensing something amiss with Gu Mingxi, bewildered by the abruptness of his inquiry, he replied, It is the 3rd year of Yuanzhao, Master Gu. What seems to be troubling you today? Are you fatigued? If so, let us cease our game. I know a few exquisite beauties have recently arrived at the Chuanfang Garden. You would undoubtedly be pleased. Shall we go and take a look? The latter part of his words faded from Gu Mingxi's hearing. His mind was consumed with the realization that it was indeed the 3rd year of Yuanzhao. In that year, he had just turned 17, and the Dingwang mansion was at the zenith of its glory. He was still that young master, always addressed as Master Gu wherever he went. Had he truly returned? An overwhelming joy struck him, rendering him momentarily dazed, as he silently expressed gratitude to the heavens for granting him a second chance at life. Gu Mingxi's thoughts swirled. Yet having once tasted death and lingered in a state of liminality, he accepted this reality within mere moments. He subdued his elation, impatient to return and see Shenzhou. Calculating the time, they should have only recently wed. At this moment, Gu Mingxi harbored disdain for Shenzhou and found himself perplexed by his father's intentions. In his childhood, he had accompanied his father to the northwestern frontier, where his father commanded troops, and every soldier displayed unparalleled bravery, unafraid of sacrifice. Thus, he deemed Shenzhou as the commanding officer, who fled in battle and disregarded the lives of his soldiers, worthy of no forgiveness. Death was his just reward. He held a low opinion of Shenzhou. Yet, his father, in a bid to preserve Shenzhou's life, disregarded his own wishes and compelled him to take Shenzhou as his male spouse. As for Gu Mingxi's feelings, no one inquired whether he consented to this arrangement. Shenzhou was a former subordinate of his father, cherished and esteemed by him. Hence his father initially harbored hopes for a harmonious relationship between Gu Mingxi and Shenzhou. Gu Mingxi, exasperated, used the pretext of not wanting to be disturbed as newlyweds to relocate with Shunzhou to another private residence. In truth, it was merely a means to exert further pressure upon him. He boldly declared that anyone in the household could punish him, as long as it did not result in his death, without regard to preserving his dignity. This led to Shunzhou kneeling daily at his door in penance. Shunzhou endured it all in silence, never uttering a word of complaint. Meanwhile, Gu Mingzi indulged in nightly escapades with his companions of revelry, returning home at dawn. He once naively believed that his numerous brothers ensured his popularity. Yet, when the Dingwang mansion fell into misfortune, those who had once adored him distanced themselves as if fleeing from plague. Gu Mingzi sought assistance, but was impatiently dismissed. In the past, he was addressed as the second master out of respect for his father. But now that his father has fallen from grace, who still regards him as anything of significance, it would be wise for him to recognize the harsh realities sooner rather than later. Only Shunzhou, that simpleton, gathered his remains and personally inscribed a tombstone for the late Gu Mingzi, only to be brutally killed by a tyrant while seeking justice for the crown prince. Reflecting on these memories filled Gu Mingzi with a desire to obliterate his former self, who had been so naive as to mistake pearls for mere stones. However, he did not wish to reveal his true feelings to the group before him. Instead, he leaned back, feigning fatigue, rubbed his temples, and continued, "Indeed, I have grown quite weary from the festivities of late." With that, he turned to leave. "This is rather dull. I shall not partake further. You may continue. I will take my leave." The group exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. "Oh, second master, returning home means no one will attend to you. Why not accompany me to the Garden of Beauties? There is no shortage of lovely companions there to cater to your every need." A cold smile crept into Gu Mingzi's heart. They believed today's gains from him were insufficient and were reluctant to let him depart. Should he venture to the Garden of Beauties, all expenses would fall upon him, revealing how they truly regarded him as a naive benefactor. As his frustration mounted, a newcomer entered the room, dressed in coarse fabric, her honey-hued skin partially exposed, and her long black hair casually styled. She possessed a chaotic yet alluring beauty. Gu Mingzi leaned forward slightly, his eyes brightening. It was Shunzhou, his wife. Shunzhou approached him swiftly. "Husband, you have been away for several days. Continuing in this manner is detrimental to your health. Please, return home with me." Upon seeing Shunzhou again, Gu Mingzi momentarily lost his composure. Unlike the frail figure he remembered from his past life, Shunzhou now stood tall and robust, with subtle hints of well-defined abs visible beneath his collar. How had he not noticed before how handsome Shunzhou had become? His silence was misconstrued by Shunzhou as a rejection. With a self-deprecating smile, Shunzhou thought it understandable for Gu Mingzi to harbor resentment. Had it not been for him, Gu Mingzi would likely have married a suitable and virtuous wife, eventually leading a life filled with children. All of this had been ruined by his own actions. Who could blame him? However, having been away for days, indulging in excessive drinking, Shunzhou was concerned for Gu Mingzi's well-being. Today, coincidentally, marked the third day of his return home, and secretly, he hoped Gu Mingzi would accompany him. Thus, he persisted, "Husband, I implore you." Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd. It was unclear who began it, but soon it became a chorus of ridicule. One individual cast a disdainful glance at Shunzhou. "Isn't this our General Shun? How have you fallen to such disrepute?" This man, once a ruffian, had encountered Shunzhou while committing robbery, only to be soundly beaten and taken to the authorities. Today, he relished the opportunity to mock him, adding, "Oh, I almost forgot, you're no longer a general. Fearing for your life has cost you dearly. Had it not been for our second master, you would have met a grisly end long ago. If I were in your position, I would have chosen to end my own life, sparing others the burden." His eyes flickered as he turned to Gu Mingzi and remarked, "Your esteemed status surely prevents you from being truly dominated by this newly wedded male spouse. Becoming a mere henpecked husband, I presume?" He leered at Shunzhou with ill intentions. "Dear Gu Eryi, I am aware of your disdain for him. Keeping him with you is a waste. Might you lend him to me for a couple of days? Rest assured, I shall not ruin him." Shunzhou, alarmed, suddenly raised his head, exclaiming, "No, Panic surged within him at the thought of Gu Mingzi potentially sending him away. In a moment of desperation, he invoked the name of the prince, "Husband, for the sake of the Wang Yi, please do not cast me out." In the next instant, Gu Mingzi kicked the table over, shattering cups and plates into a million pieces. Shinzhou closed his eyes in despair, his heart ashen. He had foreseen this. Gu Mingzi despised it when he invoked the prince to pressurize him. There was a real risk that, in a fit of rage, he might indeed be sent away. Gu Mingzi, too, was taken aback. He had merely been admiring Shinzhou's beauty for a moment. Yet these individuals dared to disrespect him so brazenly. Ultimately, it was his own negligence towards Shinzhou that had emboldened them. With a dark expression, he commanded, "Get out. Shinzhou is my legitimate wife. Should I hear such nonsense again, none of you shall remain in the capital." The group, witnessing Gu Mingzi's genuine fury, shrank back, silenced. After dismissing them, Gu Mingzi took Shinzhou's hand, shedding his usual roguish demeanor, and softened his tone. "Do not fear. I shall accompany you home." Shinzhou, having trained in martial arts, bore calluses on his hands. Gu Mingzi contemplated how to avoid repeating the mistakes of his past life, instinctively rubbing his hands together, wholly unaware of Shinzhou's flushed face. As they made their way home, before even crossing the threshold, Shinzhou knelt straight onto the ground, indifferent to the mocking gazes of the servants. Bowing his head, he murmured, "Husband, I have wronged you today. Please punish me." Chapter 3. How should you thank me? Shinzhou's expression was one of numbness, for he had anticipated this moment. After all, he had first embarrassed Gu Mingzi in front of his friends and then resorted to the prince as leverage. It was only natural that Gu Mingzi would be furious. At present, he found himself in a position even lower than that of servant, as Gu Mingzi had decreed that any servant in the household could strike or scold him without cause. He was the most wretched of beings. Rather than wait for Gu Mingzi's hand to fall upon him, he chose to admit fault first, hoping to secure a more lenient punishment. Gu Mingzi cast a glance at him before entering the room, not allowing Shinzhou to rise. After a moment's reflection, Shinzhou began to crawl forward. This scene instantly reminded Gu Mingzi of Shinzhou from his past life, who would prostrate himself with each step, disregarding his own knees. Bloodied and in disarray, he frowned, resolved that in this new life, he would protect Shinzhou at all costs. Standing up, Shinzhou was taken aback. He hadn't expected Gu Mingzi to be so accommodating today. After just a couple of steps forward, he was allowed to rise. He was not one to seek suffering, and if he could live a better life, he would naturally comply, following Gu Mingzi into the room. Gu Mingzi reclined on the concubine couch, scrutinizing Shinzhou from head to toe. His attire was woefully inadequate, his form cloaked in dust, rendering him a figure of dullness and discontent. The more he observed, the more dissatisfaction welled within him. When a young master's temper flared, it was imperative that Gu Mingzi be adorned in the finest silks and satins, lest anyone presume he treated those around him with indifference. He called out, "Come here." In response, a young servant entered. Gu Mingzi instructed, "Go and fetch a few outfits for Shinzhou." At a loss for how to address him, he hesitated. Ordinarily, Shinzhou was the matriarch of the household, but such a designation felt disrespectful to him. After all, in this union, the burden of hardship was not his alone to bear. Shinzhou, forced into subservience, surely endured his own share of discomfort. However, addressing him as Zhou seemed overly intimate, and the thought made him cringe. After much contemplation, Gu Mingzi finally settled on, "Purchase several garments for young Master Shun." The servant hesitated, unsure of the young master's newfound concern for Shinzhou, and tentatively suggested, "Might I first measure young Master Shun's dimensions?" "No need," Gu Mingzi replied, accurately reciting a series of numbers. Shinzhou looked up at Gu Mingzi, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could not fathom how, on their wedding night, Gu Mingzi had avoided consummating their union, and today marked their true encounter. How could Gu Mingzi possibly know his measurements? Gu Mingzi, however, averted his gaze slightly. In truth, in a previous life, he and Shinzhou had shared intimate moments. Shinzhou bore a resemblance to his sister, Shunyao, and one drunken evening, Gu Mingzi had mistakenly identified him as her. From that moment on, Shenzhou had become a surrogate for Shan Yao in Gu Mingzi's mind, providing solace for his yearning in moments of clarity. This self-destructive thirst had harmed both himself and Shenzhou. Yet, Gu Mingzi's actions towards Shenzhou had never been tender. Each encounter left Shenzhou bedridden with fever for an extended period. Gu Mingzi acknowledged his own despicable nature, and in hindsight, the fate of being publicly executed was well-deserved. He had long been familiar with Shenzhou's physique. A mere measurement posed no challenge for him. He instructed, "Be swift, and also bring a bucket of hot water." When the servant departed, Shenzhou remained frozen in place. The requests for clothing and water were all too clear in their implications. Was Gu Mingzi truly intending to make use of him? Seizing the moment while Gu Mingzi was lost in thought, he boldly and greedily took in the entirety of Gu Mingzi's features. No one knew of his affection for Gu Mingzi. He had cherished him from a distance for quite some time. The young master was radiant and flamboyant, possessing an audacious charm that was undeniably endearing. In his earlier days, before becoming a general and while serving under the Duke of Ding as a junior officer, he had stolen a glance at Gu Mingzi from afar and had been smitten at first sight. Thus, when he learned that the Duke of Ding had arranged for him to marry Gu Mingzi to preserve his own life, he had been filled with joy, unable to sleep through the night. Even in the face of Gu Mingzi's harsh demeanor, he found himself willingly enamored. He had never dared to reveal his feelings, fearing that Gu Mingzi would find him repulsive. Simply holding the title of Gu Mingzi's wife felt like an immense stroke of fortune. The two harbored divergent thoughts, completely oblivious to each other's sentiments, while the silence around them was so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. It was only when the bathtub was brought in, steaming with hot water, that the stillness was broken. The young servant inquired whether he should assist young Master Shun with his bath. "Leave," Gu Mingzi replied without a moment's hesitation, for only he was permitted to behold Shenzhou's form. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to attend to Shenzhou's bathing himself, considering it a way to repay the kindness he had received from the Duke's residence in his past life. Shenzhou lingered, his earlobes flushed crimson. Gu Mingzi puzzled thought, why the embarrassment when they were both men? At last, Shenzhou timidly unfastened his garments, revealing bruises of a purplish hue on his calves, as if inflicted by a wooden plank. Gu Mingzi sprang to his feet, unable to remain seated. "Who struck you?" Shenzhou muttered softly. "It was the steward. I was slow on my task today." Gu Mingzi inhaled deeply, realizing the fault lay not with others, but with himself. He had failed to regard Shenzhou as a person, and thus the steward acted under his orders. "I apologize." In 2 lifetimes, Gu Mingzi had never uttered such words, and after a lengthy pause, it was all he could manage. Shenzhou, uncertain of Gu Mingzi's feelings, simply responded, "You are too kind. I do not deserve it." Gu Mingzi redirected the conversation, pointing to the water bucket. "Hurry and wash. The water will grow cold." As Shenzhou stepped into the bath, he felt a hand rest upon his back, causing him to freeze. Turning, he discovered it was Gu Mingzi. Gu Mingzi, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and stammered, "You cannot reach here. Let me help you. I have never served anyone before, so if you feel uncomfortable, please speak up." Uncomfortable was an understatement. Shenzhou dared not move, acutely aware of Gu Mingzi's hands gliding over every inch of his skin, raising goosebumps along his body. The sensation intensified as Gu Mingzi's hands wandered lower, even to his abdomen, where a scar resided. Seeking to ease the awkward atmosphere, Gu Mingzi inquired, "How did you acquire this injury?" Shenzhou replied, "It was an accident on the battlefield, inflicted by the enemy." Gu Mingzi's movements halted abruptly, and doubts began to creep in regarding Shenzhou's escape from the battlefield. Could a battle-hardened general truly abandon his soldiers? If a tyrant could disregard brotherly bonds and betray his own father, what was to stop him from framing Shenzhou? How regrettable it was that in his previous life, he had failed to perceive the gravity of this situation. His mind raced while his hands continued their work, feeling Shenzhou's skin grow increasingly warm, as if it were on fire. Odd, was the water truly this hot? "Dear husband," Shenzhou finally exclaimed, I can manage the rest myself. At that moment, a veil of mist clouded Shun Zhou's eyes, rendering him a picture of vulnerability. Gu Mingzi pondered, was Shun Zhou moved to tears by his humble service? Shun Zhou hastily finished washing the remaining parts of his body, donning the new clothes provided by the servant. The fabric felt smooth against the skin, and it was evident that it was of fine quality. The emerald-hued robe accentuated Shun Zhou's striking features even further. Gu Mingzi, who admired beauty, had always maintained a respectful distance. Yet, this was his own wife. Surely, a few touches would not be inappropriate. Indeed, it would be perfectly acceptable. Gu Mingzi casually picked up a cloth and meticulously dried Shun Zhou's hair. They were too close. The proximity was overwhelming. Gu Mingzi could even detect the scent of the soap on Shun Zhou. In recent days, Shun Zhou had been rising early and retiring late. And as Gu Mingzi gently dried his hair, he found the pressure just right, leading him into a state of drowsiness. Gradually, Shun Zhou leaned against Gu Mingzi, his head nodding slightly. Observing this, Gu Mingzi shifted his position to provide more comfort, simultaneously slowing his movements. After a while, having dried Shun Zhou's hair sufficiently, he too yawned and, embracing Shun Zhou, drifted into a deep slumber. When Shun Zhou awoke, it was already afternoon. Gu Mingzi seated him at the head of the table, gathering all the servants in the courtyard, and entrusted the keys to the storeroom to Shun Zhou. From this day forth, young Master Shun will oversee the household provisions. You are to heed his commands, and any disobedience will be met with severe consequences. The servants complied, yet Shun Zhou felt a sense of unease. Once they had departed, Gu Mingzi raised an eyebrow and playfully teased Shun Zhou. Today, I have helped you establish your authority. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Chapter 4. Was Shun Zhou as pitiful in the Shun family? Gu Mingzi resembled a roguish scion, playfully toying with a virtuous maiden. He was carefree, unrestrained, and seemingly frivolous. Yet his striking appearance and carefully measured words did not evoke annoyance. Instead, they rendered Shun Zhou, the one being teased, utterly bashful, lowering his head and struggling to articulate a response. Thank you? At present, I possess nothing of value to offer Gu Mingzi in return. Gu Mingzi's interest peaked further, revealing his unreliable nature as he lifted Shun Zhou's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Leaning closer, he whispered, I have heard of General Shun's invincible prowess in battle. He was a formidable aide to his father, eloquently silencing the enemy with well-chosen words and references, leading to their retreat. This victory earned him the refined title of a cultured general. He gently caressed Shun Zhou's cheek with his fingertip, teasing, Why do you become so taciturn in my presence? Are you feigning sorrow, perhaps finding me unworthy? No, never. Shun Zhou hastily denied, asserting he would never look down upon Gu Mingzi. He found himself defenseless against Gu Mingzi's playful banter, repeating his denial ineffectively. During his time with the prince in the northwestern border, he was surrounded by robust men who spoke plainly and often resolved matters through force. Upon returning to the capital, however, he encountered mostly literati and refined gentlemen who employed sophisticated language and precise diction. Faced with someone as unabashed as Gu Mingzi, he felt utterly at a loss. Noticing Shun Zhou nervously clutching the hem of his clothing, his fingers whitening as he wrinkled his new garment, Gu Mingzi decided to withdraw before things escalated. For he feared the playful teasing might eventually provoke Shun Zhou's ire. He offered Shun Zhou a way out, feigning discomfort and placing a hand on his forehead. I have indulged in too much wine and now suffer from a headache. Might young Master Shun lend me a hand? Relieved, Shun Zhou placed his hands on Gu Mingzi's head and began to massage gently. However, it soon became apparent that Gu Mingzi had made a regrettable choice. Shun Zhou had never learned the art of massage and lacked any technique. Fearing he might hurt Gu Mingzi, he applied the slightest pressure. With fingers calloused yet delicate as feathers, they caressed lightly, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, igniting a flutter of restlessness within Gu Mingzi's heart. This was less a massage and more a flirtation. Yet, Shun Zhou maintained a serious demeanor, entirely oblivious to the underlying tension. Gu Mingzi cursed under his breath. Lamenting his own folly, he had spent his days hunting wild geese only to be pecked in the eye by one. It seemed he too had reached a day where he inadvertently stumbled upon his own downfall. Seizing Shunzhou's hand, he managed a strained smile amidst the innocence and confusion reflected in Shunzhou's gaze, declaring, "It is sufficient. Young Master Shun possesses truly remarkable skills. And I'm already healed." Shunzhou nodded, bewildered. Was he truly so talented? Filled with a desire to compensate Shunzhou, Gu Mingzi inquired, "These past few days, I have been reckless and owe you an apology. Is there anything you wish for?" Observing Gu Mingzi's expression, Shunzhou, emboldened by his relatively good mood, daringly asked, "Would you be willing to accompany me to the Shun residence for dinner tonight?" Gu Mingzi suddenly realized that it was the third day since their wedding. How could he have forgotten such a significant occasion? The necessary formalities must be observed, so he arranged for splendid gifts and summoned his finest sedan chair, leading a grand procession toward the Shin household. As they sat within the soft confines of the sedan, Shunzhou felt as if he were dreaming. He still believed that Gu Mingzi resisted their union and would certainly be reluctant to return home with him. Yet at this moment, not only had Gu Mingzi come, but he also held Shunzhou's hand tightly, even playfully squeezing his thigh. Gu Mingzi's admiration for Shunzhou's physique was genuine. After all, he was a martial artist, his form firm and resilient, unlike himself, whose flesh was soft and unyielding, incapable of lifting or carrying weight. With a deep sigh, Gu Mingzi reflected on his childhood. His father had also hoped he would pursue martial training. However, his own body betrayed him, and after merely half an hour of practicing stances, he succumbed to heat stroke and fainted. A grave illness followed, leaving him with lingering ailments. Furthermore, his elder brother had perished on the battlefield, and fearing he might meet the same fate, his father abandoned all hopes of him becoming a warrior. All he wished for was a safe and uneventful life, which fostered his rebellious nature. This was also the reason his father favored Shunzhou, aspiring to cultivate him as the next heir. Alas, fate can be cruel. His dreams were cut short. Recalling his brother's death, Gu Mingzi felt a surge of bitterness toward the present-day tyrant. His inherent suspicion had led to fraternal strife, leaving him to mourn for his father and brother, who had served loyally only to meet a tragic end. Such loyalty had resulted in ruin. How repugnant. Sensing Gu Mingzi's discontent, Shunzhou presumed it stemmed from his reluctance to accompany him back home, feeling trapped by his prior commitments. One cannot take back words once spoken. Guilt washed over him, realizing he had spoken thoughtlessly when Gu Mingzi had inquired about his desires. The carriage came to a steady halt at the Shun residence, but not a soul was there to greet them. As Shunzhou alighted, he summoned someone to announce their arrival, and only then did his parents leisurely approach. Shunzhou's father grumbled, "You've already been married off. Why return?" Shunzhou replied, "It is the third day after marriage. I wish to see my aunt." Shunzhou's mother, equally sharp-tongued, retorted, "What is there to see of a long-deceased concubine? Do you not value me, your legitimate mother? It is entirely your fault for committing such a grave mistake, inciting the emperor's wrath and causing our family to be looked down upon." Gu Mingzi listened intently from within the carriage, fully aware that Shunzhou was the illegitimate son born of a concubine. Yet he was taken aback by the disdainful attitude exhibited by Shin's father and mother towards him. It appeared that Shunzhou's life in the Shin residence was not as enviable as he had presumed. With a deceased stepmother, an unloving father, and a scheming legitimate mother, his plight was indeed pitiable. They failed to consider that without Shunzhou's remarkable military achievements, their own past glory would have been unattainable. Such audacity was astonishing. Gu Mingzi lifted the curtain of the carriage, declaring, "Zhou was carried into the Ding Wangfu on an 8-bearer sedan chair through the main gate. He is my legitimate wife. Are you expressing dissatisfaction with the Ding Wangfu?" Upon hearing Gu Mingzi's address, Shunzhou nearly stumbled, nearly losing his footing had it not been for his martial prowess. The intimacy of the words was overwhelming. Shun's parents were caught off guard by Gu Mingzi's presence and quickly adopted a more amiable demeanor, exclaiming, "Ah, Master Gu, your visit to our humble abode is an honor. Please come in." A wave of warmth surged through Shun Zhou's heart. For the first time, someone was supporting him. Did this imply that Gu Mingzi still held him in regard? Gu Mingzi disregarded Shun's father entirely, embodying an unparalleled arrogance as he reveled in his newfound confidence. Shun's father, though technically Gu Mingzi's elder, bowed respectfully, unwilling to overstep. At the dining table, Gu Mingzi naturally took the seat of honor, insisting that Shun Zhou sit beside him, while the others were relegated to the lower end of the table. As it was a family gathering, Shun Yao was present as well. Upon seeing his former beloved from his past life, Gu Mingzi averted his gaze after a fleeting glance, his heart a tumult of emotions. Regardless of the past, he was now married, and any lingering regrets should not entangle him further with Xin Yao. What he did not anticipate was encountering an unexpected individual at the dining table. This year's top scholar, Lin Wen. Lin Wen was Shun Yao's husband in his previous life, whose ascent had been painfully slow, remaining a mere minor official until Gu Mingzhou's demise. However, he was also the one who reported the Ding Wang's secret possession of a dragon robe. Yet, according to Gu Mingzi's recollections, Shun Yao's marriage to Lin Wen occurred in the 7th year of Yuan Zhao, which was still 4 years away. Had they known each other this early? The coincidence was striking. What connections lay hidden within this scenario? A sense of unease enveloped him, as though he were ensnared in a vast conspiracy. His thoughts were a tempest, grasping at fleeting insights that eluded him. But now was not the time for such musings. Shun's father introduced Lin Wen to Gu Mingzi, stating that he was the newly minted top scholar visiting their home. Gu Mingzi maintained his composure, nodding in acknowledgement. Shun's father breathed a quiet sigh of relief, thankful that Gu Mingzi had not discerned anything amiss. As the meal progressed, Shun Yao smiled, saying, "Master Gu and I are old acquaintances. Who would have thought you would marry my brother? It seems fate has a hand in this." Yet her smile did not reach her eyes, which were tinged with sorrow. Gu Mingzi's heart quivered. He had once been infatuated with Shun Yao, unashamedly showering her with affection, and she had graciously accepted all his offerings. He once believed that their feelings were mutual, only to be interrupted by the presence of Shun Zhou. However, now it seems that what he fears even more is Shun Zhou misunderstanding something. Thus, he fully embodies the image of a devoted husband, disregarding Shun Yao's emotions, and responds, "To marry a Zhou is indeed my blessing." This also serves to convey to Shun Yao that regardless of their past, it is now time to sever all ties. During their conversation, Shun Zhou appeared lost in thought. Gu Mingzi mused that it must be due to his deceased aunt. Therefore, he proposed to Shin Fu. "As a humble son-in-law, I have a request. A Zhou misses his mother dearly. May we bring her spirit tablet to the Duke's residence?" Shin Zhou lifted his gaze, incredulous. Is that truly permissible? He wondered. Once a woman is married, she belongs to her husband's family even in death. It is illogical to relocate her spirit tablet. Gu Mingzi, aware that his request was excessive, quickly added, "I have prepared a modest gift. I hope my esteemed father-in-law will graciously accept it." Shun Fu accepted the gift list, his eyes sparkling with delight, for it exceeded 10 times the value of his own estate. Moreover, Gu Mingzi had already lowered his stance, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Shun Fu acquiesced, saying, of course, my virtuous son-in-law is being too polite." Gu Mingzi felt uncomfortable lingering there, urging Shin Zhou to promptly fetch his aunt's spirit tablet while he wandered around the Shin residence. He was curious about the environment in which Shin Zhou had lived before their union. After taking a few steps, he encountered Shun Yao, who was wiping away tears, seemingly waiting for him. Gu Mingzi approached her, feeling that it was better to address certain matters openly. "Second miss," he greeted as she cast him a sidelong glance, torn between speaking and remaining silent. "My illegitimate brother has been unruly since childhood, stubborn in nature, and coarse in behavior, even disregarding me, his legitimate sister, often bullying me with his strength. Our connection ends here. I hope you will be more forgiving towards Shun Zhou in the future. Please do not chastise him." Gu Mingzi scoffed coldly. Her words, ostensibly for Shun Zhou's sake, were in truth disparaging him, as though she wished to hasten his punishment. In his past life, he had not taken this trip, nor had he engaged in such discourse with Xin Yao. Gu Mingzi slightly squinted, beginning to question whether Shun Yao was truly as good as he had perceived, or if he had been naively blind all along. In this second life, it seemed that many things he had failed to see before were gradually coming to light. He stood there, pondering the meaning of life, unaware that not far away, Shunzhou was watching this scene, his face ashen. Chapter 5. I am willing to be the substitute for my sister. Gu Mingzi believed he had avenged Shunzhou, and his spirits soared. On the way back, he even hummed a cheerful tune. However, upon glancing back, he saw Shunzhou holding his mother's spirit tablet, silent and shrouded in sorrow, an atmosphere of grief enveloping him. Gu Mingzi immediately understood the need for silence. Shunzhou was mourning his departed loved one. His exuberance seemed utterly inappropriate. Yet, having been pampered since childhood, he was accustomed to being met with smiles from all. Even when displeased, others would swallow their dissatisfaction, never daring to show a hint of it in his presence. Thus, Gu Mingzi had never mastered the art of offering comfort. Thus, the young master racked his brain, running his fingers through his hair, desperately searching for words of comfort, lamenting for the first time his lack of extensive reading. It was in moments of need that one truly regrets their inadequacies in learning, and today he came to that realization. Gu Mingzi patted Shunzhou's thigh, adopting a brotherly demeanor, saying, "My dear Shun, the departed have left us. You must find solace in the inevitability of change. Your mother, watching from above, would surely not wish to see you in sorrow." Only then did Shunzhou show some reaction, perhaps moved by Gu Mingzi's unexpected tenderness. He opened his heart and began to recount his experiences. "In truth, my mother was my father's legitimate wife. Back in the day, my father was a down-and-out scholar heading to the capital for the examination, and he fell in love with my mother, who was then working in a brothel. In such a vast city, every expense piled up: lodging, ink, paper, and the necessary connections, all required money. My father, lacking funds, was supported by my mother, who selflessly contributed her life's savings for his redemption. Unfortunately, he failed the examination. By then, my mother was already pregnant with me, and she did not care whether he succeeded. They planned to elope together. However, my father kept finding excuses to delay, and it was only after my birth that he finally revealed the truth. He had taken my mother's money not for the examinations, but to woo the daughter of a wealthy merchant, my legitimate mother, with whom he had secretly wed long before. They had been communicating clandestinely for quite some time, and my legitimate sister was even born before me. Thus, my mother became an obstacle in his quest for social elevation, a blemish on his life. He had long desired to rid himself of her, but upon discovering her pregnancy, and considering I was a male heir, he brought her into his household as a concubine. Yet, it wasn't long before my mother fell victim to my legitimate mother's schemes. I shall never forget that day. The blood of my mother spilled across the floor as she gasped, urging me to survive. My legitimate mother, unable to bear a son, did not dare to lay a hand on me, but constantly deprived me of food, while my legitimate sister treated me as less than human, once forcing me to jump into a lotus pond in winter to retrieve a lost hairpin. Gu Mingzi listened, filled with righteous indignation. He realized that Shun Yao was far from the virtuous figure he had mistakenly believed her to be. He was shocked to learn of Shun Zhou's wretched childhood. Had he known, he would have treated him far better in his previous life. Resolute, Gu Mingzi vowed to elevate Shun Zhou to the heavens in this lifetime. Shun Zhou continued his narrative, expressing gratitude that he later joined the military and met Prince Ding, who treated him as if he were his own son. At last, I began to live like a human being. Gu Mingzi thought to himself, that was hardly what one would call a fatherly relationship, for Shunzhou's sake. Prince Ding had even sacrificed his own son's marriage. However, he refrained from voicing this concern and instead draped his arm over Shunzhou's shoulder, saying, "I see clearly that your father and legitimate mother are not virtuous people. If you truly wish to sever ties with them, I shall arrange for a letter of divorce to be sent to your mother, granting her freedom. As for the memorial tablet, it shall be enshrined in our family shrine. Since I have married you, she is my mother as well. If you miss her, feel free to speak to her." Tears finally escaped from Shunzhou's eyes as he suddenly embraced Gu Mingzi. The latter, caught off guard, lost his balance, and collided with the frame of the carriage, causing an immediate swelling on his back. Fearing that Shen Zhou would feel guilty, Gu Mingzi gritted his teeth and refrained from crying out in pain. The collision was forceful enough to jolt the carriage, a testament to Shen Zhou's emotional turmoil. Only Shen Zhou would act this way. Anyone else would have been unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. Outside, the hesitant voice of the coachman drifted in. "Master Gu, shall I slow down? I fear I might hinder your affairs with young Master Shen." Gu Mingzi instantly grasped the coachman's misunderstanding. Clenching his teeth, he replied, "No, proceed swiftly. I must return home." Shen Zhou's tears fell drop by drop onto Gu Mingzi's hand, their warmth gradually turning to chill. Gu Mingzi's breath caught in his throat. This was rather unexpected. He awkwardly patted Shen Zhou's back, recalling the saying that real men do not shed tears easily, unless truly heartbroken. If you wish to cry, then cry. Do not stifle it and cause yourself harm. Shen Zhou wept inconsolably, his voice hoarse and choked as he asked, "Husband, could you call me a Zhou once more?" Gu Mingzi, taken aback, pondered, what peculiar inclination is this? Nevertheless, he decided to play the part of the good husband, wiping Shen Zhou's tears away and soothingly assuring him, "A Zhou, I shall always be by your side." The coachman did not linger, quickly arriving at their doorstep. Worried that Shen Zhou might not want others to witness his tears, Gu Mingzi exerted himself to lift Shen Zhou, but found himself unable to do so, resulting in an awkward moment. Yet, necessity breeds ingenuity. Gu Mingzi suggested that Shen Zhou bury his face in his embrace, half supporting him as they entered the house. A rumble echoed from Gu Mingzi's stomach, reminding him of his hunger. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He knew how to console Shen Zhou. Dinner that evening was fraught with unspoken tensions, marked by a facade of harmony, while underlying rivalry simmered. Neither had eaten their fill. Gu Mingzi noted Shen Zhou barely touched his food, indicating he too was still hungry. Thus, he promptly commanded the servants to prepare a sumptuous feast and heat several pots of fine wine for a late-night repast with Shen Zhou. With a sense of pride, he informed Shen Zhou, "Delicious food always brings joy. Do savor the culinary skills of our kitchen." Shen Zhou nodded obediently. Gu Mingzi had forgotten about the injury on his back. Leaning against the couch, he inadvertently brushed against the wound. "Husband, are you unwell?" Shen Zhou inquired. Gu Mingzi forced a smile. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. Do not concern yourself." Only then did Shen Zhou realize it was a result of his earlier fervent embrace. Embarrassed, he offered, "Let me apply medicine for you." Gu Mingzi initially intended to decline, but upon seeing Shen Zhou's remorseful expression, he relented. He removed his garments, and Shen Zhou's cool fingers grazed his skin. The fine healing ointment melted in Shen Zhou's hands, which he diligently rubbed in to ensure swift absorption. Gu Mingzi felt a shiver run down his spine, restlessly shifting as he recalled how he had coaxed Shen Zhou into massaging him earlier that afternoon. Why did he not learn his lesson? He dared to let Shen Zhou tend to his wounds. However, he could not allow Shen Zhou to stop midway. He bore the restlessness within, knowing he must face the consequences of his own actions. Time passed, and at last, Shen Zhou ceased his ministrations. He wiped the remnants of the medicine from his fingers with a handkerchief, while Gu Mingzi gazed at his slender fingers, inexplicably yearning to kiss them. He shook his head, hastily dismissing this misguided thought. He had resolved to maintain a superficial marital facade with Shen Zhou for a limited time, intending to release him once he unraveled the complexities of their situation and find him a suitable match. How could he entertain such impure thoughts about Shen Zhou now? Even if he realized, at some point, that he had genuinely developed feelings for Shen Zhou, or Shen Zhou's sentiments, the union of two men was ultimately an audacious anomaly. He could not afford to be selfish and must consider Shen Zhou's feelings. He could not possibly condemn Shen Zhou to a lifetime of suffering. Seemingly oblivious to Gu Mingzi's distress, Shen Zhou inquired, "Why hasn't the food arrived yet? Should I go to the kitchen and urge them?" Gu Mingzi readily agreed, and once he confirmed Shen Zhou's departure and the sight of him had vanished, he dared to exhale a long sigh. Oh dear, he was truly on the verge of losing control. Exquisite dishes and fine wine soon graced the table, with Gu Mingzi seated across from Shinzhou. Shinzhou personally poured a glass of wine for Gu Mingzi, saying, "Today, I must thank you, my husband, for assisting me in reclaiming my mother's memorial tablet. I raise this glass to you." "Cheers," Gu Mingzi replied, downing it in one gulp. Shinzhou filled his glass again, adding, "And thank you for agreeing to marry me, granting me a chance at life." Gu Mingzi drained the second glass as well. He was unsure how many times Shinzhou had expressed his gratitude or how many cups he had consumed. All he felt was a gradual haze enveloping his mind and a warming sensation coursing through his body. His vision began to blur as he stared at the now empty wine jug. This was odd. He had only imbibed 3 jugs of wine today, and based on his usual tolerance, it was implausible for him to be so thoroughly intoxicated. Moreover, his breathing quickened and thirst became unbearable. He pressed his forehead, summoning the scant rationality he had left to ponder the situation. This reaction did not resemble drunkenness. It felt more akin to the effects of herbal medicine. A surge of anger welled within Gu Mingzi. In his own courtyard, which servant had the audacity to drug him? Did they wish to court death? He quickly glanced at Shinzhou, fearing he might also be affected. However, Shinzhou's gaze was clear, entirely devoid of any signs of being drugged. In a flash of realization, Gu Mingzi discerned the truth. It was Shinzhou who had administered the drug to him. What was Shinzhou's intention? He could not help but recall his previous life, where after drinking he had lost himself and mistakenly taken Shinzhou for Xinyao, ending up in a compromising situation with him. Could it be that Shinzhou had orchestrated that encounter as well? But what was Shinzhou truly after? Seeing Gu Mingzi gradually losing consciousness, Shinzhou slowly approached, kneeling before him on one knee. "Husband, I have actually harbored feelings for you for quite some time. You may not remember, but when I was with the Duke, I once made a mistake and faced military punishment, and it was you who provided me with medicine. I know you have affections for my sister, Xinyao, and disdain for me. Yet, look closely, I bear some resemblance to her. I am willing to be her substitute, to amuse you in any way you desire. I implore you, show me mercy just this once." Gu Mingzi could only grasp one truth from his words. Shinzhou also held feelings for him. His gaze grew murky and inscrutable as he grasped Shinzhou's collar, forcefully pinning him to the couch, tearing at his garments while kissing his forehead and trailing downwards. "Firstly, I did indeed harbor feelings for Xinyao, but at that time, I was young and foolish, unable to perceive her true nature. Secondly, I have deep affections for you. Shinzhou, you have never been anyone's substitute. Lastly, if you have the audacity to drug me, be prepared for the consequences of this night." Chapter 6. Do you suffer? You deserve it. After uttering these 3 sentences, Gu Mingzi's tenuous grasp on reason completely shattered. It is true that he was known for his flirtations, a notorious playboy in the capital. Yet, in reality, he maintained a level of integrity unmatched by others. He navigated through the throngs of flowers without ever touching a petal. Even when dragged to the likes of the Chuanfang garden, he would merely listen to the songs and toss a few coins. Thus, this was indeed his first genuine experience. Lacking any prior knowledge and under the influence of Shinzhou's drug, instinct took over, and his strength was anything but gentle. Shinzhou's honey-toned skin bore several red marks. Curiously, Gu Mingzi prodded Shinzhou's muscles, pondering what this was, something he had never encountered before. He felt indignant. Why should such delightful attributes elude him? So he poked again, finding it irresistibly cute and intriguing. With a surge of motivation, Gu Mingzi, lost in thought, began to rub and tease Shinzhou, rendering him unrecognizable. Shinzhou, desiring this attention, patiently endured whatever Gu Mingzi did, complying with his whims. When Gu Mingzi regained some clarity and attempted to cease, Shinzhou obediently wrapped his arms around Gu Mingzi's neck, continuing the interaction. Despite the soreness and fatigue in his legs, Shinzhou remained immersed in the experience, unwilling to succumb to sleep. He mused that Gu Mingzi had always detested being schemed against. Surely, he must despise him now. Having resolved to make this the final encounter, he thought it best to indulge fully. Thus, the event spiraled out of control. And it was not until the first light of dawn that Shun Zhou finally succumbed to slumber. Upon waking, Gu Mingzi noted the brightness of the day, reflecting on the resilience of those trained in martial arts, who hardly seemed to tire. He thought about how exhausting last night had been for both of them. He resolved to strengthen his physique for the future, lest he find himself unable to withstand Shenzhou again, which would be a tremendous embarrassment. Gazing at the still sleeping Shun Zhou beside him, breathing evenly, Gu Mingzi sighed deeply. After his rebirth, he understood that to escape the fate of his previous life, he must contend with imperial power. It was a choice between soaring to great heights or being utterly shattered. A moment's carelessness could lead to a bottomless abyss. Deep down, he wished to keep Shun Zhou uninvolved, longing for him to live a clean, joyful life. Yet Shun Zhou insisted on drawing closer, impossible to drive away. No calculation had prepared him for the revelation that Shun Zhou held genuine affection for him. A smile crept upon his lips, if this were the case. They were forever intertwined. Shun Zhou was admirable in many ways, yet he often failed to express himself directly. On the surface, he appeared quite honest, silently capable of achieving great things. The last person who dared to covet Gu Mingzi has long since become a mere memory. Gu Mingzi, in a fit of anger, gently tapped Shun Zhou's forehead, wary of causing him pain. In that moment, he sensed something was amiss. Shun Zhou's forehead was burning, and his entire being radiated warmth akin to a hand warmer in winter. Alarmed, Gu Mingzi's back pain vanished as he abruptly sat up in bed, instructing someone to urgently summon a doctor. The physician arrived promptly, and after taking Shun Zhou's pulse, hesitated, leaving Gu Mingzi in a state of unease. Regardless of the ailment, no matter how expensive the remedies, he was prepared to procure anything the doctor might request. The doctor quickly waved his hand, assuring him that it was not a severe illness, merely the result of excessive indulgence that had gone untreated. A few medicinal prescriptions would suffice. Additionally, the doctor cautioned Gu Mingzi, young Master Gu, excessive indulgence is not good for your health. In the coming days, it would be wise to refrain from sharing a bed with this gentleman. Gu Mingzi felt as though the doctor regarded him with the disdain reserved for a rogue, a scoundrel who would abandon his partner after a night of passion. Did he truly desire such fervor? Was he to blame for not handling the situation promptly? Was this his fault at all? It was Shun Zhou's own reckless decisions that had led them here. Yet, Gu Mingzi found himself unable to explain this to the doctor, merely nodding in acceptance before rewarding him with a generous tip and politely seeing him off. He finally understood the bitterness of a mute suffering in silence. Thus, harboring a grudge, the young Master Gu had the medicine brewed a bit stronger, personally tasting it before bringing the bitter concoction to Shun Zhou's lips. Let him suffer the bitterness. It was time for him to learn a lesson. Consequently, when Shun Zhou opened his eyes, he was greeted by a bowl of dark, aromatic medicine and Gu Mingzi's mischievous grin. Shun Zhou could not fathom how Gu Mingzi could still smile, though the expression sent a chill down his spine. Shouldn't Gu Mingzi have simply thrown him out, relegating him to the servant quarters as the lowest of the low, never to acknowledge him again? Observing Shun Zhou's evident fear, Gu Mingzi felt his ire dissipate, and he nodded in satisfaction. It was enough that Shun Zhou understood his fear. Recognizing his mistakes and being able to amend them was a virtue indeed. After all, the one who had taken advantage the previous night was still himself. This time, he would graciously forgive him. Shun Zhou, hoarse for nearly a day without water, managed to croak, "Husband." His throat was so parched he could barely utter a sound. Gu Mingzi presented the medicine to his lips, saying, "You must be thirsty. Drink this to soothe your throat." Shun Zhou paused, accepting the bowl, his gaze lowered as he pondered the purpose of the potion. Was Gu Mingzi truly infuriated enough to poison him? After all, he was likely the only one daring enough to provoke Gu Mingzi. It would be reasonable for Gu Mingzi to wish him dead. A wave of profound sorrow washed over him, a sharp pain swelling in his chest. To be so despised by the one he cherished was indeed heart-wrenching. If Gu Mingzi wished for his demise, he would accept it willingly. However, he could not allow himself to perish at Gu Mingzi's hands. He gazed deeply at Gu Mingzi, wishing to etch his likeness permanently in his heart, fearing that each fleeting glance would diminish their connection. With utmost seriousness, he explained, "My lord, should you wish for my demise, I could simply take my own life upon leaving. His Majesty has only recently bestowed this marriage, and if I were to perish by your hand, it is likely that His Majesty would hold you accountable." Gu Mingzi was taken aback, his smile frozen upon his visage. How had their conversation shifted so abruptly towards such grave matters? What thoughts consumed Shen Zhou's mind throughout the day? He inquired of Shen Zhou, "Do you believe it is poison? Do you think I intend to harm you?" Shen Zhou remained silent, yet his expression conveyed doubt, as if to question. "Is it not so?" In a hushed tone, he confessed, "Last night, I tarnished your purity." Gu Mingzi mused to himself. Shen Zhou truly possessed remarkable skill, having nearly vexed himself into an internal injury. He covered Shen Zhou's mouth, urging him to cease, explaining that the term tarnish was not to be employed in such a manner. Then he lifted the medicinal bowl to his lips, taking a sip. The potion was bitter, and he lacked the courage to take another. "It is harmless. Drink without fear," he reassured. "Last night, well, you had a fever, and the doctor prescribed this medicine." Shen Zhou appeared bewildered, wondering why he was not being harmed any longer. However, Gu Mingzi's countenance was grim, and he dared not inquire further. He could only maintain a stoic expression as he finished the medicine, quietly holding the empty bowl. "Gu Mingzi, do you not find it bitter?" This was not how he had envisioned the situation. Had he truly consumed it all without complaint? Shen Zhou was not meant to weep bitterly and plead for a sweet morsel. Was he? Shen Zhou shook his head, stating, "It is not bitter. Everything you provide is pleasant." In that instant, Gu Mingzi's heart softened completely. Shen Zhou had mastered the art of understanding him, leaving him devoid of any ire. He retrieved a prepared candied treat from his sleeve and placed it in Shen Zhou's mouth, sweet and harmless, bidding him to enjoy it. Shen Zhou obediently swallowed the treat, chewing it like a squirrel foraging for food. Gu Mingzi stroked his soft, flowing hair, and Shen Zhou instinctively nudged his head against Gu Mingzi's hand. Gu Mingzi brushed his fingertips against Shen Zhou's nose, finding him exceedingly obedient, so much so that it made him want to steal another kiss. However, recalling the doctor's admonitions, he ultimately refrained from acting on his desires. Shen Zhou's expression appeared somewhat lethargic, stifling a yawn, clearly fatigued and yearning for slumber. Gu Mingzi wrapped him snugly in blankets. Chiding, "Are you uncomfortable? You brought this upon yourself. Rest well for the next few days. No leaving the bed." Shen Zhou silently contemplated that he was not uncomfortable. Gu Mingzi's willingness to touch him made him feel entirely at ease. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Mingzi resolved to clarify all matters between them. After all, Shen Zhou had irrevocably boarded his ship, unable to disembark. He spoke earnestly, "Now we are allies. Young General Shen, do you not think you should explain to me how you came to be falsely accused of desertion? Who is orchestrating this conspiracy against you?" Chapter 7. Young General Shen. Shall we usurp the throne? Shen Zhou was caught off guard by the inquiry, his drowsiness forgotten as he vigorously chewed and swallowed the candy treat. Gazing at Gu Mingzi with astonishment, "You actually believe I am being wronged? Otherwise, what should I think?" Gu Mingzi replied, filled with exasperation tinged with a hint of jealousy. "You are my father's favored disciple. He cherishes you even more than he does me." He spoke with great familiarity, recounting how at the tender age of 12, he had accompanied my father to the battlefield, starting as a mere foot soldier. By the age of 15, he had fought countless battles, almost never tasting defeat, and had already proven himself capable of independent command. My father appointed him as his deputy, always keeping him close and imparting wisdom. By 17, he was bestowed the title of general, basking in the glory of success, yet at such a pivotal moment. He became embroiled in the disgrace of retreating in the face of battle. My father, a man of immense courage, who fought with reckless abandon and cherished each soldier, had personally nurtured him as a successor. How could he be a coward, fearing for his life? Gu Mingzi found it hard to believe that he had come to understand the extent of Shen Zhou's character, perhaps having observed him from distance for a long time. Gu Mingzi's elder brother had passed away young, and his own health was fragile. Although the Duke cared for him, it was overshadowed by the regret of his inability to be a successor. Finally, encountering a martial prodigy like Shenzhou, the Duke devoted nearly all his efforts to cultivating him, inadvertently neglecting Gu Mingzi. He admitted to feeling envy towards Shenzhou for stealing the attention that he felt belonged to him. Thus, upon hearing of Shenzhou's misfortune, Gu Mingzi felt a secret thrill of joy. He had anticipated that his father's focus would return to him, but he was taken aback when his father chose to sacrifice his own marital affairs to save Shenzhou's life. This jealousy deepened his hatred for Shenzhou, blinding him to the suspicions lurking beneath the surface. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Shenzhou, cradling a teacup, sipped delicately, finding the candied fruits Gu Mingzi had offered him excessively sweet. Yet, observing Gu Mingzi's eager demeanor, he refrained from expressing his distaste, fearing he might offend Gu Mingzi's goodwill and lose the opportunity to savor such treats again. Consequently, Gu Mingzi, believing Shenzhou relished them, continued to offer more, leaving him to wash down the sweetness with water. In truth, Shenzhou pondered. He was uncertain about the entire situation. Do you recall Linwen, whom we encountered at the Shun residence yesterday? Gu Mingzi nodded. I could never forget him, even if he were to be reduced to ashes. Linwen was the catalyst for the annihilation of the Duke's household in a past life. He had reported to the Emperor that the Duke was hoarding a dragon robe, conspiring against the crown, which led to the Emperor's investigation of the Duke's residence. The search yielded incriminating evidence, and the Emperor hastily concluded the matter without thorough inquiry. Although the Emperor was the true mastermind behind it all, Gu Mingzi harbored an intense loathing for Lin Wan, his teeth itching with resentment. Yesterday, while accompanying Shenzhou, he had refrained from resorting to violence, which was a considerable concession. One day, he would exact vengeance upon Lin Wan. Shenzhou continued that day. He delivered a letter to me, penned by the Emperor himself, sealed with the royal jade stamp. It instructed me to alter my strategy, to abandon the troops, and take only a few trusted confidants to a different location, identified as the enemy's weak point through the Emperor's inquiries, enabling a surprise attack. Following the instructions in the letter, I arrived only to find the place utterly deserted, not a single blade of grass in sight. After waiting for a full half-hour, I sensed something was amiss. Upon reaching the designated location, I discovered my entire army had been annihilated, with none of my soldiers surviving. His eyelids drooped, heavy with profound sorrow, as he lamented the fate of those who had followed orders in the field. Ultimately, the fault lay with me for placing too much faith in the Emperor's decisions. They had entrusted me so deeply, yet I abandoned them. They fought valiantly until their last breath, and one can only imagine the grief that burdened their hearts. Many were mere children, barely 13 or 14, and how devastated their families must be. Subsequently, the Emperor, in a fit of rage, summoned me back to the capital. I was demoted to commoner status for my cowardice in battle. Gu Mingzi sat up straight, urgently inquiring, "What about the letter? If you produce it, the truth will be revealed." "It was burned," Shenzhou replied succinctly. The letter stated that it contained confidential information and could not reveal a hint of its contents. It was to be destroyed after reading. I attempted to argue with the Emperor, but he insisted he had never issued any such decree. Lin Wan accused me of falsely crying thief, vehemently denying that he had ever visited the military camp at the border or delivered any correspondence. He had arrived under the cover of night, and the few who had seen him could not testify for me, as they had perished on the battlefield. The only one who believed in my innocence was Prince Ding, who assured me not to worry, as he would come to my aid. Gu Mingzi remarked, "Your father is truly good to you." Shenzhou's tone was calm, yet Gu Mingzi understood that only one whose heart had turned to ash could maintain such composure. He gently kissed the corner of Shenzhou's mouth. Shenzhou smiled softly, revealing two charming dimples. "Indeed, now you believe me as well." Gu Mingzi chuckled, finding it too easy to soothe him. He pondered deeply. "Do you not find anything amiss throughout this ordeal?" "Ido," Shenzhou replied thoughtfully. Lin Wan has audacity beyond measure, capable of imitating the Emperor's edicts and even forging the imperial seal. Moreover, I have no enmity with him. We have never even met. What motive could he possibly have to harm me, and what benefit would it bring him? Gu Mingxi wished to pry open Shenzhou's mind to discern if something was amiss within. What was he thinking? The imperial seal is a treasured heirloom passed down through generations. If it could be forged, then this dynasty would surely not endure. He raised his hand, considering Shun Zhou's current frail state, and refrained from delivering a slap to his forehead. Instead, he pinched Shin Zhou's nose firmly, reddening its tip. Have you never contemplated that this might actually be a play orchestrated by the Emperor and Linwen? The edict is genuine, the seal is authentic. The one truly seeking your demise has never been Linwen, but the Emperor himself. Linwen is merely a pawn in his game. Shortly after your misfortune, Linwen became the top scholar, a reward bestowed upon him by the Emperor. Thus, Gu Mingxi began to piece together the majority of the narrative. In the third year of the Yuan Zhao era, the Emperor instructed Lin Wen to entrap Xinzhou, subsequently promoting him to the status of top scholar and gradually elevating him as a trusted confidant. The Emperor seemingly intended to eliminate Shenzhou directly to avert future troubles. However, when the Duke of Ding unexpectedly intervened to protect Xinzhou, the Emperor resorted to the absurd notion of marrying Shenzhou off to Gu Mingxi, ultimately failing in his intentions. Gu Mingxi mused, as expected of his father, quite cunning indeed. For the next decade, the Emperor covertly endeavored to undermine the Duke of Ding's influence, gradually restricting his deployment to the northwestern borders and confining him to the capital. In the 13th year of the Yuan Zhao era, the Emperor instructed Lin Wen to conceal the dragon robe within the Duke of Ding's residence, orchestrating a plot against him. What puzzled Gu Mingxi was the impenetrable defenses of the Duke's manor. How could Lin Wen stealthily hide such a large object there? Why, Shenzhou wondered. After achieving remarkable military feats in the northwestern territories and repelling foreign invaders, would the Emperor harbor any animosity towards him? What wrong had he committed? If the sovereign desired his demise, a simple decree would suffice. Why go to such lengths, sacrificing the lives of so many soldiers in the process? Indeed, Gu Mingxi too found it confounding. His father shared a deep bond with the Emperor, who had even cradled him as a child and gifted him a longevity charm, still cherished in his box to this day. Yet, everything transformed once the Emperor ascended the throne. Amidst the distractions of power, the Emperor cared only for whether his authority was threatened. Everything else had long ceased to matter to him. The only one genuinely concerned about brotherly bonds was his father. Gu Mingxi laid the harsh truth before Xinzhou. If the Emperor were to kill you outright, would your subordinates acquiesce? Would the common people? Such actions would only destabilize the realm, yielding more loss than gain. It would be wiser to topple you from your pedestal, rendering your punishment deserved. Most crucially, the Emperor's true target was not you, but rather my father. You are your father's right-hand man. Only by eliminating you first, stripping you of the means to retaliate, can he then turn his sights on my father. How could this be? Shenzhou exclaimed, his loyalty to the Emperor unwavering. How could not be? The bloody truths of the past forced Gu Mingxi to accept this reality. Yet he could not reveal to Shenzhou that being too accomplished can be the gravest of errors. Shenzhou sat in stunned silence. Having followed the Duke of Ding for too long, absorbing the virtues of loyalty to the sovereign and service to the people, Gu Mingxi's words struck him profoundly, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Gu Mingxi pressed on, grasping Shenzhou's hand firmly and locking eyes with him. Shun, let us usurp the throne together. Bang! The teacup in Shenzhou's hand shattered on the floor, scattering fragments everywhere. He stared, dumbfounded. What did you just say? Chapter 8. Could you first teach me how to calculate? I inquired. Gu Mingxi leaned closer, shedding his outer robe, subtly revealing the fair skin at his collar. His voice deep and laden with temptation. Shun, assist me in our coup. We shall no longer protect the foolish sovereign. Together we will overthrow him. Establish a new dynasty where my father reigns as emperor, I as crown prince, and you as General Shun. What do you say? Ajo, consider my plea. Gu Mingxi contemplated this as the most straightforward approach. Only by ascending to the highest position can he protect all those he wishes to safeguard, free from the constraints imposed by others. It is lamentable that despite being surrounded by admirers like stars encircling the moon, those who flock to him come and go swiftly, driven solely by fame and fortune, scattering when their interests wane. After much contemplation, the only individual he can truly trust is Shenzhou. Gu Mingzi grasped Shenzhou's wrist, gently caressing it. He had offered Shenzhou an opportunity to leave, yet Shenzhou had stubbornly clung to him, employing an extreme and forceful approach to remain by his side, ensuring he could never escape again. Moreover, Shenzhou's actions last night, when he had drugged Gu Mingzi, revealed that he was far from the harmless facade he projected. When provoked, he was formidable, with exceptional martial skills, a deep understanding of military strategy, and unwavering loyalty to Gu Mingzi. He was precisely the capable assistant he desired. Who else could it be but Shenzhou? Shenzhou's breath caught as Gu Mingzi's words brushed against his face. Imbued with Gu Mingzi's unique scent, and his deliberately lowered voice resonated in his ear, causing his earlobes to flush crimson. He was already warm, and now he felt an even greater heat enveloping him. Yet, Gu Mingzi was indeed pleading with him. Despite this, Shenzhou retained a modicum of rational thought, struggling to believe that such words could escape Gu Mingzi's lips. He pointed at himself, then at Gu Mingzi, incredulously asking if he meant to usurp the throne. Just the two of them? Gu Mingzi nodded vigorously, affirming, "My father holds the military command. As far as I know, this old man possesses considerable wealth and troops, making it the perfect setup for a coup." At this moment, the emperor had only been on the throne for 3 years and relied on the Duke of Ding to stabilize the borders. Thus, Shenzhou's father was indeed in a powerful position. Furthermore, he commanded a group of loyalists from the previous emperor's reign who would certainly recognize the duke rather than the emperor. Shenzhou hesitated, questioning, but will the duke agree? Based on his understanding of the duke, who was the emperor's full-blooded brother and had always shown affection for his younger sibling, it seemed implausible that he would consent to such folly. What does it matter whether he agrees or not? Gu Mingzi waved his hand dismissively. In the end, when the time comes, there will be one wearing the yellow robe, my dear son, and another who is even closer than a son, yourself. Can he really remain indifferent? Even if he did not assist me, surely he would consider your standing. Shenzhou found some merit in Gu Mingzi's reasoning. Yet he still sensed something amiss and attempted to resist, suggesting, "Shouldn't we consult the Duke first? Is that truly wise?" Gu Mingzi loosened his collar, adjusting his clothing as if casually remarking, "Ah, it is rather warm today." In reality, November's chill had already settled in, and even though the room was warmed by a charcoal fire, the tips of Gu Mingzi's fingers, gripping Shenzhou's wrist, bore coolness. Shenzhou's gaze followed Gu Mingzi's movements, his fleeting capacity for thought evaporating entirely. "All right, I will defer to your judgment." "Yes." Gu Mingzi beamed. The art of seduction is indeed effective. Shenzhou tightened his hold on Gu Mingzi's palm, stammering, "Then, may I still become the crown princess? A secondary consort would suffice. As long as I can remain by your side, I do not seek a title." Unable to suppress a chuckle, Gu Mingzi replied, "Of course, from crown princess to empress. It shall all be yours." Thus, the grand affair of treason was resolved with a few casual words between two individuals. Consequently, many years later, the bewildered Prince Ding, forced into the dragon robe, would ponder, "Why was I not informed of such a monumental matter?" Gu Mingzi gently kissed his forehead, hastily donning his attire. "Damn it, I am freezing. Seduction is truly challenging." Shenzhou adjusted his collar and curiously inquired, "But how did you come to know that His Majesty fears Prince Ding?" The emperor had reigned for 3 years, diligently governing and cherishing the populace, embodying the model of a wise ruler. Why then, did you persistently label him as a foolish monarch? In Shenzhou's recollection, Gu Mingzi had always been preoccupied with indulgence and revelry, indifferent to court affairs, and particularly unconcerned with the emperor's thoughts. This sudden revelation was indeed perplexing. Gu Mingzi pressed his lips together. The matter of rebirth was too extraordinary to explain to Shenzhou at present. At this juncture, the emperor still exhibited a degree of caution, refraining from excesses, and feigning the appearance of a wise ruler, managing to deceive many. In due course, following the demise of the chancellor appointed by the late emperor, the constraints upon him dissipated entirely, revealing the signs of a foolish ruler, indulging in wine and merriment while ruthlessly plundering the wealth of the common folk. It was precisely for this reason that conflict arose between Prince Ding and the emperor, intensifying the latter's resolve to eliminate him. Gu Mingzi counted the days on his fingers. In 3 days, a catastrophic snow would descend, resulting in the death of countless citizens in his previous life. He smiled and asked, "Do you not believe me, Zhou? Shall we make a wager?" 3 days hence, a heavy snow would fall, lasting several days, causing great suffering among the populace. Yet the so-called wise ruler would refuse to allocate funds for disaster relief, claiming a lack of resources while secretly constructing palaces for his own enjoyment. Shenzhou glanced outside, observing that it was not yet time for snow to arrive. "Indeed," Gu Mingzi replied, "it is precisely because everyone believes the time has not yet come that they remain unprepared. Many dwellings will be crushed beneath the weight of the snow, leaving many homeless, and some will even be forced to beg in the streets. We must prepare early, arrange for people to set up porridge stalls, and provide aid to the victims, also constructing temporary shelters for them. This is an excellent opportunity to win the hearts of the people." Seeing that Shenzhou was still not fully convinced, Gu Mingzi raised his hands, declaring, "Let us seal our pact with a handshake. If either of us loses, we shall grant the other a single request." Shenzhou lifted his hand and clapped it against Gu Mingzi's. "Very well." Gu Mingzi tucked Shenzhou's arm under the covers, urging him to recuperate, promising to accompany him to view the snow scenery in 3 days. Young Master Gu, the steward, entered, interrupting their tender moment. He respectfully presented an account book to Shenzhou. "Young Master Shun, the second master has instructed that you shall oversee the household's provisions from this day forth. This is the ledger of accounts from various shops. Please review it." After delivering his message, the steward withdrew. Shenzhou returned the account book to Gu Mingzi, his gaze wavering. "Perhaps it will be better not to? Why be so modest?" Gu Mingzi replied, "I have entrusted you with this responsibility, and by managing the finances, you will earn the respect of those below, who will truly regard you as their master. Moreover, henceforth, I shall also be under your purview." "No, that's not it." Shenzhou gritted his teeth. I do not know how to account for finances. Could you teach me how to keep the accounts first?" Gu Mingzi appeared as though he had discovered a new world, brimming with excitement. "Is there truly anything in this realm that you do not comprehend? Yet, what right do I have to instruct you?" Shenzhou grasped Gu Mingzi's sleeve, a moment of enlightenment striking him as he suddenly understood what Gu Mingzi desired. He pleaded, "My lord, I implore you, teach me." Gu Mingzi, touched by his earnestness, opened the ledger and patiently elucidated the meaning behind each word and number. The more Shenzhou listened, the more questions swirled in his mind. His interactions with Gu Mingzi had been limited, often only mentioned in passing by the crown prince. Both the prince and society at large regarded Gu Mingzi as an idle wastrel devoid of scholarly pursuits. However, as he absorbed Gu Mingzi's methodical and gentle explanations of the origins of each figure in the ledger, it became evident that his reasoning was sound. Furthermore, many of the assets recorded were not the property of the crown prince's estate, but rather Gu Mingzi's private holdings. Could such a person truly be deemed unlearned? What other secrets was Gu Mingzi concealing from him? Chapter 9. You are forbidden to leave your bed for the next few days. As Shenzhou listened to Gu Mingzi's recitation, drowsiness washed over him. Particularly, Gu Mingzi's soothing voice was perfectly suited for lulling one to sleep. Already feeling feverish and weak, he strained to maintain focus on Gu Mingzi's alarming discourse about usurping the throne, which left him in a state of heightened tension. As his emotions fluctuated, he eventually relaxed, succumbing to a sense of lethargy. Though he cherished the moments spent with Gu Mingzi, it did not imply he relished his lectures. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, a vexation towards studying. Gu Mingzi's voice gradually transitioned from clarity to a distant murmur in his ears. Initially, he managed to absorb some information, responding with a few affirmations and compliments to Gu Mingzi, but soon fell silent. His mind resisted the influx of knowledge, simply aware of the beloved presence beside him. Leaning closer to Gu Mingzi, he found a comfortable position and surrendered to sleep. Surely, it was no fault for a feverish individual to desire rest. Absolutely no fault at all. With this thought, Shunzhou slept more soundly. As Gu Mingzi continued speaking, he noticed Shunzhou becoming increasingly quiet. Something was amiss. He pointed to a specific passage and quizzed Shunzhou, "Repeat after me. What did I just say?" The only response was the steady rhythm of Shunzhou's breath. Turning to look, Gu Mingzi saw Shunzhou's head bobbing gently, like a drowsy kitten. This little kitten snuggled closer, radiating warmth, clinging to Gu Mingzi's arm. Gu Mingzi chuckled softly, realizing that even Shunzhou had his moments of reluctance to exert effort. His father had often remarked on Shunzhou's industrious brilliance. Yet now, it appeared he was merely human, much like himself. He quietly shifted to the side, and in his slumber, Shunzhou instinctively followed his movement, mumbling, "Mine? No one is allowed to take it from me." Gu Mingzi responded softly, "Yes, it is yours, and no one can take it away." He withdrew his arm slowly, having grown him under Shunzhou's weight. In all the world, Shunzhou was the only one bold enough to rest his head upon Gu Mingzi's arm. Gu Mingzi gently laid Shunzhou flat, ensuring he was thoroughly covered with blankets, and instructed the servants to stoke the charcoal fire in the room a bit more, while leaving a slight gap in the window. If his memory served him right, medical texts had mentioned that failing to open a window while burning charcoal could lead to physical discomfort. He touched Shunzhou's forehead. It seemed less feverish than before, which eased his worries somewhat. Seating himself beside the desk, he casually picked up a book to read. In truth, Gu Mingzi had a profound love for literature. Illness had often plagued him in his youth, and his father, fearing he would catch cold in winter or suffer from the heat in summer, burdened with official duties and unable to care for him, strictly forbade him from leaving the confines of his room. Thus, the only companions he had were these books. With an excellent memory, he could recite the Analects, Mencius, the Great Learning, and the Doctrine of the Mean, along with a myriad of other assorted texts, flawlessly. His mother had passed away early, while his father favored his elder brother, taking him to battlefields. With his brother's death, his father found solace in Shunzhou. Throughout his life, no one had genuinely cared for him. In a bid to earn his father's attention, he began to indulge in reckless behavior. His father, feeling guilty, granted him every wish but never imparted the warmth of love. After nights spent reveling with companions, as darkness fell, silence enveloped everything. With a cup of tea in hand, he would delve into his books, yet loneliness was inevitable. Now, he had Shunzhou, a well-behaved youth who listened to him intently. The very next day, after contemplating this, Gu Mingzi found himself startled. Last night, he had lain beside Shunzhou, but upon awakening, he found the space beside him empty, devoid of even a shadow. His hand reached out, only to encounter a chill. Shunzhou had likely departed some time ago. A wave of dread surged within him, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. He feared that it had all been but a fleeting dream, that the previous day's events were mere figments of his imagination, and that Shunzhou had long been absent, lost to the cruel hand of fate in the palace. Ignoring the cold, he stumbled out of his room, only to find Shunzhou practicing swordplay in the courtyard. With the wind howling, the blade cut through the air sharply, stripping the few remaining leaves from the trees. Throughout the morning, Shunzhou had successfully denuded all the trees in Gu Mingzi's courtyard. The trees seemed to protest. "Excuse me, is this polite?" Upon noticing Gu Mingzi's emergence, Shunzhou executed a flawless flourish with his sword, resting it behind him, and greeted him cheerfully. "Husband, you are awake." The youthful general, brimming with vitality, approached, bringing with him a refreshing breeze. Gu Mingzi's heart settled. Thankfully, this was not a dream. Shunzhou stood here, unharmed, conversing with him in a jovial manner. However, in the next moment, Gu Mingzi's heart leapt to his throat. He could not comprehend how Shunzhou could smile so freely. Did he not realize the fever he had been battling? Last night, he had worried incessantly about Shunzhou catching a chill, waking periodically to ensure he was well covered. He had even brought him a cup of warm water when he drowsily expressed thirst. The pampered second young master, Gu Mingzi, bore dark circles under his eyes, thoroughly exhausted from the ordeal. This morning, Shunzhou donned a thin layer of clothing and stood in the biting wind to practice martial arts. Gu Mingzi felt his heart race with frustration. How could Shinzhou disregard his own well-being? Accustomed to early morning training, Shinzhou was already beaded with fine sweat on his forehead. Disapprovingly, he glanced at Gu Mingzi and remarked, "Why did you come out without wrapping yourself in an outer robe? You might catch a chill." Feeling the concern from his wife, Gu Mingzi should have been overwhelmed with joy. However, the person expressing such worry had, just yesterday, been a half-dead patient lying in bed. He grasped Shenzhou's wrist tightly, realizing, to his dismay, that Shenzhou's body was already icy. He dragged Shenzhou to the bed and insisted, "Listen carefully, you are a patient now, and the doctor has forbidden you from moving about freely. How dare you dress like this and run around?" Shenzhou remained oblivious to the gravity of his condition, perceiving it merely as a fever. In his past on the battlefield, as long as one was not missing limbs, one was not considered ill. Thus, with a nonchalant attitude, he replied to Gu Mingzi, "It's nothing. Dear husband, do not worry. I feel I've already recovered." Gu Mingzi exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit with a smile that appeared rather dangerous. He casually picked up a sheet, twisted it into a rope, and bound Shenzhou's wrist to the headboard. "You will remain here for the next few days, lying in bed. Do you understand?" Shenzhou sensed the impending danger. Although he could easily break free from Gu Mingzi's grip, he merely nodded in acquiescence, saying, "All right, dear husband." In the following days, Shenzhou obediently rested in bed, with Gu Mingzi serving him 3 meals a day. Fearing that he might be seen as a burden and dismissed, he tentatively offered to fetch his own meals, only to be met with a glare from Gu Mingzi that radiated menace. Shenzhou thought to himself, "Be compliant, stay still, and do not move." Over time, Gu Mingzi found himself inexplicably enjoying the act of tending to Shenzhou. He silently scolded himself for being foolish, as he derived a strange pleasure from this service. Before long, the day agreed upon by Gu Mingzi and Shenzhou arrived. Since morning, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Chapter 10. Shenzhou, I command you to kneel here. Everything unfolded as Gu Mingzi had predicted. This year, the capital experienced snowfall much earlier than in previous years. Initially, people regarded the early snow as a harbinger of prosperity, seeing it as a good omen. However, the snowfall persisted for 5 consecutive days, intensifying with each passing moment. The accumulation of snow melted slowly, causing many homes to collapse under its weight, leaving countless people displaced and homeless. Indeed, while the snow signified good fortune, how many would survive to see the next year? Fortunately, Gu Mingzi had prepared in advance, investing a substantial amount of his own wealth, money unknown even to the Duke, to distribute porridge and grains and construct temporary shelters. As Shenzhou gazed upon the gleaming gold, he inquired, "Is all of this yours?" "Indeed," Gu Mingzi replied, raising an eyebrow. "My father neglects me, and, out of boredom, I've ventured into business, unexpectedly earning quite a fortune." He exuded an air of pride akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. Shenzhou's eyes sparkled with delight, satisfying Gu Mingzi's vanity as he embraced him, bestowing another kiss. The heavy snow fell gently upon their shoulders, dusting their hair. Suddenly, Shenzhou tightened his hold around Gu Mingzi's waist, laughing, "Tell me, will we still have days like this when we grow old?" "Of course," Gu Mingzi replied resolutely, convinced they would evade the misfortunes of their past lives, eventually growing old together. They observed the stricken populace, grateful for the blessings bestowed upon them, allowing them to weather the storm, and breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Mingzi thought of it as a way to accumulate virtue. Witnessing the demise of so many innocent lives weighed heavily on his heart. He dubbed himself Young Master Ming, not foolish enough to leverage his identity as the second master of the Ding Wang Fu, intending to remain in the shadows, gradually challenging the emperor. Time was on his side, allowing him to subtly erode the emperor's support. The status of Young Master Ming would ascend over time. Water can both carry a boat and capsize it. Unfortunately, this wisdom eluded the emperor. Hand in hand with Shenzhou, Gu Mingzi felt content. "Gulme, let us return to the Ding Wang Fu and see if I have triumphed. The palace is in disarray." Indeed, upon their return, they encountered the furrowed brow of the Ding Wang. Seeing Shenzhou's rosy complexion, the Ding Wang felt a great relief, his expression brightening with a smile. The union between you two was a necessary scheme of mine. Seeing you accept it reassures me. I assure you, this is merely a charade, not a binding marriage. Once Shinzhou's matters are resolved and his name cleared, you may part ways, and I will arrange suitable matches for both of you. He proposed, seizing the opportunity for them to become sworn brothers. Gu Mingzi thought to himself, I knew he could never speak with wisdom. What nonsense was this, wishing for lovers to become brothers? Shinzhou's pupils constricted, subtly tugging at Gu Mingzi's garment. For the first time, he found himself disliking the Ding Wang. Gu Mingzi hastily diverted the conversation, redirecting the Ding Wang's attention. I noticed your troubled expression. Have you encountered some grave trouble? The Ding Wang sighed, gazing out the window. You have seen it. The snow disaster has struck the capital, causing great suffering among the people. Gu Mingzi replied, that is simple. Have the emperor open the treasury and allocate disaster relief funds. After all, the capital is the only area affected. It won't require much silver. The Ding Wang waved his hand dismissively. Ah, you are still young, viewing matters too simplistically. It is not as easy as you suggest. Your uncle has just ascended the throne, and the treasury is bare. Where will the funds come from? A sardonic smile crept across Gu Mingzi's lips as he subtly glanced at Shinzhou, implying, see, I was right. Shinzhou was left in astonishment. His husband truly possessed a remarkable insight, more accurate than any street fortune teller. Furthermore, the Ding Wang lowered his voice. I shall confide in you. Recently, rumors have emerged in the capital, blaming the emperor for his unkindness and filial piety, which has brought forth this calamity. Moreover, a figure known as young Master Ming has appeared, usurping the court's duties, and now everyone claims he is far superior to the emperor, valuing the lives of the people. Your royal uncle has grown anxious, searching far and wide for the origins of this esteemed young man, yet he remains elusive. Gu Mingzi, seemingly indifferent, mused that the common folk were not entirely wrong. After all, did not his royal uncle turn a blind eye? The Duke of Ding playfully tapped the back of his head, admonishing him not to speak nonsense, for his royal uncle also bore his own burdens. Very well, Gu Mingzi replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Then may you accompany him in his troubles, he added, before turning to Shinzhou. Let us depart and inspect our new abode. The new abode to which Gu Mingzi referred was a specially prepared wedding chamber, crafted by the Duke of Ding for the sake of appearances. It was spacious and bright, offering a comfortable living space. Unfortunately, Gu Mingzi never set foot inside, leaving Shinzhou to languish alone there for an entire night. Now, he embraced Shinzhou's waist and rolled onto the bed. Shinzhou hesitated, questioning whether he would, as the Duke had suggested, forsake him once his name was cleared. Gu Mingzi, growing impatient, retorted, why pay heed to that old man? You are wedded to me, not to him. He then produced a piece of paper from his sleeve. Here, take a look at this. Shinzhou took it and read that the emperor had secretly constructed a palace in Jiangnan, concealing it from several high-ranking officials. Anger surged within him, for such actions typified a tyrant who disregarded the lives of ordinary citizens, allocating wealth for palatial constructions while neglecting disaster relief. Gu Mingzi pinched Shinzhou's cheek, stating, the lavish lives of the rich contrast starkly with the frozen corpses of the impoverished. Tyrants, ensconced in their high towers, remain oblivious to the sufferings of the people. A red mark appeared on Shinzhou's cheek from the pinch. How do you come by this knowledge? And how have you concealed the identity of the esteemed young man? Gu Mingzi chuckled lightly, gesturing to his lips. Curious, are you? Your sincerity will determine the answer. Shinzhou's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet he summoned the courage to plant a shy kiss upon him. Seizing the moment, Gu Mingzi deepened the kiss, taking the lead and pinning him beneath him. The doctor has declared you fully recovered. You lost the wager. Thus, I shall collect my debts. As for your inquiries, in a few days, I shall introduce you to someone who will enlighten you. But first, we must attend to pressing matters. Not far away, the Duke of Ding observed the tightly shut door, his spirits considerably uplifted. Seeing the bond between Gu Mingzi and Shinzhou flourish reassured him. Ideally, they would become like sworn brothers, ensuring that when his time came, these two would look after one another. To Gu Mingxi's astonishment, the emperor was still capable of folly. He sought to absolve himself of blame for the snow disaster by hosting a banquet in the palace, celebrating the arrival of the heavy snowfall. Convinced that a bountiful harvest awaited the following year, he proclaimed to the world that this was the heavens' acknowledgement of his governance, a blessing akin to the virtues of Yao and Shen. Gu Mingxi was at a loss for words, having never encountered such a foolish individual. After much contemplation regarding a counter-strategy, he concluded that such a plan was absurd. It was a miracle that it did not incite public outrage. How had he perished in the hands of such foolishness in his previous life? Nonetheless, he found a peculiar delight in witnessing the emperor's self-destruction. Rising early, he accompanied Shenzhou to the palace for the banquet. Arriving too early, the Duke of Ding urged him to pay his respects to the emperor. Gu Mingxi pouted. After all, he was still, ostensibly, the favored nephew of the emperor, and it was not yet time to sever ties. He had advised Shenzhou not to wander aimlessly, but to stroll in the imperial garden while awaiting his return. No sooner had Gu Mingxi departed than an unexpected visitor arrived. Lin Wan, now a fourth-rank official. He swaggered up to Shenzhou and remarked, "Is this not General Shen? Oh, how the mighty have fallen, reduced to a commoner. You dare to entangle me in your affairs and even present a decree from His Majesty? Your audacity is remarkable. Were I in your position, I would feel utterly ashamed to live among mortals." Shenzhou clenched his fists, his gaze sharp. He knew whether the decree had truly been delivered or not. So why must Lin Wan mock him further? Unrepentant, Lin Wan exclaimed, as if struck to the core, his fury ignited. "You, a mere commoner, dare to show disrespect to me? I command you, kneel here and let the passers-by witness how you have been trampled beneath my feet. Do not expect Gu Eryi to come to your rescue. I have already inquired and learned that you do not possess his favor. Should you refuse to kneel, I shall have no choice but to report your insolence to His Majesty." Shenzhou bit his lip, determined not to burden his husband any further. Closing his eyes, he bent his knees, the icy snow soaking through, sending a shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, Lin Wan sat back in a chair, savoring the sight of Shenzhou's humiliation, truly the triumph of a petty man. Chapter 11. Come here and pour wine for your husband today. The emperor hosted a banquet, and the imperial household was bustling with activity. Within the imperial garden, numerous palace maids and attendants hurried about, inevitably casting glances at Shenzhou. They quickly averted their eyes and hurried away, yet that fleeting glance left Shenzhou restless. Kneeling in the snow, his knees numbing from the cold, the whispers surrounding him felt like slaps upon his face. Who is that? What crime has he committed to be punished in the snow on such a frigid day? Hush! Do not speak carelessly. I heard that is General Shen, now reduced to a commoner. He is likely repenting for his cowardice in battle. He deserves it. My brother was one of his soldiers, and it was because of him that my brother lost his life. Bah! What kind of general is he? Enough! Let's return to our duties and refrain from idle gossip. Shenzhou had believed his heart to be fortified enough to withstand any vile words without concern. Yet, the care and attention from Gu Mingxi these past few days had rejuvenated him, rendering him sensitive even to the slightest criticism. The palace maid harbored deep hatred for him, due to her deceased brother. How could he not feel the weight of such animosity? The soldiers who perished in that war were men he had personally led in a battle, sharing meals and living quarters with them, listening to their dreams of new sons and wives. They trusted him, charging into the fray without hesitation, only to have their lives treated as mere pawns in a game by a capricious ruler, whose desire for glory led him to conspire with Lin Wan, sacrificing lives for his ambition. In the eyes of the emperor, sons cherished by their parents, husbands adored by their wives, and fathers revered by their children were but disposable pieces on a chessboard. Initially, when Gu Mingxi presented the bloody truth before him, Shenzhou was filled with doubt. Every word uttered by Gu Mingxi has been validated, compelling him to acknowledge that the emperor to whom he pledges allegiance is unworthy of his throne. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he once again lifted his gaze to meet Lin Wan, the emperor's sycophant, glaring at him with an intensity that seemed capable of swallowing him whole. Shenzhou, emerging from the battlefield, bore the scars of countless foes upon his hands. The mere sight of him nearly sent Lin Wen into despair. As an educated man, Lin Wen could manage theoretical discussions. Yet facing the seasoned warrior Shun Zhou rendered him utterly insignificant. A jolt of fear coursed through him, prompting him to rise from his seat. "Why do you regard me with such disdain? Do you dare believe I could command your eyes to be gouged out at this moment?" Such grandiosity from Lord Lin. Gu Mingzi hastened from a distance, only to witness Shun Zhou being punished, kneeling upon the ground, his back resolutely straight, unyielding in the face of adversity. His heart ached as he rushed to assist Shun Zhou, inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Shun Zhou shook his head, burying his face in Gu Mingzi's waist, tears streaming down his cheeks, filled with a sense of injustice. For reasons unknown, even though the matter at hand was trivial, his presence seemed to evoke tears from him. Gu Mingzi felt his heart shatter at the sight of Shun Zhou's sorrow. He regretted leaving Shun Zhou alone in this predatory palace. Earlier, the emperor had questioned him about his newlywed life with Shun Zhou, his tone laced with impatience. Yet, Gu Mingzi understood the necessity of dispelling the emperor's suspicions. He presented a premeditated response, smiling as he said, "Your Majesty, I have never engaged with a man before. It is quite a novelty." He added, "This is a confidence I can only share with you. Do not inform my father, lest he would be furious." The emperor, shaking his head in resignation, replied, "Do not worry, I shall never disclose this to the Duke of Ding." In just a few brief exchanges, the emperor's guard was lowered. Aware that Shun Zhou was a trusted confidant of the Duke of Ding, he recognized that the marriage was merely a pretext to protect Shun Zhou. Yet, he harbored concerns that the Duke and Shun Zhou might conspire together. However, with Gu Mingzi's current demeanor, it appeared that his worries were unfounded. It would be best if Shun Zhou faced his demise. After managing the emperor, Gu Mingzi rushed to find Shun Zhou, only to inadvertently stumble upon the scene unfolding before him. He pointed at Lin Wen and summoned a few guards. "Strike him. The one who delivers the most severe blows shall receive a reward from me today." The guards hesitated, unsure about laying hands on a fourth-rank official. Yet they equally feared the wrath of Gu Mingzi. Gu Mingzi produced the imperial token bestowed upon him by the emperor, inscribed with the words, "As if I were present." This token, granted in gratitude for his father's support during the emperor's ascension, was now put to use. Upon seeing the token, the guards surged forward, mercilessly beating Lin Wen until he was unrecognizable, his screams echoing like that of a slaughtered pig. Gu Mingzi, calculating the time, commanded them to cease. He then retrieved several silver ingots from his robes, rewarding each guard who had laid a hand on Lin Wen. Lin Wen, staggering as he rose from the ground, found himself so beaten that he could hardly articulate his words. You are simply too tyrannical. I shall report you to His Majesty." "Go ahead," Gu Mingzi retorted. Gu Mingzi, undaunted, proclaimed that in the capital, if he were to rank second in arrogance and audacity, no one would dare to claim the first position. After Lin Wen limped away, Shun Zhou, concerned, inquired if he had caused any trouble. "Not at all," Gu Mingzi replied, crouching down to massage his knee. "The palace is not suitable for treating such injuries. We shall attend to them at home. You have endured much today." He added, "Next time you encounter him, retaliate. Should the sky fall, I shall bear the brunt for you. What is he, after all?" Gu Mingzi supported Shun Zhou, allowing him to lean against him to alleviate the strain on his knee. "Come, let me show you what it means for the wicked to cry foul first." As they made their slow progress, upon reaching the imperial study, they found Lin Wen already lamenting. In a fit of rage, Gu Mingzi kicked Lin Wen, sending him sprawling to the ground. He then turned to the emperor, exclaiming, "Your Imperial Highness, he is a bully." He punished Shun Zhou to kneel in the snow, risking injury to his knees. How shall he play in the future? Lin Wen resembled a child whose toy had been broken by others. The emperor, initially harboring resentment towards Gu Mingzi for directly assaulting a fourth-rank official, soon found his anger dissipating upon witnessing Gu Mingzi's reckless demeanor, fixated solely on tormenting Shun Zhou. Thus, he merely reprimanded Gu Mingzi lightly. Gu Mingzi, eager to ingratiate himself, declared, "I knew you cared for me the most, Your Imperial Highness," and before departing, He cast a provocative glance at Lin Wen. Once Gu Mingzi had left, the emperor, with a stern countenance, chastised Lin Wen. Why did you provoke him? Gu Mingzi lacks foresight. Had he considered even a little more, we would have been exposed. But the Prince of Ding is no fool. Your public opposition to Shenzhou only solidifies the enmity between you. Henceforth, you shall be penalized with a deduction of 3 months' salary. Remember to avoid them in the future. Lin Wen, begrudging yet resigned, accepted his misfortune. By the time the banquet commenced, it was already noon. Exquisite dishes adorned the table, accompanied by an array of dancers. Gu Mingzi lowered his gaze, reflecting on the disaster-stricken populace who were unable to secure a meal while the emperor reveled in festivities. Truly a case of the rich feasting while the poor starve. Noticing the emperor's lingering, suspicious glances, Gu Mingzi braced himself for the forthcoming inquiry. Mingzi, shall I send you 2 lovely concubines? It is time you had a confidant by your side. Gu Mingzi smirked inwardly, suspecting that the offer of concubines was merely a ruse to position spies. Shenzhou, seated below, tightened his grip on Gu Mingzi's hand, only to quickly release it, his body frozen in silence. Gu Mingzi, determined to dissuade the emperor, reassuringly patted Shenzhou's hand, stating, I haven't had my fill of Shenzhou yet. With more people, it would be overwhelming. He then poured a cup of wine, pointing at Shenzhou. You, feed me. Shenzhou hesitated, uncertain of Gu Mingzi's intent, yet complied, bringing the cup to Gu Mingzi's lips. To his surprise, Gu Mingzi intercepted the gesture, gesturing towards Shenzhou's own lips. His voice deliberately loud enough for all present to hear. What I mean is, just as we do at home, feed me here. Chapter 12. Prince of Ding, I don't think you two are acting. At this revelation, silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Even the dancing songstress, adept at reading the atmosphere, paused momentarily. The bolder individuals dared to gaze directly in this direction, while the more timid cast furtive glances at Gu Mingzi and Shenzhou. Collectively, they deemed the second son of the Gu family quite unrestrained for so brazenly humiliating Shenzhou. Their curiosity piqued at Shenzhou's reaction. Would this impassioned young general endure the indignity, or would he confront Gu Mingzi on the spot? Regardless, there was bound to be entertainment to behold. The two became the focal point of everyone's attention. Unaware of the scrutiny, Gu Mingzi gently pressed his fingertip against Shenzhou's lips, observing him with keen interest. Eager for his next move, the soft sensation ignited uncontrollable thoughts of what it would feel like to kiss those lips, causing Shenzhou's face to flush crimson, a color that quickly spread to his neck. High above, the emperor reveled in satisfaction. Having a former battlefield general feed another man wine was undoubtedly a form of humiliation. In such a public setting, Gu Mingzi's audacity in treating Shenzhou thus revealed the dismal state of their relationship. This was precisely the spectacle the emperor delighted in, the most trusted subordinate of the Duke of Ding turning against his own son. The mere thought brought him joy, especially as he witnessed it firsthand. The Duke of Ding, bewildered, pondered whether Gu Mingzi and Shenzhou's performance was perhaps too convincing. If not for his knowledge of their true relationship and Gu Mingzi's evident reluctance to marry Shenzhou, he might have believed they were genuinely enamored. The Duke, with a heart full of mischief, dismissed the notion, thinking that if 2 grown men wished to kiss, so be it. It was hardly a loss of flesh. Their act was so convincing that it deceived everyone, providing Shenzhou a momentary respite from scrutiny. Little did he know, not long after, the Duke would find himself in deep contemplation. He had sensed that their interaction today was anything but theatrical. Shenzhou, genuinely humiliated, was struck by how he had never recognized Gu Mingzi's penchant for spontaneity, leaving him utterly unprepared. The humiliation was overwhelming. It was simply too shameful. He diverted his gaze, his mind racing with chaotic thoughts. He couldn't shake the image of the emperor suggesting a reward of a concubine for Gu Mingzi, which heightened his unease and discomfort. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to assert his claim. He desired to showcase just how favored he was. Gu Mingzi was solely his. Thus, oblivious to the perceptions of those around him, Shenzhou fancied himself clever. He resolutely tilted his head back, took a sip of wine, and with closed eyes, leaned in to kiss Gu Mingzi. However, he was swiftly grasped by the chin. Gu Mingzi chuckled softly. "Fool, you missed the mark. Open your eyes." His eyelids fluttered, and the rich aroma of wine mingled between their lips, leaving him pleasantly dazed. The usually hearty Xinzhou, who could down 3 gin of wine, found himself tipsy after just a sip. Time became a blur, stretching to the point where he felt he could hardly hold his breath before Gu Mingzi finally released him. Just before their separation, Gu Mingzi whispered a compliment. "Ajo, you smell delightful," reminiscent of flirtation between lovers. Subsequently, Master Gu let out a leisurely laugh, reclining comfortably in his seat. "Everyone, why do you gaze at us? Such fine wine should be enjoyed together." A slightly inebriated Shun Zhou found his mind sluggish, his limbs numb and immobilized, lost in a daze of confusion. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he was overwhelmed by humiliation and anger, utterly suppressed by Master Gu, who could only shed silent tears, eliciting increased sympathy from the crowd. Indeed, the emperor chuckled joyfully. "This wine is a tribute from a foreign land. If Mingzi enjoys it, I shall reward you with a couple of jars." Gu Mingzi clasped his hands in gratitude. "Nephew thanks you, imperial uncle." He thought to himself that such activities to foster camaraderie should be more frequent. The limited edition of General Shan was indeed rare. Concerned for Shun Zhou's knee, Gu Mingzi felt a growing discomfort as time dragged on, and, recalling the plight of the disaster-stricken refugees, the songs and music became increasingly jarring. He no longer wished to engage in pretense with the emperor. After all, his task for the day was complete. The emperor was already convinced of the facade surrounding his poor relationship with Xinzhou. Feigning drunkenness, he declared, "Imperial uncle, I believe I have had too much to drink. I shall take my leave." Having grown accustomed to Gu Mingzi's disregard, the emperor dismissed it as a trivial matter and allowed him to depart. Gu Mingzi assisted Xinzhou in standing, fully committing to the act. He pulled Xinzhou into his embrace as he stumbled, genuinely ensuring that Xinzhou leaned against him to alleviate any pain in his knee. The two of them stumbled out of the palace gates and into the carriage, where only Gu Mingzi and Xinzhou remained. It was then that Gu Mingzi finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. Xinzhou wore that same vacant expression, utterly stoic. A pang of concern struck Gu Mingzi. Had he perhaps gone too far today? His impulsive nature had led him to speak without considering Xinzhou's feelings. He, with his thick skin, could endure anything, but Xinzhou was different. What if he truly angered Xinzhou and lost the chance to be close to him? Gu Mingzi poked Xinzhou playfully. "Are you upset? I truly regret my actions today, and I promise I won't tease you in front of others again." "No." Xinzhou finally spoke. "I am not unhappy. In fact, I am quite pleased that you acknowledge me publicly." His eyes sparkled with joy. This fool. Gu Mingzi shook his head. He needed no coaxing, as he had already soothed himself. He began to deeply reflect on whether he had been too harsh on Xinzhou, causing him to become so insecure. Gu Mingzi crouched down, lifting the hem of Xinzhou's garment, revealing a knee that was already swollen and red. A gentle touch elicited a wince from Xinzhou. Anger surged within Gu Mingzi as he exclaimed, "Shun Xiaojun, shall we not secretly eliminate that scoundrel Linwen?" Xinzhou chuckled at such childish words, which only Gu Mingzi could utter. He patted Gu Mingzi's shoulder in reassurance. "It's nothing. I'm not in pain." Gu Mingzi replied earnestly, "Zhou, trust me, I won't make you wait long. Be it Lin Wan or the emperor, I shall ensure they pay for their blood debts." His voice was harsh, startling Xinzhou. Although he could not comprehend the profound animosity that Gu Mingzi harbored, he still grasped Gu Mingzi's hand and met his gaze, affirming, "Very well, I trust you." Gu Mingzi delicately applied the anti-inflammatory medication to Xinzhou's knee. Initially, he had intended to proceed cautiously, as there were still 10 years ahead. Yet now, impatience consumed him. As long as he remained distant from the pinnacle of power, the safety of Xinzhou and his father would continue to be jeopardized. This act of rebellion was a certainty for him, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The time was nearing for the Prince of Ding to be stationed in the northwest, in accordance with the events of his previous life. With the heavens high and the emperor distant, This presented him with a splendid opportunity. By the time the Prince of Ding returned, the capital would surely be transformed. Chapter 13. Young General Shun, Les Elope. The heavy snow fell for over 10 days before it finally ceased. As the skies cleared, the anxieties of the populace began to dissipate. Fortunately, due to Gu Mingxi's swift actions in this life, the relief efforts for the disaster-stricken were timely, resulting in minimal casualties among the people. In his guise as the illustrious young master, Gu Mingxi hired strong men to repair the collapsed houses. In no time, his reputation soared, eclipsing even that of the royal family, and his name resonated throughout the surrounding regions, met with unreserved praise. Some grateful citizens even proclaimed that the young master was a deity incarnate, deserving of a temple for offerings. Gu Mingxi sneezed, shivering, and prayed that the people would temper their fervor. It was illogical for the living to receive offerings. Was it not a wish for his own demise? Concurrently, a narrative began to flourish. The emperor, indulging in extravagant feasts with nobles, painted vivid images of the opulence from those banquets, inciting public outrage. Moreover, while the emperor lamented the empty state treasury, whispers of his construction of a palace in Jiangnan had somehow emerged, though spoken in vague terms. The ambiguity only fueled belief among the masses. Upon returning to court, the Prince of Ding informed Gu Mingxi that the emperor was seething with anger, having replaced the porcelain in the imperial study numerous times. The palace, along with its inhabitants, tread carefully, fearful of incurring the emperor's wrath. Even the prince himself found it necessary to weigh his words. Strangely, despite the emperor's ardent efforts, he could not uncover the source of the rumors nor discern the true identity of the illustrious young master. Furthermore, the emperor was acutely aware that these were not mere rumors, but rather reflections of his own actions. His guilt prevented him from investigating openly. Having already lost the people's favor, any revelations would be difficult to justify. Thus, he remained consumed by impotent rage. Gu Mingxi tentatively probed the prince's sentiments, asking, "Father, if His Majesty truly prioritizes his own interests over the lives of the common folk, indulging in the construction of a palace for pleasure, would you still pledge your loyalty to such a ruler?" The Prince of Ding playfully admonished him. "Why do you insist on speaking such nonsense? His Majesty is my blood brother, and your esteemed emperor. While others may speculate on unfounded matters, you must refrain from doing so." Gu Mingxi rolled his eyes, completely dismissing the notion of persuading the crown prince to usurp the throne. He decided to wait until the end, planning to eliminate the emperor himself, thus surprising his father. Unbeknownst to the crown prince, who was anxiously fretting over the emperor, his own son was about to present him with a grand gift. Nevertheless, this young gentleman, despite his unclear intentions, was indeed a good person. He engaged in matters that benefited the nation and its people. In my view, there was no need for His Majesty to pursue any grievances. Pleased by his father's indirect praise, Gu Mingxi wore a smug smile as he picked up his midday meal. He had no interest in courtly affairs. Instead, he intended to deliver food to Shenzhou. Shenzhou had injured his knee, and Gu Mingxi, determined to prevent any lingering ailments, insisted that he rest thoroughly. Thus, the young general found himself confined to bed, with all his meals being lovingly served by Gu Mingxi. The crown prince's spirits lifted slightly as he observed Gu Mingxi's retreating figure. Recently, troubles had plagued him, but it was a comfort to know that these two children shared a good relationship, with Gu Mingxi proving himself capable of caring for others. Poor crown prince, unaware that their bond was far from ordinary. As for Gu Mingxi, Shenzhou was his beloved spouse, and he naturally tended to him with great care. Gu Mingxi animatedly recounted the crown prince's words to Shenzhou, evoking joyous laughter from him. The dimples on Shenzhou's cheeks danced, prompting Gu Mingxi to shower him with affectionate kisses. As they kissed, they became entangled, oblivious to the world around them. Since time immemorial, fortune seldom arrives in pairs, and calamity does not come alone. This adage manifested swiftly. The emperor, still agitated by Gu Mingxi's haste, soon faced a crisis at the northwestern front. An enemy nation, leading an army of 300,000, surged forth with the intent to annihilate our dynasty. displaying a fierce resolve for battle. The emperor had no choice but to temporarily set aside thoughts of Gu Mingzi and select a commander to confront the enemy. After much deliberation, he realized that only the crown prince and Shun Zhou possessed the capability to lead in battle. The remaining generals were merely fodder for the enemy. The edict to dismiss Shun Zhou had already been issued and could not be rescinded. Therefore, he could not utilize Shun Zhou. Even though the emperor wished to diminish the crown prince's influence, he had to acknowledge that the only viable option available was the crown prince himself. 300,000 troops were no trivial matter, and this would be his first major conflict since ascending the throne. Victory was imperative, not just for the sake of triumph, but to alleviate public discontent stemming from recent natural disasters. Consequently, in addition to the crown prince's existing forces, the emperor allocated an additional 100,000 troops. However, he also exercised caution by dispatching a young officer named Zhang Huai to oversee the crown prince's actions. Newly entered into the court, without any established connections, he was an ideal candidate. The emperor privately instructed Zhang Huai to execute the crown prince on the spot should he show any signs of treachery without mercy. Little did the emperor realize that this seemingly astute decision would ultimately ease Gu Mingzi's path to usurpation. Yet, that was a matter for another time. After a brief respite in the capital, the crown prince donned his armor once more, leading his troops into battle. Gu Mingzi and Shun Zhou accompanied him for 10 miles. The crown prince reminded them, "Sending you off 1,000 miles, we must part at last. You two must be as brothers, treating each other with respect until I return." Shun Zhou gazed absent-mindedly at the retreating figure of the Prince of Ding, his eyes filled with melancholy. Once upon a time, he too donned armor, standing beside the prince. Engaged in the chaos of battle, Gu Mingzi noticed Shun Zhou's somber mood but chose to remain silent. No need to rush, soon he would take Shun Zhou directly to the battlefield to seek out the prince. The day of their victorious return would coincide with the day the prince ascended the golden throne. 5 days had passed since the prince's departure, and Shun Zhou's spirits remained low. His lips pursed in a manner that could almost hold a bottle. Gu Mingzi pinched his cheek playfully. "Not feeling well? Come on. I shall take you somewhere delightful." Shun Zhou followed Gu Mingzi listlessly, but upon realizing their destination, his eyes widened in surprise. Before them was a bustling entrance, with a sign overhead boldly proclaiming Chuanfang Garden. What manner of absurdity was this? His husband brought his new bride to a brothel? Gu Mingzi appeared unfazed by the situation, effortlessly dragging the reluctant Shun Zhou inside. The madam's eyes lit up upon seeing Gu Mingzi, her figure swaying as she hurried over. "Ah, Master Gu, it has been some time since your last visit. Our girls have missed you dearly." Her gaze then shifted to Shun Zhou. "Is this gentleman new? Shall I introduce you to a few of our ladies?" The scent of rouge wafted through the air, and Shun Zhou instinctively stepped aside. Gu Mingzi couldn't help but chuckle. "This is a friend of mine, visiting for the first time. Pay him no mind." He then produced a gold ingot from his pocket and tossed it into the madam's arms. "I am here to see Yin Yang. Please lead the way." The madam's face broke into a smile as she beheld the gold, her wrinkles deepening with delight as she ushered them to a private room on the second floor. Shun Zhou felt a heavy heart. It seemed Gu Mingzi frequented this place often. Who was Yin Yang that prompted Gu Mingzi to seek her out? How many acquaintances did Gu Mingzi have outside? And yet, he was supposed to be Gu Mingzi's wife. Why was the truth left unspoken? He reminded himself to be magnanimous as the legal wife, for it was a rare occasion that Gu Mingzi's heart was set upon him, and he must not provoke Gu Mingzi's disdain. Yet, jealousy coursed through him, almost suffocating. Gu Mingzi, noticing Shun Zhou's jealousy, kindly explained, "Yin Yang is the owner of this establishment and also my sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law?" Shun Zhou exclaimed. Hadn't Gu Mingzi's elder brother passed away long ago? "Indeed," Gu Mingzi replied. "She was my brother's betrothed. After his death, she honored him by performing the marriage rites before his spirit. You must treat her with respect." Shun Zhou nodded earnestly, sighing at Yin Yang's devotion, his jealousy dissipating. They entered the room, where Yin Yang had already prepared tea. Gu Mingzi and Shun Zhou bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to you, sister-in-law." Yin Yang looked up, exuding an indescribable charm, and smiled gently. No need for such formality. Turning her gaze to Shunzhou, she asked Gu Mingzi, "Is this your beloved?" Gu Mingzi nodded. "Yes, I apologize for any embarrassment." Yun Yang expressed her sentiments. "You two must cherish one another and avoid the mistakes I made with your brother." Tears glimmered in her eyes, but she quickly brushed aside the sorrow. "What is it that you wish for my assistance?" Gu Mingzi spoke solemnly. "I am about to leave the capital with a Zhou, and I entrust the identity of young Master Ming to you, sister-in-law. Moreover, I hope you will keep me informed of any news from the capital." Yin Yang nodded, assuring him, "Do not worry. While I may lack other skills, no one excels in gathering intelligence like I do. Mincy, promise me that you will avenge your brother and eliminate that tyrant," she implored. Gu Mingzi swore to the heavens. "I shall not allow my brother's death to be in vain." Their exchange concluded in the brief span of an incense stick burning. Shunzhou was left in a state of confusion. Gu Mingzi elaborated, "Yun Yang was originally a woman of the martial world, deeply in love with my brother. After his death, she established the Garden of Blossoms, effectively utilizing her connections to gather intelligence. She suspects that my brother's death was no mere accident, but rather the work of the Emperor, though she is yet to acquire concrete evidence. I have promised her that I will uncover the truth and take vengeance upon the tyrant. Her network extends far and wide. The information I shared with you regarding the Emperor's clandestine construction of a palace was provided by her. Young Master Ming's reputation spread throughout the capital and surrounding areas in a single night, thanks in no small part to her efforts. After we depart, all movements within the capital will rely on her reports." Gu Mingzi lowered his gaze, reminiscing that in his previous life, Yun Yang had sought him out as well. However, he had been reluctant to entertain such chaotic thoughts, deceived by the Emperor's hypocritical facade, and had ignored her. He had not seen Yun Yang again until the annihilation of his family. In this life, she would undoubtedly be his most formidable ally, working in tandem to usurp power. Suddenly, Shunzhou realized, "You mentioned leaving the capital. Where are we headed?" Gu Mingzi ruffled his hair. "Little General Shun, I am taking you to elope." "What do you say?" Chapter 14. The Prince's Inquiry. How did these two wretches come to be? Upon uttering these words, Gu Mingzi was taken aback, inexplicably feeling a sense of infidelity, as though he had spirited Shunzhou away. The excitement and novelty of the notion compelled him to tease Shunzhou further. Thus, the silver-tongued Gu Iri resumed his playful banter. "Little master, if you elope with me, will your husband not be displeased? Who do you desire, him or me?" Shunzhou lowered his gaze, visibly displeased. "Elope? What nonsense is Gu Mingzi spouting? Is not my husband Gu Mingzi himself? We are a legitimate couple. How can this be termed as eloping? This is utterly absurd." Noticing Shunzhou's refusal to engage, Gu Mingzi chuckled awkwardly. "Do not be angry. I know you have always been concerned for me. I will take you to the frontier to find my father. I want to witness your return to the battlefield with my own eyes. Your talents should not be squandered here. The borderlands are where your true potential lies." He leaned closer, adding, "One day, I hope to see General Shun safeguarding the frontiers." Shunzhou looked up, locking eyes with Gu Mingzi's smiling gaze, only to hurriedly avert his eyes, muttering, "This is not an elopement, but a rightful journey." He then raised his hand to cover Gu Mingzi's mouth, admonishing, "How can you speak such reckless words? If someone hears you, I will see how you manage." All right, Gu Mingzi acquiesced, following his lead. "You go pack your things. I still need to make a visit to the palace." The Emperor had long been fixated on the Duke of Ding's residence. Should he and Shunzhou inexplicably vanish, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. It would be more prudent to confront the Emperor directly, thereby maintaining a sense of integrity and allowing him to set his mind at ease. Gu Mingzi formally requested leave from the palace, persistently pleading, "Uncle, I find the capital rather dull, and with my father away, may I venture out to explore the mountains and rivers?" The Emperor, beset by an array of concerns, had little inclination to entertain Gu Mingzi's entreaties. He could hardly fathom that Gu Mingzi would possess the audacity to journey to the border in search of the Duke of Ding. He dismissively replied, Go ahead. Your vivacious nature cannot be stifled within the confines of the capital. Here, I bestow upon you 10 taels of gold for your travel expenses. Gu Mingzi, immediately sweet-tongued, expressed his gratitude. Nephew thanks you for your generosity, uncle. Internally, he scoffed at the paltry sum. Was he truly so impoverished? It seemed a fortunate opportunity had arisen. As Gu Mingzi emerged from the palace with the gold, he found Xinzhou had already prepared his belongings. The neatly arranged bundle left him momentarily speechless. Weighing more than himself, he attempted to lift it, his face reddening in exertion. Indeed, he could not manage it. What on earth have you packed? He inquired. Xinzhou replied, It's all your clothes and daily necessities. The journey to the northwest is quite long, and I fear you may find it uncomfortable. Gu Mingzi opened the bundle to discover even his personal bowls were included. He nearly laughed in exasperation. Why not just empty the entire residence? Xinzhou retorted softly. Hoisting the bundle onto his shoulder, it's not that heavy. Gu Mingzi. Why could he lift it? He quickly urged Xinzhou to set it down. I'm not as delicate as you presume. A light load is sufficient. We must hasten. Reluctantly, Xinzhou complied, bringing only a modest amount of silver and provisions as they set out. Gu Mingzi gazed at the carriage, deep in thought. Their venture to the northwest was meant to be clandestine. The fewer who knew, the better. Thus, he decided against bringing a driver. But who would handle the reins? Himself? That was implausible. The pampered Gu Iri was not accustomed to such hardships. Asking Xinzhou to do so was equally out of the question. He could not bear to see him toil. They would need to ride horses instead. Gu Mingzi surveyed the stables, selecting the 2 strongest horses. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he only led one out. Sighing, he lamented, Zhou, I cannot ride. What shall we do? Xinzhou pondered for a moment, then confidently proposed, It's simple. You can ride with me on the same horse. I will guide you. With his scheme unfolding successfully, Gu Mingzi concealed a triumphant smile from Xinzhou, who, in comparison, was still rather naive, easily deceived. The horse, however, seemed to question, Have you too considered my feelings while bearing the weight of 2 riders? Thus, Gu Mingzi, quite reasonably, took the opportunity to embrace his companion. With Xinzhou leading and Gu Mingzi following closely behind, they shared a single horse. Xinzhou, concerned for Gu Mingzi's safety, reminded him, My dear, hold on tightly, do not fall off. Very well, Gu Mingzi replied. Gu Mingzi feigned ignorance, playfully exploring the contours of Xinzhou's waist, seizing the opportunity to pinch some of his soft flesh. A soft groan escaped Xinzhou's lips, and in that moment of distraction, the horse nearly threw both of them off. However, Xinzhou, an adept rider, quickly regained control by tugging at the reins. He assumed Gu Mingzi was merely nervous on his first horseback ride and reassured him, Just hold on to me and try not to move. In truth, Gu Mingzi's antics had startled him as well. I promise to behave. Please let me be, Gu Mingzi replied. According to Xinzhou's expectations, their journey should have been a whirlwind of dust and excitement. However, not long into their ride, Gu Mingzi clutched his head and exclaimed, Oh dear, I have a terrible headache. Let's pause for a moment. Yet, the seemingly afflicted Gu Mingzi soon led Xinzhou on a delightful exploration of scenic vistas and culinary delights. Initially, Xinzhou believed his tale, concerned that Gu Mingzi might not withstand the journey's rigors, and he hastily allowed him to rest. However, as this occurred repeatedly, he began to sense something amiss. Irritated, he ignored Gu Mingzi, feeling deceived. Nevertheless, Gu Mingzi, with his thick skin, insisted, I won't rest, but surely the horse deserves a break, right? Just think of it as a pity for the poor animal. At that moment, the horse seemed to question its sudden inclusion in their conversation. Under Gu Mingzi's relentless insistence, the journey that should have taken merely 10 days stretched into an entire month, filled with joyous adventures. Ultimately, they arrived at the military camp. The guards, unfamiliar with the two, were caught off guard when Gu Mingzi called out, Father, I have come to find you. The Prince of Ding, engrossed in a discussion of military strategy with Zhang Huai, responded in confusion. What? Who has come? Upon exiting the tent, he spotted Gu Mingzi and Xinzhou at the entrance. Bewildered, he wondered how these 2 miscreants had managed to arrive. Gu Mingzi clinging to the prince's arm, declared, "Father, now that we are here, do not worry. I have come alongside Xinzhou to assist you." The prince, somewhat irked, replied, "As long as you do not complicate matters further." He gestured towards Zhang Huai, introducing him to Gu Mingzi and Shenzhou. "This is Zhang Huai, sent by your imperial uncle as a military supervisor to gain experience in the army alongside me." Gu Mingzi silently scoffed, realizing he had underestimated the emperor's cunning, as he had even sent a spy to infiltrate his father's ranks. Before Gu Mingzi could gauge Zhang Huai's true intentions, the latter rushed toward Xinzhou, exclaiming, "General Shun, I am Zhang Huai, and I have admired you for a long time. It is such an honor to meet you." Xinzhou, taken aback, could only respond with a bewildered, "Ah?" Gu Mingzi's heart sank. This was not merely a case of espionage, but perhaps a rivalry for affection. Upon encountering Zhang Huai, Gu Mingzi's sense of vigilance soared. He and Shenzhou had arrived clandestinely, and Zhang Huai was a man of the emperor, should he decide to inform on them. All their efforts would be in vain. A dark intention flickered in Gu Mingzi's mind as he contemplated eliminating Zhang Huai before he could relay any information to the emperor. Yet, he had not anticipated the situation would devolve even further. Zhang Huai and Shenzhou, seemingly instant friends, embraced a camaraderie that brought them perilously close together. Two individuals engaged in fervent conversation, their discussion ablaze with enthusiasm. One spoke of the art of war, while the other delved into the 36 stratagems. Gu Mingzi squinted, attempting to interject and separate the pair, only to discover himself akin to a desperate illiterate, unable to comprehend a word. It was lamentable that during his studies, the mere sight of military strategy would induce slumber. He dabbled in various subjects, yet the sight of those tactics alone brought him headaches. How infuriating it was that this Zhang Huai exhibited no sense of boundaries. Did he not realize that Xinzhou was already taken? The trio's closeness felt suffocating, leaving him with a sense of isolation that was quite unbearable. A wave of annoyance washed over him, and he contemplated the most drastic measures against Zhang Huai. Would the king of Ding be angered if he were to end Zhang Huai's life? The king seemed to relish the camaraderie between Xinzhou and Zhang Huai. Despite Zhang Huai's talent, his youth rendered many of his ideas impractical and immature. Gu Mingzi, being older, found it challenging to converse with Zhang Huai, as an age gap often hindered communication. In contrast, Shenzhou, being only a few years older than Zhang Huai, shared a rapport that made it more beneficial for him to mentor the younger man. As he shifted his gaze to his own son, he noticed Gu Mingzi staring intently at Shenzhou and Zhang Huai, as if he wished to crush them both. Had his son's mind been affected by something he ate? The king furrowed his brow, perplexed by Gu Mingzi's demeanor. He resolved to pull Gu Mingzi away from the scene. "What chaos are you causing here? Their conversation does not interest you," he remarked, grasping Gu Mingzi by the collar. "Come, it has been far too long since we had a proper conversation. Let's find a quieter place to enjoy a drink." Gu Mingzi retorted, "Father, you truly are my biological father. Your daughter-in-law is on the verge of being deceived by another, and you remain so nonchalant. Whose side are you on? Have you considered who would willingly neglect their wife to drink with an old man like you? A little self-awareness would do you good." He struggled fiercely, freeing himself from the king's grasp while still keeping his eyes fixed on Xinzhou. "No, father, I have seen the error of my ways. I wish to study military strategy diligently, so that I may relieve your burdens in the future. Please allow me to remain here and listen." The king stroked his white beard, shaking his head. "Alas, I am too old to comprehend your youthful antics." Gu Mingzi mused to himself that by the time the king did understand, the opportunity would have long passed. Once the king departed, Gu Mingzi no longer felt obliged to show Zhang Huai any courtesy. It was audacious for a military supervisor sent by the emperor to monopolize his wife. He assertively intervened, positioning himself as a barrier between the two. Suddenly interrupted, Shenzhou appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Gu Mingzi, noticing this, felt his anger intensify. With a forced smile, he extended his hand toward Zhang Huai. "Ah, it is indeed you, Master Zhang. A pleasure to meet you. I am Gu Mingzi, the newlywed husband of Xinzhou." He placed heavy emphasis on the term newlywed husband, brimming with possessiveness, hoping that Zhang Huai would take the hint and keep his distance from Shinzhou. Zhang Huai genuinely turned his attention to him, accepting his outstretched hand. What a humble statement from you, Guiri. I am but an obscure official, hardly someone of whom you would have heard. It is better to be honest in one's dealings. Gu Mingxi's smile froze on his face, completely oblivious to the complexities of human interaction. Was he truly intending to challenge him? Zhang Huai gripped Gu Mingxi's hand with considerable force, causing Gu Mingxi to nearly cry out in pain. Yet, in deference to the man's dignity, he gritted his teeth and endured, maintaining a composed smile. By the time Zhang Huai released his hold, Gu Mingxi's hand was already flushed red. Observing his own hand, an idea struck him. He placed it before Shinzhou. Pointing at Zhang Huai with a pitiful expression, he squeezed me so hard, look, it's all red. At that moment, Shinzhou's attention was successfully diverted to Gu Mingxi's hand. He gently blew on it and asked, does it hurt? Let me fetch you some medicine. No need, Gu Mingxi said, tugging at Shinzhou's sleeve. With a magnanimous air, he forgave Zhang Huai. I understand that you martial artists possess great strength. Lord Zhang certainly did not intend any harm. Please do not blame him. Shinzhou was deeply concerned. Allow me to apply some ice to it. Even in winter, ice is easy to find, and it will prevent swelling later. With that, he exited to search for ice. For a moment, only Gu Mingxi and Zhang Huai remained in the tent. Gu Mingxi decided to drop the pretense. What do you truly want? You are late. Shinzhou is already betrothed to me. I advise you to inquire about my reputation. If you're a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must lie low. How dare you covet my people without weighing your own worth? Zhang Huai's eyes suddenly reddened, and he plopped down on the ground, bursting into tears. The wails of a 12 or 13-year-old boy could shake the heavens, leaving Gu Mingxi momentarily stunned. Huh? Gu Mingxi was utterly bewildered. Zhang Huai was certainly unpredictable. Having studied military strategy, he was anything but conventional. After a while, Zhang Huai, still sobbing, managed to say, you are the bastard who torments General Shun every day. I despise you for forcing him to remain confined, treating him like a mere plaything. It's all your fault. You even made him fetch ice for you, treating him like a servant. Gu Mingxi realized that this was entirely unreasonable, as Zhang Huai had thrust upon him such a heavy accusation without cause. Recognizing that Zhang Huai's intentions were rooted in concern for Shinzhou, Gu Mingxi resolved to offer an explanation. Just as he opened his mouth, Shinzhou re-entered. Without hesitation, Gu Mingxi pulled him close and kissed him, seizing the opportunity to bite down gently. It was soft and delightful. Shinzhou pushed Gu Mingxi away, exclaiming, what are you doing? There are others present. Zhang Huai's cries ceased abruptly, his young heart profoundly shaken. Holding the ice cube in his hand, Gu Mingxi raised an eyebrow at Zhang Huai. Did you see that? This is mutual affection, and you, my dear boy, are merely an outsider. Shinzhou, having grasped the situation, found himself in a mix of laughter and tears. He gently explained to Zhang Huai, you are mistaken. In truth, my husband has rescued me from dire straits, or else I would have long been executed by the emperor. Zhang Huai, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and apologized, expressing his confusion. However, he swiftly changed his tone, unleashing a tirade of curses. I knew that treacherous emperor was no good. He remains indifferent to the suffering of the common people and has tasked me with monitoring the Duke of Ding. If the Duke shows any signs of rebellion, I am to execute him on the spot. Gu Mingxi remarked, your language is quite foul. Has he truly been swayed? He looked at Shinzhou in disbelief, realizing the latter's magnetic charisma was undeniable. Chapter 16. Do you not wish to know how your brother met his demise? Gu Mingxi hastily inquired. Did you relay the words entrusted to you by His Majesty to my father? Zhang Huai shook his head, visibly troubled. I observe the Duke's unwavering loyalty to the Emperor and truly find no opportunity to speak. That's for the best, Gu Mingxi advised. You need not inform him. He would not believe it and would likely berate you. Let him remain in his delusional dream of brotherly affection for now. When the day arrives that I usurp the throne, I will adorn the Duke in the dragon robe, and he will awaken to reality. As they conversed, a young soldier entered, his expression fraught with urgency. Lord Zhang, the Duke has issued a command. The enemy is challenging us and requests your immediate presence to discuss battle strategies. Upon hearing of the enemy's challenge, Zhang Huai could not afford to delay. He clasped his fists towards Gu Mingzi and Shun Zhou, saying, "Excuse me for now." He then hurriedly departed. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shun Zhou's eyes. Once, he had been the one fighting valiantly on the battlefield beside the Duke, but now he could only watch as others engaged in battle while he remained powerless. "Let's go," Gu Mingzi urged, tugging at Shun Zhou's sleeve. "We should find out what is occurring." Shun Zhou, bewildered, pointed at himself and asked, "Me? Can I really go?" "Of course," Gu Mingzi replied confidently. "The Duke is my father. I can walk freely here without anyone stopping me. My intention in bringing you here is to see you return to your role as a general." They trailed behind Zhang Huai and arrived just in time to hear the Duke outlining the battle plan. This time, the enemy was led by their emperor in a show of formidable resolve, prepared to fight to the last breath. The Duke was acutely aware that this would be a tough battle, requiring meticulous planning at every step. At that moment, a scout returned with news, reporting that the enemy had mobilized almost their entire force, surrounding them completely. However, for the safety of their emperor, he had not accompanied the troops and remained in the rear camp awaiting updates. The Duke then formulated a strategy, declaring, "Gentlemen, we must strike where it hurts, targeting the horses before the riders, capturing the king before the rebels. This presents us with an opportunity. We shall divide our forces. The majority will engage them to buy us time, while a select group will break through the encirclement and head straight for the enemy's stronghold to capture their emperor. This way, we achieve two objectives, extricating ourselves from this predicament while also seizing their leader, cutting through the chaos, and securing victory. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, I must remain here. Who among you is willing to lead the charge?" Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the tent. The enemy is not foolish. What they can conceive, the adversaries can surely anticipate as well. Might there be an ambush awaiting us within their stronghold, ready to ensnare the unwary? The battlefield is ever-changing, and no one can assure that one's venture will not lead to demise. Zhang Huai was eager to prove himself, yet he was firmly restrained by the Duke of Ding. "You are inexperienced and unseasoned in dealing with unforeseen circumstances. You cannot go. You are entrusted to me by His Majesty for your education, and should anything happen to you, how shall I explain it to the Emperor?" Zhang Huai fell silent, acknowledging his words. The Duke of Ding surveyed the assembly, his murky eyes radiating authority. The generals, clad in armor, lowered their heads in silence. After an indeterminate span of time, someone tentatively suggested, "Your Highness, though this strategy is commendable, it is too perilous. Perhaps we should opt for a more prudent approach." "Prudent?" The Duke of Ding scoffed. "Pray tell how one remains prudent when the enemy is well prepared and our supplies are dwindling? If we do not take risks, we may as well await our doom together." "You shall go." The firm voice cut through their debate, calm yet resolute. "I am willing." Gu Mingzi clenched and then relaxed his hands, ultimately refraining from dissuading Shun Zhou. Shun Zhou, a general feared on the battlefield, saw this as his opportunity to fulfill his ambitions. In matters of diplomacy, one may perish in council. In matters of warfare, one may perish in battle. This was the essence of Shun Zhou's aspirations, and he deserved unwavering support. Some raised objections, questioning, young Master Shun bears a tainted reputation. Is it not disrespectful to lead troops in a battle? Then you may go, Gu Mingzi replied impatiently, muttering on while fearing Shun Zhou may outshine you. Silence if you are unwilling to participate. Shun Zhou's voice was steady, imbued with an undeniable force. Should I fail to capture the enemy's emperor, I shall present my head. How dare you? Gu Mingzi was momentarily at a loss for words. Such morbid talk. Failure was one thing. Risking one's life was another. Shun Zhou surveyed the room, addressing the assembled generals. "I have long been acquainted with many of you. My character and abilities are well known. To abandon my post is not my desire, but rather a consequence of treachery. In light of our past collaborations, I implore you to trust me once more." His words resonated. They had faith in Shun Zhou's integrity and capability, and many harbored doubts about the true nature of his transgressions. "Very well," the Duke of Ding declared. "I grant my approval. Thus, Events proceeded with order and purpose. The Duke of Ding engaged the majority of the enemy forces, while Shenzhou led Zhang Huai and a small contingent, charging forth under the cover of their comrades. Gu Mingzi, possessing a keen self-awareness, refrained from intervening. Standing atop the city walls, watching as the hooves of Shenzhou's steed kicked up clouds of dust. Having never believed in deities, he fervently invoked every spirit he knew, hoping for Shenzhou's triumphant return. As the Duke had surmised, the enemy had indeed laid traps within their lair. Yet, to Shenzhou, these were but trifling appetizers, as he forged ahead with unwavering determination. The previously composed emperor of the enemy nation could not mask his dismay upon witnessing Shenzhou burst in, rope in hand. Shenzhou acted swiftly subduing him, binding him tightly, and carrying him back triumphantly. At that moment, the Duke was still leading a considerable force outside the city, entangled with the enemy, leaving only Gu Mingzi as a bystander. He had been waiting atop the city tower, his heart finally at ease upon seeing Shenzhou's return. He cradled Shenzhou's face and kissed him, one after another, feeling the warmth radiating from him, whispering in his ear, "Congratulations." Shenzhou, feeling shy, turned his head away but proudly raised his chin. The bound enemy emperor lifted his gaze to scrutinize Gu Mingzi for a moment before inquiring, "Are you the second son of Gu Qiuyue?" Gu Qiuyue being the name of his father, the Duke. Gu Mingzi nodded, curious. "How did you know?" "You bear an uncanny resemblance to your brother. Do you wish to know how your brother met his demise?" "Release me, and I shall tell you." Gu Mingzi's expression shifted, a tempest rising within him. He lowered his gaze to conceal his unease, fully aware that his brother had died in battle. "Ha ha!" The enemy emperor laughed heartily. "Let me enlighten you. Your nation's emperor, Gu Yuanshu, feared your brother's exceptional talents, believing that with such an heir, your father's throne would be threatened. Thus, he corresponded with me, revealing your brother's whereabouts, which ultimately led to his capture. By this account, your emperor has committed treason. You are indeed the first in history." Gu Mingzi's nails dug into his palm, realizing the truth, how unjustly his brother had perished. He endeavored to feign indifference, suppressing his tears. "You speak without evidence." "Why should I believe you?" "I have evidence," he replied. "I have preserved those letters. Release me, and I shall provide them to you." Gu Mingzi found himself in a quandary. With the Duke absent, he could indeed secretly release him. Yet, doing so meant securing evidence of the emperor's treason. A potent weapon against the tyrant, but it would also signify Shenzhou's failure. According to military orders, he would have to face death. "Very well," Gu Mingzi declared. "I promise you. A gentleman's word is his bond." Shenzhou had long anticipated Gu Mingzi's decision. Through their days together, he understood Gu Mingzi's obsession with overthrowing the emperor. Having experienced love with Gu Mingzi, he felt a deep sense of contentment. Despite the sadness in his heart, he raised his gaze, devoid of reproach. "My dear, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you unconditionally, even if it means sacrificing my life. I shall never blame you for not choosing me." He gently kissed Gu Mingzi's cheek, wishing him fulfillment of his desires. Chapter 17. Azhou, would you procure a death-simulating potion for my father? Gu Mingzi felt a mixture of pain and anger. He ached for the love Shenzhou had lacked throughout his life, such that even a slight display of kindness from him would lead Shenzhou to risk his very life without hesitation. Like a moth drawn to the flame, he soared towards the fire, willing to be consumed for a fleeting warmth. Yet he was also angered by Shenzhou's lack of trust in him, questioning whether he truly appeared to be someone who would so easily abandon him. Ultimately, it all culminated in guilt and affection. Shenzhou has transformed into what he is today, and he too bears a share of the responsibility. Although the moment of his rebirth was not particularly late, it nonetheless inflicted considerable harm upon Shenzhou. Gu Mingzi cast a glance at the emperor of the enemy nation and proposed, "I have a condition. Hand over those letters to me, and then I shall release you." The emperor retorted, "That is unacceptable. What if you take the items and do not set me free?" Gu Mingzi shrugged nonchalantly. "If that is the case, so be it. My father will return soon, and when he does, you will find yourself in a dire predicament. It is you who will perish, not I. You may proceed as you wish. In the face of life and death, it is indeed challenging for anyone, even a sovereign, to maintain their composure. Very well, he gritted his teeth. Send someone back with me, and I will hand it over to you. He could no longer afford to contemplate the possibility of losing his sole bargaining chip, and whether Gu Mingzi might reconsider. You need not go yourself. What if you flee? Gu Mingzi casually pointed to a young soldier from the enemy nation who had been captured alongside him. You go. Gu Mingzi then turned to Xinzhou. You accompany him. Ensure that the letters are returned. Xinzhou nodded and departed the city once more. This time, the endeavor proceeded remarkably smoothly. Upon seeing Xinzhou return with the captured individual, the Duke of Ding initially intended to sound the retreat and seize the opportunity. However, the opposing forces were unaware that their emperor had been captured and relentlessly pursued the Duke of Ding. The skirmish escalated into chaos, leaving the battlefield in utter disarray. The Duke of Ding's men recognized Xinzhou and did not obstruct his passage. The enemy soldiers, familiar with the young soldier, also allowed them to leave. Consequently, Xinzhou and the young soldier absurdly broke through the encirclement without any hindrance and returned in a similarly absurd fashion. Gu Mingzi obtained the letters, glanced over them hastily, and upon confirming they were indeed penned by his beloved uncle, instructed Xinzhou to stow them away. The emperor of the enemy nation, growing impatient, inquired, "May I depart now?" Gu Mingzi smiled warmly. "Not yet." The emperor widened his eyes in disbelief. "Are you deceiving me? Did you not say that a gentleman's word is as binding as a four-horse chariot?" "Indeed," Gu Mingzi replied, maintaining his composure, "but I am not a gentleman." With that, Gu Mingzi drew a dagger and handed it to Xinzhou, urging, "Hurry, kill him now. Once my father returns, it will be too late." He could not allow this man to converse with his father. The truth of his brother's death must remain concealed for the time being. His father was too old and frail to bear such news. Xinzhou exclaimed, "What? But the Duke of Ding wanted him alive, did he not? Wasn't he brought here for negotiation? Yet, since Gu Mingzi had declared the necessity for murder, it must be executed." Xinzhou, though perplexed, complied without question. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced the chest of the enemy emperor, marking the fall of a once great ruler, his eyes closing forever. He may have died without comprehending how Gu Mingzi could act so irrationally and decisively. At that moment, the signal to retreat sounded. The Duke of Ding finally extricated himself from the front line and evaded the enemy. Gu Mingzi exhaled a sigh of relief, having just managed to catch up. He seized the dazed Zhang Huai by the arm and instructed, "You must delay my father. Tell him we are to hold a celebration banquet. Under no circumstances must he learn that the man he sought has already perished." Zhang Huai whispered, "May I inquire what you all intend to do?" Gu Mingzi, lacking the time to elucidate, insisted, "Will you not heed my words, or Xinzhou's?" "Hurry." Zhang Huai glanced at Xinzhou. Xinzhou nodded repeatedly, though he was still unclear about the situation. Nevertheless, he complied with Gu Mingzi's request. Once Zhang Huai departed, Gu Mingzi handed Xinzhou a pill, an elixir of feigned death capable of rendering a person unconscious for half a month. "You must dissolve it in wine for my father to consume. We shall seize this opportunity to act under the pretext of returning to the capital," he instructed. "My father will surely oppose my usurpation of the throne. It is best he remains oblivious." Xinzhou hesitated. "You want me to drug the prince?" Gu Mingzi replied, "You have experience in this matter. Recall how you administered it to me. Simply replicate that method for him. Even if he takes precautions against me, he will not suspect you." In the face of urgency, Xinzhou swiftly mixed the pill into the wine. Zhang Huai was efficient as well. By the time Xinzhou arrived, the celebration banquet had already commenced. Upon seeing Xinzhou, the prince remarked, "I knew I had not misjudged you. Well done. Where's the one you captured?" Xinzhou calmly responded, "He is being detained elsewhere. Once the banquet concludes, I shall present him." "I raise a toast to you," the prince said, and without suspicion, drank deeply. Moments later, dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed onto the table, unconscious. "Thank you. I too believe I have performed admirably," Xinzhou remarked, retrieving the tiger talisman from the prince's garments as he awaited Gu Mingzi's arrival to oversee the ensuing developments. Meanwhile, Gu Mingzi brandished the severed head of the enemy's emperor atop the city gate, proclaiming to the enemy forces, "Your emperor is dead. With your leader fallen, there's no need for you to linger in vain. Our Lord is compassionate. He spares your lives, so retreat at once. Go as far as you can." The recent battle had claimed countless lives on the enemy's side. Witnessing their emperor's demise sent them into a state of panic. "Withdraw," someone from their ranks shouted, prompting them to gather their belongings and abandon the city. With the external threat neutralized, it was time to address the internal strife. When Gu Mingzi arrived at the banquet, the prince lay prostrate. The remaining attendees appeared bewildered and at a loss. Gu Mingzi still held the head aloft. Addressing the assembly, General Shun captured him alive. "I have taken his head. The enemy has retreated, and they will undoubtedly face internal discord, which is of little concern to us. However, I have words for all of you leaders. You have long been loyal subordinates of my father, with hearts full of loyalty. Yet a foolish monarch does not deserve your fidelity." He produced a letter from his possession. "Our emperor has betrayed his country, engaging in correspondence with foreign lands, revealing the whereabouts of my brother, which led to his tragic demise. He also instructed the newly appointed top scholar, Lin Wan, to deliver a decree under the cover of night, ordering General Shun to detach from the main forces, resulting in the wrongful accusation against him of cowardice. The evidence is here. I speak no falsehood. May I be struck down if I do. The aim of this foolish monarch is purely to diminish my father's power, step by step eliminating his allies, ultimately targeting my father's life. He dispatched Zhang Huai to supervise the military, yet granted him the authority to execute my father on the spot. Fortunately, Lord Zhang is wise and prevented a catastrophe." Gu Mingzi spoke with tears streaming down his face, his words profoundly moving. All present, the uncles and elders, shared a bond with my father akin to that of brothers. The brothers here were personally nurtured by my father. Can you truly bear to witness the arrival of that day? Furthermore, in light of the recent snow disaster, the foolish monarch claims the national treasury is empty, while in reality, he lavishly constructs palaces. Your wives and children have also suffered. It was only through my identity as Ming Gongzi that I exhausted my family's wealth to barely assist the victims. Gu Mingzi paused for a moment, taking the tiger talisman from Shenzhou and raising it high. The foolish monarch has led the nation astray. If we do not resist now, then when? My father, soft-hearted and muddled, has been administered a potion of feigned death, from which he shall awaken in half a month. I Mingzi, rely on all of you to march into the capital within this time frame." Zhang Huai exclaimed, "What? You intend to rebel?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, he resigned himself to follow along. Everyone was utterly astonished, hastily examining the letters, their spirits plummeting. As Gu Mingzi asserted, their allegiance to the Duke of Ding surpassed that to the emperor. Revolt echoed in a continuous chorus. Their commitment to the Duke of Ding had endured for too long. They would lay down their lives to preserve his. "Very well," Gu Mingzi declared. "We shall pretend to return victorious. Once we smoothly enter the palace, heed my command. Do not harm innocent civilians. We will eliminate the foolish monarch and enthrone the Duke of Ding." Chapter 18. Duke of Ding. Upon awakening, the sky has fallen. Gu Mingzi spoke passionately, brimming with confidence. Hearing this, the soldiers were invigorated, eager to fight for the Duke of Ding. As for the Duke himself, "Thank you. The potion works splendidly. I am still asleep." In truth, Gu Mingzi had no knowledge of military tactics. If thrust onto the battlefield, surviving even a quarter of an hour would be a mercy from the King of Hell. However, Shenzhou was competent. With keen insight, Shenzhou took over Gu Mingzi's responsibilities, pulling Zhang Huai into their ranks to commence strategizing. Zhang Huai remarked, "This is quite thrilling. It's my first time being thrust into a rebellion. I hope he survives this endeavor." Gu Mingzi, imitating the Duke's handwriting, composed a memorial in the Duke's voice, stating that they had achieved victory and were preparing to return, urging the emperor to ready the city gates for their arrival. At that moment, a young soldier entered to announce that an envoy sent by Yun Yang sought an audience with Gu Mingzi. Gu Mingzi led the envoy to a secluded spot. The northwestern border was home to ordinary citizens, including merchants. The visitor was a grocer from that region and a friend of Yun Yang in the martial world, tasked with relaying news from the capital to Gu Mingzi. After reading Yun Yang's letter, Gu Mingzi learned of two significant events that transpired during his and Shen Zhou's absence from the capital. First, the emperor, driven by lust, had set his sights on the chancellor's only daughter, already promised to another, insisting on taking her as a concubine. He confined the chancellor within the palace, coercing his daughter into submission. However, the young woman, possessing a fierce spirit, chose to end her life with a silk scarf. The chancellor, consumed by grief and shedding tears, knelt before the imperial study, denouncing the emperor's cruelty and inhumanity. Rather than repent, the emperor had the chancellor imprisoned. The chancellor was a prominent minister left behind by the late emperor, causing widespread unease throughout the court. Gu Mingzi recalled that in his previous life, during this very moment, the Duke of Ding was stationed in the northwest, just as he was now. The uproar had reached the ears of the duke, who, with heartfelt sincerity, wrote an urgent letter overnight, dispatching it from the northwest to the capital. The emperor heeded the counsel, released the chancellor, and personally went to apologize, leaving the chancellor with no grounds for further inquiry, thus allowing the matter to pass. However, this also led the emperor to harbor disdain towards the duke, perceiving his involvement as meddlesome in an attempt to exert pressure regarding the Western conflict, believing him to be ungratefully self-important. Truly, good intentions were misconstrued as foolishness. This time, Gu Mingzi thought of his still slumbering father and let out a cold laugh. He was eager to see who would dare to risk incurring wrath in the absence of the duke. Yun Yang, leveraging her connections, spent lavishly to hire numerous storytellers, spreading these absurd tales among the populace, embellishing them further until they became utterly ludicrous, tarnishing the emperor's reputation even more. She positioned herself as the esteemed young Master Mingzi, soothing the chancellor and forging alliances with officials through substantial bribes. Everything was in place, save for the favorable winds. The second matter that caught Yun Yang's attention was Shun Yao's constant inquiries about Gu Mingzi's whereabouts and her audacious attempts to enter the duke's residence. Finding this peculiar, Yun Yang took particular notice and discovered that Shun Yao was frequently seen in close company with Lin Wan, often meeting in private. Aware of Gu Mingzi's past affections for Shun Yao, she casually mentioned this to him, igniting a moment of clarity. Gu Mingzi finally understood how that dragon robe had found its way into the duke's residence in his previous life. Shun Yao and Lin Wan had long harbored feelings for each other. Yet, in his former life, they had delayed marriage, intermittently seeking his company and thoroughly familiarizing themselves with the duke's estate. If she wished to conceal something, she could indeed accomplish it. Gu Mingzi chuckled at himself, realizing how greatly he had erred. "Ah, sister-in-law is truly remarkable," Shun Zhou remarked in admiration. Not wishing to conceal anything from Shun Zhou, Gu Mingzi shared the entirety of Yun Yang's correspondence with him. Shun Zhou did not bring up Shun Yao. To him, clinging to the past would only invite suffering. Regardless of how Gu Mingzi had felt previously, what mattered now was that his love was directed towards him, and that sufficed. Of course, Gu Mingzi, enlightened by Shun Zhou's intentions, suppressed the bitterness within him. The emperor's inability to uncover the identity of young Master Mingzi had also been due to her efforts. Had it not been for encountering his elder brother, she might have long since wandered the world. Gu Mingzi took up his brush, trembling as he pinned down the cause of his brother's demise, tears staining the paper and causing the ink to blur. Blood is thicker than water. How could he not feel sorrow? Additionally, he calculated the days for their actions and instructed Yun Yang to enlist help from her friends in the martial world, ensuring the safety of the capital's citizens. Gu Mingzi entrusted the reply to a merchant, saying, "Please ensure this reaches Yun Yang." The merchant assured him, "Rest easy, young Master Gu. I share a bond of life and death with Yun Yang. As long as I am alive, so too is the letter." With the army hastening their return, the chancellor was an irreplaceable talent. Should he inadvertently perish in prison, they would lose a capable statesman, and thus it was imperative to rescue him promptly. As the Prince of Ding fell into a stupor, Gu Mingzi felt that he was impeding the army's progress. Thus, He arranged for the prince to be placed in a carriage, securing a guard for him, allowing them to lag behind. In less than half a month, the Grand Army had reached the capital city. Upon hearing the news of victory, the emperor was elated, finally encountering a matter that brought him joy, which might salvage his precarious reputation. He could not help but lament the daughter of the prime minister, questioning why she could not come to the palace as his consort. He would not treat her poorly. After all, what was the matter with a mere death? The emperor had long since opened the city gates, personally going to the entrance to greet the returning troops. Gu Mingxi and Shun Zhou concealed themselves at the back. The emperor was perplexed by the absence of the Prince of Ding. Zhang Huai stepped forward, explaining that the prince had suffered a minor injury and would take some time to arrive, hence he had been commanded to report the good news to his majesty first. The emperor sighed, pondering how merely being injured was a pity. Death would have been far preferable. Once the entire army had entered, Gu Mingxi and Shun Zhou seized the opportunity, unnoticed by the guards, to shut the city gates and shouted, "Attack!" Yin Yang had already informed the citizens, under the guise of Master Ming, that it was ill-advised to venture out today. The populace had come to trust Master Ming implicitly, and coupled with the imperial decree advising against going outside due to the army's return, they complied. In an instant, Yin Yang's friends, disguised as ordinary merchants, stood guard at the doors of the citizens' homes, ensuring their safety. Meanwhile, Shun Zhou, quick and agile, dashed forward, dispatching several guards before placing his sword against the emperor's throat. The others, armed with blades, surrounded the emperor's palanquin, coercing him to move towards the palace. Upon reaching the Golden Lawn Hall, Gu Mingxi commanded that all the ministers in the capital be summoned. The palace had long been besieged, and Gu Mingxi, with a cold demeanor, confronted the emperor, demanding to know how his brother had met his demise. The emperor, taken aback, stammered, "How do you know this?" Gu Mingxi hurled evidence at the emperor's face, inquiring what grievances his father and brother had ever held against him. If it were not for them, how could you have ascended the throne so peacefully? Seeing the tide turn against him, the emperor laughed maniacally, declaring, "I am the elder brother. Why did father favor your father and entrust him with military power? You know nothing. Father left a decree bequeathing the throne to your father. Why should that be? I am the emperor, yet I fear that one day your father will discover the truth and rebel. What then will I do? You accuse me incessantly. If it were you, could you tolerate the Prince of Ding?" Gu Mingxi shook his head, asserting, "You are mistaken. The calamity of today is not due to your suspicions of my father, but rather your tyranny over the people and your obstinacy. Even if it were not I, another would come to usurp the throne. Without my father, you are nothing." Gu Mingxi then turned to the ministers, recounting the events leading to this moment. "The emperor has betrayed the nation, a most shameful disgrace. Today I, Gu Mingxi, act on behalf of heaven to slay the tyrant and establish the Prince of Ding as the new emperor. Those who surrender shall not be harmed, those who resist." With a mere glance, Shun Zhou severed the emperor's head from his shoulders. Such is the fate of the defiant. Silence ensued, a lingering quiet. As ministers who were meant to staunchly support the emperor, they found their hearts heavy with betrayal, disheartened by the events surrounding the prime minister. Moreover, the emperor's clandestine liaison with foreign foes raises the question of his loyalty to the valiant soldiers who serve him. Yet, they thought it best to refrain from meddling in what they deemed a family affair, the younger brother usurping the throne from the elder. Furthermore, many in the assembly had been swayed by Yin Yang, acting under the guise of the esteemed young master. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon, a voice echoed through the hall, proclaiming allegiance. "I pledge to support the Prince of Stability as emperor." This proclamation resonated like thunder. As for the common folk, upon realizing that Gu Mingxi was indeed the young master, their dissent evaporated. They collectively voiced their support, declaring that the young master was most worthy to oversee the realm. In the ensuing days, Gu Mingxi and Shun Zhou were consumed with the task of restoring order. When the Prince of Stability returned, he stretched languidly and mused, "How did I slumber for so long, only to awaken in the capital?" In the next instant, all present knelt, chanting, "Long live our emperor." The Prince of Stability reclined once more, exclaiming, "Ah, I must still be dreaming. I shall lie down again. Chapter 19. The Prince of Stability. Are you two not merely performing a play? Seated upon the dragon throne, the prince furrowed his brow, weakly cradling his forehead. Bewildered, he pondered how he had awoken to the news of his ascension. These two ungrateful wretches conspired against me. Gu Mingzi and Shunzhou sat at the lower end, legs together, hands resting on their knees. They acknowledged their wrongdoing, but offered no remorse. With a long sigh, the prince lamented, "Are you suggesting that during my brief slumber, I became emperor?" They nodded in unison, as if rehearsed countless times. The prince's gaze fell upon Gu Mingzi. "How was I unaware of your considerable talents before?" Gu Mingzi, overwhelmed, stammered, "I tried to persuade my foolishly loyal father that the tyrant caused my brother's demise." "Enough," the prince interjected. "Do not call me father. It makes my heart race." His eyes reddened with emotion, filled with regrets. "I once believed you and your uncle were kin, and there would be no strife among siblings. I am aware of the late Emperor's will. Yet, I never aspired to the throne. How could he be so callous as to take my son's life? How could he so foolishly disregard his own people?" Gu Mingzi and Shunzhou remained silent, absorbing the weight of the prince's realization, which struck him profoundly, prompting a need for catharsis. Gu Mingzi had even arranged for the royal physician to be on standby, ready to intervene should the prince be overcome by sorrow. The prince shook his head, dismissing the notion, "I am not so fragile." He wiped away his tears, though his once straight posture had noticeably sagged. Gu Mingzi suddenly recognized the toll of time on his father. This battle-hardened veteran had spent his life on the battlefield, enduring countless injuries, and was now graying at the temples. The prince turned his gaze towards Shunzhou. "Did you administer the medicine?" Shunzhou nodded, head bowed, unable to meet the prince's eyes. "I admit my fault, Your Majesty," he confessed. "You too should keep silent," the prince retorted, chastising Shunzhou as well. "Do not call me Your Majesty. You exhibit considerable audacity, daring to drug me with such proficiency." Gu Mingzi mused inwardly. How could one not be skilled in such matters? Shunzhou was the first to be tested by me. The Prince of Ding softened his voice, appearing somewhat aged. "This throne I do not desire." Gu Mingzi abruptly raised his head. "What do you mean? Have we exerted ourselves to such a degree, only for you to relinquish it to another? Is it for your father that you have worked so hard?" The Prince of Ding retorted, "Whoever conceived the idea should ascend to this throne. I have sacrificed too much for it. I am weary, and it is time for me to rest. I wish to travel and admire the beauty of the world." He gazed intently at Gu Mingzi, his eyes filled with profound depth. "Mingzi, I have neglected you in the past, never truly understanding you. Today I realize you have matured. Capable of standing on your own, you're no longer the wayward son in my mind. I have been foolish, Mingzi. You have not brought shame to the Gu family." Gu Mingzi's eyes grew warm, his nose tinged with emotion. He had never heard such high praise from his father. Words failed him, reduced to a single acknowledgement, Therefore, the Prince of Ding continued, "Throughout history, the throne has always been held by the capable. Regardless of ability, insight, or the people's favor, you possess the qualifications to ascend as emperor." He picked up the jade seal from the table and placed it into Gu Mingzi's hands. "Our dynasty requires the vigor of youth. Only you can ensure its flourishing. The fate of the Gu family now rests in your hands, and you must diligently govern, attuned to the needs of the people." Gu Mingzi accepted the jade seal with both hands, understanding. "That is good," the Prince of Ding affirmed. He pressed Gu Mingzi onto the dragon throne, taking a seat beside him. "Mingzi, the time has come for you to clear Shunzhou's name and restore his honor." Gu Mingzi nodded. "Of course, he is to take your place. I will directly appoint him as regent." "Very well," the Prince of Ding finally smiled. "I am well aware of Shunzhou's talents. He will undoubtedly become your right-hand man. However, there is one matter that weighs on my mind. The decision to marry you was a temporary measure. Now, it is time for you to take a wife. Which young lady has captured your interest?" Shunzhou's breath hitched, his hands gripping his clothing tightly. He understood that as the emperor, Gu Mingzi's establishment of a harem and continuation of the lineage was of great importance. He must accept it. He could only hope that Gu Mingzi, considering their time together, would leave a place for him and not completely forget him. Isn't the Empress already available? Gu Mingzi took Shunzhou's hand, flashing a bright smile as he cheekily gestured towards the Prince of Ding. This is the wife you selected for me. I cannot be the one who, having gained power, discards the wife who stood by me in hardship. He leaned in to plant a gentle kiss at the corner of Shunzhou's mouth. Moreover, my dear Azhou played a significant role in vanquishing the tyrant. You say I should marry, then so be it. You say I should divorce, and that too must be accepted. Must everything in this world bend to your will? The Prince of Ding's mind buzzed. Fortunately, he was seated, gripping the armrest to steady himself. Trembling, he asked, so, you two are not merely putting on a show for everyone? Gu Mingzi nodded. When you compel me to marry him, you never mentioned it was a farce. Duke Ding Wang endeavored to recollect the events. In his fervent attempt to safeguard Shenzhou, it appeared he had indeed refrained from allowing Gu Mingzi to perform. Upon reflection, there seemed to be no significant fault in his actions. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. Undeterred, he inquired of Shenzhou, what do you mean? Is it that rascal Gu Mingzi is coercing you? Shenzhou, blushing, replied, I follow my husband's wishes. Duke Ding Wang thought, excellent. My anxious heart can finally find peace. He vigorously rubbed his face, the sharp pain confirming that this was not merely a dream. Ultimately, all these events stemmed from him. The union of the two was orchestrated by his own hand. Who could he blame? It mattered not whom one married, as long as they were a person of worth. Resigned to his fate, Duke Ding Wang rose and patted Gu Mingzi on the shoulder, declaring, feel free to do as you wish. I shall embark on a journey to explore the mountains and rivers. After his departure, the flush on Shenzhou's face had not yet faded. He stammered, you shouldn't speak of such things in front of the Duke. Gu Mingzi queried, what do you mean? With his voice diminishing, Shenzhou confessed to kiss me. Very well, Gu Mingzi acquiesced, planting a kiss. This was your request. Shenzhou retorted, so now you can only hear what you wish to hear? Gu Mingzi, comfortably bypassing the crown prince to ascend the throne, felt a sense of entitlement. It was all destined to be his, merely expedited. In his mind, he silently calculated which officials in the court could be of service to him. Among the military were Shenzhou and Zhang Huai, while the civil officials included. Wait, had he forgotten something? Good heavens, the chancellor was still imprisoned. Chapter 20. If that day were to come. I hope you will end my life with your own hands. In the spring of the 4th year of Yuan Zhao, the emperor passed away. Gu Mingzi ascended to the throne, posthumously honoring his father, Gu Qiyue, as the retired emperor and changing the era name to Wanxuan. May the nation thrive in peace and prosperity with favorable weather. As the accumulated snow gradually melted, the grand ceremony of Gu Mingzi's coronation commenced. The court officials bowed, chanting their long lives. He stood atop the high platform, surveying the assembly. So this is the sensation of standing at the pinnacle? The world seemed to rest upon his shoulders. Shenzhou stood by his side, slightly behind him. Originally, Shenzhou intended to kneel among the crowd. But Gu Mingzi insisted that he should share in the reverence of the ministers. After contemplating Gu Mingzi under the watchful eyes of the multitude, boldly grasped Shenzhou's hand, drawing him to stand beside him. Shenzhou, taken aback, hurried to kneel, only to be halted by Gu Mingzi's firm grip. In this splendid realm, in this era of prosperity, you shall share in my joys. He held Shenzhou tightly, denying him any chance to retreat. Whispering into Shenzhou's ear, he said, General Shun has made remarkable contributions. You deserve this, regardless of others' thoughts. What belonged to Gu Mingzi must also belong to Shenzhou. The warmth of Gu Mingzi's breath tinged Shenzhou's earlobe with crimson. After the ceremony concluded, seizing a moment of respite, Gu Mingzi sought out Yun Yang in the 100 Flowers garden. Dressed in a fitted attire with her hair neatly tied back, Yun Yang smiled. I intended to seek you out to bid farewell. I did not expect you to arrive first. Gu Mingzi inquired, Sister-in-law, are you departing? Yin Yang nodded. I am but a child of the rivers and lakes. Due to the mysterious circumstances surrounding your brother's demise, I have lingered in the capital. Were it not for this, I would have long ventured into the world. She stood before the mirror, concealing a strand of white hair at her temples. While she still possessed the strength to move, It was time to embrace the life she had longed for. I have yet to congratulate your majesty on your ascension. But before I depart, I have a request. The young women in the garden each faced their own tribulations, if not for their dire circumstances. Who would wish to lead a life shrouded in disgrace? Among them, there were those who performed arts without selling their bodies. Regardless, grant them a sum of silver and let them go. Gu Mingzi nodded solemnly, reassuring his sister-in-law, "Rest assured, I shall see to it without hesitation or reluctance." Upon his formal coronation, Gu Mingzi's first act was to imprison Lin Wan, subjecting him to severe torture in order to vindicate Xinzhou. Within a day, Lin Wan, lacking resolve, confessed to everything. Gu Mingzi, not even meeting him face to face, merely gestured for the execution of all tortures from the Department of Severe Punishments, ultimately sentencing him to death. Gu Mingzi delivered the signed document to Xinzhou, declaring, "I have fulfilled the promise to both my father and you. I will not allow you to suffer injustice." Xinzhou's hands trembled visibly as he examined the document repeatedly, crumpling its corner in disbelief. Since being branded a coward by the late emperor, he had never envisioned a day of vindication. He looked up and, from the depths of his heart, expressed his gratitude. "You are mistaken. The one who should be thanking is me." The scenes of their past life replayed in Gu Mingzi's mind. Xinzhou was reinstated to his former position, and Gu Mingzi placed the tiger talisman, originally belonging to the Duke of Ding, into Xinzhou's hands, bestowing upon him the title of Regent Prince. He was exempt from bowing in court, granted the authority to execute decisions with immediate effect. Initially reluctant, Xinzhou was eventually persuaded by Gu Mingzi, who playfully coaxed him into agreement. The following day, as Xinzhou touched the cold talisman, regret washed over him. The powers bestowed by Gu Mingzi far exceeded those granted by the late emperor to the Duke of Ding. He had nearly all military forces at his disposal, whether from the imperial guards or palace sentinels, all under his command, almost positioning himself as a second emperor. This implied that at a mere command, he could easily overthrow Gu Mingzi and take his place. The talisman, made of a unique material, remained cold even when held for an extended period. He couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Emperors are often suspicious, a timeless truth. Looking through the annals of history, regents have seldom met a good end. Even the late emperor and the Duke of Ding, brothers by blood, could not escape the fate of bloodshed. Could he truly bet on Gu Mingzi's affection for him? What if Gu Mingzi's heart turned as cold as the talisman itself? Currently, Gu Mingzi was willing to indulge him, making every action seem justified. But should Gu Mingzi's affections wane, everything he possessed today could become evidence for future reckoning. Zhang Huai could not comprehend Zhou's perpetual frown. With stars in his eyes, he exclaimed, "I always knew General Shun was remarkable. I wish to be as formidable as you someday." Xinzhou retorted, "Are you implying that you wish to usurp my position?" He forcefully pushed Zhang Huai aside, telling the young lad to go wherever it was cooler. Despite his profound reluctance, Xinzhou had acquiesced to Gu Mingzi's assignment and began overseeing all military affairs. As for Gu Mingzi, freshly ascended to the throne, his petitions were piling up in the imperial study, resembling several small mountains. One inquired about his mood today, while another asked about his health, all seeking to gauge the temperament of this newly crowned emperor. Infuriated, Gu Mingzi tore apart these meaningless questions, believing that without them, both his spirits and health would flourish. Growing increasingly annoyed by the incessant petitions, he delegated all military matters to Xinzhou, granting him autonomy and requesting that he refrain from adding to his burdens. Gu Mingzi, citing convenience, allowed Xinzhou to reside in his quarters, sharing the same bed. That day, after a prolonged period of solitude, Gu Mingzi finished his tasks, wrapped his arms around Xinzhou's waist, and sought closeness. Xinzhou instinctively turned away, leaving both momentarily stunned. Gu Mingzi sensed Xinzhou's growing coldness toward him, attributing it merely to fatigue, dismissing it from his heart. However, this was the first time Xinzhou had evaded his intimacy. With downcast eyes, Xinzhou stammered an apology. Gu Mingzi inquired as to the reason, but Xinzhou merely sealed his lips in silence. Stepping forward, Gu Mingzi intended to take hold of Xinzhou's arm. but inadvertently brushed against the petitions on the table, sending them scattering across the floor. As Shun Zhou bent to assist in gathering them, he froze upon reading one petition, which cautioned Gu Mingzi to be wary of Shun Zhou's potential treason, reminding him not to forget the tragic fates of the late emperor and the Duke of Ding. It was as if the document explicitly labeled Shun Zhou as a treacherous rebel. Thus, Gu Mingzi softly asked, "Have you been avoiding me these days because of this?" "Yes," Shun Zhou replied, abandoning all pretense as he produced a dagger from his bosom, thrusting it into Gu Mingzi's hand, then pressing the blade against his own heart. With the slightest pressure from Gu Mingzi, Shun Zhou's life would be extinguished. His voice trembled as he recited, "When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. You taught me this. Should you ever harbor doubts about me, I wish for you to be the one to end my life. I do not wish to perish at the hands of another." Gu Mingzi narrowed his eyes. Chapter 21. If this oath is broken, a wretched death shall follow. Gu Mingzi remained silent while Shun Zhou gripped his hand tightly, causing him pain. Today, he realized that he could not place all the blame on Zhang Huai. Their group of martial practitioners had significant strength when emotionally charged. Yet, Gu Mingzi dared not move. As the dagger's tip pressed against Shun Zhou's heart, creating a small indentation in his clothing, he feared that a single struggle could harm Shun Zhou, forcing him to endure the agony in silence. Damn it, was this his retribution for the harsh treatment he had meted out to Shun Zhou in his past life? Gu Mingzi's gaze darkened as he stared intently at Shun Zhou, desiring to uncover the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and to what extent his imagination could stretch. Should one envision him as an ungrateful and heartless sovereign, destined to one day heed only the laughter of new companions while disregarding the weeping of the old, embracing beauty on both sides, and ultimately forsaking Shun Zhou? Or should he be seen as a treacherous villain, who, having exploited his usefulness, would inevitably turn against Shun Zhou, suspecting him of wielding too much power, leading to a brutal execution? From the moment Shun Zhou administered the poison, he should have realized that Shun Zhou was far from the innocuous figure he appeared to be. Deep down, he was a madman. Seeing Gu Mingzi remain silent and offer no rebuttal, Shun Zhou grew increasingly convinced of his assumptions, even believing that Gu Mingzi harbored such thoughts. "If you truly wish for my demise, I do not seek to be buried alongside you in the imperial mausoleum. I only desire to have a modest grave beside yours, with or without a tombstone. In death, I wish to remain forever by your side, even if it is merely from a distance." How absurd! How utterly ridiculous! Gu Mingzi could scarcely contain his laughter, observing how Shun Zhou meticulously arranged for their posthumous affairs, even planning Gu Mingzi's interment in the mausoleum. As if their days were numbered, and soon they would both become specters. Could Shun Zhou not wish for a glimmer of hope for them both? The more Shun Zhou spoke, the softer his voice became, the more sorrowful he appeared, tears welling in his eyes, cascading down like pearls strung on a broken thread, trailing along his cheeks and neck, disappearing into his collar. Gu Mingzi's gaze followed the path of the tears, illuminated by the dim candlelight, adding an alluring quality to the scene. Enough of this, Gu Mingzi thought, licking his lips and inhaling deeply, chastising himself for quarreling with such a foolish and brainless man, dismissing Shun Zhou's words as mere attempts to seduce him. When Shun Zhou finally finished speaking, loosening his grip, the dagger did not clatter to the ground as he expected. Instead, Gu Mingzi held it firmly in his grasp. Calmly, Gu Mingzi redirected the blade, slowly positioning its tip against his own throat. So close. Just a gentle push inward would lead to his immediate demise. "What are you doing?" Shun Zhou's heart raced to his throat. "Put down the knife. This is far too dangerous." Gu Mingzi scoffed. "General Shun, you are well aware of the meaning of danger, are you not? You are permitted to threaten with death, while I am not allowed the same." Shun Zhou opened his mouth to explain that he did not wish to coerce Gu Mingzi, but rather that he was terrified of losing him. Yet, Gu Mingzi did not grant him the opportunity to speak. "Do you not comprehend my intentions? I relinquish power to you not to instill fear, but to provide you with the confidence to stand beside me. Shun Zhou, I have never intended to confine you to the inner palace. Even if I were reluctant, I understand you belong in the court and on the battlefield. Even if one day I truly turn my back on you, you must be capable of protecting yourself. Since we have reached this point in our dialogue, let me say this. If there ever comes a day when I have wronged you, you are entirely justified in using your authority to summon the palace guards and slay me. I will hold no grudge against you. Today, Gu Mingzi swore to the heavens, declaring that should he break this vow, he would meet an untimely demise. Zhou, I hope you understand that your heart resonates with mine. A prolonged silence ensued. Very well. Zhou nodded, leaning willingly into Gu Mingzi's embrace. It was my fault. I should not have uttered such nonsensical words, nor should I have doubted your sincerity. Gu Mingzi wrapped his arms around Zhou's waist. And since you acknowledge your mistake, you must now tell me how I should punish you this evening. Zhou's gaze wavered, tinged with a hint of guilt. I will abide by your command entirely. Gu Mingzi smiled slyly. Remember, you said this. Having dealt with Zhou, a greater dilemma awaited Gu Mingzi. The following day, Zhou remained in bed, unable to rise, and thus did not attend court. When Gu Mingzi arrived at the Golden Chariot Hall, the group of civil officials, upon noticing Zhou's absence, exchanged furtive glances of delight. An ominous premonition stirred within Gu Mingzi. Sure enough, in the next moment, they all knelt before him in unison. The prime minister, kneeling at the forefront, proclaimed, "The late emperor was inept. I thank your majesty for rescuing me from confinement. In gratitude for your majesty's grace, I humbly request that you select consorts soon to expand the imperial harem and ensure a continued lineage to fortify the court's foundation." Gu Mingzi replied, "What a timely request. Why did you not voice this when Zhou was present? Was it because you feared him? As for the prime minister, having previously overstepped by saving him, what more could he do but prattle? It was pitiable that the prime minister, at such an advanced age, still had to concern himself with his own marriage." Gu Mingzi refrained from rebuking him. Instead, he spoke gently. "Prime Minister, you are being overly courteous. After the morning court session, I invite you to the imperial study to discuss matters of the air." The prime minister sprang to his feet with remarkable speed, quicker than a rabbit, exclaiming, "Your majesty is wise." Gu Mingzi retorted, "Flattery does not suit you. You are cunning." In the imperial study, the prime minister, smiling, inquired, "Which young lady has captured your interest?" "Not a young lady," Gu Mingzi replied. "Before ascending the throne, I had already wed Zhou. Do you wish for me to cast aside my wife and betray my loyalty? According to ancestral customs, it is he who should preside over the main palace. A grand wedding must also be arranged. I shall instruct the Ministry of Rites to select an auspicious day for the ceremony. However, given Zhou's unique circumstances, I hope to retain his service in the court and forego his entry into the harem." The prime minister's smile faltered. Gu Mingzi feigned ignorance and continued, "You are aware, Prime Minister, that military power lies firmly in Zhou's hands. If I provoke him and he turns against me, what then? I have not yet had my fill of life." The prime minister mused. "There seems to be some merit to your argument, yet it feels rather peculiar." He then asked, "After all, General Shun is a man. How can he bear the heir for your majesty?" Gu Mingzi retorted, "You are being overly rigid. Who says the heir must be my biological offspring?" With a determined visage, he declared, "I am resolved to emulate the ancient sages and select capable individuals from the royal lineage to inherit the throne. Prime Minister, you would not dare obstruct me from becoming a ruler akin to those ancient wise sovereigns, would you?" The prime minister replied, "Do I look like I would dare?" Thus, the matter was settled amicably. On the third day of the third month, an auspicious date for marriage, Zhou was awakened early and dressed in a red wedding robe identical to Gu Mingzi's. The two individuals adhered meticulously to the customs, performing each required ritual without omission. During the first bow to heaven and earth, Gu Mingzi expressed gratitude to the heavens for granting him the opportunity to rectify his past mistakes. The second bow was directed towards the memorial tablets of the esteemed Wang and Shun Zhonyan. As for Shun Yao and the other members of the Shun family, they had long been relegated to some remote corner by Gu Mingzi. In the intimate moment of entering the bridal chamber, Gu Mingzi cradled Zhou's face and pressed his lips against hers. The wedding night, he owed her back, then was now being repaid. Chapter 1. How could he possibly die? At an international conference, Song Guizhi was intently listening to the annual performance reports from the various subsidiaries when a sudden wave of pain shot through his abdomen. He instinctively pressed his hand against the painful spot, bending over as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The voices around him began to blur, and he found it increasingly difficult to discern the discussions taking place. Noticing his discomfort, his assistant inquired, "Mr. Song, would you like to pause the meeting and take a moment to rest?" Song Guizhi shook his head, declining the offer. "No need, it's just an old ailment. Let us continue." After enduring through the meeting, he finally sank into his chair, completely drained. The assistant handed him a bowl of porridge, saying, "This is freshly made for you. Please enjoy it while it's hot." As Song Guizhi sipped the porridge, sweat had already soaked through his clothing. His assistant casually remarked, "Ever since Mr. Jiang stopped accompanying you, your stomach issues have worsened." Realizing the impropriety of his words, he quickly added, "I apologize, Mr. Song. I misspoke." In a haze of pain, Song Guizhi's consciousness began to waver. The Mr. Jiang mentioned by his assistant was Professor Jiang Qinian from Capital University A, who had also been his former lover. When he was 25, having just returned from abroad, he encountered Jiang Qinian, who was a decade his senior, and captured his aesthetic admiration. Coming from a wealthy family, Song Guizhi had lost his parents at a young age and took over the family business early on. Whether it was inherited talent or sheer determination, he had propelled the company to new heights and had long since become the president of a publicly listed company. His journey abroad was aimed at expanding into overseas markets. Meanwhile, Jiang Qinian, clad in faded garments, worked at a bar. It was only after conducting a background check that Song Guizhi discovered Jiang Qinian's true profession as a professor at a university. This revelation puzzled him. Shouldn't he, a professor, be engaged in research within a laboratory rather than toiling in a bar? His assistant explained that Jiang Qinian was in dire financial straits due to his father's enormous gambling debts and subsequent disappearance. Creditors, unable to locate his father, resorted to harassing both his mother and him, even causing disturbances at a university, which had led to multiple discussions with his superiors. His salary was insufficient to settle the debts, thus necessitating additional work, albeit meager. However, given Jiang Qinian's striking appearance, the bar offered a lucrative opportunity, and he accepted it. Without much hesitation, Song Guizhi approached Jiang Qinian, proposing a relationship where he would provide financial support in return for companionship, an arrangement he deemed fair. Following this, Jiang Qinian remained by his side, somewhat awkward and lacking in romantic flair, yet obedient. Upon discovering Song Guizhi's stomach ailment, he diligently reminded him to maintain regular meals, often preparing them himself and delivering them personally. Surprisingly, Song Guizhi's stomach ailment had improved significantly. Thus, it was evident that he had harbored feelings for Jiang Qinian for quite some time, until one fateful day, Jiang Qinian audaciously requested $5 million from him. The contract they had signed years ago clearly stipulated that Song Guizhi was only obliged to assist in settling his gambling debts, without any additional financial burden. With a cold smile, Song Guizhi realized that $5 million was no trifling sum. Jiang Qinian's true intentions could not remain concealed forever. His overt attentiveness was undoubtedly driven by monetary motives. How foolish he was, not understanding that a steady approach would yield better results, instead opting for a brazen demand, akin to a turtle envisioning itself as a wishing well. Should Song Guizhi acquiesce this time, the next request would surely be even more exorbitant. Presuming himself to be above such trivialities, Song Guizhi mused that he could have any man he desired, and Jiang Qinian was not indispensable. Wearied by the situation, he impulsively granted a severance payment of $200,000 to terminate their relationship. Subsequently, he sought companionship from numerous individuals but found none to his liking, often becoming irked after merely a glance. His stomach condition worsened, and a remark from his assistant prompted him to reminisce about the days spent with Jiang Qinian. Jiang Qinian had always kept a light burning for him, no matter when he returned home. On special occasions, he would unconsciously select gifts for Jiang Qinian, relishing in the delight that flickered across his face upon receiving them. Though at times he found life mundane, It was, after all, life itself. Now, at 35, Song Guizhi had shed the naivety and recklessness of youth, and it dawned upon him today that he may have indeed fallen in love with Jiang Qinian. It seemed so. Apart from Jiang Qinian, he had never genuinely wished to treat anyone with such affection. Perhaps, during their initial encounter at 25, his heart had already been swayed. Though in his youthful ignorance, he had failed to cherish it. Perhaps I should seek him out, Song Guizhi suggested to his assistant, pondering whether, had Jiang Qinian not settled down or found love, he would still wish to accompany him for a lifetime. The assistant acted promptly but hesitated, struggling to find the words. Song Guizhi's heart sank as he realized the truth. Jiang Qinian had indeed married. It was reasonable. After all, why would he wait for someone so callous? No, the assistant blurted. Summoning his courage, Mr. Jiang never married. Shortly after your separation, he tragically passed away in a car accident. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as the bowl in Song Guizhi's hand fell to the ground. Dead? He gasped, incredulity washing over him. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "Then take me to his grave." A light rain began to fall from the sky as Song Guizhi instructed his assistant to return home, choosing instead to stand before Jiang Qinian's grave, holding an umbrella. Eventually, he discarded the umbrella altogether. The gentle rain, cascading upon him, brought a modicum of clarity to his mind. The assistant's words reverberated in his ears. "Mr. Song, I also discovered that Jiang Qinian sought money from you back then due to his mother's severe illness. He simply could not gather the necessary funds for her medical expenses. He met his end while attempting to raise the money, and upon learning of his fate, his mother did not survive long either. It is said that when she passed, she still held the ring you gifted him." So that was the truth, Song Guizhi reflected. What youthful ignorance is spoken of. Such notions are merely excuses born from his own arrogance and obstinacy. If only he had asked a single question back then, perhaps Jiang Qinian would not have perished. He hazily recalls the ring, which he had chanced upon, believing it a perfect adornment for Jiang Qinian, and thus gifted it to him. Yet, he never witnessed Jiang Qinian wearing it, assuming the latter's disinterest had led to its abandonment. Why then had he treasured it for so long? The pain in his abdomen intensified, and darkness began to encroach upon Song Guizhi's vision. Just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, a singular thought crossed his mind. Should he be granted another life, he would undoubtedly cherish Jiang Qinian. At times, one must make many wishes, for who knows when they may come true. When Song Guizhi opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on his bed at home. As he checked the date on his phone, he realized he had returned to the year he was 22, just before his departure abroad. This meant that, at this moment, Jiang Qinian was still alive. He hastily changed his clothes and rushed to the bar where he first encountered Jiang Qinian. With 3 years to spare, he could only gamble on the chance of crossing paths with him. After navigating through the crowded bar, despair began to settle in until he finally spotted Jiang Qinian pouring drinks for others. A patron attempted to touch him, but he deftly evaded. In a fit of drunken anger, the customer splashed his drink all over Jiang Qinian, the liquid trickling down his hair, a sight most pitiable. Chapter 2. Hello. May I offer you some money? Despite being drenched, Jiang Qinian did not express anger. Instead, he quickly composed himself, bowing deeply and apologizing softly before attempting to leave with his tray. The patron, however, was relentless, declaring, "You've ruined my evening. A mere apology will not suffice." He poured another glass and thrust it towards Jiang Qinian's lips, smirking maliciously, "Drink this, and I will accept your apology." Jiang Qinian pressed his lips together. Having only recently started working at the bar, he had never encountered such harassment before and was momentarily at a loss. He was not adept at drinking, and consuming this glass would surely intoxicate him. He could easily discern the patroness' intentions. He was no fool, fully aware of the consequences of becoming inebriated in such a situation. Observing the patron's opulent attire, it was evident he was a wealthy individual. Jiang Qinian found himself in a precarious predicament, frozen in indecision, neither advancing nor retreating. What was he to do? The commotion had attracted the attention of the bar manager, who immediately reprimanded Jiang Qinian. "How are you serving customers? You've barely been here a few days and already made such a grave mistake. One more incident and you'll be dismissed. The patron, emboldened by the manager's arrival, raised his voice so that the entire bar could hear. How do you train your staff here? I merely brushed against him, and look at his attitude. I'm telling you, I will file a complaint. All eyes in the bar turned towards them, whispers and discussions erupting around the scene. Amidst the raucous laughter of a drunken onlooker who thrived on chaos, one could only scoff at the pretense of moral superiority displayed by the individuals involved in the transaction. Jiang Qinian, listening to the vile remarks, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Meeting the displeased gaze of the manager, he softly explained that the customer had initiated the inappropriate advances. The manager, attempting to placate the irate guest, offered a conciliatory smile, suggesting, "Please do not be upset. Perhaps we could waive the bill today?" The customer sneered. "Waive the bill? Do you take me for pauper?" With a disdainful curl of his lips, he boldly proclaimed, "I am the vice president of the Yang Group, and my elder brother is the head of the company. Do you truly believe that I could not shut this establishment down in an instant?" Observing the fear that overtook the manager's expression, he grew even more arrogant, shifting his gaze to Jiang Qinian. "If you wish for me to spare you, it is simple. Send him to spend the night with me." The manager, discreetly pulling Jiang Qinian aside, whispered, "You've already entered this line of work. What's the harm in indulging him once? Look at his wealth. If you can make him happy, anything is within reach. And you want to have to toil for meager wages here." Jiang Qinian bit his lower lip, his complexion paling, yet his resolve remained steadfast. "I am a server, engaged in a legitimate profession. Accompanying him is beyond my professional scope." The customer, met with repeated refusals, felt his anger escalate and raised his hand to strike Jiang Qinian. With eyes closed, Jiang Qinian did not flinch. Perhaps a moment of pain could quell the customer's rage. It was then that Song Guizhi finally grasped the reality of the situation. This was no dream. He was witnessing the living presence of Jiang Qinian, not the cold gravestone from a past life. In a swift motion, he rushed forward, seizing the customer's wrist with a firm grip, and coldly demanded, "What do you think you're doing? Vice President Yang, you wield quite the influence." Faced with Song Guizhi's murderous glare, the words of insult that had been poised on the customer's lips were swallowed back. A pampered heir, he had been raised without boundaries, surrounded by sycophants, and now encountered two individuals who dared to defy him. Song Guizhi, having hurriedly thrown on a piece of clothing, was still panting from his recent sprint through the bar, appearing somewhat disheveled. The vice president, instinctively sensing that Song Guizhi was not a figure of authority, felt emboldened. His temper flared, and though he could not meet Song Guizhi's gaze, his insults grew increasingly vulgar. "What are you, to meddle in my affairs? In your drunken state, do you dare threaten me?" Maintaining his composure, Song Guizhi calmly took out his phone and dialed a number, stating, "Is this Vice President Yang? I am Song Guizhi. Your brother has caused me displeasure, and I am terminating our collaboration." Moments later, the vice president's phone rang. "What trouble have you stirred up now? That you would provoke President Song?" Came a voice on the other end. "Your card is suspended. I do not care how you seek President Song's forgiveness. Otherwise, do not expect to return home." The stunned expression on Vice President Yang's face was a testament to the abrupt reality of his circumstances. He is merely a worthless individual reliant on his brother's support, serving as a nominal vice president at the company. Without his brother's financial backing, how would he survive? Little did he realize that the seemingly ordinary individual before him was someone whom even his brother dared not provoke. Reluctantly, he offered an apology. "Mr. Song, I was in the wrong." Song Guizhi dismissed his words. "The person you owe an apology to is not me." Vice President Yang gritted his teeth. Despite his disdain for the server, he reluctantly said to Jiang Qinian, "Yes, I'm sorry. I was confused after drinking too much." Jiang Qinian wished to de-escalate the situation and was about to respond that it was fine when Song Guizhi thrust a glass of wine into his hand. Puzzled, Jiang Qinian looked at him, and Song Guizhi raised an eyebrow. "What are you looking at?" "Splash it back." Listening to Song Guizhi's words and seeing his charming, crescent-shaped smile, Jiang Qinian, fueled by an unexpected surge of courage, lifted his hand and accurately drenched Vice President Yang, turning him into a drenched chicken. Song Guizhi grinned and patted Jiang Qinian's head. "Well done, splendidly executed." Jiang Qinyan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. He felt as if he were being treated like a child. Vice President Yang wiped his face and, suppressing his anger, asked, "Can I leave now?" "Leave?" Song Guizhi raised his phone. "I have recorded what you just said. You have harassed Mr. Jiang. Any issues, take them up with the police." "Oh, right." Song Guizhi turned to the bar manager. "You won't escape either. I suspect you are engaging in improper dealings under the guise of this bar, coercing good people into bad situations. I have kindly reported you to the authorities. No need to thank me." With that, he took Jiang Qinyan's hand and exited the bar. As the cold wind outside hit them, Jiang Qinyan shivered. Only then did Song Guizhi realize that the liquor on Jiang Qinyan had yet to dry, and a sweet scent of alcohol lingered in the air. Unconsciously, Song Guizhi stepped closer, inhaling deeply. The aroma intensified, making him feel slightly intoxicated. Jiang Qinyan stepped back, "Mr. Song, I apologize." Realizing his abruptness, Song Guizhi removed his coat and draped it over Jiang Qinyan's head. "It's a bit chilly outside, and your hair, isn't dry. Would you like to talk in my car? I fear you might catch a cold." Logically speaking, getting into a car with a stranger was a poor choice. However, this individual had just rescued him and had bravely called the police. He should not be a bad person. Thus, merely going to the car would likely pose no significant problem. With this thought, Jiang Qinyan's legs moved faster than his mind, and before he realized it, he was already in the car with Song Guizhi seated in the passenger seat. The warm air in the car gradually thawed him. He turned to Song Guizhi and said, "Mr. Song, thank you for your willingness to help me today." Song Guizhi replied, "Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Guizhi, the president of the Song Group. Just call me Guizhi. It's a pleasure to meet you. By the way, may I offer you some money?" Chapter 3, I said, "I wish to pursue graduate studies." What? Jiang Qinyan doubted whether there was something wrong with his hearing or if he had gone mad. Had he ever known Song Guizhi before? Where can one find a stranger who demands money upon first meeting? Is it a stroke of luck from the heavens? Or has he encountered a great fool? Or perhaps, like that troublesome Deputy General Yang, he has taken a fancy to his own physique. However, Song Guizhi seems to possess a remarkable talent for disguise. Yet, confronted with Song Guizhi's gentle and innocuous visage, coupled with those blinking eyes, Jiang Qinyan finds himself in a state of uncertainty. Song Guizhi truly resembles a paragon of virtue. Stammering, Jiang Qinyan cannot bring himself to utter the name Guizhi. To address a stranger with such intimacy feels exceedingly presumptuous. Ultimately, he manages to blurt out, "Mr. Song, what did you just say?" Observing the wariness in Jiang Qinyan's eyes, Song Guizhi wishes to chastise himself for his own ineptitude. His intention was to assist Jiang Qinyan in settling his gambling debts. Yet his approach indeed came off as rather abrupt. Regretting this misstep, Song Guizhi laments that their first encounter in this new life has been so poorly executed. He fears that, in Jiang Qinyan's eyes, he may not be perceived as a commendable individual. What should he do now? Thus, the formidable Song Guizhi, a titan in the business world, finds himself in a frenzy. His mind racing as he contemplates, I believe we could engage in a transaction. Indeed, Jiang Qinyan thinks to himself that Song Guizhi must be after his body. He has heard of Song Guizhi's reputation, a young tycoon among the elite in the nation. What could he possibly desire that is lacking? Especially when his gaze falls upon someone significantly older, or perhaps he harbors some undisclosed proclivity. Apologies, Jiang Qinyan quickly declines, neatly folding the coat draped over him and returning it to Song Guizhi. "Thank you for your assistance today, but regarding the transaction you mentioned, I believe you have mistaken your man." Following the trajectory of his previous life, Jiang Qinyan would meet Song Guizhi 3 years later, at which point he would have been worn down by the trials of life. By then, if Song Guizhi were willing to provide financial support, he would have been indifferent to the notion of becoming a lover. However, at present, Jiang Qinyan retains a sense of pride. He cannot accept being maintained by another. Just as Jiang Qinyan grasps the doorknob, Song Guizhi firmly clasps his arm, leaning in so closely that he nearly buries himself in Jiang Qinyan's embrace. Jiang Qinyan's breath catches. Their proximity feels almost intimate. So close, he could distinctly catch the scent of alcohol that clings to Song Guizhi. The mingling scents of their bodies intertwine, making it difficult to discern from whom the fragrance emanates. No, Song Guizhi exclaims in haste, oblivious to their closeness. As he hurriedly continues his explanation, I have inquired about you. Your name is Jiang Qinian. You achieved remarkable results to gain admission to a university in the capital, majoring in physics. You successfully completed both your master's and doctoral studies there and now serve as the youngest professor at a university. You have excelled in the realm of scientific research. Your father accrued substantial gambling debts and has since vanished without a trace, leaving you to contend with relentless creditors, which is why you have been compelled to work part-time in this bar. I believe that, were it not for them, you would have achieved far superior academic success. Song Guizhi extolled Jiang Qinian to the skies, mistakenly assuming that his praise would elevate his regard in Jiang Qinian's eyes. However, this only heightened Jiang Qinian's wariness. He lowered his gaze, his heart sinking to the depths, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. The fact that Song Guizhi had pried so deeply into his affairs made him wonder if it meant he could not escape today. How absurd! Just moments ago, he had harbored some hope, thinking that Song Guizhi would be unlike the others. Thus, under the scrutiny of Song Guizhi's mocking gaze, he concocted a fabricated excuse. I wish to pursue a master's in physics. May I invite you to be my tutor? The kind that stays at my home. He scratched his head in embarrassment, clarifying, I have no foundational knowledge in physics, so having you live with me might save some time. He added, it won't interfere with your work. You can teach me after your office hours. As for tuition, he proclaimed, I will settle the gambling debts your father owes in one go, ensuring that they no longer dare to harass you and your mother. After saying this, Song Guizhi silently applauded himself. Hooray! How clever he was to fabricate such a reasonable excuse in such a short time. Jiang Qinian, are you suggesting that a CEO like yourself wishes to switch field for graduate studies? Is that even plausible? Is he merely indulging in whims or perhaps wasting his wealth? Jiang Qinian, perplexed, then inquired, may I ask why you wish to pursue graduate studies? Song Guizhi continued his improvisation, passionately declaring, of course, it is to explore the mysteries of the universe. Since childhood, I have harbored a dream of studying physics. Yet my parents insisted I return home to inherit the family business, forcing me to reluctantly abandon my passion for physics. Now that the Song Group is flourishing under my stewardship, it is time for me to chase my dreams. By the end, even Song Guizhi was nearly convinced by his own tale. Jiang Qinian, do you hear yourself? You don't intend to pass this business on to me, do you? While this reasoning was indeed plausible, the reality of his father's 7 million in gambling debts made Song Guizhi's offer exceedingly generous. The temptation was indeed formidable. Very well, Jiang Qinian acquiesced, taking the matter seriously and crafting a plan for him. It was early October, with fewer than 3 months until the exam. He needed to commence his studies without delay. Song Guizhi was taken aback. What? Only 3 months left? Could the exam date not be postponed? As a CEO with a sense of legal awareness, he realized that it likely could not be. QEQ. How was he to win over his beloved in just 3 months? Time was of the essence. Song Guizhi interrupted Jiang Qinian's arrangements, saying, let us discuss this tomorrow. For now, let us head home. He glanced at Jiang Qinian. I imagine you are quite uncomfortable, reeking of alcohol. His reminder prompted Jiang Qinian to recognize his own sticky discomfort, and he nodded in agreement. All right. The journey was silent, and they soon arrived at Song Guizhi's villa. He gestured toward the bathroom. Professor Jiang, why don't you take a shower first? Jiang Qinian obediently entered and closed the door behind him. Song Guizhi began to call his assistant, instructing him to prepare a set of men's pajamas and undergarments, along with slippers and toiletries, with the size specified. The assistant, who had just drifted into slumber, answered the call with a heavy heart. By the way, have it delivered to my home within 20 minutes, and your salary for this month will be doubled. Upon hearing the mention of money, the assistant immediately perked up, casting aside his grievances. Consider it done, rest assured. I shall complete the task. Seated on the sofa, Song Guizhi listened to the faint sound of water trickling from the bathroom. He could not help but begin to imagine Jiang Qinian bathing. Although Jiang Qinian was an intellectual His physique was far from lacking. His waist was supple, especially in intimate moments, capable of captivating one's very soul. Song Guizhi quickly took a few sips of cold water, forcing himself to dismiss such images from his mind. Alas, when would this period of longing, where one could only admire from afar, come to an end? As promised, the assistant delivered the items, placing them on the table by the bathroom door. He called out, "Professor Jiang, I have some extra pajamas at home. Could you try them on to see if they fit? If not, we can always exchange them." It was impossible for them not to fit. Jiang Qinyan's clothing size had long been etched in Song Guizhi's memory. A rush of joy filled Song Guizhi's heart as he speculated that Jiang Qinyan must be touched by his thoughtfulness. How clever of him! In truth, Jiang Qinyan felt a chill within. What sort of household keeps an abundance of pajamas? Surely, it belonged to a notorious playboy who frequently entertained many lovers. Ugh. Chapter 4. How infuriating. Who invented physics anyway? Jiang Qinyan shook his head, dismissing the thought. Why should Song Guizhi's private life concern him? The more he gazed at the attire, the more displeased he became, bitterly thinking that if one had multiple romantic interests, what was it to him? He was merely a tutor hired by Song Guizhi, responsible for his studies, not for meddling in his personal affairs. He could not help but wonder if Song Guizhi was indeed a flirt, assisting him today. Perhaps he had helped many others before. How vexing! Jiang Qinyan attributed this to his role as a teacher, feeling a sense of disappointment toward a student with such chaotic personal affairs. He received the garments, relieved to find the tags still attached, indicating they were new and had not been worn by anyone else. He silently rejoiced, as the thought of wearing something previously donned by Song Guizhi's lover repulsed him. However, he found it peculiar that whether it was the clothes, shoes, or even the undergarments, the sizes were all perfectly fitting. How did Song Guizhi know? He endeavored to dismiss this uncanny feeling, reassuring himself it must be mere coincidence. Today was their first meeting. How could Song Guizhi possess such intimate knowledge of his physique? Unless, of course, Song Guizhi was so experienced in romantic affairs that he could discern a person's size at a glance. Jiang Qinyan emerged from the bathroom, having changed, with droplets still cascading from his hair. Observing this, Song Guizhi discreetly adjusted the air conditioning to a slightly warmer setting. He was acutely aware of Jiang Qinyan's unfortunate habit of never drying his hair after a shower. Each time they cleaned up afterward, he would take it upon himself to dry Jiang Qinyan's hair. The memories of their past life became increasingly vivid in his mind. If he truly regarded Jiang Qinyan as a mere dispensable lover, would he have been concerned about the potential headaches caused by his damp hair while sleeping? Certainly not. Thus, he realized how egregiously mistaken he had been in his previous life, loving without awareness, only to discover it when it was too late. The past was a shadow that could not be chased, yet he hoped for a future that was bright and resplendent. This time, he vowed to protect Jiang Qinyan with unwavering resolve. Song Guizhi handed Jiang Qinyan a towel, suggesting he dry his hair. While he longed to embrace his beloved and assist in drying her hair, such an act felt far too intimate given the current state of their relationship. A peculiar sensation arose within Jiang Qinyan, sending shivers down his spine. How could Song Guizhi know about his aversion to drying his hair? Was it merely a coincidence? Or was Song Guizhi truly peculiar? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became, prompting him to hastily dry his hair to a semi-dry state and return to his own responsibilities. He diligently prepared a study plan for Song Guizhi's graduate entrance exam, cautioning him about the challenges of the physics major. "Which university do you aspire to attend?" he inquired. Song Guizhi replied without hesitation, "Of course, it's Capital University A. I have admired Professor Jiang for a long time. I heard you have a recruitment plan this year. I wonder if I might have the honor of becoming your student?" He then mused that if he indeed became Jiang Qinyan's student, they would be able to meet at any time, a thought that filled him with joy. Jiang Qinyan, however, was not particularly welcoming of this idea. He furrowed his brow and rationally explained to Song Guizhi that physics was a university's strongest discipline, with formidable scores required. The entrance exams would cover general physics and quantum mechanics, particularly the latter, which posed a significant challenge for students without a physics background. After articulating this, he realized he had been overly blunt, especially given the financial support Song Guizhi had provided him. He He felt compelled to offer some emotional encouragement. Thus, he added, "You might consider other universities as well. For instance, this one, where the major exam focuses on advanced mathematics, which is somewhat simpler than quantum mechanics." Despite his words, he almost wished to inscribe the phrase, "You will definitely fail," upon his face. Instantly, Song Guizhi's competitive spirit ignited. Having taken over the family business at a young age, he completed his finance degree in 4 years while significantly elevating the company's status. Now, he had become a sought-after figure in the business world, even planning to expand into international markets and develop a multinational corporation. Come on, it's just physics, he thought. He was determined to prove that there was nothing in this world he could not learn. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Rest assured, Professor Jiang, you need only teach, and I will certainly grasp it." Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Qinian ceased his persuasion and provided Song Guizhi with a list of reference materials essential for the upcoming examination, instructing him to procure them the following day. Subsequently, he produced a set of papers, stating his intention to assess Song Guizhi's foundational knowledge in physics. Upon opening the first question, Song Guizhi was met with a plethora of English letters and an assortment of nonsensical symbols. He jestingly inquired about the language of these symbols, recalling that the foreign language component of the graduate entrance examination predominantly consisted of English. Jiang Qinian, maintaining a serious demeanor, explained that the course was titled Mathematical Physics Methods, encompassing the theory of complex variables and mathematical physics equations, which are indispensable foundations for the study of physics. The questions presented to him were from this year's midterm exam for their major. Song Guizhi's smile faltered. Could this incomprehensible collection devoid of Chinese characters truly be classified as physics? He distinctly remembered high school physics, not resembling this at all. Jiang Qinian passionately elaborated on the significance of mathematical physics methods, leaving Song Guizhi feeling dizzy and dark before his eyes. He stifled a yawn, overwhelmed by fatigue, and wondered if he could be permitted to retire for the night. The amalgamation of the terms mathematics, physics, and methods utterly bewildered him. Moreover, he pondered the frivolity of Fourier and Laplace, who, in their leisure, seemed intent on complicating matters for him. Could they not simply remain undisturbed? Jiang Qinian continued his relentless discourse, and Song Guizhi found himself yearning to plant a kiss on his lips to silence him. However, such an act would be inappropriate, and he feared Jiang Qinian's subsequent annoyance. To make matters worse, Jiang Qinian occasionally paused to inquire if Song Guizhi had grasped what he had just articulated. Unable to respond adequately, Song Guizhi was met with an intense gaze. "Oh, how I wish for the soft and fragrant partner from my previous life," he lamented. Ultimately, after 10 arduous minutes, Song Guizhi could no longer endure the monologue. Regret washed over him as he reflected on his impulsive decision to propose this troublesome idea. Why had he deceived Jiang Qinian into believing he was preparing for graduate studies? Surely, there must have been a more palatable excuse. Naively courageous, he had not anticipated the complexity of physics. Finally, he interjected, "Professor Jiang, it appears you have had a taxing day, and the hour is late. Please, retire for the evening. We shall resume our studies tomorrow." With that, he swiftly approached and opened the door to the guest room. "You may stay here for the night. Professor, today was somewhat rushed. I shall ensure your personal items are procured by tomorrow." Jiang Qinian peered inside, observing a spacious room with a 2-meter-wide bed and a floor-to-ceiling window, a splendid accommodation. The irritation he had felt earlier dissipated significantly, and he genuinely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Song Zong." Simultaneously, he mused that perhaps it was acceptable for Song Guizhi to be somewhat less astute, given the generous support he provided. Meanwhile, Song Guizhi lay upon the bed, enveloped in solitude and longing. Though separated by merely a wall, he felt an insurmountable barrier preventing him from joining Jiang Qinian. Sleepless and melancholic, he dialed his assistant, instructing him to purchase the books from Jiang Qinian's list, ensuring they would be ready for him by morning. The assistant, who had only just fallen asleep, grumbled, "What madness compels you to disturb my rest at this hour?" To which Song Guizhi added, "I shall double your salary." The following morning, Song Guizhi arrived at the office, bearing the weight of 2 conspicuous dark circles beneath his eyes, devoid of vitality. and with an expression that conveyed his discontent as he diligently immersed himself in reading. His assistant, assuming he was grappling with a particularly challenging client, approached to inquire further. To his surprise, he discovered that his boss was engrossed in quantum physics. Puzzled, he ventured, "Are you attempting to cultivate a new hobby?" With fervor, Song Guizhi declared, "I am preparing for graduate school." The assistant's confusion deepened. "But aren't you set to study abroad soon?" Shaking his head, Song Guizhi replied, "I've decided against it. After all, the purpose of going abroad was merely to expand our overseas market. The market remains constant. It won't vanish overnight. I might as well use this time to pursue my wife." The assistant mused to himself, "Ah, the wealthy truly are an enigma." Half an hour later, Song Guizhi sighed deeply, exasperated. Who on earth invented physics? Chapter 5. Why are you so kind to me? It became evident that every action has its consequences. The path one chooses must be traversed, even with tears in one's heart. Song Guizhi felt as though knowledge eluded him entirely. Thus, unable to concentrate on his studies, he resolved to use this as an excuse to reach out to his wife. He took a photo with his phone and sent it to Jiang Qinian. "Professor Jiang, I'm struggling to comprehend this part. Could you assist me in understanding it? Take your time. Focus on your current tasks. And you may revisit this when you are free," Jiang Qinian replied, having just finished her class. Upon opening the image, her brow furrowed in frustration. "Mr. Song, your priority should be to study foundational subjects like mechanics and electromagnetism, rather than diving straight into this difficult text," she admonished, embodying the role of a responsible teacher addressing an uncooperative student. "You cannot expect to run before you have learned to crawl. Today, you should complete the first 3 chapters of the mechanics course, and I will assess your progress this evening," she concluded. Song Guizhi lamented, "It seems I've been scolded by my wife again." Oh, how Jiang Qinian in his past life would never raise her voice at him. Instead, she would gently inquire if he would be home that evening, her eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars upon receiving his affirmative answer. Sighing, he pondered when such a wife would return to him. Yet, as he gazed upon this version of Jiang Qinian, so different from before, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Perhaps, just perhaps, this Jiang Qinian was indeed quite adorable. He found himself longing to tease her further. The course Jiang Qinian referred to as an online class on the fundamentals of physics that she had arranged for Song Guizhi. Persisting in his request, he said, "But I find the online course you suggested quite difficult to understand, Professor Jiang. Might I trouble you to explain it personally?" Jiang Qinian's frown deepened. How could Song Guizhi be so oblivious? Wasn't it supposed to be straightforward? She replied, "Mr. Song, you must be aware that time is of the essence. Therefore, to maximize your time, I hope you will heed my guidance." The words spoken resemble the antics of Song Guizhi, akin to someone who is aware his time is limited. Well, he admits it. He is indeed being unreasonable. As Song Guizhi gazes at the cold, rational words before him, his seasoned acumen in the business world alerts him to the fact that the current turn of events is unequivocally amiss. If this continues, he and Jiang Qinian will genuinely find themselves in a mentor-student relationship. What does that signify? After years of being partners, they are to become mentor and mentee? He has been performing admirably as the president. He does not genuinely aspire to pursue further studies. He has endured enough hardship in learning. It suffices that one of them advances academically. No, this approach won't do. He must adopt a different line of thought. With a swift mental pivot, Song Guizhi reasoned that if he could not handle Jiang Qinian directly, he would first win over Jiang Qinian's mother. As long as he could delight his future mother-in-law, everything else would fall into place. A man of action, he immediately rose, intent on rushing to Jiang Qinian's home. However, he was intercepted by his assistant. "President Song, where are you off to?" Song Guizhi retorted, "Have you no manners? Who is the leader here?" From the assistant's perspective, the usually composed and diligent boss was today perched in his chair, alternating between laughter and tears while fixated on his phone. Then, without uttering another word, he abruptly stood and dashed toward the door, as if struck by a road mule. Had his assistant not intervened promptly, the boss would have vanished without a trace. Concerned, the assistant pondered the implications. If the boss were to injure himself, who would be responsible for his salary? He reminded Song Guizhi, "You have an important meeting coming up. Song Guizhi firmly patted the assistant's shoulder, stating, "Having served as my assistant for so long, your professional capabilities are undoubtedly commendable. Thus, I have decided that you shall represent me in this meeting. Just provide me with a summary afterward, and I shall double your salary this month. I have urgent matters to attend to." Watching Song Guizhi's retreating figure, the assistant calculated his impending earnings for the month. It appeared that he might be on the verge of a windfall. After all, it was merely a matter of recording meeting minutes. Money would enable him to manage it. Song Guizhi struggled to recall vague memories from his past life, diligently inquiring until he finally located Jiang Qinyan's residence. The place was old, dilapidated, and surrounded by a dismal environment. He sighed, feeling an additional pang of compassion for Jiang Qinyan. After enduring such hardship, how much sweetness would be required to compensate? As Song Guizhi exited the vehicle, he prepared to retrieve the gifts he had brought for Jiang's mother. Suddenly, he noticed a group of individuals encircling someone, violently assaulting the person within. A glimpse of the profile revealed it to be none other than Jiang Qinyan. In disbelief, Song Guizhi promptly contacted the authorities and dashed forward, interposing himself to absorb a punch meant for Jiang Qinyan. Instantly, his lips split open. He refrained from retaliating. Instead, he leveraged his position to pull Jiang Qinyan behind him, attempting to buy time as he addressed the assailants. "Let us discuss this civilly. Why must you resort to violence? How absurd." He was not foolish. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. One pair of fists could hardly contend against four. Nonetheless, when faced with the choice between his wife being struck and himself, he wisely chose to bear the brunt of the assault. Jiang Qinyan grasped his sleeve. "Mr. Song, this does not concern you. Please leave quickly." At that moment, Jiang Qinyan's face bore signs of injury, causing Song Guizhi's heart to shatter. What further damage lay concealed beneath his clothing was yet unknown. The leader of the group glanced at Song Guizhi and remarked, "You dress like a wealthy man. How about this? This lad owes us money. You shall repay it on his behalf." Jiang Qinyan interjected, "I have already given you the money." The leader scoffed. "What you repaid was merely the principal your father owed. Interest is another matter entirely. With compounding, the interest surpasses the principal." Jiang Qinyan, a scholar, had never encountered such brazen ruffians. "Repay, is it?" Song Guizhi remained composed. "Ah, so you're loan sharks. That simplifies matters. How much? Provide me with the account number." "No," Jiang Qinyan exclaimed anxiously, "according to our agreement, you are not obligated to settle my debts. You have already assisted me greatly. I cannot impose further." Song Guizhi feigned deafness. "My brother is a straightforward man." The leader quickly provided an account number, and Song Guizhi pretended to struggle. "You must grant me some time to gather the funds." "Very well," the leader replied. "I shall give you half an hour." Song Guizhi nodded, pretending to secure the money while actually texting the police. Half an hour would suffice for their arrival. The leader, undeterred, maliciously taunted Jiang Qinyan. "So you've latched onto a wealthy benefactor." Song Guizhi concealed Jiang Qinyan even more protectively. "Mind your words." Upon receiving the message that the police had arrived, he swiftly transferred the money. Then, he watched as the police apprehended them, smiling benevolently. "Here's your money. Consider this extortion. Add in the loan sharking, and that qualifies as a legal debt collection. Furthermore, we will promptly head to the hospital to document the injuries, which constitutes intentional harm. Expect a court summons." With his company's legal team at his disposal, Song Guizhi was confident they would languish in confinement for some time. He turned back to the dazed Jiang Qinyan, raising his hand, allowing him to lean against him, though he dared not embrace him. Damn it! He was utterly weary of this ambiguous existence. Softening his tone, Song Guizhi asked, "What is it? Afraid? Do not fear, I am here." Jiang Qinyan shook his head, confusion lacing his voice. Why are you so kind to me?" Song Guizhi was rendered speechless. What could he say? The truth was, he loved Jiang Qinyan and wished to spend a lifetime with him. Yet, those words remained unspoken. After a prolonged pause, he finally managed to utter, "Because I respect knowledge and virtue." Chapter 6. Classmate, please respond to this question. Jiang Qinyan leaned slightly closer, subtly moving nearer to Song Guizhi. A shift so slight that Song Guizhi remained oblivious. His cheeks flushed, he felt his heart race, the thumping sound echoing in his ears. Theoretically, this was an excess of dopamine. When his 1S dopamine surged excessively, Jiang Qinian closed his eyes, acutely aware of his feelings for Song Guizhi. Twice in succession, Song Guizhi shielded him, even sustaining injuries this time for his sake. During his most trying moments, Song Guizhi rescued him from the abyss of despair, assisting in settling all his debts. The overwhelming burden that had suffocated him vanished in an instant. Never had anyone treated him with such kindness. How could he not be moved? Yet, recalling Song Guizhi's earlier words about respecting teachers and valuing the path, he murmured to himself, was it truly as simple as that? Song Guizhi, unable to hear clearly, mistakenly thought he was inquiring about his pain. What did you say? Where does it hurt? It's nothing. Jiang Qinian retreated a step. Mr. Song, I noticed you're injured as well. Should we visit a hospital? Song Guizhi nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us obtain a medical evaluation of the injuries. If those individuals dare to trouble you again, I shall ensure they spend a few days behind bars. Forced into the role of respecting teachers, Song Guizhi felt Jiang Qinian's emotional distance, silently shedding tears. The chance to embrace the woman he yearned for slipped away once more. He felt utterly despondent. Once seated in the car, Jiang Qinian regained his composure and posed a soul-searching question. By the way, how did you come to be here? Haha. Song Guizhi chuckled awkwardly, his mind racing to concoct a plausible narrative. I heard you reside in this area, and thought to bring a small gift for your mother. After all, you have been an immense help to me. My mind is rather dull, and I learn slowly, which has undoubtedly caused you considerable trouble. By the way, Song Guizhi casually mentioned, I believe your mother's current residence is not particularly safe. I own a house in the suburbs that I seldom occupy, and it's gathering dust. Perhaps we could move your mother there, just to breathe some life into my property. Jiang Qinian's initial refusal lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he swallowed it back, reasoning that he had already received far too much from Song Guizhi, an insurmountable debt. Naturally, he would prefer that Song Guizhi would allow him to repay this debt for a lifetime. However, the prospect of ensuring his mother could live in a better environment, free from daily fears, was far too tempting. He thought to himself that even if Song Guizhi were not a good person, and this was a trap, he would accept it. This was a path from which he could not turn back, one that might leave him bloodied and battered. Yet he would never regret it. Having come to this understanding, Jiang Qinian quickly replied, Thank you. Upon hearing his acceptance, Song Guizhi secretly rejoiced, recognizing this as progress. His wife was finally willing to accept his intentions. Perhaps soon, he could even steal a kiss from her. However, Jiang Qinian's next statement nearly caused him to inadvertently slam on the brakes. Mr. Song, I will send you my class schedule. I have a class tomorrow in the subject you need to examine. Feel free to attend. Concerned about seeing Song Guizhi the following day, he asked, You'll definitely come, right? Song Guizhi replied, To be honest, I'm not particularly keen on attending. But if my wife invites me, I shall go to see her. So, we go or not? Very well, Song Guizhi conceded. Tomorrow, my company has no pressing matters. It would be an honor to attend Professor Zhang's lecture. As he spoke, he parked the car at the entrance of the hospital. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Qinian was registering, he sent a few messages to his assistant. I will be attending training sessions for the next few days. The company will be in your capable hands, and I shall double your salary. The assistant, who was perplexed by the prospect of an astronomical salary increase in just a few days, queried, What could a boss like you possibly need training for? Song Guizhi pondered for a moment and replied, Perhaps it is 100 methods to win over one's beloved? The assistant, who was now elated at the thought of the generous, unseen boss's wife, responded, Very well, do cherish your time with her. I will ensure that daily company reports are submitted punctually. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Qinian's injuries turned out to be less severe than Song Guizhi's. In reality, the assailants had not inflicted much harm on Jiang Qinian. They merely shoved him around, causing some superficial abrasions. When the altercation escalated, it was Song Guizhi who shielded him. Upon receiving the medical assessment, Song Guizhi promptly forwarded it to the company's legal department, urging them to pursue litigation vigorously. He was no fool. The exorbitant interest he had paid to those predatory lenders clearly contravened legal statutes, and they were obliged to return the unjust gains. Unlike his unyielding stance with Jiang Qinian, where he readily acquiesced to everything, he would not extend the same leniency to others. How could they presume he would simply acquiesce? Jiang Qinian, overwhelmed by guilt, reached new heights of remorse. Once they returned home, Jiang Qinian took a cotton swab and applied iodine to the corner of Song Guizhi's mouth. He inquired, "Does it hurt?" Song Guizhi initially intended to say no, but upon meeting Jiang Qinian's concerned gaze, he quickly reversed his response. "Yes, it hurts, terribly so. The discomfort is quite unbearable." He began to indulge in a classic display of feigned delicacy. Yet for the sake of Professor Jiang, he insisted that a little pain was inconsequential. Jiang Qinian, taken aback by such a display, was instantly captivated and leaned closer to his lips, saying, "Allow me to blow on it for you. My mother used to do the same when I was injured." A gentle breath caressed the wound, causing Song Guizhi to swallow hard. This was undeniably crossing a boundary. Yet, Jiang Qinian remained utterly oblivious to the peculiar tension in the air, his focus solely on the injury at the corner of Song Guizhi's mouth. Song Guizhi's gaze darkened. With the slightest forward tilt, he could capture the lips he had long yearned for. No, he struggled to rein in his impulses, determined not to allow Jiang Qinian to perceive him as a libertine. Suddenly, a wave of clarity washed over him. He steadied Jiang Qinian's shoulders, creating distance between them. "Thank you, Professor Jiang. I feel much better." He gestured toward the guest room. "You have class tomorrow. You should rest." A fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in Jiang Qinian's eyes, so swift that Song Guizhi failed to notice. Rising, Jiang Qinian bid, "Good night, President Song." Once Jiang Qinian closed the bedroom door, Song Guizhi splashed water on his face. He repeatedly reminded himself to be patient, to take things slowly. They were still unfamiliar with one another, and he must not frighten his beloved. The following morning, Song Guizhi dutifully appeared in the classroom. He arrived so early that Jiang Qinian had yet to arrive for class. Students filed in, eagerly claiming the seats at the back of the room. Song Guizhi was perplexed. He recalled that Jiang Qinian was quite renowned at a university, so why did the students seem disinterested in his lectures? A kind-hearted classmate offered an explanation. "I don't think I've seen you before. Is this your first time attending?" Song Guizhi nodded. The classmate gasped. "Oh my goodness, you dare to skip Professor John's class? You're finished. Don't you know he is notoriously strict, with a failure rate soaring to 1/3? He also enjoys asking questions during lectures. With such prolonged absences, you're bound to fail." Song Guizhi found it amusing. It turned out that the once obedient and gentle Professor Jiang was viewed as a tyrant by his students. Such a stark contrast was truly intriguing. In the next moment, the classroom fell silent. Jiang Qinian took to the podium and spotted Song Guizhi seated in the front row. His spirits lifted unconsciously, prompting him to slow his lecturing pace, hoping that Song Guizhi could comprehend the material. In reality, he was mistaken. Song Guizhi had chosen the front row not to engage in a lecture, but to admire the beauty of his beloved from close proximity. As for the professor's rapid speech, he heard not a word. Gradually, he succumbed to drowsiness, yawning as memories of last night flooded his mind, where he had been unable to sleep, his thoughts consumed by Jiang Qinian. Now, the professor's lecture felt like a lullaby, lulling him into a gentle slumber. His head tilted, and he drifted off completely. After an indeterminate time, he was roused by a gentle tap. He opened his eyes to see Jiang Qinian's face magnified before him. Song Guizhi thought, "What a striking visage." Yet, the stunning beauty before him wore an icy expression as she rapped his desk, fixing him with a piercing gaze. "Classmate, would you care to answer this question?" Chapter 7. Give as much as you like. I'm left with nothing but money. Song Guizhi was lost in a dream of his past life. Under the dim light, Jiang Qinian reclined on the bed, his clothes partially draped, softly asking, "Shall we continue tonight?" Song Guizhi leisurely unwrapped the packaging and pressed his lips against Jiang Qinian's. With fervor, Jiang Qinian reciprocated, entwining his arms around Song Guizhi's neck invitingly. Joy surged within him as he showered Jiang Qinian with kisses, caressing his flawless skin, unable to restrain his affection. Just as he was on the verge of taking the final step, he heard Jiang Qinian whispering in his ear, "This classmate, please come forward to answer this question." The sudden interruption jolted him awake. Looking up, he realized that the once blank blackboard was now filled with white chalk writing. Song Guizhi thought, "Did I really sleep for so long? How did I wake up to find numbers and incomprehensible English, mixed with a jumble of other symbols?" Good news. He had dreamt of his soft and sweet wife in their past life. Bad news. Upon waking, he was faced with the formidable inquiry of his current wife. Song Guizhi smiled softly. The air was so still that one could hear a pin drop. The stern Professor Jiang would never show favoritism. Chuckling, Song Guizhi attempted to ease the awkwardness with a smile, but it was evident that Jiang Qinian was not swayed by such antics. He patiently reiterated his previous remarks to Song Guizhi, stating, "This student, could you please address this question?" Song Guizhi retracted his smile and candidly replied, "I apologize, Professor. I dozed off." Jiang Qinian's expression turned stern as he addressed the matter directly. "Who allowed you to sleep during class? Come to my office after class." With a subdued acknowledgement, Song Guizhi reluctantly retrieved his textbook and, reminiscent of his high school days when he would doze off in class, trudged to the back of the classroom. With a cheerful tone, he remarked, "Professor Jiang, this way I won't feel drowsy anymore." Jiang Qinian shifted his attention to another student for questioning, choosing not to dwell on Song Guizhi any longer. Song Guizhi quietly exhaled with relief. Jiang Qinian had genuinely startled him moments ago. He cherished every moment spent with Jiang Qinian, save for those within the confines of the professor's classroom, which he found exceedingly tedious. Jiang Qinian's voice was deep and melodious, resonating with clarity even from the back of the room. It flowed like a crystal-clear spring and chimed like silver bells, utterly delightful to the ears. Thus, the not-so-innocent Song Guizhi began to let his imagination wander. Such a beautiful voice, he pondered, if it were to grace his ears in a more intimate setting, whispering knowledge beside him in bed. Would it not possess an enchanting allure? Little did he know that this day would indeed come to pass, and it would be Jiang Qinian who would request it. Lost in thought while leaning against the wall, he managed to stave off sleep and began to drift in reverie. Jiang Qinian observed all of this with keen insight. Alas, Song Guizhi was truly a hopeless case. Relying on him to succeed in graduate studies was akin to expecting a dog to conduct research. Perhaps it would be better for him to offer private tutoring to Song Guizhi instead. When Song Guizhi finally returned to reality, the class bell had already rung. Students surged out, eager to rush to the cafeteria for a meal. Song Guizhi blended into the throng, hoping to evade his impending fate. However, Jiang Qinian seized him by the collar, calmly inquiring, "Where do you think you're going?" Under the sympathetic gazes of his peers, Song Guizhi, seeking to appease, responded, "I intend to wait outside for Professor Jiang." "You needn't wait any longer," Jiang Qinian replied. "Come along, we are heading to my office." Song Guizhi, QEQ. Upon arriving at Jiang Qinian's office, another individual was present. This person greeted Jiang Qinian warmly, exclaiming, "Oh, Professor Jiang, you're back." Jiang Qinian, disinterested, merely responded with a curt, "Brought back a disobedient student." The individual, oblivious to Jiang Qinian's impatience, continued to chatter incessantly. "Professor Jiang, I reviewed the project proposal you sent me. It's quite impressive. I appreciate the gift you've given me." Song Guizhi hoped this person would engage Jiang Qinian in conversation for a while, ideally distracting him from his own predicament. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qinian suddenly clenched his fists and fixed his gaze upon the individual. "Jiang, what do you mean by that? I wrote the entire proposal myself. Do you intend to reap the rewards?" When it came to his research projects, Jiang Qinian never yielded. To the surprise of many, Teacher Jiang, unabashed, chuckled. "I find myself in a predicament, Jiang. You are well aware of the financial demands of your project. Merely possessing a well-crafted proposal holds little value if you cannot secure investments. Don't think I am oblivious to your debts. Even your attire speaks volumes. Faded from where? To be frank, the dean holds your project in high regard and insists on its continuation. However, the one who attracts investment shall take precedence in authorship. Rest assured, your name will be included, albeit after mine." Jiang Qinian remained silent. Zhang's reasoning resonated, Without investment, all efforts would be in vain. Yet, relinquishing the primary authorship was a bitter pill to swallow. Zhang incessantly prattled on, "You see, I have a relative in the Song Group, the largest conglomerate in our region." Jiang Qinian interjected, "Which one are you referring to? I'm quite familiar." Zhang, with a smirk of triumph, proposed that he would personally approach the president of the group to advocate for funding our project, ensuring that your hard work would not go to waste. Jiang turned his gaze to Song Guizhi, who sensed impending danger and thought, "This Zhang fellow is targeting me." However, Jiang quickly averted his eyes, acknowledging that Zhang's familial connections were formidable. He and Song Guizhi were merely bound by an employer-employee relationship, and given the generosity Song had already shown, it felt inappropriate to seek further assistance. Indeed, Song Guizhi interjected, eager to preserve his standing, pointing at Jiang Qinian. "He is wealthy. Whatever amount is needed, he can provide." Then, turning to Jiang, he desperately added, "Do not heed his nonsensical claims. I am not what he suggests." Jiang scoffed derisively. "You, an undergraduate, speak with such bravado. Even if you are from a wealthy family, can you rival the Song Group?" "Jiang, your impatience is evident," he remarked. Song Guizhi's eyes widened in shock. He had reluctantly engaged Jiang Qinian as a tutor, seeing it as a temporary bridge to establish a connection. Yet it did not signify a genuine desire to have Jiang as a student. He had no intention of indulging in a teacher-student romance, which is ethically questionable. Rising from his seat, he commanded the room's attention and addressed Jiang. "First of all, I have graduated. My earlier jest with Qinian was merely playful. I am here today to enjoy his lecture, not as a student." Jiang's cheeks flushed at the sound of his name, Qinian, as it escaped Song Guizhi's lips, carrying an unexpected tenderness. If he claims not to be a student, then what is he? A sense of secret anticipation blossomed within him. In truth, he had little desire to assume the role of teacher for Song Guizhi. Not only did he find Song's intellect lacking, but he also harbored a shameful longing for something beyond that title. The identity of teacher and student felt too constraining. He yearned for Song Guizhi to abandon the daunting notion of pursuing further studies, allowing them to explore a different dynamic in their relationship. Song Guizhi was oblivious to the convoluted thoughts swirling in Jiang Qinian's mind as he continued to engage with teacher Zhang. "Secondly, did you not inquire about your relative's president's appearance? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Guizhi, the wealthy president you just mentioned." Turning to Jiang Qinian, Song Guizhi's gaze was laden with complex emotions. "You need not beg anyone. Just provide me a number, and I shall oblige. I find myself in a state of poverty, with nothing left but money." Indeed, Song Guizhi mused, he was so destitute that he lacked even a wife. In his previous life, when Jiang Qinian solicited funds from him, he had hastily assumed Jiang's nature was greedy without probing further or having his assistant investigate the matter, ultimately leading to a grave misfortune. This time, without Jiang Qinian needing to ask, he took the initiative to offer support, determined not to repeat past mistakes. Song Guizhi rummaged through his wallet, retrieving a card and placing it in Jiang Qinian's hands. "This is my supplementary card, with no limit. Consider it a gift for your enjoyment." Rationality whispered to Jiang Qinian that he ought not to accept it. However, the astonished expression on teacher Zhang's face provoked an uncontrollable urge to laugh. "It truly feels exhilarating," he admitted. "All right," he replied, tilting his head slightly. "Thank you, Guizhi. How adorable. I wish to kiss him." Song Guizhi thought excitedly. Chapter 8. I can't take it anymore. "Come pick me up." Song Guizhi's heart soared at the sound of Jiang Qinian calling his name, wishing he could bestow the entire company upon him. Such affection was rare indeed. He contemplated that although teacher Zhang was not a commendable character, fate had inadvertently allowed him to part with the card he had long intended to give Jiang Qinian. Since his rebirth, he had been haunted by the events of his past life, and he had specifically opened a supplementary card, yet had struggled to find an appropriate moment to present it to Jiang Qinian. Today, it seemed serendipitously fortuitous. Teacher Zhang, realizing his plans had fallen through, rolled his eyes at Jiang Qinian. However, constrained by Song Guizhi's presence, he could only muster an awkward smile and refrain from further remarks. Song Guizhi had indeed absorbed teacher Zhang's earlier words, scrutinizing Jiang Qinian, who wore faded clothing that had evidently seen better days. The recent whirlwind of events had left him no opportunity to procure new attire for Jiang Qinian. Feeling Song Guizhi's gaze upon him, Jiang Qinian shifted uncomfortably and ventured. "Shall we continue with the lesson?" The mere thought of attending class made Song Guizhi's head throb. He grasped Jiang Qinian's hand and declared, "What lesson?" "Gulme, let me take you shopping for clothes." Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Qinian silently breathed a sigh of relief. He, too, was disinclined to teach Song Guizhi, as it was a tremendous burden for him. Thus, the two, despite their misaligned intentions, happily reached an agreement. As they departed, Teacher Zhang muttered under his breath, dripping with sarcasm, "TSK, TSK, Jiang Qinian is quite the adept individual. He manages to associate with someone as prominent as President Song. With that charming face, he surely makes money swiftly." Song Guizhi overheard and turned to retort, but Jiang Qinian restrained him, advising, "Do not dwell on him. He is not worth your ire. It is detrimental to your health." Song Guizhi felt a swell of emotion. "My darling is worried about me." They then drove to a shopping mall to select clothes for Jiang Qinian. According to Jiang Qinian's perspective, casually purchasing a couple of outfits that could be alternated would suffice. However, Song Guizhi was reluctant, to the extent that he insisted on acquiring everything Jiang Qinian had touched. Song Guizhi fervently showcased his advantages, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage in a zoo, leaving Jiang Qinian frozen in place, too intimidated to move. With a serious tone, Song Guizhi conveyed to Jiang Qinian that the money he earned was intended for him, and after a moment's pause, added that he should not hesitate to inform him if he found himself in financial need. With such words spoken, Jiang Qinian felt it inappropriate to refuse, convincing himself that this was merely Song Guizhi compensating him for his emotional distress. After all, teaching Song Guizhi was far more taxing on his brain cells than his own research. He returned the supplementary card to Song Guizhi, expressing gratitude for his willingness to invest in his project, stating that this was sufficient for him, but that the card was too precious for him to accept. Baffled, Song Guizhi questioned how such a thin card could hold any weight. With his hands laden with purchases, Jiang Qinian retorted, "Are you unable to comprehend human speech? I meant its value, not its weight." He intended to decline once more, but Song Guizhi countered, stating that one cannot demand back a gift, questioning if Jiang Qinian held him in disdain. Jiang Qinian remarked that Song Guizhi seemed to have an excess of wealth to squander. Recognizing the need to reciprocate Song Guizhi's generosity, Professor Jiang reluctantly suggested they return home so he could impart some knowledge of mechanics to him, the simplest of subjects. He refrained from voicing the unspoken thought, "If you cannot master even this, you truly are a fool." Unaware of the underlying implications, Song Guizhi, adhering to the principle of prolongation, wished to dine with Jiang Qinian at the mall before heading home. However, his assistant unexpectedly called, informing him of a soiree that required his personal attendance. A soiree is an excellent venue for business discussions. Song Guizhi readily agreed, apologizing to Jiang Qinian for his unavoidable work commitment that evening. Jiang Qinian graciously expressed that it was of no concern. Meanwhile, the assistant on the other end, eagerly anticipating a salary increase, questioned, "Boss, why this sudden enthusiasm for work? Why can't I attend in your stead? Did you have a quarrel with the boss lady?" After escorting Jiang Qinian home, Song Guizhi instructed the driver to take him to the soiree. As for why he did not let the driver take Jiang Qinian directly, it was a jest. He would not permit a third party to intrude upon his time with his wife. At the soiree, Song Guizhi wore a beaming smile. It became evident that in this era, even a CEO must don a cheerful countenance while exploring various collaborative opportunities. Many were intrigued by this business prodigy, who had inherited his parents' legacy immediately after graduating from university, outshining several established corporations. One by one, individuals approached him to raise a toast, eager to cultivate a connection. While he felt it impolite to refuse drinks offered by his seniors, Song Guizhi accepted them all, and amidst the clinking of glasses, he had already consumed a considerable amount. The effects of alcohol made him feel somewhat flushed. He loosened a button of his shirt to ease the warmth. Song Guizhi pressed his palm against his forehead, gently massaging his temples. Suddenly, an unexpected individual appeared beside him, attempting to rest a hand on his thigh. Startled, Song Guizhi felt the effects of alcohol dissipate. He instinctively turned away, acutely aware that he was now committed to someone. The newcomer, unfazed, spoke in a deliberately sultry tone, remarking that it was rumored Song had recently taken a man as his lover. No wonder he had been devoid of female company. It seemed he had a preference for this sort. If you would just take a look at me, I can offer you what he does, the stranger suggested. Song Guizhi regarded him with disdain. Compared to Jiang Qinian, this man was vastly inferior, yet dared to encroach upon his space. However, a sudden epiphany struck him, and he realized a pivotal solution to his predicament. He patted the stranger's shoulder, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, my friend. You've been a tremendous help. I finally have a plan." He then produced 1,000 yuan in cash, declaring it as remuneration for the assistance, and bid farewell. The man, perplexed, accepted the money, unable to comprehend how Song Guizhi had arrived at a resolution. What was so peculiar about this encounter? He tucked the cash away, reasoning that he had not lost out on the exchange. As Song Guizhi exited the venue, the cool breeze revived him further. He loosened another button on his shirt and tousled his hair, achieving a disheveled yet purposeful appearance. He found a shard of glass, crumpled his clothing, and upon inspecting his reflection, nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Qinian, sending his location while rambling. "I've taken traditional medicine, and I'm on the verge of losing my sanity. Hurry and come fetch me." Meanwhile, the driver waiting to take Song Guizhi home was left bewildered, pondering the meaning of his words. What does this imply? Am I not allowed to drive him? Is my job at stake? Chapter 9. So what is their relationship now? Jiang Qinian had not slept at all. He was utterly perplexed. In recent days, he had discerned that Song Guizhi's sporadic commitment to his studies was not indicative of a genuine desire for graduate school. What was the purpose behind his self-inflicted debts? The beatings he endured and the investments he made in himself, including a card gifted to himself? Surely, it could not be that he had so much wealth that he could not spend it all. Jiang Qinian found himself unable to grasp the world of the affluent. He meticulously analyzed what qualities he possessed that would warrant Song Guizhi's attention. After much contemplation, it seemed that he alone was the focus. He sensed the fleeting affection that Song Guizhi occasionally revealed, only for it to be swiftly retracted, vanishing before he could confirm its existence. This left him questioning whether he was overthinking the situation. Even if Song Guizhi desired him as a lover, surely there should be some recognition of their relationship. It was clear that Song had feelings for him, yet he remained reserved, adhering strictly to propriety. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Qinian pondered whether he should take the initiative. Just then his phone rang. The voice on the other end was markedly different from usual, flustered, dry, and urgent. Jiang Qinian hastily arose from his slumber, hailing a cab to rush towards the venue of the soiree where Song Guizhi awaited. Squatting at the entrance, Song Guizhi discreetly surveyed his surroundings, confirming the area was tranquil, devoid of any presence save for himself. Resolutely, he threw himself onto the ground, rolling about heedlessly, disregarding any semblance of dignity. His bespoke attire bore several tiers, rendering him a disheveled figure. He gazed at his reflection in a glass with satisfaction, resembling a beggar, utterly incongruous with the grandeur of the event. Surely, this would enhance the authenticity of his ruse. As the sound of a horn echoed, Song Guizhi promptly shut his eyes, crossing his arms and curling into a corner. Mere moments later, he felt a hand grasping his arm. "Mr. Song, are you all right? Can you hear me?" Jiang Qinian's anxious gaze met his as Song Guizhi slightly opened his eyes. A flicker of guilt washed over him, yet the situation demanded he maintain the charade. Jiang Qinian assisted him to his feet, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around Jiang Qinian's waist, resting his head against his neck. In a feeble whisper, he murmured, "Qinian, someone is trying to harm me. I've been drugged, and I feel so unwell." Observing the pallor of his face and the palpable distress in his voice, Jiang Qinian gently reassured him, "Don't worry, we'll head to the hospital immediately." "Hospital? Absolutely not," Song Guizhi quickly countered, halting such perilous thoughts. "That would be too embarrassing. Just take me home." Resolute in his refusal, Song Guizhi left Jiang Qinian with no choice but to instruct the driver to head home instead. He nudged Jiang Qinian, reminding him, "The driver you brought is still waiting for me. Please retrieve my phone and inform him." The lock screen password is 0319. Jiang Qinian paused momentarily, realizing that 0319 was his birthday. Though he had not celebrated it often, he was acutely aware of its significance. Could this be mere coincidence? If not, how did Song Guizhi know? What did it signify that he had chosen this as his lock screen password? Moreover, as Jiang Qinian extracted the phone from his pocket, he discovered that the screensaver displayed a photograph of himself, standing at a podium, serious yet elegant, clearly captured from a clandestine angle during a lecture. Furthermore, he noted that he was the top contact in the address book, labeled not as Professor Jiang, nor as a tutor, but rather as wife. Jiang Qinian tightened his grip on the phone, nearly causing it to slip from his grasp. Stopping himself, he followed Song Guizhi's instructions, informing the driver that he need not wait for Song Guizhi any longer. Throughout this exchange, Song Guizhi discreetly observed Jiang Qinian's demeanor, noting no signs of suspicion, which allowed him to exhale a sigh of relief. After all, he was deceiving his spouse, a matter that left him somewhat apprehensive. Yet, he had overlooked the fact that Jiang Qinian had gained admission to a university with exceptional examination results, subsequently achieving a doctorate and securing a teaching position there. Such an individual could hardly possess an intellect so easily duped. Initially, his concern had clouded his mind, but in the tranquility that followed, Jiang Qinian recognized that something was amiss. Jiang Qinian lowered his gaze, silently permitting Song Guizhi to draw closer, almost wishing to merge with him, tolerating his occasional intrusive gestures. In truth, his mind began to replay the events. Firstly, it was utterly inconceivable that a corporate president could be drugged at a soiree. Who possessed such audacity? Did they not fear the repercussions once Song Guizhi regained his senses? Secondly, why would one not rush to the hospital after being drugged, opting instead to return home? Did they not fear the potential dangers to their health from unknown substances? Thirdly, with the driver waiting, why would he complicate matters by having someone travel a great distance to retrieve him? Lastly, the lock screen password, the screensaver, and the pinned contacts, were they truly meant for him to discover? The answers were glaringly evident, unaware that his wife had seen through him. Song Guizhi immersed himself in his performance, feigning vulnerability and shamelessly leaning against Jiang Qinian for advantage. Jiang Qinian chose not to shatter this facade, allowing Song Guizhi's actions to unfold. He had become a crutch for Song Guizhi, who clung to him as they exited the car and entered the house. Throughout this ordeal, Song Guizhi incessantly declared, "Jiang Qinian, I adore you." Words of affection were showered upon him without reserve. Ultimately, Jiang Qinian could not bring himself to expose the truth. In this moment, he preferred the sweet nothings that lulled his heart. Once again, Song Guizhi tackled him onto the bed, pinning him down, supporting himself with one arm. Song Guizhi inhaled deeply and continued to feign his disorientation. "Qinian, you smell delightful today. I indulge." "Enough," Jiang Qinian interjected, pushing him away. "Stop pretending. You reek of alcohol. Hurry and shower." Song Guizhi's voice faltered, eyes wide in surprise. "How did you find out?" A smile curled at Jiang Qinian's lips, infused with a sense of pride as he relayed his deductions, finding amusement in Song Guizhi's discomposure. Song Guizhi sprawled to the side, lamenting that having a scholarly wife was sometimes not so advantageous. He attempted to salvage his image. "I was just—" Jiang Qinian interrupted. "No more excuses. Are you going to wash up or not?" Song Guizhi scrambled to his feet. "I'll shower right now. I promise I'll smell of nothing but freshness." Once he retreated to the bathroom, Jiang Qinian exhaled deeply. His distaste was not for the scent of alcohol on Song Guizhi, but rather the unfamiliar fragrance that lingered, a perfume that Song Guizhi had never worn. It could only belong to someone else. Was it an accidental transfer? Or was there more to it? Jiang Qinian chose not to delve deeper. At least, in this moment, Song Guizhi was his, and that was sufficient. As for the rest, despite Song Guizhi labeling him as husband, he was not naive enough to take it at face value. A chasm loomed between them, and how long Song Guizhi could truly harbor affection for him remained an uncertainty. Soon, Song Guizhi emerged, a treasure finally grasped, showering him with kisses laden with moisture. In no time, they became lost in each other, leaving Jiang Qinian without the energy for troubling thoughts. To Jiang Qinian's surprise, Song Guizhi's actions were exceptionally tender, always considerate of his feelings. Being a lover to such a person might not be so bad after all. Just before drifting into slumber, Jiang Qinian's final thought lingered. What exactly is their relationship now? Chapter 10. No one informed him that, having spent money, one must also learn. When Jiang Qinian awakened again, he felt merely a slight discomfort, indicating that Song Guizhi had taken great care of him the previous night, tending to all necessary cleansing. He disregarded the peculiar sensations on his body and climbed out of bed, only to find that Song Guizhi had vanished from the home. Why had he left so soon after he had just fallen asleep? A note was left behind. Qinian, there is something at the company. I've stepped out. The porridge is still warm in the pot. Do remember to eat. My porridge-making skills are rather lacking. I hope you won't mind. The handwriting was bold and elegant, unmistakably belonging to Song Guizhi. Jiang Qinian slipped on his slippers and slowly made his way to the kitchen, where he served himself a bowl of plain porridge. Indeed, Song Guizhi had not deceived him. It was overcooked, and far too much sugar had been added, leaving his throat sore with its cloying taste. He pondered how this young master had managed to survive thus far without starving. Despite his internal disdain, he consumed every last drop. His father was a gambler, prone to violence, while his mother had raised him, enduring countless hardships. For many years, he had tasted little sweetness in life. Thus, indulging in occasional treats felt quite delightful. This was Song Guizhi's sentiment towards him, and he could not afford to waste it. Jiang Qinian stared vacantly at the empty bowl, contemplating his standing in Song Guizhi's heart. After much inner turmoil, he refrained from posing this question to Song Guizhi. Even if he asked, the answer would likely be nothing more than lover or canary. Certainly not that of a legitimate boyfriend. As for Song Guizhi, it was evident that he was his benefactor. They were adults, and regardless of his reluctance, he had to acknowledge the existing relationship of financial support between them. Frustrated, Jiang Qinian idly twirled the pen in his hand, unable to concentrate on any scholarly article. He reminded himself that things were already quite satisfactory. He should not be greedy. Yet, the lingering scent of perfume from last night danced at the tip of his nose, refusing to dissipate. What was the connection between the owner of that fragrance and Song Guizhi? A wave of unwarranted jealousy washed over him. Could he be the only one by Song Guizhi's side forever? Jiang Qinian had always been an ambitious individual, willing to take action to achieve his goals. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of professor. He set forth his culinary skills and prepared a meal of 3 dishes and a soup for Song Guizhi, then drove to his company. Naturally, the car was a gift from Song Guizhi, who had handed him a set of keys, asking which one he preferred. Stunned, Jiang Qinian had been overwhelmed when Song Guizhi assumed he liked them all and handed them all over. Jiang Qinian thought to himself, sometimes he truly wished to compete with this group of wealthy individuals. Initially, he believed meeting Song Guizhi would be a daunting task, requiring an appointment or fearing that Song Guizhi might not wish to see him. He braced himself for the possibility of being turned away. However, it went smoothly as he fortuitously encountered Song Guizhi's assistant. Jiang Qinian did not recognize the assistant, yet the assistant was well acquainted with him. Approaching with fervor, the assistant's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. "Boss lady, no, Professor Jiang," the assistant almost blurted out. "I am Song's assistant. Mr. Song is currently, attending to some matters. Allow me to escort you to the lounge." The assistant resolved silently. "I must earnestly win over the future boss lady. I am one step closer to a salary increase." Jiang Qinian wore a puzzled expression, thinking that this individual seemed rather dim-witted, which explained why he could serve as Song Guizhi's assistant. Sitting on the couch in the lounge, Jiang Qinian was served a cup of coffee by the assistant, rich and aromatic, with an enduring aftertaste. However delightful, it could not compensate for the fact that this was already his 3rd cup. He was there to see Song Guizhi, not to indulge in coffee. Thus, he inquired of the assistant, "Excuse me, may I ask when I will be able to meet with Mr. Song?" His intent was merely to ensure the timely delivery of a meal. The assistant sighed. The boss is fortunate. The boss lady is truly considerate. Yet, recalling Song Guiji's instructions, he frowned. No, you are too kind. Mr. Song is indeed unavailable at the moment. Jiang Qinian fell silent. If Song Guiji was at work, the assistant should have simply communicated that. Why resort to the excuse of unavailability? Was he with someone else? In truth, the unavailable Song Guiji was fretting over the trending video on his computer. The footage displayed him throwing a tantrum at the entrance of the venue the previous night. His hair was nearly being pulled out in frustration. He was certain no one was there. Where was that person hiding to capture such footage? The accompanying text read, "A certain man resorted to various means to enter the venue. Fortunately, it was nighttime and the lighting was poor, so no one could recognize him. However, if Jiang Qinian were to see this, would he still want to show his face?" Just moments ago, the assistant had informed him that Jiang Qinian was waiting in the lounge, and he wished he could fly over. But the video had him in a state of utter disarray. "Delete the video," Song Guiji insisted, pressing the public relations department to negotiate until the footage was removed from the internet. Only after ensuring its deletion did he tidy his appearance to meet Jiang Qinian. Upon arrival, he found Jiang Qinian's expression to be one of melancholy, sorrow, and a hint of grievance. He turned to the assistant, who has wronged him. The assistant replied, "Who do you think would dare?" Jiang Qinian was evidently displeased as he placed the thermal container on the table to eat while it was still warm. "By the way, tomorrow, as the project investor, our dean would like to invite you to dinner and discuss the specific plans and arrangements. Of course, if it is inconvenient, someone else from your company may attend." Convenient. I will definitely go," Song Guiji nodded fervently, receiving an affirmative response. Jiang Qinian turned and departed without sparing a glance at Song Guiji. Has he seen that video? Song Guiji pondered. After a lifetime of waiting, he finally got to enjoy the meal prepared by Jiang Qinian, and tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Oh, how wonderful it is to have a partner. The only regret was that after much deliberation with the assistant, they still could not discern what had truly upset Jiang Qinian. The following day, Song Guiji arrived at the restaurant as promised. The director regarded him with the same delight as one would upon encountering a prosperous tree. He expressed gratitude to Mr. Song for his assistance, mentioning that he had heard about the friendship between Mr. Song and Professor Jiang, suggesting they should interact more in the future. Song Guiji nodded in acknowledgement. The director gently nudged Jiang Qinian forward, kindly whispering a reminder to him to raise a toast to Mr. Song, hoping to elicit a generous contribution from him. Jiang Qinian was typically ill at ease in such social situations, unless the person in question was Song Guiji. He obediently poured 3 cups of liquor for Song Guiji before casually remarking, "Just yesterday, I had 3 cups of coffee at Mr. Song's company before finally meeting you." Song Guiji urged, "Drink, let us drink now." Jiang Qinian quipped, in one sentence, "Let Mr. Song toast me with 3 cups of liquor." The director was taken aback. He knew Jiang Qinian to be a studious individual and was surprised at his newfound ease today. How close they had become, he thought. They seemed almost inseparable. If he could nurture Jiang Qinian well, surely investments would follow. Once the drinks were finished, Jiang Qinian drew Song Guiji into a discussion about specific plans. The technical jargon made Song Guiji's head throb. No one had informed him that financial contributions came with an obligation to learn. Yet, he couldn't interrupt Jiang Qinian in front of the director, forcing himself to feign interest. Throughout the meal, Song Guiji felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Finally, when they returned home, he embraced Jiang Qinian tightly, exclaiming, "I performed so well today. Don't you think I deserve a reward?" After a kiss, red marks appeared on Jiang Qinian's fair skin, leaving him blushing pink. Song Guiji, delighted, descended further. His enthusiasm ignited, only to be halted abruptly by Jiang Qinian's unexpected remark. "It seems you were too focused on dining to truly comprehend my words. That is not ideal. Wouldn't it be a waste of money if you don't understand? If you wish to pursue my graduate studies, it would be beneficial for you to familiarize yourself with my research directions. Shall I explain it to you again?" Song Guiji retorted. "Are you lecturing me while we're both undressed? What sin had he committed? Chapter 11. He knew full well that Song Guizhi was a flirtatious charmer. Jiang Qinian was resolute in his intent to make things difficult for Song Guizhi, as he flawlessly recounted the principles of the experiment with an even lower, more alluring tone than during class. Song Guizhi felt his ears flush and itch. Was this right? His wish to hear Jiang Qinian lecture while in bed had finally come true, yet he found no joy in it. He had merely wanted to share a tender moment with his partner. It was apparent that Jiang Qinian was deliberately teasing him, though he was unsure why. An apology was due. He straightforwardly stated, "Professor Jiang, I was wrong." Tentatively probing, he asked, "But could you tell me where I went wrong?" Jiang Qinian was merely toying with him, venting his frustrations but not genuinely angry with Song Guizhi. His occasional displays of irritation were seen as playful by Song Guizhi, but if he were to persist, it would reflect poorly on his own understanding. Jiang Qinian possesses an astute understanding of his own position. He is merely a clandestine lover, not meant for the spotlight. Song Guizhi had never considered integrating him into his social circle, suggesting that he is not an exceptionally significant companion, and must know when to withdraw gracefully. "Ah," Jiang Qinian responded, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of Song Guizhi's mouth, fabricating a reason that was neither too heavy nor too light. "It's nothing, really. I went to your office yesterday, and your assistant mentioned you were busy with work. I ended up waiting a bit longer than anticipated." "I see," Song Guizhi mused, reflecting on the video he had been occupied with the previous day. He felt too embarrassed to explain. After all, he was a grown man, rolling on the ground and trending on social media, a rather humiliating predicament to disclose. "I'm sorry." He chuckled lightly, soothingly kissing the top of Jiang Qinian's head. "In the future, just come to me directly. You take precedence over work." Jiang Qinian hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether Song Guizhi had genuinely developed feelings for him. He couldn't help but acknowledge that Song Guizhi was an exceptional benefactor, handsome, generous, and adept at expressing his affection. Yet, once again, the two found themselves on different wavelengths. Song Guizhi softly inquired, "Are you no longer upset?" Jiang Qinian nodded. "Of course, I was merely jesting with you." Just as Song Guizhi was poised to kiss him once more, the shrill ring of a cell phone interrupted them. Glancing at the caller ID, Song Guizhi hesitated before silencing the call. Jiang Qinian, caught off guard, casually asked, "Who is that calling you at this hour?" With his thoughts consumed by Jiang Qinian, Song Guizhi playfully nibbled on Jiang Qinian's flushed earlobe, chuckling, "Don't mind it. We are far from finished here. Just a nuisance call." "Huh?" Jiang Qinian retorted with a teasing smile. What a classic excuse for a nuisance call. He bit his lip, discreetly refraining from further inquiries. Delving deeper would venture into territory a mere lover should not tread, and he certainly did not wish to provoke Song Guizhi. Consequently, he obediently acquiesced to Song Guizhi's actions, emitting fleeting cries of ecstasy, only to be silenced again by Song Guizhi. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Jiang Qinian, drenched in sweat, lay with his eyes tightly shut, appearing utterly exhausted. With tender affection, Song Guizhi bestowed kisses upon his forehead and eyelids, adjusting the blankets around him before rising to answer the call. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Jiang Qinian opened his eyes, stealthily supporting himself as he rose and crouched, pressing his ear against the door to eavesdrop. The caller was none other than his university roommate and closest friend, Pei Mingxian. In the conflict between his wife and his friends, he had resolutely chosen his wife. Now, observing the numerous missed calls, he felt it was time to attend to his friend. The moment he dialed, the call connected, unleashing a cacophony of wails that nearly deafened Song Guizhi. He held the phone away from his ear, rubbing it gently. "Woo-woo, Song Gu, Sun Yan wants to break up with me. How am I supposed to live without her? Woo-woo. Moreover, you do not answer my calls. Do you all despise me? Should I even exist in this world?" As Song Guizhi listened to him weep with a heart-wrenching intensity, he felt utterly exasperated. Pei Mingxuan's girlfriend, Sun Yan, was also Song Guizhi's cousin. Ever since they embarked on their romantic journey, they had been in a constant cycle of breaking up and reconciling. Each time they parted ways, Pei Mingxian would come to Song Guizhi, lamenting his sorrows. Initially, Song Guizhi took it seriously, fearing that Pei Mingxian might genuinely contemplate despair due to his heartache. However, he had long since grown numb to it. Despite the many occasions, he had yet to witness Pei Mingxian truly succumb to despair. His thunderous complaints were mere fleeting echoes. Unable to vent his frustrations on Sun Yan, he turned his self-pity inward. Thus, Song Guizhi found himself mediating between the two, and just as he succeeded in reconciling them, they would vanish into their own world, only to return and mock Song Guizhi for his single status. In those moments, he began to loathe himself for meddling in their affairs. Of course, in a previous life, they indeed found happiness together and even welcomed a delightful child. Song Guizhi's heart soared with joy. His chance for revenge had finally arrived. His beloved lay upon his bed, and this time, he would ensure that Pei Mingxian felt a twinge of envy for his current singlehood. The mere thought of it brought a smile to his face. Thus, with a mischievous intent, he inquired, "Where are you now? Allow me to bring you to my home." Unbeknownst to Pei Mingxian, he was about to be inundated with romantic banter. He believed that Song Guizhi was indeed a loyal friend, responding, "I'm right outside your door. But the security 1T let me in, and I can't reach you." The more he spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. "Hurry down and let me in." E.M. Friesen. Song Guizhi glanced at the time. He had been fooling around with Jiang Qinian for over 2 hours, and Pei Mingxian had been waiting at his doorstep for just as long. He thought to himself that he deserved this, and it was about time that he experienced such a day. Slowly, he changed his attire and descended to meet Pei Mingxian. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Jiang Qinian was also changing clothes. The soundproofing of the door was remarkably effective, despite his efforts to eavesdrop. All he could hear were heart-wrenching cries mixed with phrases like "break up" and "come down to get me." He speculated that Song Guizhi was tired of a certain lover and was attempting to end the relationship, only to have the other party refuse, causing an uproar at home. Consequently, he retrieved the clothes that Song Guizhi had bought for him and made a concerted effort to present himself attractively, determined to show that he was the one deserving of Song Guizhi's attention. Soon, Song Guizhi returned with Pei Mingxian in tow. Upon seeing Jiang Qinian standing at the door, he softly remarked, "Did I wake you? You should return to rest." Pei Mingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You have someone else in your home? I knew I was not your only one." Jiang Qinian narrowed his eyes. Song Guizhi felt a chill run down his spine, though he could not comprehend why, nor did he have the time to ponder it. Bashfully, he addressed Jiang Qinian, suggesting, "Please tidy up the guest room. Let this homeless soul stay with you for the time being." Meanwhile, he secretly rejoiced, for it appeared that Pei Mingxian had proven useful. His beloved could finally share the master bedroom with him. As for why he did not tidy up himself, it was, after all, a matter of Jiang Qinian's privacy, which made it inappropriate for him to intervene. Jiang Qinian paused, his anger palpable, yet he remained silent as he quietly organized his belongings. Now, was he expected to vacate his space? Where would he sleep? On the sofa, perhaps? He was well aware of it. Song Guizhi was nothing but a fickle-hearted rogue. Chapter 12. Does Song Guizhi still have a fiancée? While Jiang Qinian was occupied with moving his things, Song Guizhi tossed Pei Mingxian onto the sofa and whispered a warning. "Let me tell you, he is my boyfriend, a professor at university, an intellectual, unlike you, a mere nouveau riche. Mind your words, or I shall flay you alive." Pei Mingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "When did you start dating? How did a professor from university end up with you? You just broke up with me, and now you found someone else? Are you trying to make my life miserable? How cruel of you." A barrage of questions revealed Pei Mingxuan's discontent. While the heartbreak of their breakup was indeed painful, the sweetness of his best friend's new romance was even more distressing. "Shoo!" Song Guizhi gestured for him to lower his voice. "I still lack formal recognition. If you offend my wife, you shall be promptly thrown out." Pei Mingxian immediately perked up, mocking him. "Oh, what kind of wife is that? She hasn't even agreed to be with you yet." Song Guizhi grabbed an apple from the table to silence him. "So what? I have already lured her to my home. Unlike you, who, despite having a formal relationship, still finds reasons to argue and break up." Witnessing Song Guizhi's rising temper, Pei Mingxian hastily fell silent. Pei Mingxian thought, "That makes so much sense," feeling a surge of emotion, trembling slightly. Their whispered exchange went completely unnoticed by Jiang Qinian, who was preoccupied with speculating about how many other Song Guizhi might be involved with outside. Oblivious to Jiang Qinian's thoughts, Song Guizhi leaned in and planted a kiss on Jiang Qinian's forehead before casting a provocative glance at Pei Mingxian, clearly conveying the message. I have a wife, and you are the one who is about to break up. Pei Mingxian felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. With his objective achieved, Song Guizhi's spirit soared. Jiang Qinian was perplexed. What did this mean? Was Song Guizhi being intimate with him in front of another lover to incite jealousy? In other words, was he merely a tool for Song Guizhi to provoke others? Get lost, he exclaimed, shoving Song Guizhi away. Disappointed in his failed display of affection, Song Guizhi whimpered. Once Jiang Qinian finished packing, Pei Mingxian approached him, greeting, Hello, Jiang Gu, I am Pei Mingxian. I hear you are a professor. You must have read a great deal. I have a question for you. Jiang Qinian perked up, thinking the moment of reckoning has finally arrived. Pei Mingxian fidgeted. Do you know how to please a partner? Song Guizhi quickly covered his mouth, exclaiming, Damn it, how embarrassing. Pei Mingxian, desperate to win back Sun Yin Mingxian, was throwing caution to the wind, seizing the opportunity to ask someone who clearly had experience. Jiang Qinian, however, only noted the address of Jiang Gu. He scrutinized Pei Mingxian, a vibrant youth who appeared to be of similar age to Song Guizhi. His fingers twitched slightly as he suddenly confronted a question he had long evaded, the disparity in age between himself and Song Guizhi. This year, Song Guizhi was 22, while he had already reached 32, a full decade apart. Though Song Guizhi harbored affection for him now, what of the future? In 10 years, when Song Guizhi reached his current age, he would be in the prime of his life, while he might already bear the marks of age. Time is an inescapable blade. By then, given Song Guizhi's status, there would always be those in their 20s vying for his attention. How long could Song Guizhi maintain his affection for him? How should he navigate such a reality? Pei Mingxian felt as though he were about to kneel before Jiang Qinian. For in his eyes, Song Guizhi was a celestial being, untouched by earthly beauty. He believed that anyone who could win over his good friend must be a master of romance, adept in the art of seduction, certainly someone he needed to consult. Jiang Qinian, lost in thought, was mistaken by Pei Mingxian as being dismissive of him. He repeated his plea. Brother Jiang, I implore you, teach me how to win my partner. She hasn't spoken to me all day. Jiang Qinian, perplexed, wondered why Pei Mingxian, also Song Guizhi's lover, was concerned about Song Guizhi's indifference toward him. Was this a declaration of ownership? What a formidable display of authority. Thus, Professor Jiang maintained a stoic expression and coldly replied, I do not know. With that, he closed the door to the master bedroom, retreating to sleep. The sound startled Song Guizhi, who thought, Oh no, my wife is angry again. Pei Mingxian lamented, Why won't he even acknowledge me? Song Guizhi seized Pei Mingxian by the collar, admonishing him not to provoke Jiang Qinian. You're the one suffering in love, and now you seek to drag me into your turmoil? Suddenly, Pei Mingxian felt less despondent. He found amusement in Song Guizhi's predicament. So, you two have your off days. Wasn't he, Professor Jiang, just complaining about you being in his way? Go take a look in the mirror and see what you become. Song Guizhi retorted, I do as I please. If you can stay, then stay. If not, leave. After saying this, he gently opened the master bedroom door, tiptoeing inside to lie beside Jiang Qinian. His breathing was steady, indicating he had likely fallen asleep. After their prolonged exertions that evening, coupled with Jiang Qinian's recent efforts to move things, he must have been exhausted. Tomorrow, he would have to soothe him. He silently chastised Pei Mingxian for dragging him into this mess of heartbreak, adding unnecessary distress to his life. Pei Mingxian protested, Didn't you ask me to come? Without showcasing any affection, Song Guizhi quietly pulled his wife into his embrace and drifted into a deep slumber. Jiang Qinian kicked him lightly, yet he merely turned over, remaining soundly asleep. Jiang Qinian mused, what splendid sleep quality. At least Song Guizhi had the decency not to make him sleep on the sofa, allowing him to rest in the master bedroom. Did that imply he held some significance in Song Guizhi's heart? Yet, no matter how important he might be, Song Guizhi bringing someone else home in front of him was utterly unforgivable. The next day, Jiang Qinian had an early class and departed slightly earlier, missing a chance encounter with Song Guizhi. Instead, Song Guizhi decided to invite Sun Yin out to discuss matters with both emotional appeal and rational persuasion, intending to send off that unfortunate Pei Mingxian first. Who would have thought that Sun Yin would flick her hair and vehemently deny? When did I break up with Pei Mingxian? You are my brother. Can't you wish me well? Song Guizhi interjected. Last night, Pei Mingxian was wailing at my doorstep, lamenting how you hadn't returned his calls all day. He even upset your sister-in-law, and here I am, without a place to cry myself. Sun Yin pulled out her phone, exclaiming, "Well, I was getting my nails done, so I had it on silent. I just forgot to call back." Is he really going to make such a fuss over one missed call? Fine, I'll go soothe him. You don't need to worry about it. I promised to make it right today. Her eyes sparkled. But where's this sister-in-law of mine? I need to see what she looks like. Song Guizhi opened his phone, revealing a picture of himself. Wow, Sun Yin leaned in, gasping. "ISNT this Professor Jiang? Brother, you're impressive." Song Guizhi, puzzled, asked, "Do you know him?" Sun Yin nodded, "Of course. I study physics too. I just didn't get into a university on the college entrance exam. But I hope to become a graduate student under Professor Jiang one day." "Brother, you must introduce us." Song Guizhi replied. "Why is it always about physics? A university." As Jiang Qinian entered the office, carrying his textbooks, he was intercepted by Teacher Zhang on his way to school. Teacher Zhang had fortuitously encountered Song Guizhi and Sun Yin chatting together, and, with a spark of inspiration, snapped a photo. He chuckled, "Professor Jiang, congratulations to your friend. Look, ISNT this Song and his fiancée. Surely, good news is on the horizon." Jiang Qinian's books clattered to the floor. Song Guizhi has a fiancée? Chapter 13. Song Guizhi. I'm utterly bewildered. What is this chaotic situation? Jiang Qinian, too preoccupied to retrieve the fallen books, stared at the photograph, where Song Guizhi was closely leaning towards the woman, both engrossed in something together. From Teacher Zhang's angle, it was evident that Song Guizhi's eyes held unmistakable affection, and his lips could hardly suppress a smile. Was this woman truly Song Guizhi's fiancée? How come he had never mentioned her before? Observing Jiang Qinian's dazed expression, Teacher Zhang realized he had guessed correctly. I knew it. The atmosphere when I saw Song Guizhi and Jiang Qinian was clearly unusual. Would an ordinary friend lavish such wealth? Investing as much as needed? Nonsense. Jiang Qinian must have charmed Song Guizhi with that handsome face of his, causing him to lose what was once within reach. And his coveted title slipped away, leaving him frustrated. He couldn't afford to offend Song Guizhi, but he had plenty of ways to make Jiang Qinian's life difficult. The familiarity between that woman and Song Guizhi was unmistakable. Who else could she be if not his fiancée? Moreover, judging by Jiang Qinian's reaction, it seemed he was unaware of Song Guizhi's engagement. Teacher Zhang continued, brimming with self-satisfaction. People like them, wealthy as they are, surely have their families arranging a well-matched marriage long ago. With your close relationship, you must invite Professor Jiang to the wedding, and don't forget to let me know. I'd love to bask in some of that joy. One cannot help but wonder if there are those who would recklessly intrude upon the sanctity of another's marriage. Such a betrayal is akin to a dagger to the heart. Jiang Qinian finally regained his composure. Yet the phrase "a match made in heaven" pierced his heart with unrelenting pain. Indeed, even if Song Guizhi were to find himself unencumbered by parental oversight, he would never consider someone like Jiang Qinian as a suitable partner for marriage. Their relationship was merely a fleeting dalliance, and it was Jiang Qinian's folly to allow his heart to become entangled in this game. For the first time, he lost his composure in front of others, striving to suppress his emotions as he bent down to retrieve his book, his fingers pressing so hard that they turned pale. My relationship with General Manager Song is not as close as you think, he asserted before hastily exiting, tears streaming down uncontrollably. From a moment he permitted himself to fall in love with Song Guizhi, he should have anticipated this inevitable conclusion. Unbeknownst to him, Teacher Zhang observed his retreating figure with a sinister smile. Zhang contemplated how he could exploit this situation for his own gain, perhaps exposing it online. A distinguished professor at a university, embroiled in a scandal of being supported by a man with a fiancée, would surely tarnish his professional integrity, possibly allowing Zhang to usurp his position. Without hesitation, he set his plan in motion, reaching out to the media. As Jiang Qinyan's tears continued to flow, he received an invitation from Song Guizhi. Have you eaten? I'll take you out for lunch. Someone wishes to meet you. Who could possibly want to meet him? Was it Song Guizhi's fiancée? Was this a warning against harboring fanciful thoughts? What side would Song Guizhi take in this matter? After much inner turmoil, he replied, all right. One must confront the situation. It was time to find closure. Song Guizhi arrived as promised, his smile as radiant as ever. Jiang Qinyan found it incomprehensible how he could still wear such a grin. Was it a point of pride to bring his lover to meet his fiancée? Noticing the traces of tears on Jiang Qinyan's face and his evident despondency, Song Guizhi inquired, have you encountered something troubling? If you prefer not to go, we need tea. No, Jiang Qinyan denied, acknowledging that it was no wonder so many were fond of Song Guizhi. His sensitivity and ability to cater to the unspoken feelings of others were undeniably endearing. Thus they traveled in silence. Within his mind, Song Guizhi meticulously devised 100 unique fates for the individual responsible for Jiang Qinyan's distress. At the entrance of the restaurant, Song Guizhi handed him a tissue. Here, wipe your tears. The corners of your eyes are still damp. Jiang Qinyan gazed at him intently and asked, almost aimlessly, you will always be with me. One tea you? Although Song Guizhi was puzzled by the question, he replied with unwavering certainty, I will. In a past life, the image of Jiang Qinyan's gravestone haunted him. He would not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. In this lifetime, wherever Jiang Qinyan went, he would follow. Good, Jiang Qinyan nodded, realizing that Song Guizhi was still willing to offer him a semblance of reassurance. What is troubling you? Song Guizhi pressed gently, adopting an expression that suggested he would not allow Jiang Qinyan to disembark until he spoke. Is it something I have failed to do? No. Jiang Qinyan shook his head, acknowledging that the issue lay within himself. To speak candidly, Song Guizhi had already done more than enough in this relationship. It was his insatiable desire, his greed, that complicated matters. Very well. Song Guizhi had extended ample respect to Jiang Qinyan, suggesting that when he was ready to speak, he should share his thoughts. Upon entering the restaurant, Jiang Qinyan was further taken aback to find Pei Mingxian at the table, laughing and conversing amiably with Song Guizhi's fiancée. Was the atmosphere among them truly so harmonious? Had he grown too old to keep up with the trends? Could two lovers and a fiancée really coexist so comfortably? Song Guizhi introduced, this is my cousin Sun Yin, and this is her boyfriend, Pei Mingxian. He was the one who came to our house last night. Thinking Sun Yin was about to break up with him, feeling utterly lost and seeking refuge. Your sister? Jiang Qinyan's voice suddenly elevated, his expression akin to the sky falling down. Yes, indeed, Song Guizhi replied, bewildered by Jiang Qinyan's strong reaction. Jiang Qinyan was typically stoic, his emotions rarely surfacing, except in intimate moments. This was the first time Song Guizhi had witnessed such an exaggerated expression on his face. He quickly rifled through his mind, pondering which law forbade him from having a sister. Of course, if Jiang Qinyan wished otherwise, he could simply forego the existence of a cousin. Jiang Qinyan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What should he say? Oh no, it's nothing. Good sister, lovely sister, Jiang Qinyan stammered, his cheeks ablaze. He berated himself for his errant thoughts. What was wrong with two cousins gathering to look at their phones? Meanwhile, he had allowed teacher Zhang to lead him into accusing Song Guizhi, wallowing in self-pity for far too long. How embarrassing. He wanted nothing more than to bury his head in Song Guizhi's embrace and hide away. Thankfully, Song Guizhi remained oblivious to his turmoil. He must never find out. Sun Yin, however, paid no mind to Jiang Qinyan's reaction, her tone filled only with awe and admiration. Wow, Professor Jiang, I finally get to meet you in person. My greatest dream is to pursue graduate studies under your guidance. Jiang Qinyan's lips, which had just begun to curve upwards, nearly faltered. He cast a sidelong glance at Song Guizhi. Why did both of them seem intent on bringing him trouble? Surely, Song Guizhi's cousin could not be as naive as he was. How could he possibly endure? Song, you're trending. Pei Mingxian suddenly interjected, causing Song Guizhi's heart to constrict. Had the video of him rolling around that day been exposed? When he glanced at the headline, he was met with, professor from a university, involved with the president of Song Group. Insiders reveal that President Song is already engaged. The accompanying images featured Song Guizhi with Sun Yan, as well as a photo of him kissing Jiang Qinian. Song Guizhi? What on earth was this chaos? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Jiang Qinian. You weren't upset because of this, were you? Chapter 14. Professor Jiang, do you perhaps have feelings for me? Jiang Qinian's cheeks flushed a delicate pink at Song Guizhi's question, and he hastily protested. What? How could that be? You're overthinking it. He hastily averted his gaze, unable to meet Song Guizhi's eyes, instead focusing on the dishes laid out on the table. After all, discussing work would be futile, as you wouldn't comprehend it. Perhaps it would be better if you simply refrained from asking. Oh, Song Guizhi deliberately elongated his tone, momentarily letting him off the hook. Very well, I shall refrain from inquiring for now. Jiang Qinian was nearly restless, giving Song Guizhi a gentle shove. Let us eat, and you'd best hold your tongue. If you utter another word, I shall ignore you. Song Guizhi discerned Jiang Qinian's unease. Surely he had accurately guessed his thoughts. Pretending to believe his excuses, he felt an exhilarating joy swell within him. Jiang Qinian, this stubborn fellow, had finally shown a hint of jealousy. How delightful! A cause for celebration. With Pei Mingxian and Sun Yan present, he refrained from probing further, but he certainly intended to interrogate Jiang Qinian thoroughly in private. Goodness! Pei Mingxian's exclamation shattered Song Guizhi's daydream. He was indignant, questioning why he was not included in the narrative. Pei Mingxian seemed profoundly distressed, lamenting that despite it being a story of 4, only the 3 of them garnered attention on trending topics. This makes me feel quite superfluous. Sun Yan, sapata. Tug at his ear. What do you conjure all this nonsense? Are you intent on making matters even more chaotic? Sun Yan then turned to Jiang Qinian. Professor Jiang. Sun Yan, assure you on my honor that not only has my brother never had a fiancée, but he has never even been in a relationship. You are the first. If I am lying, I shall never gain admission to graduate school. Perhaps the next time we meet, I shall have to address you as sister-in-law. Hey, why are you kicking me, brother? Unacknowledged and feeling rather unfortunate, Song Guizhi hurriedly intervened to halt Sun Yan's increasingly outrageous remarks with a discreet kick beneath the table. You have food, yet you cannot silence your mouth. Sun Yan poutet ingoding song gidi. She worried that Jiang Qinian might feel discomfort upon seeing the trending topics. So she swiftly diverted his attention. Professor Jiang, I have a few questions I would like to consult you about. Jiang Qinian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, someone could change the subject. Song Guizhi's stare was as piercing as a thorn, making him break into a cold sweat. He immediately agreed, of course. I shall share all my knowledge without reservation. Sun Yan's inquiries were entirely academic, delving into topics such as moment of inertia and Lagrange's equations, while Pei Mingxian and Song Guizhi sat as mere backdrop. However, Jiang Qinian's eyes lit up. He had initially assumed that Sun Yan, like Song Guizhi, would lack knowledge, but to his surprise, she was quite well informed. How could Song Guizhi's mind possibly contain a cousin so passionate about physics? Thus, he earnestly recommended several books to Sun Yan and invited her. Next month, I will be giving a lecture at a university, and I would be honored if you would attend. If you wish, I would be privileged to serve as your graduate advisor. How wonderful! Sun Yan beamed with palpable delight, feeling that her brother had finally done something worthwhile, allowing her the opportunity to meet Professor Jiang ahead of time. Song Guizhi mused, is that how this term is used? Yet, he chose not to interrupt their exchange. After all, Jiang Qinian truly radiated brilliance when discussing his familiar domain. He had utterly fallen in love with this resplendent version of Jiang Qinian. Professor Jiang, Pei Mingxian interjected, earnestly analyzing the situation. This trending topic is clearly aimed at you. Who have you offended? Let us investigate together. We cannot let this slide. This matter also involves Sun Yan, whose girlfriend has been misrepresented by those marketing accounts as Song Guizhi's fiancée, which has caused Pei Mingxian to simmer with suppressed anger. No need to investigate further. Jiang Qinian recalled the peculiar behavior of teacher Zhang this morning and concluded, I know who it is. Song Guizhi raised an eyebrow. sharing an unspoken understanding with Jiang Qinian. Is it that Jiang person? I knew he was no good. Enough. It's all a misunderstanding, Jiang Qinian replied, unwilling to let a pleasant meal be ruined. He was not in a hurry to confront him. They should eat first. If they continued to dally, the dishes would grow cold. After the four finished dining, once Sun Yin and Pei Mingxian had departed, Song Guizhi pulled Jiang Qinian to the back seat of the car. Once the door was locked and the windows drawn up tightly, the spacious rear of the vehicle transformed into a makeshift bed for two. Song Guizhi pushed Jiang Qinian onto the seat, raising his hands above his head. Now, Professor Jiang, may I inquire about my question? Jiang Qinian feigned innocence, gently struggling. What question? Haven't I already told you? I'm upset about work. It has nothing to do with you. Is that so? Song Guizhi pinched his cheek and playfully nibbled on his lip, leaving a faint mark. Jiang Qinian widened his eyes, protesting Song Guizhi's audacity. Resembling a kitten in a pet store, utterly harmless yet inviting further teasing. Song Guizhi traced his fingertip down Jiang Qinian's nose, saying, "Disobedient kitten must be punished." His finger glided from Jiang Qinian's nose to his collar, unbuttoning one of his shirt's buttons. Professor Jiang, how do you propose I administer this punishment? Perhaps, for each lie you tell, I will unbutton one more. Is that agreeable? Jiang Qinian could no longer withstand the pressure. He surrendered to the moment. Yes, this morning, that Jiang fellow showed me the photo of you and Sun Yin, claiming she was your fiancée. It made me unhappy. I want to have you all to myself. He attempted to sound defiant, adding, "You can't blame me for misunderstanding. Your eyes in that photo were full of affection. How was I to know what you were looking at?" Song Guizhi chuckled lightly. Of course, I was looking at my phone screen, dear. The phone screen? Upon realizing whose phone screen Song Guizhi referred to, Jiang Qinian became speechless, feeling even more guilty. He attempted to resist again. Well, I also want to ask you. The day I came to your office, your assistant said you were unavailable. Were you not with some lover? What inconvenient matters could you possibly have that I shouldn't know about? Now it was Song Guizhi's turn to fall silent. Jiang Qinian kicked his calf playfully. Wait, do you actually have something? Caught between preserving his dignity and keeping his partner, Song Guizhi unhesitatingly chose the latter. He resignedly showed Jiang Qinian the video, explaining that day, at the entrance of the gala, in an effort to act more convincingly, I rolled on the ground, and that is how I got filmed. He was rather displeased, and I too found myself trending on social media. Thankfully, the late hour prevented any clear shots of my face. Was I not merely urging them to retract the trending topic? As a person of my stature, how could I allow others to unearth such matters? Jiang Qinian rose, leaning against Song Guizhi, repeatedly watching the video, utterly amused and laughing heartily. The atmosphere around Song Guizhi grew increasingly tense. Noticing this, Jiang Qinian decided to withdraw, gently kissing the Adam's apple of Song Guizhi, assuring him that it was merely a few viewings. There was no need to be upset. Song Guizhi, entranced, swallowed hard, pulling him firmly into his embrace, his voice husky. Professor Jiang, do you perhaps have feelings for me? Chapter 15. Thank you for the invitation. Let us engage in earnest romance. Before Jiang Qinian could respond, Song Guizhi continued, however, I genuinely adore you, Professor Jiang. If you do not reciprocate my feelings, it would sadden me greatly. With a pitiful gaze, he implored, Qinian, could you bear to see me heartbroken? Jiang Qinian, a formidable presence in his professional realm, found himself utterly outmatched by Song Guizhi in this regard. While Song Guizhi feigned vulnerability, his hands were anything but idle, leaving Jiang Qinian feeling somewhat weakened. I do like you, he finally admitted, meeting Song Guizhi's gaze, his voice trembling involuntarily. I have liked you since that day in the bar when you defended me against the guest bullying. Song Guizhi raised an eyebrow, satisfied with the response. Momentarily relenting in his pursuit, he leaned closer, whispering near Jiang Qinian's ear, Ah, this is love at first sight, Professor Jiang. Indeed, Jiang Qinian found himself perplexed. Though uncertain as to why Song Guizhi treated him with such kindness, he recognized that he was the first person, apart from his mother, to show him such affection. Even his father had abandoned him, allowing creditors to harass both him and his mother. He had thought no one in this world could inspire such heartfelt devotion from him again. Yet, he encountered Song Gui, who he presumed was only interested in him for his looks, which seemed fair enough. Until he heard those words, "I like you." "Why?" Jiang Qinian softly inquired. "Why do you always appear at the most opportune moments? Why is it you?" Song Guiji fell silent for a moment, contemplating his response before earnestly stating, "Fate. For it is fate that has brought me to you." Indeed, fate had granted him a second chance, allowing him to encounter the brilliant Jiang Qinian 3 years earlier. Having been spared 3 years of suffering, Jiang Qinian now carried his own pride. He could occasionally scold himself or engage in self-reflection, actions he had never dared undertake in his past life. In his previous existence, Jiang Qinian had viewed himself as a patron to be revered. In this life, he was a boyfriend on equal footing with Jiang Qinian. This version of Jiang Qinian was vibrant, more akin to a living being. Fate? Jiang Qinian questioned, being a man devoted to the pursuit of science, a staunch materialist. Yet, for the first time, he found himself tempted to believe in fate. He considered that he ought to be grateful to destiny for bringing Song Guiji into his life. "Let us go," Song Guiji said as he took his seat in the driver's position, starting the car. "I will take you somewhere wonderful." Jiang Qinian gazed out the window as vehicles flowed incessantly and pedestrians hurried along the streets. Only Song Guiji was the one willing to pause for him. It seemed that as long as he was present, Jiang could find solace. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat to rest. The emotional fluctuations of the day had left him feeling somewhat fatigued. He mused that Song Guiji was someone he could trust implicitly. Surely he wouldn't betray him while he slept. Song Guiji took Jiang Qinian's hand, intertwining their fingers, unperturbed by the occasionally curious glances from others. It wasn't merely that he was attracted to men that led him to fall for Jiang. Rather, it was his affection for Jiang that defined his orientation. Jiang, for his part, cared little for the opinions of others, reveling in the warmth of Song's palm as they navigated through the mall together. Eventually, they halted before a particular display. The shop assistant presented Song Guiji with a small box, inside of which lay 2 resplendent rings, glimmering brilliantly. Jiang Qinian instinctively held his breath. These rings had been custom-made by Song Guiji the moment he was reborn. He would never forget how, in his previous life, his assistant had informed him that Jiang Qinian had clutched that very ring tightly in his hand just before his death. The memory haunted him, a source of profound regret and heartache. Thus, in this life, he had devoted considerable effort and expense to craft an even finer pair. This time, he would personally place one on Jiang Qinian's finger, leaving no room for regret. His hands moved swiftly, and before Jiang could react, he found himself adorned with the ring. Jiang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "What is this?" he asked. "I am asking for a commitment, Professor Jiang. May I have the honor of being your boyfriend?" "Of course," Jiang replied, taking the other ring and placing it on Song Guiji's finger. He then enveloped him in a warm embrace, sincerely declaring, "It is my privilege." Applause erupted, seemingly initiated by an unknown source, and the cheers left Jiang feeling somewhat flustered. He lowered his head slightly, though the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone shattered their intimate moment. Jiang answered the call, and the stern voice of their dean resonated from the other end. Due to the tumultuous online discourse, Jiang had received considerable criticism, necessitating a suspension for investigation. Yet, at that moment, he felt no fear. The ring gifted by Song Guiji adorned his finger, and he was not to be trifled with. He was the most legitimate of them all. Song Guiji seized the phone, addressing the dean directly. "Hello, Dean. This is Song Guiji." "Yes, the president of the Song Group. Jiang Qinian and I are in a serious relationship, and I will address the online issues. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. I understand our department is in need of a batch of laboratory instruments. I would like to donate to the school as a means of atonement for my mistakes. It is we who have caused you trouble. However, we suspect that malicious defamation is at play and will pursue legal action against the perpetrator. I kindly ask for your understanding and discretion in this matter." After hanging up, Song Guiji raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that sought commendation. Jiang Qinian smiled warmly. "Thank you. You are truly remarkable." Before a conclusion could be reached, Jiang Qinian remained on leave at home. This served as a form of protection for him, sparing him from the harsh whispers of gossip. He harbored no objections to this arrangement, and naturally, Song Guizhi felt the same. Song Guizhi increased his assistant's salary several-fold, subsequently transferring his workload onto the assistant while he languished at home with Jiang Qinian. After enjoying the meals prepared by Jiang Qinian, he leisurely indulged in the company of Jiang Qinian, sleeping soundly for hours on end. During their leisure time, they occasionally watched a few films, living quite a carefree life. Both Song Guizhi and Jiang Qinian, diligent in their professions, found themselves reluctant to return to work. However, the legal department of the Song Group acted swiftly. Teacher Zhang was soon apprehended and fined for slander and defamation. Though the detention was brief, it left a significant stain on his life. Advancing in his career would prove to be a challenge. Meanwhile, Song Guizhi and Jiang Qinian jointly posted online, expressing their intent to engage in a serious romantic relationship, which was met with an outpouring of blessings. Jiang Qinian resumed his teaching duties, working diligently on a new project while liberally spending Song Guizhi's money. His students whispered among themselves whenever they saw him, enamored by his charm. Gradually, he learned to maintain a composed demeanor, remaining unfazed by their admiration. With his wife absent, Song Guizhi felt the pangs of loneliness and was compelled to return to the office. His assistant, who was enjoying a lucrative salary, mused, "Why is he back? Did he have another quarrel with the boss's wife? When will they reconcile?" The days passed tranquilly until one fateful day when Jiang Qinian appeared flustered, announcing that his gambling father had returned and was causing chaos with his mother. "I must go back," he said. Chapter 16. I cannot hide behind you forever this time. Jiang Qinian truly lost his usual composure and dignity. His father was a shadow that loomed over him throughout his life. In the dead of night, he often fantasized about ending his father's life. As a child, he would witness his drunken father lash out at his mother. Whenever he attempted to intervene, he too would suffer the blows. His father was less a kinship of blood and more an adversary, striking with merciless ferocity. To shield him, his mother would lock him in their room, preventing him from escaping. He could only cower in a corner, trembling, listening to the curses, cries, and the sound of objects being shattered outside, terrified to the point of sleeplessness. It was only when his father had exhausted his rage that his mother would unlock the door, holding him close, her body marked with visible scars. She would hum lullabies to soothe him, assuring him that once asleep, he would no longer fear. Occasionally, when the commotion grew too loud, neighbors would intervene or call the authorities, but each time his father would dismiss them, only to escalate his violence further. Over time, no one dared to intervene. Thus, Jiang Qinian harbored a deep-seated hatred for his father from a young age. He urged his mother to divorce him, but his father merely scoffed, threatening, "If you dare leave, I will wreak havoc at your family's home and kill you all." His mother, unable to confront this madman, could only acquiesce. As time passed, Jiang Qinian matured and found the courage to resist. Despite his inability to overpower his father, he fought back with fervor, striking Jiang Fu's head with a brick until it bled profusely. This marked the first instance in which Jiang Fu acknowledged him, realizing that Jiang Qinian was not merely a lamb to be slaughtered. Even though Jiang Qinian emerged from the confrontation more severely injured, Jiang Fu developed a sense of trepidation towards him, resorting only to verbal abuse when intoxicated, refraining from physical violence thereafter. It was hoped that life could continue in this precarious manner, yet Jiang Fu succumbed once more to the vice of gambling. He bet during the day and night, losing even his clothing, returning home in disgrace without a hint of remorse, convinced that fortune would favor him in the next round. When he could not obtain money from Jiang Mu, he resorted to borrowing from others, perpetuating a vicious cycle of loss. Ultimately, this cycle culminated in his disappearance, leaving behind a trail of unpaid debts. The creditors harassed both him and his mother, employing threats and temptations that ensnared his grandparents, disrupting the family's peace. Even his job suffered. The director offered assistance on several occasions, yet Jiang Qinian felt reluctant to impose further. Had it not been for the intervention of Song Guizhi, he could scarcely fathom what fate awaited him. The news of Jiang Fu's return shattered the tranquility of their current existence, sending Jiang Qinian into a state of panic, his limbs trembling and his thoughts racing with a desire for mutual destruction. Why did his father always appear just as he believed a better life was within reach? He reminded himself that his current reality was nothing more than an ephemeral illusion, a fragile dream susceptible to shattering. He even contemplated whether, should Jiang Fu perish, peace would finally be restored. If a life could be exchanged for a life, would he truly suffer a loss? Song Guizhi perceptively sensed Jiang Qinyan's distress. Unable to locate him immediately, he resorted to soothing words over the phone. "Qinyan, where are you? May I come to find you?" Silence ensued, a prolonged silence that heightened his unease. He abruptly dashed out, heading toward the residence where Jiang Mu lived. Meanwhile, his assistant, abandoned once again, lamented, "Why do you run off so quickly? Will my salary double this time?" As he drove, Song Guizhi implored, "Qinyan, please calm down." He could hear his heart pounding furiously, gripping the steering wheel tightly to maintain control. After what felt like an eternity, he finally received a response from Jiang Qinyan. "All right." A portion of the tension in Song Guizhi's heart eased, yet he dared not reduce his speed. Ultimately, he successfully intercepted Jiang Qinyan, who was riding a bicycle, tousled hair whipping in the wind. Unaccustomed to driving, and with his home in close proximity to the school, Jiang Qinyan's sole mode of transport was this electric bicycle, which struck Song Guizhi as somewhat humorous. However, there was no room for laughter. He feared that Jiang Qinyan, consumed by anger, might act irrationally, rendering all his efforts in vain. On the back seat sat two burly bodyguards he had specifically selected from his company, clearly capable of handling any situation, resolutely determined to ensure Jiang Qinyan's safety. He tenderly kissed the corner of Jiang Qinyan's lips, reassuring him, "Do not fear. I am here." Jiang Qinyan beheld Song Guizhi and settled his thoughts. He reminded himself that he was not alone. He had Song Guizhi by his side. Therefore, he must not act recklessly, for they had much yet to accomplish together. He could not allow the actions of a scoundrel to ensnare him as well. When he lifted his gaze again, clarity filled his eyes. "No need," he declared. "This time, I wish to resolve it myself. I cannot, and will not, remain hidden behind you forever." "Very well," Song Guizhi replied, understanding Jiang Qinyan's sentiments. Given Jiang Qinyan's pride, he would never be content to merely rely on another. Likewise, Song Guizhi should have faith in him. Jiang Qinyan had never been a sheltered rose. Jiang's father had somehow acquired the address where Jiang's mother resided. From a distance, he gazed greedily at the bright and spacious house. Moreover, with the recent commotion surrounding Song Guizhi and Jiang Qinyan online, he was aware that his son had attached himself to a wealthy patron, thinking he could profit from it, and thus returned. The door to Jiang's mother's residence was firmly shut, and Jiang's father was barred entry by the security guard, who remained vigilant against his foul-mouthed tirade. Grasping a bottle of liquor, he hurled it violently to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces, shouting, "I am your father. Let me in at once." As Jiang Qinyan and the others exited their vehicle, they were met with the nauseating stench of cheap alcohol mixed with smoke, almost causing them to retch. The security guard, steadfast in his duties, refused to open the gate, inciting Jiang's father's impotent rage. In that moment, Jiang Qinyan felt immense relief for heeding Song Guizhi's advice not to have his mother remain at the old residence. Otherwise, she might have already been harmed by this madman. Upon spotting Song Guizhi, Jiang's father resembled a starving wolf, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Ah, you must be my son-in-law. I am Jiang Qinyan's father," he declared, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. "By tradition, you ought to show me some respect. Get lost." This time, Jiang Qinyan positioned himself protectively in front of Song Guizhi, confronting the shadows of his childhood. Yet, with Song Guizhi's presence behind him, the fear seemed less daunting. He scrutinized his biological father, who appeared aged and frail, the smoke and alcohol having ravaged him. His once imposing stature had diminished. Jiang Qinyan felt entirely capable of overcoming him. Unaware of this shift, Jiang's father presumed Jiang Qinyan would still be easily toppled by a mere push, threatening to strike, only to find his wrist tightly grasped, rendering him immobile. The two bodyguards that Song Guizhi had brought stood like towering mountains beside them, Retreating a step, Jiang's father began to feel fear, attempting to feign vulnerability by lamenting the hardships of the years. I am your biological father. They pursue me for debts, threatening to sever my fingers. I had no choice but to hide, not wanting to implicate you and your mother. If you give me 300,000, no, just 200,000 will suffice. I will leave immediately. Jiang Qinian regarded him coldly, his dark eyes devoid of warmth. Greed knows no bounds. If this matter were not resolved thoroughly, he would be tethered to his father for a lifetime. So it seems, you two have faced difficulties. Jiang Qinian nodded, seemingly convinced by his father's deceptive words. Jiang's father immediately brightened, exclaiming, as long as you understand, everything is as it should be. Quickly, hand over the money. Jiang Qinian replied, you owe high-interest loans from years ago, and I have yet to repay the exorbitant profits. Since you have returned, I shall summon them to demand the money from you. Upon hearing the mention of money, Jiang's father became agitated and hurriedly waved his hands. No, don't bring them here. Unbeknownst to him, those individuals had already been detained, and he was well aware of their ruthless methods. If they were truly summoned, his very life would hang in the balance. Then why don't you hurry along? Jiang Qinian threatened. If I see you again, I will promptly call them to come here. All right. Jiang's father shot him a glare. You've grown wings, and I can no longer control you. Just wait. I refuse to believe I cannot deal with you. Remember this. Song Guizhi firmly grasped his arm. Divorce my mother, or you will face dire consequences. Jiang's father turned to leave. Divorce? Impossible. She will never escape my grasp. However, he was blocked by Song Guizhi, who whispered, Did you see those two strong men? I have plenty more where they came from. If you continue to harass Jiang Qinian, I can resolve you without him lifting a finger. Gathering for illegal gambling can also lead to incarceration, so be careful. I can have people watch you every day. Be wise and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain the divorce certificate. Song Guizhi exuded an air of authority reminiscent of negotiations at the table. Jiang's father was taken aback by the pressure emanating from Song Guizhi, shuddering at the sight of the two burly men, and he hurriedly scrambled away. Once it was assured that Jiang's father had indeed departed, Jiang Qinian's legs weakened, and he stumbled into Song Guizhi's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Song Guizhi gently patted his back, soothing him, do not cry. Countless tender kisses fell upon Jiang Qinian's head and forehead, gradually calming his heart. It's over, Jiang Qinian's voice trembled. I have finally, completely escaped him. After Jiang Qinian had cried enough, Song Guizhi used a tissue to dry his tears and gently rubbed his cheeks. Leaning against Song Guizhi, Jiang Qinian suddenly inquired, Would you like to meet my mother? In the next moment, the tissue in Song Guizhi's hand fell to the ground with a soft thud. This is family introduction. You know, is it really happening so suddenly? Chapter 17. Would you accompany me to enjoy the beauty of the world? Jiang Qinian entered, finding his mother staring blankly at his father's disheveled, retreating figure. She had overheard enough of their earlier conversation and closed her eyes, feeling as though the nightmare that had plagued her for years was finally coming to an end. Jiang Qinian took his mother's hand and sat beside her, saying, Mom, do not worry. He will not return. Please divorce him. If not, we can take legal action, and from now on, we shall have nothing to do with that scoundrel. Exactly, Song Guizhi exclaimed passionately. We will pursue legal proceedings. He cannot escape this time. Coincidentally, the company's legal department was currently unoccupied. In reality, they had already fought several legal battles, and the legal representatives who had sent the loan sharks and teacher Zhang to detention were perplexed. Who told you we are idle? Zhang's mother's attention was drawn to Song Guizhi, and she smiled. You must be Xiao Song, right? Song Guizhi wore a polite smile on his face, his hands nervously fidgeting behind his back. Although the house belonged to him, it was Jiang Qinian who accompanied Zhang's mother when she moved in. This marked the first time in both his lives that he had encountered Zhang's mother. Would she truly accept her son bringing home a boyfriend? Zhang's mother scrutinized him, appearing quite content. She understood that without Song Guizhi, matters would not have been resolved so effortlessly, and she would not be residing in such a splendid house. Initially, she had feared that Jiang Qinian might be at a disadvantage, forced to act as Song Guizhi's clandestine lover. However, a glance at the wedding ring on Jiang Qinian's finger which was undoubtedly expensive, dispelled that worry. Who presents a wedding ring to a casual lover while simultaneously meeting the parents? Hence, she thoughtfully patted Song Guiji's hand, saying, "My dear Song, with a father like Qin Yin's, who has been shy and reticent since childhood, I can see that he truly cares for you." Jiang Qinyan began to feel uneasy. He stood up and said, I'll get you both some water." Zhang's mother continued, "If he ever does anything wrong, be more forgiving. I will be the one to scold him." "That won't be necessary," Song Guiji replied. "Qinyan is never in the wrong. If we ever have a disagreement, it must be my fault." While pouring water, Jiang Qinyan's hand trembled, spilling half of it. Feeling restless being alone with Zhang's mother, Song Guiji hurried over to assist, saying, "Let me handle this." He effortlessly took the kettle from Jiang Qinyan's hands, and Jiang Qinyan readily accepted his help. Zhang's mother smiled, "Perhaps this is what love truly looks like." The first meeting with the parents passed without incident, and Song Guiji received Zhang's mother's highest praise as he took Jiang Qinyan home. Jiang Qinyan informed him that his research was beginning to yield results and that testing would commence soon. Once successful, the project could be launched into the market, allowing Song Guiji to recoup his initial investment and potentially earn a substantial profit. Jiang Qinyan's eyes sparkled with aspirations for the future. Song Guiji shared in that anticipation. He knew that if Jiang Qinyan devoted himself wholeheartedly to his research, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. "You little money grubber," Song Guiji murmured. "Should I thank Professor Jiang for helping me make so much money?" "Of course," Jiang Qinyan replied, tilting his head with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You should express your gratitude properly." "As you command," Song Guiji, entranced, pressed his lips against Jiang Qinyan's, showering him with lingering kisses that nearly left Jiang Qinyan breathless. Seizing the moment when Jiang Qinyan needed to catch his breath, Song Guiji remarked, "Tonight, I shall attend to Professor Jiang with utmost care. That won't be necessary." Jiang Qinyan responded. Meanwhile, Song Guiji's overseas journey could no longer be postponed. Initially, he had intended to study abroad soon after his rebirth, but he prioritized his partner and delayed his departure. While education was not an absolute necessity, expanding his business internationally was imperative. Even if he only spent a year abroad, he felt it essential to make the trip himself, leaving the remaining tasks to his assistant. "I think I just heard that my salary is about to increase again," his assistant quipped. Thus, immersed in contemplation, Song Guiji pondered how he might entice Jiang Qinyan to venture abroad as well. When he shared his thoughts with Jiang Qinyan, the latter appeared utterly perplexed. "Didn't you say you were preparing for graduate school? I am still here, waiting for you to be my student. Your research topic has already been arranged. The examination is at the end of December, and you have but a few days left to review. Have you managed to study everything? By the way, did you register back in October?" Song Guiji, reluctant to respond, merely smiled like a mischievous puppy. He endeavored to divert the conversation, saying, "Look, the moon tonight is so round." Jiang Qinyan, unimpressed, retorted, "It's daytime. What you're seeing is the sun. I can tell you are not being sincere." However, Jiang Qinyan did not press the matter further and instead shared good news. "I, too, am going abroad. The academy has a quota for overseas study, and I will be going to the same place as you for a year." "That is splendid," Song Guiji exclaimed, gazing out at the azure sky, contemplating the long journey ahead of them. "The world is vast, and they must explore it together." He inquired, "Would you do me the honor of sharing the beauty of the world with me?" Jiang Qinyan replied, "It would be my privilege." For those who may not see the previous conversation, I shall reiterate the synopsis of the next volume. Su Xianen is a malevolent demon lord, notorious for his misdeeds. He murdered the leader of the martial arts world, establishing an irreconcilable enmity with the righteous faction. Subsequently, the leader's son, Li Wentao, rallied the righteous to seek vengeance against him. Ultimately, he fell to Li Wentao's shadow guard and perished, his soul lingering beside that shadow guard. Witnessing Li Wentao mercilessly torment him to death, Su Xianen was incensed. What was the meaning of this? To be defeated and then punished? Was he such a pitiful demon lord? Upon regaining consciousness, he swiftly claimed that shadow guard for himself. He vowed to avenge his past life's grievances. Chapter 18 Epilogue. when Song Guiji suddenly returned to the moment just after the breakup in his past life, when Song Guiji opened his eyes once more. He found himself enveloped in darkness. Perplexed, he sat on the bed, feeling utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had he lost his sight? He distinctly remembered lying on the beach with Jiang Qinian, eyes closed, basking in the sun. How could it all suddenly be shrouded in darkness? And most importantly, where was Jiang Qinian, his beloved spouse, who was gentle, considerate, and even cooked for him, was nowhere to be found? Had she abandoned him? Shaking his head, Song Guiji refused to entertain such thoughts. He reached for his phone to call Jiang Qinian, only to discover that the screen displayed the default system image rather than a picture of Jiang Qinian. What did this mean? Had his wife vanished? Trembling, he cautiously opened his contacts, relieved to find Jiang Qinian's name still present. He patted his chest, murmuring to himself, thank goodness, my wife hasn't disappeared. Yet, he noticed he had changed the contact's designation from something affectionate like dear or my beloved wife to this starkly simple Jiang Qinian. Emotionless. What on earth was happening? He called Jiang Qinian, and the dial tone echoed for an eternity, long enough for Song Guiji to believe that Jiang Qinian would not answer. Finally, a familiar voice came through, laden with exhaustion, hoarse and choked, yet distinctly formal. Song, is there something you wish to discuss? In that moment, Song Guiji realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly glanced at the calendar, stunned as if struck by lightning. It was worse than that. He might as well have been struck by a bolt. He pondered that, according to the date, he had seemingly returned to a previous life. Just days after parting ways with Jiang Qinian. The good news, his wife had been found. The bad news, she had just left him. Why could he not have traveled back a few days further? He felt an urge to slap the earlier version of himself into oblivion. On the other end, Jiang Qinian was perplexed. Why was Song Guiji contacting him after just breaking up? Was there a hint of regret? It seemed implausible. He was well aware that Song Guiji had given him more than enough. He had even asked for 5 million. Surely, in Song Guiji's eyes, he must appear as a greedy scoundrel, undeserving of any defense. Yet, even if given the chance, what could he possibly say? That the 5 million was for his mother's treatment? Wasn't that just another way of asking Song Guiji for money? What difference did it make? Jiang Qinian, whose heart had turned to ashes, held no hope and merely wished to procure funds. He inquired once more, Song, did you dial the wrong number? I have matters to attend to. I must hang up. Suddenly, Song Guiji regained his senses. He recalled, as his assistant had mentioned earlier, that today marked the anniversary of Jiang Qinian's tragic accident. He had to prevent Jiang Qinian from meeting his fate. He could not bear the thought of him becoming a cold, unyielding gravestone, not in any lifetime. I did not dial incorrectly, Song Guiji declared. Where are you? I will come to find you. Jiang Qinian was even more bewildered. What madness had possessed Song Guiji today? He glanced at the ring tightly clutched in his palm, initially intended for sale. He was reluctant to part with it, for it was the last remnant left by Song Guiji. The indents left on his palm by the ring's pressure made him divulge his address. What if Song Guiji wished to reconcile, even if the likelihood was minuscule? Alternatively, perhaps Song Guiji intended to humiliate him for being such a greedy ingrate, but at least he would have the chance to see him once more. All right, Song Guiji said, striving to steady his tone. Stay where you are, do not move. Keep away from the road, steer clear of all vehicles. As he spoke, he hurriedly changed his clothes. Outside, the rain poured relentlessly. When Song Guiji finally located Jiang Qinian, he found him crouched on the ground, huddled beside the bus stop, without even an umbrella, allowing the rain to drench him. An aura of desolate solitude enveloped him. From behind, he appeared considerably more emaciated than in the later years. It seemed as if he were on the verge of slipping away from him. That could not be allowed to happen. As Song Guiji alighted from the car, he swiftly approached without uttering a word of triviality, directly lifting Jiang Qinian into his arms. Both drenched by the relentless rain, they hurriedly sought refuge inside the vehicle. Upon prying open Jiang Qinian's tightly clenched fist, he discovered a ring nestled within. A wave of emotion surged within him, almost bringing him to tears. Jiang Qinian, feeling exposed, recoiled as if his most sordid thoughts had been laid bare. He was desperate to conceal his affection for Song Guizhi. However, Song Guizhi firmly grasped his wrist. With despair, Jiang Qinian shut his eyes, pondering how Song Guizhi would perceive him. A greedy soul yearning for both wealth and love? Suppressing the bittersweet ache in his heart, Song Guizhi gently placed the ring back onto Jiang Qinian's hand, remarking that he had never seen him wear such a thing before, believing him to have no fondness for it. Now, I have personally adorned your finger. Am I worthy? Jiang Qinian lowered his gaze, concealing the mockery in his eyes. Rings were not meant for lovers, and besides, they were typically paired. Without a matching one, what significance did it hold for him? Please, Mr. Song, cease jesting at my expense. Jiang Qinian laid bare his feelings, stating, as you can see, I am fond of you. Therefore, I implore you to maintain your distance. Spare me a shred of dignity. Song Guizhi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Indeed, who would indulge in the frivolity of purchasing a ring for a kept lover? His heart had long been ensnared. I shall have one made in this style, he declared, tenderly wiping away Jiang Qinian's tears, softening his tone at that time. Will you personally place it on my finger? Jiang Qinian, bewildered, raised his eyes. Mr. Song, what exactly do you mean? He found himself increasingly perplexed by Song Guizhi. The latter was momentarily at a loss for words, grappling with how to express his profound love for Jiang Qinian, a love that rendered him unable to let go. Yet, could Jiang Qinian be persuaded of this? His intellect was not so easily deceived. The formidable Song Guizhi, usually eloquent in the business realm, could only murmur ambiguously, "Let us discuss this at home." Upon returning home, before Jiang Qinian could pose further inquiries, Song Guizhi promptly ushered him into the bathroom, insisting he take a shower to avoid catching a cold. Jiang Qinian instinctively expressed concern for him, suggesting, "You too have been caught in the rain. Perhaps you should wash first." Yet, he was interrupted by Song Guizhi's enthusiastic response, "Very well, let us bathe together." Jiang Qinian pondered if that was truly the implication. He dismissed the thought, lacking the energy to contest with Song Guizhi. Perhaps overwhelmed by the recent turn of events, he found himself submerged in the warm embrace of the bathwater, his demeanor appearing somewhat dazed. Song Guizhi, never having witnessed such an expression from Jiang Qinian, playfully pinched his cheek. Ah, so soft and supple. A faint blush marked Jiang Qinian's face in response. Jiang Qinian thought, while Song Guizhi whimpered, "QEQ." Song Guizhi rubbed his fingers together, yearning to pinch again, though he hesitated. Though they had claimed to be bathing together, it was primarily Song Guizhi who watched Jiang Qinian soak, periodically checking the water temperature and adding warmth when it grew cool. Jiang Qinian felt a twinge of discomfort under the intense scrutiny. Then, Song Guizhi lifted him from the water, dried him off, dressed him in soft pajamas, wrapped him in a warm blanket, and carried him to the master bedroom, skillfully drying his hair. Everything felt as if they had never parted ways. To be precise, Song Guizhi was far more tender than before, truly giving him the illusion that he was not merely a kept lover, but rather the legitimate wife of Song Guizhi. Jiang Qinian felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, dispelling the chill brought on by the rain, lulling him into a drowsy state. He was utterly exhausted. The emotional desolation following their breakup, compounded by the need to earn money for his mother's illness, weighed heavily upon him, leaving him breathless. He lacked the energy to ponder whether Song Guizhi had lost his senses today and did not wish to question whether this was merely a beautiful dream before death. He allowed himself to lean further into Song Guizhi's embrace and fell into a deep slumber. Song Guizhi quietly turned off the hairdryer. Just as he intended to rise and return the hairdryer to its place, he felt someone tugging at him. Looking down, he saw Jiang Qinian grasping the hem of his shirt. Song Guizhi simply tossed aside the hairdryer, rolled up the blanket, and cuddled with his beloved, drifting off to sleep. After all, he was not going to let himself leave. Chapter 19 Extra. When Song Guizhi suddenly returned to the moment, just after their breakup the following day. When Jiang Qinian awoke, he felt languid and unable to rise. His head throbbed, and he was burning with fever. It dawned on him that he was indeed unwell. Where was he? The surroundings seemed familiar. Ah, it was Song Guizhi's home. More accurately, it was Song Guizhi's master bedroom. Except for the rare occasions when he would stay over after being intimate with Song Guizhi, when his waist ached unbearably, he usually resided in the guest room. He had never mentioned moving in, nor had Song Guizhi ever suggested keeping him there. So why was he here now? Was last night merely a dream? In a daze, a hand appeared before him, holding 4 green pills. He looked up to see Song Guizhi gazing at him, his eyes brimming with unabashed affection, mildly reproaching him. You drenched yourself in the rain last night. It's no surprise you're burning up. A hot bath could not prevent this. Consider it a lesson learned. Let's see if you dare to be so reckless again. Jiang Qinian shivered at the unexpected tone Song Guizhi had adopted. There was a hint of complaint, but more so, a sense of tenderness and indulgence. The staunch materialist he had always been began to question whether Song Guizhi had been possessed. Just as he attempted to utter a word, his throat ached intensely, forcing him to swallow the unspoken words. What do you mean? He thought. Song Guizhi replied tersely. Take your medicine and drink all the water. Not a drop should be left. With that, he sat beside him, watching intently as he swallowed the pills. Jiang Qinian mused that the developments were becoming increasingly bizarre. Once he obediently took the medicine, Song Guizhi checked his forehead once more, finding it much improved since the night before. Rest assured, I have already covered your mother's medical expenses. She is currently in the best hospital, and the doctors say her condition is stable. Jiang Qinian finally set his troubled heart at ease, yet he pondered what exactly Song Guizhi was after. Why had there been such a sudden transformation in his demeanor? Before he could voice his inquiry, Song Guizhi interrupted him. Having been tempered by the trials of the past, Song Guizhi had become adept at eliciting sympathy from his wife. He stifled a yawn and rubbed his shoulders, exclaiming, "Oh, I feel so weary. Last night, you were like a furnace, always demanding water. I spent the entire night by your side, attending to your needs, and got no sleep at all." Jiang Qinian recalled feeling parched the previous day. But each time he craved water, a cup of perfectly warmed liquid was presented to him. Thus, he refrained from asking further questions. Instead, he replied, "Why not take a moment to rest?" "All right." Song Guizhi seized the opportunity, reclining on the bed and drawing Jiang Qinian into his embrace. Jiang Qinian shifted uncomfortably, expressing, "I'm afraid of catching whatever you have. That's not possible. This isn't a viral infection, so it can't be transmitted," Song Guizhi reassured him, wrapping him in a blanket like a cozy caterpillar and coaxing, "Now sleep." The illness made Jiang Qinian feel drowsy, and with Song Guizhi holding him close, he quickly succumbed to slumber. Thus, the days passed in a hazy blur, where he awoke only to eat. Even after regaining his health, he found no opportunity to voice the myriad questions swirling in his mind. To alleviate his worries, Song Guizhi took him to the hospital to visit his mother. Zhang's mother had been discharged from the ICU and appeared to be in good spirits. Upon leaving the hospital, Song Guizhi produced a contract and requested his signature. The document bore Song Guizhi's flamboyant handwriting, already filled with his name. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qinian signed it. Surprised, Song Guizhi asked, "You didn't even glance at it before signing?" Jiang Qinian shook his head, replying, "There's no need to look. You have shown me immense kindness. I would willingly sign anything you present." He thought to himself that there was nothing remarkable about it, likely akin to the sponsorship agreement they had signed initially. However, Song Guizhi persisted, "Come now, take a look." Eventually, Jiang Qinian capitulated. He was uncertain of what had caused Song Guizhi to become so endearing, compelling him to relent. Yet, as he quickly skimmed the contract, his pupils constricted. What on earth is this? The document explicitly stated, in clear black and white, that it was a stock transfer agreement. Song Guizhi was transferring 51% of the shares of the Song Group to him. This implied that he could entirely control the Song Group. And should he choose to sell, Song Guizhi would be left with no recourse. "This is your gift," Song Guizhi waved dismissively, stating, "Consider my apology for the breakup proposal the other day." "No way," Jiang Qinian protested hastily. "Who offers a company as an apology? This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Once you've signed, it carries legal weight." Song Guizhi adopted a serious tone. "What? Are you having second thoughts? It's too late now." Song Guizhi treated the transfer of company ownership as if it were mere cabbage, displaying no concern. Now, the company belongs to you, Boss Jiang. I am merely your employee now. From this day forward, you shall be the one providing for me. In this instance, Jiang Qinian is unlike his future self. He has endured an abundance of suffering, rendering him self-deprecating and sensitive. This is the only method he could conceive. Song Guizhi firmly believes that where money resides, so too does affection. Thus, why not bestow all his wealth upon him? As for whether Jiang Qinian might turn against him, Song Guizhi, self-aware of his romantic inclinations, rationalizes that such a betrayal would be deserved. Jiang Qinian, holding this proverbial hot potato, is at a loss, thinking, but I am not adept at managing a company. That is of no concern. Song Guizhi reassures him, I shall oversee the company while you pursue your research. Furthermore, should you wish to handle finances, there is no need to inform me. Feel free to spend as you wish. He grasped Jiang Qinian's hand and asked, Can you now trust in my sincerity? Jiang Qinian hesitantly nodded. Song Guizhi must be out of his mind. Perhaps when he regains his senses, he can repay him. He awaited this moment until his research project achieved success and entered the market. Jiang's father, having been coerced by threats and temptations, arranged a divorce with Jiang's mother. Meanwhile, he accompanied Song Guizhi on leisurely strolls, retaining a 51% stake in the company untouched, until they found themselves once more upon that beach. Song Guizhi tenderly kissed the corner of his mouth and said, Qinian, allow me to share a story. Chapter 1. In this lifetime, no regrets. Su Xianan stood at the precipice of a cliff, his attire tattered and his body marred with wounds still oozing blood. The crimson trail snaked from the mountainside to the cliff's edge. He could no longer discern whether the blood was his own or that of the righteous individuals who had besieged him. Coughing, his internal energy in disarray, he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. Kneeling on one knee, he drove his sword into the ground, using it as support to prevent himself from collapsing. The righteous assailants observed coldly, led by none other than Li Wentao, the son of the former martial arts alliance leader, Li Rue. Li Wentao's eyes burned crimson, his countenance twisted in fury, appearing even more terrifying than Su Xianan, the demon lord himself. He laughed maniacally, proclaiming, Father, I have avenged you. Su Xianan, this demon, shall perish at my hands. Cold sweat had long since drenched Su Xianan's body, yet he maintained his composure, a faint, almost mocking smile playing on his lips. He was regarded as a malevolent entity, a figure of universal condemnation. Not only had he slain the former martial arts alliance leader, but he had also annihilated numerous self-proclaimed champions of justice overnight. Moreover, most of those he had dispatched were esteemed elders, inciting a deep-seated animosity from various sects. Such blatant provocation rendered him the target of collective ire. They all desired his life, yet none possessed the capability to claim it. The demon's sect was fortified, his subordinates skilled and fiercely loyal. Had they not banded together, overwhelming him with numbers, how could he have faced defeat? Su Xianan stood tall, even while kneeling, exuding an aura that seemed to overshadow them, embodying a sense of disdain for all. Indeed, he looked down upon them all. So what? The haughty demeanor of Su Xianan ignited the fury of Li Wentao, who bellowed, You are already a condemned man. Why do you not repent? Li Wentao could not fathom why Su Xianan retained his arrogance. Then come at me. Su Xianan replied nonchalantly, Let me see who dares to take my life. But do not all come at once. It would be disgraceful for your righteous sect to appear so feeble. After all, you rely on sheer numbers to prevail. With such words, it was evident they could not rush them all at once. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, none could guarantee Su Xianan lacked a hidden advantage, and they were all too wary of death. Thus, the group collectively stepped back, lowering their heads, unwilling to take the spotlight. Li Wentao, Su Xianan began to name names. Do you not wish to inherit your father's title as the leader of the martial world? Come, kill me, and you shall earn that right. Li Wentao signaled, and suddenly, a figure emerged from behind him, clad in tight black attire and masked, rendering his features unrecognizable. Li Wentao declared, Why wield a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? I need not dirty my hands. Let my shadow guard handle it. Shadow 7, go and kill him. Once again, it was Shadow 7. Su Xianin furrowed his brow. This individual was Li Wentao's shadow guard, always appearing and disappearing mysteriously. It was he who had inflicted such injuries upon Su Xianin. Believing himself to be the unrivaled master of martial arts, he had eluded the righteous sect for years, yet he ultimately fell to Shadow 7. Even if they outnumbered him, without Shadow 7 clearing the way, they would not have succeeded so easily. What manner of being is Shadow 7? Su Xianin had no time to ponder further, as Shadow 7 received the command and leapt forward to engage him. What a pity! Su Xianin cast a glance at the precipice behind him. He would not allow himself to perish at the hands of any of them. He had thought that by provoking Li Wentao, he could lure him into a duel, and then he could conveniently drag him over the cliff, taking him down as well. To his dismay, Li Wentao was too cowardly even to approach. As for this shadow guard, he bore no grudge against Su Xianin. He was merely loyal to Li Wentao, and there was no need for them to die together. Seizing an opportunity, Su Xianin feigned a flaw, diverting Shadow 7's attention, and leapt off the cliff. Alas, he could not take Li Wentao with him to the depths of hell. What a shame that such a remarkable shadow guard belonged to Li Wentao. If only he could have been by Su Xianin's side. But alas, in his final moments, there was no room for such what-ifs. As he plummeted, Su Xianin listened to the howling wind rushing past, closing his eyes in boredom, beginning to reflect on his life. Memories flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Before he became the demon sovereign, he had a happy home. His father toiled in the fields, while his mother sewed and mended at home. Their lives were peaceful yet warm, until the year he turned 7, when a group of intruders stormed in, binding his parents and demanding the martial arts scriptures. Parents are merely ordinary individuals, having never encountered any martial arts manuals. Upon their denial, the search commenced within their home. After an exhaustive search, nothing was found. The innocent are often punished for possessing something of value. Despite enduring severe torture, the parents remained silent regarding the whereabouts of the coveted manuals, not out of reluctance to speak, but rather from sheer ignorance. Their captors, in their disbelief and rage, set fire to Su Xianin's home, proclaiming that if they could not possess it, neither should anyone else. Fortunately, Su Xianin was away, narrowly escaping disaster. Upon his return, he stumbled upon the horrific scene of his parents being subjected to inhumane interrogation. He clamped his hand over his mouth, committing their faces to memory before quietly departing. Though young, he understood that confronting them directly would lead to his family's annihilation. Later, he would come to realize that the martial arts manual was not hidden away in some corner of his home, but rather resided within his own mind. He recalled a day when his father brought home a book, tossing it to him for his amusement, with a good memory and little else for entertainment. He memorized its contents in 3 days, despite not fully grasping the text. Eventually, the book was torn and used to prop up a wobbly table, its pages rendered unrecognizable and ultimately discarded into the fire. It was not until many years later that Su Xianin recognized it as the martial arts manual, and he began to practice according to the memories etched in his mind. By the age of 18, he had mastered the art, biding his time while vowing to uncover the identity of the murderers of his parents. To his dismay, he discovered that they were all members of the so-called righteous sects, many of whom were elders and leaders of various martial arts schools, with the orchestrator being the then Martial Arts Alliance leader, Li Rue. While presenting himself as a refined gentleman, he was, in truth, a beast in disguise. Consequently, Su Xianin swiftly established a cult to oppose them. The followers of this cult were, in fact, promising martial artists who, due to their impoverished backgrounds, were unable to offer the customary initiation gifts and were thus rejected by the established sections. Su Xianin welcomed them into his fold. Upon attaining the pinnacle of martial prowess, Su Xianin exacted revenge on those who had slain his parents, fulfilling his quest for vengeance. Yet, he remained perplexed about how the existence of the martial arts manual had leaked from his home and how they had discovered his family's residence. Nonetheless, he had avenged his grievances single-handedly, and such matters had become inconsequential. In this life, he felt no regret. His only sorrow lay with the cult's followers, whom he had initially intended to release, but they had resolutely chosen to fight alongside him until the very end. He distinctly heard the cracking of his bones as they broke. Warm blood flowed from his mouth and nose, filling his mouth with the metallic taste of iron. He sensed his life ebbing away. Eventually, he could even feel his heart cease its rhythmic beating. He had died. Chapter 2. Was he truly a wretched demon lord? He had died, yet not entirely. Su Xianen gazed upon his own lifeless body, feeling a profound disdain as he drifted away from it. Had he known that jumping off a cliff would lead to such an unsightly demise, he would have chosen a different manner of death. He believed that a person like himself, whose hands were stained with blood, would surely descend into the depths of the 18 layers of hell, condemned to eternal suffering. To his surprise, he found himself mistaken, as even hell rejected him, leaving him to drift aimlessly in the mortal realm. Moreover, there was not a soul to recover his body. His existence, indeed, felt like a failure. Yet, perhaps it was for the best that upon his decay, his remains would nourish the flowers, grasses, and trees, thus returning to the embrace of nature and fulfilling his final purpose in life. Having lived as a villain, it seemed only fitting that he might, in death, contribute something good. With his loved ones long departed and the disciples of the demonic sect perishing in the recent fierce siege, he pondered where his spirit might wander now. Before long, Su Xianen realized that his concerns were unwarranted, for he appeared to be tethered to Ying Qi, floating alongside him. Su Xianen lamented the dismal reality of being bound even in death, stuck next to his nemesis. To be crushed by him in life was one thing. To remain inseparable from him in death was quite another. Indeed, this was not the first time he had fallen to Ying Qi. Long ago, during his initial clash with Li Wentao, he recognized Ying Qi as his greatest adversary, perpetually thwarting his every move. Had it not been for Su Xianen's cunning in diverting Ying Qi's attention, he might never have succeeded in vanquishing Li Rue. Consequently, Su Xianen unilaterally deemed Ying Qi his mortal enemy, in a feud that would not cease until one of them perished, though now it appeared that death had not brought about any resolution. With a sense of ennui, he was reluctantly compelled to accompany Ying Qi to the Li residence, the dwelling of Li Wentao. Li Wentao, upon presenting 3 incense sticks before Li Rue's tablet, bowed several times, exultantly declaring, "Father, I have avenged you at last. The position of the Martial Arts Alliance leader shall be mine henceforth." Su Xianen scoffed. There was no trace of sorrow for his father in Li Wentao's eyes or tone, only an insatiable desire for power. Moreover, it was not he who had killed Li Rue. The man had met his end by his own hand, jumping to his demise. If one were to assign credit, it was his shadow guard who deserved the foremost recognition. How absurd that all accolades were heaped upon him, especially considering how terrified Li Wentao had been when he had openly challenged him. After the tribute to Li Rue, Li Wentao turned to face Ying Qi, who knelt on one knee. Su Xianen's interest piqued. Surely, the moment for rewards had arrived. He mused that Ying Qi, having accomplished such a significant feat, would undoubtedly receive great accolades. After all, the life of a demonic lord was still quite valuable, was it not? However, in the next instant, his fantasies were shattered. Li Wentao's gaze, sharp as poison, bore down on Ying Qi, sending a chill down Su Xianen's spine. Something was amiss. Levantó crucha, removing Ying Qi's mask. Su Xianen gasped. Ying Qi was astonishingly handsome, so strikingly beautiful that he, lacking in eloquence, found himself at a loss for words. In any case, he was more exquisite than anyone he had ever encountered. It is hard to fathom that he, with such a beautiful visage, would subject himself to such degradation. Li Wentao raised his hand and struck Ying Qi across the face. The left side of Ying Qi's face swiftly swelled. Yet he appeared impervious to pain, his expression devoid of emotion, acknowledging his subordinate's transgression. Su Xianen, perplexed, interjected, "Wait, what did you do wrong? I am unaware." Ying Qi's hair, disheveled from the blow, cascaded over his shoulders, partially obscuring his face, evoking an air of mystery akin to a maiden holding a lute half concealed. Su Xianen instinctively reached out to touch Ying Qi's long hair, only to find emptiness. How vexing! He had forgotten that he was now a lifeless being. Li Banto, seemingly deaf to Ying Qi's admission of fault, retaliated with another slap. A faint flush crept across Ying Qi's face. blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he maintained his placid demeanor, mechanically repeating, "My subordinate is at fault." Li Wentao's impotent rage boiled over. Why had he compelled Ing Chi to take his own life? He ought to have perished at Li Wentao's hands. Do you comprehend what they're saying outside? They claim that your efforts warrant your ascension to the position of the martial arts leader. You are but a lowly shadow guard. By what right do you presume this? Su Xianen, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, discerned that the he Li Wentao referred to was likely himself. No. Are you being reasonable? I chose to die of my own volition. What does that have to do with Ing Chi? You are acutely aware that your virtues do not match your station. Thus, relinquish it to Ing Chi post-haste. What is the point of this futile discourse? Li Wentao remained oblivious to Su Xianen's inner thoughts. Grasping Ing Chi by the throat, he left a telltale bruise upon his alabaster skin, a stark and shocking testament to his force. Su Xianen calculated the logic. Ing Chi had bested him, forcing him to leap into the abyss. Yet, instead of reward, Li Wentao chose to humiliate Ing Chi. To put it plainly, was this not an affront to his dignity? Was he some wretched demon lord? Even as Ing Chi found himself in such a degraded state, Li Wentao showed no mercy. Dragging Su Xianen towards the dim and damp torture chamber, Li Wentao led Ing Chi, whose tattered clothing barely concealed the myriad scars marring his exposed skin. Some wounds had yet to scab over, brutally torn anew. He must have endured unspeakable torment. Yet, Ing Chi resembled a corpse more than anything, motionless and unyielding. Su Xianen felt a sense of urgency. Were he in Ing Chi's position, he would have already pummeled Li Wentao until even his parents would fail to recognize him. Ing Chi's martial prowess exceeded his own. How could he endure such brutality? Upon seeing the array of instruments of torture lining the walls, Su Xianen held his breath. This was far more severe than his own methods. In the demonic sect, when a subordinate erred, he typically imposed a monetary penalty, with actual violence being a rare occurrence. Who, then, resembled the demon lord more closely, he or Li Wentao? Li Wentao flicked the whip in his hand, handing it to the torturer, commanding that every implement be tested upon Ing Chi's body, forbidding his death until the trials were complete. Did he truly believe that possessing formidable martial skills granted him the right to trample upon the head of his master? You shall forever remain my loyal companion. Ing Chi did not even lift his head, for punishment had long become a commonplace occurrence for him. Today, having stolen the master's limelight, he had anticipated this very outcome. To endure all manner of torment and then perish, for him, was a form of grace. Su Xianen trailed closely behind Ing Chi, unable to depart. He could hear the whip tearing through flesh and the searing iron branding the skin. Ing Chi, who had remained silent from the outset, ultimately succumbed to anguished cries, enduring for 3 long days and nights. He was no longer recognizable as human. As Ing Chi clung to his final breath, he seemed to catch sight of Su Xianen, his lips barely moving. Su Xianen discerned the shape of his words. "Why are you here?" Before he could respond, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. His last thought was a longing that if Ing Chi were his own, he would surely never allow such suffering to befall the exquisite beauty. Chapter 3. I desire the shadow guard beside you. When Su Xianen opened his eyes once more, he found himself gazing at golden curtains. Beneath him lay a soft bed, a stark contrast to the icy precipice. "Master, you are awake?" A knock at the door startled him as someone entered. It was Zhou Jing, who had been by his side during his previous life. Zhou Jing was the youngest in the demonic sect, and Su Xianen, concerned for his safety, refrained from assigning him perilous tasks, preferring to keep him close to attend to his daily needs. During the siege, Zhou Jing had steadfastly protected him, ultimately succumbing to blood loss at the last moment. What, did he descend to hell with me? And has he fashioned hell to resemble my abode within the demonic sect, fearing I might find it uncomfortable? How thoughtful! Unaware that he had been cast into hell by his own master, Zhou Jing approached, saying, "Master, you're scheduled to meet with the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance today. We must be on our way." Wait, how is there a leader of the Martial Arts Alliance in hell? He chuckled. Indeed, Li Wentao deserves to be here. Yet, this scene felt oddly familiar. Su Xianen hastily inquired, You say I have an appointment with the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? What is his name? The leader of the Martial Arts Alliance is Li Lirue, Zhou Jing stammered. Are you not feeling well? Perhaps we should reschedule. I'm fine, Su Xianan waved his hand, leaning back against the bed, lost in thought. This was not hell, yet it was far more difficult to accept than being in hell. Why had heaven granted him another chance? To once again be swept away by overwhelming hatred, perpetually retracing the well-trodden path of his previous life. To witness the disciples of the demonic sect perish one after another before him, ultimately leading to his own fall from the precipice. Now, the moment of his rebirth coincided perfectly with the first clash with Li Lirue, marking his initial confrontation with Ying Qi. To test Li Lirue's strength, he had intercepted 300 pounds of grain that Li Lirue had purchased, engaging in a fierce skirmish with Ying Qi, the outcome remaining undecided. Ultimately, he had managed to detain Ying Qi long enough for others to seize the grain and make their escape. Upon learning that the grain had been intercepted, Li Rue was consumed with fury, yet he dared not offend him lightly, hence he inquired whether a discussion could be arranged. He subsequently scheduled a meeting with Li Rue for today. Altering the outcome of a previous life is undoubtedly straightforward, provided he relinquishes his hatred and avoids inciting the wrath of the righteous. Given the strength of the demonic sect, it is unlikely that anyone would recklessly provoke them. The members of the sect could also be preserved. However, how could he bear to witness the murderer of his parents living freely in the world? Should he choose the lives of the brothers who had stood by him for so long, or seek vengeance for his parents? It was an agonizing decision. Oh heavens! Why must this be so difficult? Ying Qi. In his previous life, Li Wentao's victory was intricately linked to Ying Qi. Su Xianan's eyes sparkled with revelation. If he could recruit Ying Qi into the demonic sect before Li Wentao recognized his martial prowess, it would serve his purpose splendidly. Truly, he was a cunning demon lord. Perhaps the heavens had granted him a second chance in life solely for Ying Qi to join his side. With determination, Su Xianan strode towards the door. Zhou Jing hurriedly followed, excitedly inquiring, "Master, are we off to battle?" Su Xianan paused momentarily, bemused. What nonsense fills your mind? Do you think I am so unreasonable? We are merely recruiting. Zhou Jing replied. You are indeed quite reasonable. To ensure mutual assurance, Su Xianan and Li Rue chose a tea house for their meeting, avoiding both Li's residence and the demonic sect. Upon encountering the murderer of his parents once again, Su Xianan found his hatred boiling over, emanating an aura that screamed, "Do not provoke me, for I shall end you." This startled Li Rue, who had no idea how he had offended this formidable figure of the demonic sect. Clutching onto his grain, while 300 pounds of grain seemed trivial, failing to resolve this matter could lead to more valuable possessions being at stake in the future. He set aside his elder's demeanor, attempting to negotiate with Su Xianan. I'm unaware of how I have wronged you, young friend, to warrant such trouble over a mere 300 pounds of grain. I humbly request clarification. Su Xianan thought to himself, the vengeance for my father's murder is irreconcilable. How dare you ask? However, this was not the opportune moment to express his grievances. With his current strength, he was not yet capable of contending with the major righteous sects. Revealing his identity to Li Rue would only place him at a disadvantage. He had to suppress his hatred and engage in a game of subtlety with Li Rue. Taking a sip of his tea, Su Xianan nonchalantly replied, "It is nothing. I merely find you displeasing." Li Wentao, upon hearing Su Xianan's tone toward his father, could no longer restrain himself and drew his sword, preparing to strike. Su Xianan's companions brandished their weapons in response, and the atmosphere crackled with the impending clash. Li Rue's expression darkened as he intervened. Wentao, do not act rashly. This is a tea house, and there are innocent civilians present. If conflict arises, how shall we account for their safety? We must not engage in acts that harm the innocent. Su Xianan found amusement in this. It seemed to imply that their demonic sect was unrestrained in their violence, indifferent to the lives of ordinary people. Li Rue has not accomplished much of significance, yet he possesses a certain mastery over the duality of existence. However, he lacks the inclination to bicker with this duplicitous old man. Su Xianan rose from his seat and approached the shadow guard beside Li Wentao, swiftly lifting the guard's mask, letting out a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was the Shadow 7, whom he sought. A few years too early, his features still bore a youthful innocence. Shadow 7 was taken aback, not expecting the sudden revelation of his identity by the leader of the demonic sect. It was a grave offense for a Shadow Guard to unveil his true visage before outsiders. As Su Xianen was a distinguished guest of Li Rue, Shadow 7 dared not express his discontent. Instead, he hurriedly knelt to offer his apologies, acknowledging his fault. Li Rue inquired, "What does this mean, young Su?" Su Xianen leaned back against the chair, his hands resting casually on the armrests, exuding the charm of a dashing young gentleman. "I find myself rather idle of late and desire a male companion for amusement. This Shadow Guard beside you appears rather appealing. Might you consider entrusting him to me for a few days?" "Certainly," Li Rue readily acquiesced. A mere Shadow Guard, if it could resolve the grievances between the Li family and the demonic sect, was indeed a worthwhile trade. However, Li Wentao was reluctant. "Father, this Shadow Guard possesses considerable martial prowess. Would it not be a pity to give him away?" Su Xianen chuckled lightly, feigning indifference. "Since your esteemed son is unwilling, let us not discuss any matters of negotiation in the future." With that, he turned to leave. "Young Su, please do not be hasty." Li Rue had indeed taken the bait. He gently reproached Li Wentao. "You have plenty of Shadow Guards. Does it matter if one is absent? We cannot allow others to label our Li family as stingy. Quickly, present him to the sect leader." Li Wentao, not daring to argue with his father, furrowed his brow and relinquished the token belonging to Shadow 7 to Su Xianen. Su Xianen caressed the token, which bore the inscription of Shadow 7. The token's texture was smooth and warm, indicative of its quality. He carefully tucked it away and bowed towards Li Rue. "The provisions I have seized will be returned intact to the leader of the alliance. As for the individual, I shall take my leave with him now. Rest assured, esteemed leader, I merely seek a male companion, and shall render him powerless upon my return." With that, Su Xianen extended his hand towards the kneeling Shadow 7. "Rise and accompany me back." Chapter 4. In that case, let us first seal his internal power. Shadow 7 knelt on the ground, his gaze cast downward, feeling utterly lost. As a Shadow Guard, he was but a lowly pawn. If his master wished to give him away, he had no choice but to comply. Even if he were to be rendered powerless by his new master and relegated to the role of a male companion, he would have to endure it. Yet, he subtly raised his eyes to the hand extended by Su Xianen, hesitating. Su Xianen's fingers were long and delicate, as white as jade, clearly well cared for. In contrast, his own hands bore the scars of punishment. To refuse the gesture would be to defy his master, a transgression worthy of death. But if he accepted, might he not incite his master's disdain? Did he even deserve to grasp hands with such a person? Su Xianen chuckled softly. The one who was so decisive in battle now hesitated at the mere act of holding hands. He no longer afforded Shadow 7 the luxury of indecision, grasping his arm and effortlessly lifting him from the ground. Then, to the astonishment of all present, he hoisted Shadow 7 onto his shoulder. Ingqi struggled slightly, but Su Xianen swiftly delivered a slap, admonishing him not to move. If he remained unruly, he would be discarded. This threat proved effective, and Ingqi feigned death. Ceasing all movement, his cheeks flushed, he instinctively buried his head in Su Xianen's neck. How embarrassing this was! Zhou Jing observed Su Xianen's figure, hastily following. Their leader appeared to resemble a bandit who had forcibly taken a bride. Upon their return to the demon sect, Su Xianen ascended the mountain with agile grace. Still holding Ingqi aloft, in a hushed, raspy voice, Ingqi suggested that he could ascend on his own. Su Xianen, unfazed, replied, "I am aware, yet I wish to carry you." What a jest! If he released Ingqi, what if he fled? Where would Su Xianen find him again? Ingqi remarked on the peculiarity of such a preference. However, once they reached the demon sect, Zhou Jing inquired, "Leader, how do you intend to deal with this individual?" Su Xianen hesitated once more. In a moment of impulsive fervor, he had merely wished for Ingqi's companionship. Using the pretext of a male favorite to dispel Li Rue and Li Wentao's suspicions, he was not truly deranged. Nevertheless, he had yet to devise a plan for Ing Chi's future. Moreover, he recalled from his past life that Ing Chi was fiercely loyal to Li Wentao. With the latter having sent him, could Su Xianen truly trust him? Although it was Su Xianen who had initiated this. What if Ing Chi were a covert agent sent by Li Wentao to extract secrets from the demon sect? What then would he do? Ing Chi was akin to a double-edged sword. Mismanaged, he could inflict harm upon his master. Would he render Su Xianen powerless? Su Xianen quickly shook his head, realizing that such actions would be no different from Li Wentao's vile conduct. He decided to summon a physician to examine Ing Chi's condition. After contemplating for a while, considering Ing Chi's punishment in his previous life, Su Xianen deemed it wise to have a physician conduct an examination. Zhou Jing departed to fulfill the order, leaving only Su Xianen and Ing Chi in the room. Ing Chi knelt silently on the floor, enveloped in an air of despondency, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness. Su Xianen initiated conversation, recalling, "I remember when I intercepted Li Rui's provisions, it was you who confronted me." Ing Chi shut his eyes, filled with despair. The very words he dreaded most had escaped his master's lips. Did his master recall him only to express anger for nearly thwarting his plans and to settle the score? Initially, he had harbored a sliver of hope, believing he could evade his master's notice. But now, trembling, he bowed deeply, acknowledging his mistake and pleading for punishment. Su Xianen, who had intended to praise Ing Chi's martial prowess, found himself taken aback. "What did you just call me?" he inquired, astonished. Ing Chi's despair deepened. Was he now forbidden even to address his master by name? Did he still deserve to exist in this world? Yet, with his master's query, he felt compelled to respond. Albeit with a heavy heart, "I address you as master." These two words ignited a sense of joy within Su Xianen, an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. The members of the demon sect typically referred to him as their leader. This was the first time someone had called him master, especially such a striking beauty as Ing Chi. Ing Chi was oblivious to Su Xianen's inner exhilaration, only aware that his master had once again fallen silent. Unable to restrain himself, he moved a few steps closer, leaving just a single step between them. This position was optimal for either punishment or reward. He bowed deeply once more, beseeching his master, "Please do not cast me aside." Su Xianen startled him with his response. When had he ever mentioned abandoning Ing Chi? He quickly reassured, "Now that you are here beside me, there is no reason for you to go elsewhere." Ing Chi abruptly raised his head. "Does that mean I may refer to you as my master?" Indeed, Su Xianen nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at rice. "I agree, of course." The delightful sound filled Ing Chi with joy. How could he possibly refuse? With the assurance of not being discarded, his spirits lifted slightly. He repeated his plea for punishment. "A few days ago, I nearly harmed you, my master. I humbly request your reprimand." In a bid to prove his worth, he added, "I am quite resilient to punishment. You may strike me as you wish." Su Xianen quipped, "Are you quite proud of yourself? In a previous life, Su Xianen had witnessed Ing Chi perish as a result of punishment, a memory that still tugged at his heart. "A few days ago, you pledged your loyalty to Li Wentao, each serving their respective masters. Why should I punish you? On the contrary, I find your performance commendable. You possess great potential for martial arts." Ing Chi, who had never before received praise, met Su Xianen's gaze. The warmth in his master's eyes seemed genuine, sparkling like stars, a truly beautiful sight. Such a grave error was so lightly brushed aside. Ing Chi dared only a fleeting glance before hastily diverting his gaze back to his master, feeling he had overstepped his bounds. Yet Su Xianen did not seem inclined to chastise him. Instead, he said, "Look up again. Let me see you." Obediently, Ing Chi raised his head, yet his eyes remained fixed on the ground, as if he were a ferocious beast. This little shadow guard was indeed intriguing. Just as the tension between them lingered, the physician arrived. Su Xianen instructed Ing Chi to sit upon the couch as the physician, a young man named Song, examined his pulse. It was worth noting that this individual had been rescued from his mischievous escapades by Zhou Jing and had since taken up residence in the demonic sect. Su Xianen, having recognized his medical prowess, had no choice but to retain him as a physician. Song's brow furrowed deeply, nearly capable of crushing a fly. Su Xianen's heart sank. What was the matter? After careful consideration, Song conveyed the truth. This young man has presumably trained in martial arts from a young age, mastering techniques that are perilous. While they significantly enhance internal strength, they ultimately jeopardize his life. If not addressed promptly, I fear he may not live beyond 30. Su Xianen's heart plummeted. So, Ying Qi had won his victories through such a perilous method? At this moment, the prowess of his martial skills seemed inconsequential. Preserving Ying Qi's life was of paramount importance. Su Xianen nodded. In that case, let us first seal his internal power. Ying Qi knelt once more, tears brimming in his eyes. Without regard for propriety, he boldly pressed his cheek against Su Xianen's calf, pleading, "Please do not." Chapter 5. Want to keep watch? Then come guard my bed. Tears streamed down Ying Qi's face uncontrollably. He is an elite shadow guard, relying solely on his formidable martial skills. However, if his internal power were to be sealed, what value would he possess? The fate of a shadow guard stripped of his worth is grim. He could be casually discarded into a torture chamber or used as a teaching tool for other shadow guards, ultimately suffering a torturous demise. The mere thought is unbearable. Although his master has assured him that he would not be abandoned, how long can the promises of those in power truly last? He cannot refute his master's decisions. Reason dictates that he must obediently accept his fate. The benevolence of the sovereign is akin to a gentle rain. Yet today, his master appears to be in a particularly good mood, perhaps more amenable to his pleas, and he wonders if he might be spared the sealing of his internal power. Observing Shadow 7 trembling in fear, his eyes filled with panic and helplessness, Su Xianen felt a gentle itch on his calf as Shadow 7 rubbed his cheek against it, reminiscent of a kitten's soft pawing. A sudden realization struck him. This sensation felt somewhat inappropriate. Su Xianen stood up abruptly, crouched down to meet Shadow 7's gaze. And in a moment of urgency, he enveloped him in his embrace. Dr. Song and Zhou Jing exchanged bewildered glances, pondering if they ought to be present in the situation. Feeling rather extraneous, Su Xianen recalled how, in his childhood, he found solace in his mother's embrace during moments of fear. Drawing from this hazy memory, he clumsily patted Shadow 7's back in an attempt to comfort him. Leaning closer, he whispered soothingly into Shadow 7's ear, gently brushing his earlobe, "Do not fear. This is not a permanent sealing of your power. Once your body is well nourished and restored, your strength will return." With Su Xianen's reassurance, Shadow 7 felt a modicum of courage and attempted to voice his concerns. "I fear that without my internal power, I will be unable to serve you effectively." His words were delicately phrased, yet Su Xianen understood the underlying meaning all too well. He carefully removed the wooden hairpin from Shadow 7's hair, allowing his long locks to cascade onto his shoulders. Gently, he caressed the hair he had longed to touch in a previous life. It felt dry and somewhat brittle, lacking the smoothness he had envisioned, indicative of inadequate nourishment. Li Wentao ought to be condemned for subjecting such beauty to such harsh treatment. Determined, Su Xianen resolved to make amends in the future. With a light chuckle, he reassured, "Who says otherwise? You shall remain my shadow guard, tasked with my close protection. However, should you neglect your health, and an accident were to occur, where would I find another to fill your role? Without your vigilant protection, I would be filled with trepidation. Be obedient and compliant. It shall only be for a brief period." Dr. Song possesses exceptional medical skills. Zhou Jing's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. Did he truly hear that? Their notorious leader, known for his ruthless demeanor, admitting to fear? A leader of a dark sect, who typically instills fear in others, now appeared vulnerable. Alas, Su Xianen's attempts at comfort bore little fruit, as Shadow 7 continued to tremble violently, tears cascading down his cheeks like pearls strung loose. "I beg you, I still have my uses." Su Xianen sighed deeply. Given Shadow 7's current state, reason would not prevail. Swiftly, he raised his hand and struck the nape of Shadow 7's neck, rendering him unconscious. There he lay, languidly cradled in Su Xianen's arms. Oh, how delightful it is to hold such exquisite beauty. Under the watchful gaze of Zhou Jing and physician Song, Su Xianen carefully placed Ying Qi onto his bed. subsequently sealing his acupoints. The unconscious figure was at his mercy. Su Xianen clapped his hands, and a metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. It was then that he noticed his hands were sticky, stained with fresh blood. Had Ing Chi sustained an injury? That couldn't be right. During their confrontation, he had merely restrained him without inflicting harm. Moreover, several days had passed. The wound should have healed by now. Could it be that he had inadvertently harmed him without realizing it? Anxiety surged within Su Xianen as he turned Ing Chi onto his side, drawing the golden curtains to ensure that the two individuals outside could not see him. He then cautiously removed Ing Chi's upper garment, revealing grotesque scars and wounds that had torn open after scabbing. Su Xianen's anger flared uncontrollably. There was no need for inquiry. It was clear that Li Wentao had punished Ing Chi once again. Did Li Wentao have nothing better to do than to constantly berate and beat Ing Chi? Should he perhaps intercept some of Li Wentao's affairs to occupy him with other matters? Outside the curtains, Physician Song's voice broke through. "Master, if you have no further instructions, we shall take our leave." Su Xianen acknowledged with a nod, instructing him to leave the medicinal supplies behind. "Your internal energy has already been sealed. You may prepare the medicine for him. Do not concern yourself with the cost of the herbs. Simply inform me of any deficiencies, and I shall procure them." "Understood," Physician Song replied, turning to depart while dragging the reluctant Zhou Jing along. "Why are you pulling me along? That shadow guard's origins are dubious. What if he harms the master?" Zhou Jing murmured, "I must keep a constant watch." "You're utterly clueless," Physician Song retorted, maintaining his grip on Zhou Jing's collar with unwavering force. "Be quiet and come with me. Don't you think I'm quite significant and luminous?" Zhou Jing protested. "I am merely acting in the master's best interest. Why is everyone so peculiar?" Su Xianen had no time to engage with their banter. He picked up the medicine left by Physician Song, dipping a cotton cloth in alcohol to cleanse Ing Chi's body before gently applying the ointment to his back. A few muffled groans escaped Ing Chi's lips in unconsciousness, undoubtedly from the pain. A wave of bittersweet emotion surged in Su Xianen's heart, deepening his concern for Ing Chi. One day, he would ensure Li Rue met his demise. As for Li Wentao, he would first experience the same punishments inflicted upon Ing Chi. Su Xianen blew gently on Ing Chi's wounds, hoping to alleviate his suffering. Ing Chi gripped the soft quilt tightly, his fingertips turning pale as he quickly tore a small hole in it. "Very well, it seems there will be no covering for tonight," Su Xianen remarked. Large beads of sweat dripped down Ing Chi's face, mingling with tears, and his prone position evoked an inexplicable sense of gravity in Su Xianen, as if he were engaged in something truly profound. Despite being unconscious, Ing Chi surprisingly accommodated Su Xianen's actions, allowing him to apply the medicine thoroughly along his spine. He draped the quilt over Ing Chi's lower half, leaving his upper body bare to facilitate the healing of his wounds. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xianen lit a calming incense, hoping it would help Ing Chi enjoy a more prolonged slumber. He rose and instructed the kitchen to prepare congee for Ing Chi, placing it on the stove to warm. Indeed, Ing Chi slept soundly until evening, awakening in a daze. Where was this place? It was unlike the humble quarters he was accustomed to. There was no bed so sumptuous. Glancing down, he found himself sprawled upon an exquisite quilt, having slept deeply. He recalled having changed masters. Thus, he was now resting in his new masteress bed. A wave of panic surged through him as he swiftly rolled out of bed. Kneeling by its side, hesitant to make a move. Having spent considerable time under Li Wentao, he was filled with tales of the ruthless nature of the sect leader. Initially, his master had shown him some leniency, but he could not be certain if it was mere pretense. He had to remain vigilant, avoiding any missteps. The commotion roused Su Xianen, who was attending to official matters. "Why are you kneeling again? Get up," he urged, hurrying to support Ing Chi's icy arm. "Lie down. Your wound hasn't healed. I cannot cover you with a blanket for your upper body. Let me stoke the fire a bit more." Su Xianen rambled on, personally adding coal to the fire, leaving Ing Chi bewildered. Could this new master be of unsound mind? Otherwise, why would he treat a shadow guard so kindly? Or perhaps, testing his internal energy, Ing Chi indeed found it absent. Had his master rendered him powerless? Recalling his master's earlier words about taking him as a male pet, he pressed his lips together. He decided to be more proactive, seeking a modicum of affection from his master. Thus, he knelt on the bed, grasping the corner of his master's robe. "Master, allow me to serve you tonight." Su Xianen stiffened at his words. No, that is not what I meant," he exclaimed, flustered to the point of neglecting his usual self-reference. His reputation and innocence were at stake. He could not allow Ying Qi to tarnish them. By heaven, he truly held no ulterior motives toward Ying Qi. At most, he wished to refine him slightly, to avenge past grievances, but that would have to wait until he was restored to health. He had plans to cultivate him to contend with a righteous path. Observing the innocent expression on Ying Qi's face, Su Xianen steeled himself to clarify. "What I meant by taking you as a male pet was merely a passing remark, fearing that Li Wentao would not release you. In truth, your martial prowess is too valuable to waste on such a role. It would be best for you to continue as a shadow guard." Ying Qi, perplexed, questioned, "If you admire my martial talent, then why have you sealed my abilities?" Su Xianen sighed. "I have already told you. It is merely a temporary sealing of your inner strength. There is no need for concern. Your martial arts are not truly lost. Otherwise, try it for yourself. Your meridians remain intact, with no breaks." Ying Qi complied and found it as his master had said. A blush crept across his face. He had been so ungrateful today. His master was clearly acting in his best interest, and yet he had let his thoughts wander. To assuage his feelings of guilt, Ying Qi inquired, "Then tonight, shall I keep watch for you?" Su Xianen, perplexed, asked, "What does it mean to keep watch?" Ying Qi replied that during your restful nights, he would venture outside to find a tree to guard, ensuring no one could mount a midnight ambush. "You need not worry. He is utterly committed to safeguarding your safety." Su Xianen was taken aback. Did he mean that while he slept, Ying Qi would be vigilantly watching over him outside? How could one possibly sleep under such circumstances? The mere thought was unsettling. Su Xianen gently urged Ying Qi back onto the bed, insisting that if he wished to keep watch, he might as well do so from his own bed, where he would be closer and could observe more clearly. Chapter 6. Do you wish for me to feed you with my own hands? Ying Qi's cheeks shifted from pink to crimson, overwhelmed by shyness to the point of lowering his head. How could a shadow guard keep vigil on their master's bed? He stammered, uncertain how to decline his master's command. The notion of defying his master's orders had never crossed his mind before, yet the prospect of vigilantly watching over his master's bed was equally unthinkable. Faced with this choice, he would rather disobey than recklessly sleep on his master's bed. Ying Qi, caught in a whirlwind of conflict, finally looked up, only to find his master regarding him with an amused gaze. There was no anger, merely curiosity about his response. Instantly, he realized that his master was teasing him, prompting him to bury his face even lower in embarrassment. Su Xianen, having achieved his aim, was immensely pleased and affectionately rubbed Ying Qi's cheek before fetching a bowl of warm porridge from the stove. "Have some porridge. You must be hungry. I've noticed you haven't eaten all day." Ying Qi continued to lower his head, speaking in a soft voice, insisting that he dared not eat, and that his master could simply pour it on the ground, as he would take care of himself. Su Xianen's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression as he grasped Ying Qi's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Within those dark eyes lay a mixture of submission, compliance, and fear. What could he be afraid of? Su Xianen pondered. It was not as if he would devour him. "Tell me, when you followed Li Wentao, did he treat you in such a manner?" Ying Qi shook his head. Su Xianen sighed in relief. At least Li Wentao was not so vile as to make his shadow guards lick the ground like dogs. However, Ying Qi continued in the past, "I deem myself unworthy of such fine fare. You may consume your meal and casually bestow upon me a morsel afterward." Su Xianen could no longer contain his frustration. He felt an overwhelming urge to storm the Li household. A simple bowl of plain porridge was considered a delicacy by Ying Qi. How poorly must Li Wentao have treated him? Su Xianen's expression darkened, leading Ying Qi to believe he was being too greedy, prompting him to hastily add, "If you do not wish to grant me a reward, I can manage a few days of hunger without issue." Hunger? What nonsense! Su Xianen firmly placed the bowl in Ying Qi's hands. "Eat. At the very least, I can ensure you're satiated." Noticing Ying Qi's reluctance to accept, Su Xianen held the bowl with one hand while using the other to bring a spoon to Ying Qi's lips. "If you want to eat, shall I feed you instead?" Ying Qi's muscles tensed, hesitantly accepting the spoon, swallowing a mouthful. Should his master make any sudden movements, he would immediately kneel in contrition. Observing closely and seeing no change in his master's demeanor, Ying Qi understood that his master genuinely wished to feed him. In truth, Su Xianen's world now revolves solely around Ying Qi. The sight of him holding the spoon is undeniably charming. Ying Qi took the bowl from his master's hands and cheerfully stated, "No need to trouble yourself. I can manage." He reflected on how fortunate he was to be regarded as a person, to be granted the privilege of eating from a bowl, and he resolved to improve himself so he could serve his master better. Su Xianen, who had just experienced a moment of joy, now felt a tinge of loneliness. Was he no longer allowed to feed him? Oh, he yearned for more. Ying Qi, having starved for too long, felt discomfort as he suddenly indulged in food. He dared not let Su Xianen know. He could only endure the unease and swallow. However, one cannot simply suppress physiological discomfort. After finishing a bowl of porridge, he could no longer contain himself and vomited entirely, with the contents landing on Su Xianen's bed, even expelling the sour bile from his stomach. Su Xianen remarked, "Wonderful. Not only can I not use the blanket, but it seems I will also have to forego this bed tonight." Ying Qi's face turned a ghastly white. How could he have been so foolish as to vomit on his master's bed? How many strikes would it take to appease his master? He immediately rolled off the bed. Repeatedly bowing his head, this subordinate acknowledges his mistake. "I was wrong." It was only then that Su Xianen realized what had transpired and used his internal energy to steady Ying Qi's shoulder, saving his forehead from further harm. After just a few impacts, Ying Qi's forehead was already bruised, blood trickling down, indicating the force he had used. Su Xianen gently reassured him, "It is not your fault. It was my error for feeding you the wrong thing." Observing Ying Qi's dazed demeanor, Su Xianen's pupils constricted in fear as he hurriedly shouted outside, quickly summoned Dr. Song. "Someone has poisoned me." He suspected that someone had intended to poison him, resulting in Ying Qi's unfortunate ingestion, which explained his current state of confusion. In this sense, Ying Qi had blocked a disaster for him. A wave of guilt washed over him as he poured a cup of tea, saying, "Here, take a sip to soothe your throat. Have you purged it all? Do you need to vomit again?" Ying Qi shook his head vigorously, clutching his abdomen and pressing down hard, his pupils dilating in fright. Su Xianen lamented, "Look at what has become of my shadow guard. He has been rendered foolish by poison. Who is the perpetrator?" Chapter 7. May I inquire if this is where one receives punishment? When the news reached Dr. Song, he was in the midst of dinner with Zhou Jing. More accurately, Dr. Song had been insisting that Zhou Jing join him for the meal. Zhou Jing feigned disdain, yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the delectable dishes, compelling him to stay and dine with him. The creatures of the mountains and the delicacies of the sea, the treasures of the land and the depths, were almost enough to tantalize him to death. Upon hearing that someone had poisoned Su Xianen, Zhou Jing smashed his bowl, exclaiming, "Was it that mysterious shadow guard? I suspected as much. Having been nearly Wen Tao, he is surely tainted by poor company. He certainly does not strike me as a person of integrity." Zhou Jing clung to Dr. Song's arm, weeping inconsolably. Why was the leader deceived by that boy's appearance? He must surely have sinister intentions towards our leader. Surely this time, the leader will see through his true nature. His sorrow was profound, reminiscent of a child mourning the loss of a parent. "Please, someone, send him away. My poor leader." The messenger quickly gestured dismissively, revealing that it was not the leader who had been poisoned, but rather the young master Ying Qi, who had mistakenly consumed the tainted porridge meant for the leader. What? Zhou Jing's face contorted in disbelief. How could Ying Qi be so benevolent as to taste the poison for the leader? I refuse to believe it. Dr. Song covered Zhou Jing's incessant babbling mouth with a hand, methodically packing his medical kit as he inquired, "Are you aware of the symptoms displayed by Ying Qi?" Upon hearing the description of Ying Qi's condition, Dr. Song's demeanor shifted from urgency to calm. He slowed his pace. Zhou Jing, filled with anticipation, asked, "Is he beyond salvation?" After a moment, he added, Perhaps you should still attend to Qi. After all, he was poisoned on behalf of our leader. I respect him as a man of honor. I may despise him, but I cannot allow him to perish. Dr. Song delivered a sharp slap to the back of Zhou Jing's head. What do you mean, beyond salvation? This is not poisoning. He merely hasn't eaten in too long, which has aggravated his stomach. He further cautioned Zhou Jing, for your own sake, refrain from speaking ill of Qi. If the leader were to take offense, I shan't plead on your behalf. Zhou Jing shrugged dismissively. Impossible. He has only just arrived, and I have been with the leader for so long. Could the leader blame me for him? Dr. Song sighed. Foolish boy, you are merely a subordinate. He is aiming for the leader's wife. You two are not comparable. When Dr. Song and Zhou Jing arrived, Su Xianen was still soothing the startled Qi. Under Su Xianen's comforting presence, Qi had already recovered significantly and was preparing to tidy his soiled bedding. Good heavens, you are my ancestor. Please do not move. Do you realize you have been poisoned? Su Xianen exclaimed, his heart racing. Qi, bewildered, wanted to explain that he was merely hungry after a long fast and was simply unaccustomed to eating again, wondering how it could be construed as poisoning. Fine. If my master believes I am poisoned, then I shall be poisoned. Moreover, how could his master refer to him as an ancestor? That was against decorum. Thus, what Dr. Song discovered was a disillusioned Qi and a visibly anxious Su Xianen. He was at a loss for words. The leader's concern had led to confusion. Dr. Song proceeded to take Qi's pulse, who shyly remarked, I apologize for the trouble, but truly, I am fine. I am well aware that you are fine, Dr. Song replied, but it seems others believe you are in grave danger. He then calmly conveyed his diagnosis to Su Xianen. At this revelation, it was Su Xianen who became flustered. So, I went to great lengths to summon a physician, only for it to be a misunderstanding? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Dr. Song cautioned Su Xianen. Next time you suspect poisoning, you might first consider using a silver needle for testing. Su Xianen replied, Yes. How could I have forgotten about the silver needle test? Dr. Song remarked that the night was drawing near, and he would not further disturb the leader. Before Zhou Jing could express concern for his esteemed leader, he was swiftly ushered away by Dr. Song. The pair made a hasty entrance and an equally swift exit. Su Xianen, holding a bowl brimming with medicine, offered it to Qi, attempting to shift the conversation. Why don't you take your medicine first? Qi complied obediently, consuming the concoction completely, followed by a small bowl of porridge. After calculating the right moment, Su Xianen decided not to press for more food. With this commotion, by the time Su Xianen finished his evening meal, it was already time for bed. Su Xianen gazed at the bed, which had already been tidied by the servants. Yet he felt reluctant to sleep there. The vastness of the bed seemed daunting. Even lying down with Qi, there would still be a considerable distance between them. Should Qi feel unwell during the night, Su Xianen feared he might not notice. It would be better, he thought, to focus on the smaller couch beside the grand bed. If they were to sleep there, they could be much closer. Thus, Su Xianen began to gently coax Qi, feigning embarrassment. I am quite tired. It is time for sleep. However, I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. To prevent any misunderstanding, he added, do not take it the wrong way. I do not find you distasteful. Even if it were my own mess, I would prefer not to sleep there. Although everything has been tidied, I still feel uneasy about sleeping in that bed. Everyone else is asleep, and it would be awkward to disturb them to change my bedding. What do you suggest in this situation? After a moment of contemplation, Qi, understanding Su Xianen's intent, pointed to the small couch, suggesting, perhaps you could endure sleeping here tonight? Su Xianen eagerly nodded in agreement. He added with a pitiful tone, I am the demon lord and have made many enemies. What if someone seeks revenge and comes to harm me in the middle of the night? Without you, I lack a sense of security. Qi was perplexed. Devoid of internal energy, he felt no different from a mere bystander, incapable of safeguarding his master. Why would his master seek solace in him? In the soft glow of the candlelight, the gentle visage of his master made him hesitate to voice his thoughts, fearing it might dampen the mood. Ultimately, he reasoned that if danger truly arose, he could still rush out to shield Su Xianen. Under Su Xianen's fervent insinuations, every word from Qi fell perfectly into place with Su Xianen's plan. Let your subordinate sleep on the floor, guarding you. He knelt down. though his knees barely touched the ground, only to be swiftly pulled back onto the couch by Su Xianen. I cannot allow that. If your legs become numb, your reactions will be delayed. Besides, this distance is too far, Su Xianen insisted. Ying-Chi's mind was in disarray. Nothing seemed permissible. What exactly did his master mean? In desperation, he proposed a rather audacious suggestion. How about I sleep on the couch with you? Su Xianen's eyes lit up, generously praising. Ying-Chi, your mind is truly brilliant. Ying-Chi responded, is it really? I can't shake the feeling that I've walked into a trap. Su Xianen was apprehensive about the lengthy night, fearing that if Ying-Chi were to awaken, their plans would be utterly thwarted. In the next moment, he extinguished the candle, plunging the room into darkness. Initially, Su Xianen was mindful of Ying-Chi's presence, refraining from excessive abandon in his slumber. Yet, as he drifted into sleep, his limbs began to move restlessly of their own accord. Eventually, he found himself sprawled over Ying-Chi like an octopus. He dreamt that he was embracing a colossal cushion, playfully squeezing it with his hands, soft and delightful to touch, as he felt his master's warm palm mischievously exploring his abdomen. Ying-Chi felt as though he might burst apart. Listening to his master's faint breaths, he realized that he must have overslept during the day. For now, he could not find peace in slumber. Was it truly permissible to have such close contact with his master? He closed his eyes and began to reflect. Since being brought back by his master, it seemed he had committed numerous blunders. Most notably, he had vomited on his master's bed, forcing his master to sleep here instead. The fact that his master did not punish him spoke to his master's kindness. Thus, he felt compelled to impose a punishment upon himself, believing it necessary to learn a lesson worthy of such a splendid master. Consequently, Ying-Chi gently shifted his master's hands and feet from his body and quietly rose. He pondered that the demon sect must surely possess stricter regulations than the Li household and undoubtedly had a designated punishment chamber. Though he was unaware of it as a newcomer, he merely needed to inquire to ascertain the information. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Zhou Jing, who was wandering about. In truth, Zhou Jing had not intended to be out at such an hour. After returning with Physician Song from Su Xianen's residence, he had continued to dine with Physician Song. However, the physician's culinary skills were so exquisite that Zhou Jing, indulging, overeating, felt discomfort and had ventured out for a stroll, only to stumble upon the sneaky Ying-Chi. Instantly alert, he recognized the boy's ill intentions. Look, I caught you. Zhou Jing quickly blocked Ying-Chi's path, his expression cold as ice. What are you up to? Ying-Chi, aware that this was the one often seen alongside his master, dared not be dismissive. He promptly knelt on one knee, greeting Zhou Jing respectfully. Zhou Jing, taken aback, instinctively knelt as well. The sect leader was currently favoring Ying-Chi, and it would be unacceptable for the leader to witness him kneeling. Ying-Chi had truly devised a cunning stratagem. The two knelt on the ground, staring at each other with wide eyes. Zhou Jing was the first to regain his composure, pulling Ying-Chi up. Do not kneel before me. I still wish to remain in the demon sect for several more years. Ying-Chi, perplexed, thought, what an odd individual. And do not call me Lord. Zhou Jing shook his head. Do not even think about evading the issue. Speak quickly. What are you truly up to? Well, Brother Zhou, Ying-Chi hesitated before uttering the title. Could you kindly inform me where I might receive my punishment? Zhou Jing, relishing the moment, replied, have you erred? Is the master going to punish you? Do tell. What transgression have you committed? Ying-Chi candidly confessed, I vomited on the master's bed. Brother Zhou, according to the customs here, what should be the punishment for such an act? Oh, so you merely vomited on the bed? Zhou Jing said, disappointment lacing his tone. Seeing you so anxious, I thought you had vomited on the master's head. Initially, he raised a finger, signaling one. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to intimidate Ying-Chi further by extending another finger, indicating two. Ying-Chi spat upon the master's bed, an act with its reasons, for the master was not unreasonable. The worst punishment would merely be a fine of 1 or 2 silver coins. However, unable to bear the sight of Ying-Chi being favored, he deceived him into believing it was 2 silver coins, intending to instill fear for a while. 2 silver coins, after all, could procure a plethora of delightful delicacies. Zhou Jingguang, Empathizing, began to feel a sense of dread. He kindly gestured toward a direction where they typically paid their fines. Heading that way, there were designated individuals responsible for enforcing the penalties. Ing-Chi nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude. As he walked, he pondered how benevolent his master was. For such a grave transgression, he would only receive 200 lashes, a far more lenient treatment than during his time at the Lee residence. Upon pushing open the door to the punishment chamber, he found a gathering of individuals engrossed in a card game, some having lost everything except their undergarments. Upon noticing a newcomer, their spirits lifted. Ah, another fresh face. Brother, care to join us for a round? Ing-Chi shook his head. I'm not new here. Excuse me. I have committed an error. May I inquire if this is where I receive my punishment? Chapter 8. What to do with a disobedient cat that sneaks out at midnight. Yes, indeed, this is the place. Upon learning he was there to be punished, the group grew even more animated, pointing to a box on the table. It's been a while since we encountered someone paying up. Simply drop your silver in there. One curious soul inquired. By the way, brother, what offense did you commit? Ing-Chi was baffled. Why the discussion of payment? Must he pay for his punishment? Truly, such was the nature of the cult. Yet, the executioner pressed him for an answer, compelling him to respond. I accidentally spat on my master's bed while eating porridge. One person sipping tea could not contain their laughter, spraying their drink onto the face of the individual across from them. The unfortunate soul grimaced, wiping his face in disgust. Ah, old air, how utterly revolting. Ignoring the plight of this unfortunate fellow, the group turned their attention back to Ing-Chi. Wait, did you just say you spat where? Who was your master? Surely not on the master's bed? How on earth did you end up on the master's bed? My word, what an extraordinary revelation. Some bolder souls pressed on. Are you currently sharing a bed with the master? They engaged in animated discussion, entirely forgetting that Ing-Chi was the one facing punishment. Anxious, Ing-Chi realized he had sneaked out and needed to endure his punishment swiftly to return to his master before dawn. So, do elaborate. What exactly transpired? After much deliberation, they finally turned their gazes toward Ing-Chi, resembling a group of onlookers in a field eagerly awaiting a spectacle. Someone produced a handful of nuts, eagerly offering them to Ing-Chi. Come, while you explain. Ing-Chi replied, must I provide such intricate details? Previously, when I faced punishment, merely stating my offense sufficed. This group exhibited a remarkable lack of boundaries regarding how he had ended up asleep on his master's bed. He found it difficult to articulate and could only stiffly shift the topic. How should I receive my punishment? Indeed, I almost forgot. The unfortunate soul who was splashed with tea is the chief here. He stated that merely 1 or 2 silver coins would suffice. It was time to pay the fine. Ing-Chi was utterly perplexed. Wasn't it said that there would be 200 lashes? A profound silence enveloped the gathering, abruptly interrupted by a voice. Is this a new form of amusement for the master? 200 lashes seemed rather excessive, did it not? What do you understand? The master would never exert such force. Meanwhile, Su Xianen, who was unaware and hastily approaching, lamented, my lifetime of reputation, just like that, is ruined. The chief rubbed his hands together, clarifying that it was not so gruesome. Typically, when we err, we simply pay a fine. This method is far more effective in instilling a sense of caution than receiving 2 lashes. 200 lashes, brother, what are you thinking? That would surely kill someone. Exactly. Someone else chimed in with a face as if the sky had fallen. This month, I accidentally scattered fish food into the pond, and the fish the master raised overindulged, leading to the demise of nearly half of them. I was fined 5 silver coins for that. That's money. I would have preferred a beating instead. Thank goodness those fish are edible. Otherwise, I would have faced an even heavier penalty. Soon, another voice joined in the scolding. I was wondering why we've been eating so much fish this month. It's becoming quite nauseating. Turns out it was your doing. They continued to exchange banter, leaving Ing-Chi in a state of neglect. He pondered that he had endured punishment before and was not one to be easily broken. It never hindered him from being dispatched on tasks or duties. Nevertheless, since he was here, he must adhere to the rules. Lowering his gaze, he murmured, but I just arrived, and I have no money. The chief, unconcerned, reassured him, No worries. I will keep a record for you. Just settle it next month. Ing-Chi nodded, relieved that he would not face punishment after all. Wasn't he, it said, that the demonic sect was a place that devoured its members? Had he been deceived all this while? No need for a ledger. I will take you back for your own punishment, Su Xianen declared as he kicked open the door. The card players halted their actions and respectfully greeted. We pay our respects to the master. Ing-Chi froze, his back to Su Xianen, too fearful to turn and face him. TSK, 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 Su Xianen mused. What should one do upon capturing a disobedient cat that has sneaked out in the dead of night? Chapter 9. Between Li Wintao and me, whom will you choose? Su Xianen was roused from his slumber by the chaotic footsteps of Zhou Jing. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that Ing-Chi, who should have been beside him, was nowhere to be found, sending a chill of dread coursing through him. He hastily donned an outer garment and ventured out in search of him, soon encountering Zhou Jing, who was digesting his meal. Su Xianen, perplexed, inquired, What are you doing wandering around at this hour? Zhou Jing, somewhat embarrassed, replied, I overindulged while dining with Physician Song, and now find myself unable to sleep. Su Xianen chided, All you do is eat. It was not the moment to reprimand Zhou Jing. He then asked if Zhou Jing knew where Ing-Chi had gone. Zhou Jing, feeling guilty, averted his gaze and gestured a two to him. Su Xianen, still groggy and not fully awake, stared at Zhou Jing's gesture, utterly bewildered. What does that mean? Why are you suddenly calling me a fool? Is it possible that I have been too lenient with you, causing you to forget how many eyes the king of horses possesses? Zhou Jing whispered just a moment ago. Ing-Chi asked me what punishment he would receive for his mistake. I told him a fine of 2 taels of silver. His attitude towards admitting his wrongdoing was exceptionally earnest, and I realized I had perhaps spoken too much. I merely intended to intimidate him. You are so benevolent towards him. Yet I now see a fine of merely 1 tael would suffice. I was mistaken. Su Xianen remarked, What kind of absurdity has he invited into the demonic sect? Each one more outrageous than the last. And then? Su Xianen inquired, Where'd you lead Ing-Chi off to? Zhou Jing, unwilling to conceal the truth, admitted it was merely the place where we settle fines. I saw him head that way with my own eyes. Thus, Su Xianen dashed off, running through the frigid winter air, emerging with beads of sweat upon his brow. At last, he managed to catch the wayward Ing-Chi. Su Xianen grasped the nape of Ing-Chi's neck, akin to a master capturing a kitten that had strayed into dangerous territory. Exasperated yet amused, he questioned, How is it that you possess the audacity to flee but lack the courage to admit your actions? Ing-Chi turned, bending his knees, and was about to kneel in contrition when Su Xianen enveloped him in a cloak, lifting him into his embrace. As if jesting, Su Xianen would never allow Ing-Chi to kneel before so many. What of his dignity? Held in his master's arms, Ing-Chi's face flushed crimson, his limbs unsure of where to rest, yet he dared not resist. Observing his flustered demeanor, Su Xianen's irritation began to wane. Intentionally loosening his grip as if to drop Ing-Chi to the ground, the latter instinctively clung to his neck in fright. Both were momentarily stunned. Ing-Chi pondered, Have I offended my master once more? Su Xianen mused, He clings to my neck. How utterly adorable. Truly reminiscent of a kitten caught in mischief by its master in the dead of night. Su Xianen turned and strode purposefully towards the door with Ing-Chi in his arms. Only once they had departed did whispers arise within the room. Why do we all call him the leader, yet he calls him master? Why is the leader embracing him at such an hour? So many questions. Yet I have already informed you that this is merely our leader's peculiar taste. You lot comprehend nothing. Unbeknownst to Su Xianen, he had been labeled as one with a penchant for playful whims. With intrigue, he regarded the kneeling Ing-Chi, lifting his chin, resembling a wayward young lord teasing an unsuspecting maiden. He inquired, What business had you that led you away from my side? Should I have suffered harm in your absence? Would that not render you guilty of dereliction of duty? The moment I opened my eyes to find you gone, it truly frightened me. Do you not believe me? Feel my heart. Is it not racing? As he spoke, Su Xianen took Ing-Chi's hand and placed it upon his heart. Ing-Chi recoiled as if he had touched a searing ember. No, this is unacceptable, far too presumptuous. Forced to meet Su Xianen's gaze, Chi noticed the absence of fury in his master's eyes and, steeling himself, recounted every detail of his escapade. I encountered Brother Zhou, who mentioned I would be punished with 200 lashes. Therefore, Su Xian'an's tone was ambiguous, oscillating between anger and amusement. If I do not punish you, will you sneak off to accept your punishment on your own? Chi's voice was so soft that even he could barely discern it. Yes, Su Xian'an replied. And you still have the audacity to say yes? Who told you to run away? He murmured, I know I was wrong. Chi attempted to justify himself. But when I arrived, they only demanded payment. No one struck me. Su Xian'an's fury transformed into a sardonic smile. No one hit you, and you seem rather disappointed, don't you? Would you like me to remedy that for you? Upon recalling his master's intent to personally administer punishment, Chi hurriedly responded, Please, punish me. If you lack the proper tools, allow me to fetch a whip for you. I assure you I will not show favoritism or leniency towards myself. Su Xian'an questioned, Are you two even addressing the same matter? He resolved that such nonsensical exchanges could not continue. Zhou Jing had informed him that the maximum penalty for his transgressions was merely 2 taels of silver, not 200 lashes. In this domain, errors were typically met with monetary fines. After a few instances, one would learn their lesson far more effectively than a mere beating. So, do you perceive me to be somewhat different from the rumors that circulate? Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly sufficient to only pay a fine? There is really no need for punishment? My master does not exhibit the cruelty that they claim. Indeed, they have been slandering his master. Yet, as a shadow guard, where would he procure the funds? Having been raised as an instrument of death, he had never received a monthly stipend, until now. Su Xian'an remarked, without wages. What grounds do you have to serve me? Chi was perplexed. However, serving the master, even at the cost of one's life, is a duty, is it not? Even if I were to perish, another Chi would simply take my place. Su Xian'an prodded his forehead forcefully, causing Chi, who knelt on the couch, to tilt his head until a red mark was left behind, satisfying his intent. His gaze was inscrutable, his tone steady. If you still cling to the ways of the Li residents, you may return. I shall not hinder you. But that was absurd. Should Chi dare to return, he would bind him with a rope to the demonic sect, ensuring that he would never again be at Li Wentao's disposal. Chi could only be Su Xian'an's shadow guard. The word struck a deep chord. No. Chi grasped his master's sleeve, cautiously refraining from exerting force. Yet Su Xian'an effortlessly slipped away. Nevertheless, Su Xian'an chose to observe what kind of pleading words this young, old-fashioned individual would conjure. Chi hastily pledged his loyalty. Since I have recognized you as my master, I will serve you for life. Unless, he closed his eyes, an inexplicable pang of sorrow swelling in his heart. Unless you no longer want me and hand me over to someone else, just like how he had been delivered to his master. A change in ownership of Shadow Guard was not an extraordinary occurrence. Yet, Chi felt that if his master were to abandon him, he would lose the very courage to continue living. He was meant to be a cold, unfeeling machine of death, yet had audaciously developed certain emotions that remained hidden from the world. Even he did not comprehend what to call these feelings. Regardless, he treated Su Xian'an and Li Wentao with stark differences. Chi knelt before him, beseeching, if you truly wish to cast me aside, I implore you, do not bestow me upon another. Grant me instead a swift demise. Su Xian'an's lips curled into a fleeting smile, which he swiftly suppressed. How easily he had been soothed by Chi's words. However, Su Xian'an feigned seriousness, stating, you once served Li Wentao. It is only fitting that I disclose to you. I harbor a profound enmity towards the Li family. I lay bare my lineage and all that it entails. Not only do I seek retribution for the lives of Li family members, but also for those self-proclaimed paragons of virtue who are, in truth, beasts in fine clothing. Should the time come, I shall stand against the entire righteous path, the magnitude of which is not to be underestimated. Thus, I cannot afford to have any disloyal individuals in my midst who might betray me with whispers. To remain by my side, one must possess unwavering loyalty. At this juncture, Su Xian'an hesitated, acutely aware that he should not harbor doubts about Chi. Yet, The unwavering loyalty Ing Chi had once shown to Li Wintao remained an insurmountable barrier in his heart. Ultimately, he could not refrain from asking, "I shall pose but one question. Between me and Li Wintao, whom would you choose?" Ing Chi let out a bitter laugh. Feeling the weight of his words, but still sensing that he had not garnered his master's trust, he lifted his gaze, daring to meet Su Xian'an's eyes directly for the first time, sincerity radiating from him. "If you harbor doubts about me, then use a dagger to pierce my heart and see for yourself." Chapter 10. You shatter my token. Does this mean you no longer desire my service? Su Xian'an rubbed his temples, feeling a tightness creeping over his scalp. He conceded that his mind was somewhat clouded today, and in his anger towards Ing Chi, he had spoken rather harshly. Initially, he had merely intended to tease Ing Chi, hoping to impart a lesson to deter him from reckless behavior and thoughtless speech. Yet, as the conversation escalated, he inadvertently revealed the suspicions that lurked within his heart. Meeting Ing Chi's genuine gaze, filled with a fervent desire to prove his loyalty, Su Xian'an felt a jolt of realization, suddenly acutely aware of his own moral depravity. Ing Chi had offered him everything, and yet he had responded with skepticism. Did he truly deserve such fervent loyalty from Ing Chi? He often berated Li Wintao for his lack of integrity. Yet how different was he in his treatment of Ing Chi? For a shadow guard like Ing Chi, the most terrifying fate was not punishment, but the loss of his master's trust. Su Xian'an felt an overwhelming urge to weep as memories of Ing Chi's tragic demise in his past life flooded his mind, gruesome and desolate. Yet Ing Chi had faced that agonizing death without fear. In this life, Ing Chi must thrive. He could not be the executioner who drove him towards death. "When you have eye for your heart," Su Xian'an forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions within and helped Ing Chi to his feet, reminding himself of the adage, to trust those one employs and to dismiss those one doubts. "Rest assured, since I have chosen you, I shall place my faith in you completely. Like the followers of the demonic sect, you are one whom I can entrust my back." Having spoken, Su Xian'an parted his lips, as if intending to add something further. It was akin, yet dissimilar. With the followers of the demonic sect, he could be both leader and disciple, bound by mutual trust and respect. He found himself intertwined with Ing Chi, seemingly infused with emotions that diverged from those he shared with others. Pressing a hand to his heart, he felt as if something was breaking through the soil, taking root and sprouting. Ing Chi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He was afraid, fearful that he would never earn his master's trust. Only when one is trusted can they truly smile, his dimples quivering with gratitude for his master's faith in him. Su Xian'an, feeling a playful urge, poked at his dimples. Ing Chi paused momentarily, and his cheeks flushed a rosy hue, the kind that appeared utterly adorable. In an effort to further assure his master of his loyalty, he declared that with the token in his master's possession, he would pledge his life to serve him. It was then that Su Xian'an recalled that on that day, Li Wintao had indeed bestowed upon him a token, which he now retrieved, engraved with the characters for Ing Chi. Su Xian'an replied, "However, I do not share that sentiment. If your loyalty hinges solely on this token, I would rather grant you your freedom." With that, he crushed the token with force, reducing it to a cloud of powder that danced away on the breeze, dissipating into the air, leaving no trace behind. Ing Chi stood frozen, aghast at the shattering of the token that symbolized his very identity. According to the teachings he had received since childhood, he uttered in a dry voice, "As long as the token exists, I exist. Without it, it signifies that I am no longer of this world." His voice began to tremble. "Master, do you wish for me to die?" Su Xian'an leaned down, following his instincts, and bestowed a gentle kiss upon the corner of Ing Chi's mouth, a fleeting touch. "How could that be? I could never bear to see you perish. I just stated that I do not believe that." His voice was slow, yet resolute, granting Ing Chi immense strength. "In fact, I believe it is the token that has bound you. It should never have existed. You are a living being. Your life should not be shackled by something as lifeless as a token." Ing Chi fell silent, enveloped in a long, profound quiet. He trembled all over. Even his hands shook. Was he truly a living man? Was he not a weapon of lethal intent? The warm kiss lingered on his lips, as tears began to cascade down his cheeks. Indeed, Su Xian assured him, "You are no different from me. We are all human. You should not belittle yourself. You possess emotions, fear, joy, and desires." Ing Chi blinked, the last tear rolling down, tenderly wiped away by his master's fingertip, and he understood. "No rush," Su Xian murmured, enveloping him in an embrace. "There is still much time ahead. Ing Chi, you must take your time to adjust." Su Xian recognized that he was dismantling all the beliefs Ing Chi had previously held, making it difficult for him to accept this new reality. But it was all right. He would accompany Ing Chi, guiding him to gradually comprehend his own emotions. As Ing Chi began to calm, Su Xian felt a surge of discomfort. He loudly went out, wishing to erase every trace of him from Ing Chi, including his very name. Thus, he inquired, "What is your name?" Ing Chi obediently replied, "I am Ing Chi." "No." Su Xian experienced a throbbing headache. "I inquired about your true name, not your alias." "True name?" Ing Chi looked perplexed, since he could remember. He had always been called Ing Chi, and the notion of a true name was foreign to him. "I happened to overhear Li Wintao mention that my family seems to bear the surname Jiang." A smile curved at the corners of Su Xian's lips. "Then, would it be agreeable for me to bestow upon you a name? This is indeed a name given by divine grace." Ing Chi felt a surge of excitement and quickly expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the master's generous gift. Su Xian successfully placated him, the earlier discomfort in his heart dissipating, and began to ponder what name to bestow. His gaze fell upon an open anthology of poetry on his desk, where it was written in 9 songs. Mountain Ghost. "To leave the spirit to cultivate, yet forget the return. As the years grow late, who shall grant me splendor? Thus, I shall call you Jiang Yanhua, if it pleases you." Considering the passage of time, Ing Chi was merely in his late teens, the prime of youth, making Yanhua a fitting choice. "Yes." Jiang Yanhua lowered his gaze, recalling the massage techniques he had previously learned. "If your head still aches, might I offer you a massage?" "Very well." Su Xian's eyes gleamed. Was this not a delightful reward? Chapter 11. "Come, I shall take you down the mountain for some amusement." Ing Chi adapted splendidly to the name Jiang Yanhua. Su Xian ceased calling him Ing Chi, instead addressing him as Yanhua. The others in the demon sect began to respectfully refer to him as Young Master Jiang, which later evolved into Brother Jiang. Jiang Yanhua truly integrated into this community, genuinely feeling the goodwill of others, a sensation he had never experienced before. As time passed, Jiang Yanhua was required to take medicine daily. The medicine was so bitter that merely smelling it made Su Xian feel nauseous. Concerned that Jiang Yanhua might struggle to tolerate it, he stayed to watch him finish each dose, never forgetting to place a piece of candy in his mouth before leaving, ensuring he missed not a single meal. Su Xian also instructed the kitchen to prepare meals according to the recipes provided by Physician Song, sharing every meal with him. Initially, Jiang Yanhua had a very limited diet, primarily consisting of porridge and liquid foods. With a naturally small appetite, he found it even harder to eat after taking the medicine. However, Jiang Yanhua, akin to a pampered kitten, gradually grew bolder, occasionally gazing longingly at Su Xian's abundant meals. When Su Xian caught his eye, he would quickly avert his gaze, discontentedly sipping his tasteless porridge. At times, Su Xian would playfully create a bit of noise to draw Jiang Yanhua's attention, only to frown and pull his plate closer, teasingly declaring, "You cannot eat this." Jiang Yanhua's cheeks would puff in indignation, yet he dared not protest. Over time, he recognized that this was merely his master's playful teasing and learned not to fall for it. Thus, Su Xian lost a source of amusement. Gradually, Jiang Yanhua's stomach grew stronger, and he could consume an increasing variety of foods, his appetite even surpassing that of Su Xian. He would gaze longingly at the dishes, as if attempting to make up for a decade of missed meals. Consequently, Su Xian's role shifted from teasing the kitten to feeding it. With the restoration of Jiang Yanhua's health, Su Xian released the seal he had placed on his internal energy. Yet he was not permitted to practice martial arts in the same manner as before. Instead, he meticulously transcribed from memory the martial arts manual that resided in his mind. Su Xian isolated himself in his chamber for a full 5 days, avoiding all company. following that fateful night when Jiang Yanhua had vomited. Su Xianen indeed had a smaller bed arranged for himself the next day. Every night, Jiang Yanhua accompanied his master, lying side by side on the same bed. However, Su Xianen maintained an unwavering politeness, never overstepping boundaries, and at most, using Jiang Yanhua as a makeshift pillow in his sleep. Thus, during those 5 days, he shut the door, forcing Jiang Yanhua to find rest elsewhere. And without his master's embrace, he found himself unable to sleep, consumed by loneliness. On the 6th morning, Jiang Yanhua, gripped by fear for his master's well-being, forcibly broke down the door, creating a sizable hole in the excessively expensive barrier, only to find Su Xianen listlessly staring at his writing desk. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, unmistakably indicating that his master had been drinking throughout these days. Su Xianen had been enduring great distress as he transcribed the martial arts manual. Haunting memories of past pains resurfaced. It was as if he were once again engulfed in flames, the searing heat causing him immense anguish. Jiang Yanhua quietly approached from behind, gently massaging his temples. Logically, as a practitioner of martial arts, Su Xianen's temples were a vulnerable point, and he ought not to allow indiscriminate touches. He grasped Jiang Yanhua's wrist tightly, turning to seize his neck, only to realize it was Jiang Yanhua, prompting him to ease his grip and gradually dissolve his vigilance. Jiang Yanhua, for his part, did not resist, allowing Su Xianen to hold him. He understood that Su Xianen would never harm him. It must be said that Jiang Yanhua's massage skills had improved remarkably, and Su Xianen felt a significant alleviation of his headache. In a soft voice, Jiang Yanhua inquired, "Master, are you feeling unwell? Might you share your thoughts with your subordinate?" In former times, such a question would have been utterly unfathomable. How could a lowly shadow guard presume to intrude upon his master's innermost concerns? Moreover, daring to engage in such intimate contact with his master was unthinkable. He recalled a time when, by chance, he had spoken out of turn, and Li Wentao had ordered him to be silenced for 3 days. Repeated harsh punishments had instilled in him a deep-seated understanding of the Shadow Guard's code, rendering him wary of any disobedience. Yet, his master had informed him that such teachings were erroneous. His master shattered the preconceived notions of the past and reshaped his understanding, teaching him self-respect and self-love. Such kindness was a debt he could scarcely repay in a lifetime. It's nothing of consequence. Indeed, Su Xianen did not harbor anger. On the contrary, he let out a contented hum under Jiang Yanhua's skilled ministrations and handed him the transcribed martial arts manual. It merely brought to mind numerous past events. They had slain his parents over this manual. Yet in the end, their efforts had amounted to naught, resulting in Su Xianen becoming a scourge within the martial world, standing in opposition to them. Were it not for Li Rui's men setting fire to his home, he would never have realized the value of this knowledge. Fate is inexorable. How could this not be considered their own doing? Reflecting upon that devastating fire, Su Xianen felt a pang in his heart. How could they be so heartless? They are merely 2 ordinary individuals, powerless and incapable of causing harm. Even with the acquisition of a secret manual, what impact could they possibly have? Could they truly unsettle the position of Li Rui, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? Even if granted a second chance at life, Su Xianen could not help but ponder how wonderful it would be if fate had placed him back in time before the demise of his parents, sparing him the agony of their loss. He would not have to be consumed by hatred, unable to extricate himself. Perhaps he could have found Li Wenta before Jiang Yanhua became a shadow guard, thus preventing him from enduring such suffering. Yet, fate is often unyielding, compelling him to confront his enemies once more, his hands stained with blood. Jiang Yanhua, oblivious to the convolutions of his master's heart, possessed a straightforward mindset. He understood only that his master was unhappy, and he must devise a way to bring joy to him. You're no scourge. You are the finest master in the world. If this manual reminds you of sorrow, then perhaps it is best never to see it again. I shall destroy it for you. How could that be? Su Xianen grasped his hand. I have painstakingly transcribed it for you. You must read it before it is destroyed. This book has birthed countless tragedies and must not resurface. You shall remember it and then venture forth. I still hope that on the day we confront the righteous path, you will stand behind me. Jiang Yanhua was profoundly moved. He understood his master's past and recognized that this so-called manual was, in truth, a scar that should not be touched. Now, his master was willing to unveil this scar for his sake. He must practice diligently, ensuring he did not betray his master's trust. However, there was one point his master had misjudged. He would never stand behind him. He would always guard the front. Anyone wishing to harm his master would have to tread over his corpse first. Jiang Yanhua took the manual and began to memorize it slowly. From dawn until dusk, he recited it flawlessly to Su Xianen. Goodness, I recall it took me several days to memorize it. Jiang Yanhua is truly remarkable. Indeed, one could be outshone by those with natural talent. Once he confirmed he could remember the contents of the book, he tossed it into the fire and watched it turn to ashes, feeling reassured. He drew his sword and turned to stride out. Do not worry, master. From today, I shall commence my training. Why the haste? Su Xianen chuckled. With the year-end approaching, there were individuals descending the mountain for supplies. You must be feeling rather cooped up on the mountain. Allow me to take you down to enjoy some time off. Jiang Yanhua was indifferent to the notion of play. His life had been one of undertaking tasks, enduring injuries, and facing punishments. Even beside his master, though there was a hint of warmth, he was not one to indulge in frivolity. Nevertheless, seeing his master's enthusiasm, he responded, "Very well. Thank you, master. I am quite happy." Chapter 12. The Candyman. Sweet to the heart of his servant, the night was already deep, unsuitable for descending the mountain. Su Xianen yawned. In the absence of Jiang Yanhua, his human-shaped pillow, he had not slept well in recent days. With eyes closed, the grotesque visage of Li Rue emerged, accompanied by the harrowing cries of his parents enduring severe torture. Su Xianen and Jiang Yanhua lay side by side on the same bed, their arms merely touching. Through a thin layer of fabric, Jiang Yanhua could perceive the warmth radiating from his master's arm. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and embraced his master's waist, pressing his cheek firmly against his chest, listening to the rhythmic pounding of Su Xianen's heart, which quickened with his movement. Sensing Jiang Yanhua's actions, Su Xianen opened his eyes but remained still, allowing Jiang Yanhua to hold